The very first thing my wife did after regaining her sight was to file for divorce. Everyone believes she possesses a heart as cold as a wolf's. After all, I have been attentive in every way throughout our 3 years of marriage. Even her eyes are what I would risk my life to heal. Now, confronted with her indifferent aloofness, yet within my heart, there lies no trace of sorrow, rather, an overwhelming sense of guilt prevails. In the living room, Shan Jushin gazed at me and spoke again. Ganjibwa, I am truly grateful for the care you have provided me during these 3 years of blindness. However, our marriage is bound by a contract. You are to be my husband, shielding me from the whispers of society, while I shall address the financial concerns of your adoptive parents' conglomerate. Now that Wang Yin has returned, I wish to reconcile with him. I am sorry for the pain I have caused you. Divorce agreement. This house is yours. I will also provide you with an additional 50 million as a divorce settlement. After saying this, Shen Jushin lowered her head, unable to meet my gaze any longer. My reaction is unexpectedly serene. Yes, you. Shen Jushin was taken aback. She had initially anticipated that I would erupt in anger, yet I merely offer a faint smile. Do not feel guilt. Our marriage was merely a contract. I have long been aware that another occupies your heart. You have the power to revive my adoptive parents' corporation, for which I am immensely grateful. Let us conclude this as stipulated in the contract. I picked up the freshly peeled apple from the table and offered it to Shen Jushin. Would you care for an apple? Shen Jushin took the apple, her gaze filled with complexity. You acquiesced so readily, leaving her with an inexplicable emptiness within, as if something had been extracted from her very being. She had anticipated that I would be enraged, that I would chastise her for her foolishness in relinquishing our marriage for a man who would ultimately abandon her. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, a tranquility that instilled a sense of unease within her. My tone remains composed. The contract stipulates 5 years. It has only been 3. However, you are the master of the covenant. You possess the authority to determine everything. I hold no right to oppose, do I? Shen Jushin lowered her head slightly and softly murmured her gratitude. She sensed that my words concealed a silent protest. Yet my tone was excessively tranquil, so serene that it instilled within her a sense of illusion. She believed I ought to be different, but in this moment, all semblance of intention seemed to vanish abruptly. I shall find a moment to move out. I shall not trouble you any further. I rose to my feet. My tone remained casual. There is no need to provide me with the house. Simply grant me 10 million as per our agreement. Having spoken, I turned and returned to my room. And after closing the door, I let out a long sigh of relief. Standing before the mirror, I gazed at the haggard, yet still handsome face reflected back at me, letting out a bitter laugh. In truth, from the moment Shen Jushin regained her light, I had foreseen the conclusion that awaited us today. For 3 years, I have been acutely aware of Shen Jushin's obsession with Wang Yan. She has remained chaste for him, endured heartache, and wept in despair, even calling out his name in her dreams. When Wang Yan's call comes through, I realize that I am destined to be the loser. I approached the desk, pulled open the drawer, and retrieved a yellowed photograph from within. The girl in the photograph bears an uncanny resemblance to Shen Jushin. Dressed in a school uniform, her long red hair cascades gracefully, and her radiant smile lights up the scene. She wraps her arm around the youthful version of myself from high school. The way she plays the piano is the most exquisite sight I have ever beheld in my life. Young Chu, I whisper softly. My fingers gently caress the photograph. I am sorry. All these years, I have mistakenly regarded Zhu Xin as your substitute. I am aware that this is unjust to Zhu Xin. She is the savior of my family. Therefore, I have exerted every effort to treat her well. Now that the contract has come to an end, I am finally free from this burden of guilt. I truly miss you dearly. Where on earth could you be? I hold the picture frame tightly in my embrace, enduring the heartache that threatens to rend me asunder. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I swiftly tucked the photograph back into the drawer, took a deep breath, composed myself, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was Shen Jushin. I was momentarily taken aback. After 3 years of marriage, this was her first time ever to take the initiative to knock on my door. Whether during the time of her blindness or after regaining her sight, Shen Jushin had never once set foot in my room. She repeatedly cautioned me against harboring any improper thoughts. Her heart has always belonged solely to Gan Wangyan. Shen Zhuxin's gaze rested upon my reddened eyes, her tone imbued with a subtle hint of astonishment, even tinged with an inexplicable delight. I was naturally endowed with the visage of an artistic male model, and in this moment, the slight redness around my eyes rendered me particularly captivating in her gaze. When Shen Zhuxin first beheld me after regaining her sight, she was undoubtedly captivated by my appearance. In her life, my looks would undoubtedly rank among the top 3, surpassing even Wang Yan. However, she is not the kind of superficial woman to be easily swayed. After all these years with Wang Yan, how could she be so readily influenced by my charm and meticulous care? Just now, sand accidentally got into my eye. I quickly lower my head, feigning a casual tone. Don't overthink it. After all, it was during the most desperate times at home that Shen Zhuxin extended a helping hand. The first time I laid eyes on her, I nearly mistook her for Shen Yuchu, that radiant first love with flowing red hair and a dazzling smile. After thorough verification, I confirmed that Shen Zhuxin was indeed someone entirely different. I struggled to regain my composure. In gratitude for the kindness bestowed by the Shen family, I entered into a 5-year matrimonial contract. This agreement aims to assist the Shen Corporation in alleviating the adverse effects stemming from the Wang family's withdrawal from the engagement, while concurrently attending to the daily needs of Shen Zhuxin. After the completion of 5 years, I shall receive 10 million, thereby resolving the financial crisis faced by the Yu family. For the Shen family, the troubles posed by the Gan family are but a trifling matter. I am acutely aware that Shen Zhuxin has never belonged to me. Her heart has always been the domain of Gan Wangyan. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to resist viewing Shen Zhuxin as a mere substitute for Shen Yuchu, particularly during the times when Shen Zhuxin was blinded. In her state of oblivion, she remains utterly unaware of my selfish intentions. Each time I reflect upon the fact that I have unwittingly exploited a blind individual, the Savior came to fill the void within my heart, and I was overwhelmed with an immense sense of guilt. In an effort to atone for this guilt, I dedicated myself to treating Shen Zhuxin with unparalleled kindness, even willing to risk myself, all in the hopes of restoring her sight. In the eyes of outsiders, my devotion to Shen Zhuxin has reached an extent that seems as if I must live for her. Yet, only I am aware of the profound, unspeakable struggles that lie behind it all. I care for Shen Zhuxin, firstly to fulfill a promise, and secondly for that enduring, unforgettable first love, my white moonlight. I regard Shen Zhuxin as a substitute for Shen Yuchu, showering her with affection as if this would keep Shen Yuchu perpetually by my side, never truly departed. This sentiment, so clandestine, I have never shared with anyone. For 3 long years, I have endured in torment of guilt and sorrow. I cannot regard Shen Zhuxin as merely another woman, for Shen Yuchu holds a significance to me, greater than life itself. Now the contract has come to an end. I can finally be free. I feel not a trace of sorrow, but rather a sense of relief and ease. Ganjibwa, you are aware, I harbor a profound aversion to deceit. I recognize the sacrifices you have made for me over the past 3 years. Everyone speaks of you, as if we are driven to madness. Though you have breached our pact, I hold no resentment towards you, for you have restored my sight. Her brow furrowed, her tone tinged with a hint of discontent. Yet you persist in concealing your true feelings, treating me as though I were a fool. This deeply unsettles me. I'm not so naive as to remain oblivious to your sentiments towards me. I was taken aback, utterly astonished by Shen Zhuxin's abrupt revelation of the matter. My intention was to avoid causing any inconvenience to her and Wang Yin, which is why I chose to conceal my true thoughts. Yet, Shen Zhuxin boldly pierced through this veil of pretense. I let out a sigh, merely continuing along with her words. I apologize. I simply wish to spare you from unnecessary thoughts, and to lighten your burden. I cannot reveal to her that she is not the essence of my being, but rather a mere substitute for Shen Yuchu, employed to compensate for the regrets of my powerless youth. Such a revelation would inflict profound harm upon Shen Zhuxin. Shen Zhuxin's tone suddenly turned serious. Ganjibwa, you have never been a burden to me. I was perplexed, unable to grasp the true meaning of her words. It was she who initiated the divorce, seeking to terminate our agreement and pursue a life with Wang Yan. Yet, Why does she now utter these sentiments? Shun Jushin, feeling somewhat out of sorts, cleared her throat lightly. Although it may be impossible for me, you have healed my eyes, and for that, I am truly grateful. This is my duty. Had it not been for your assistance, the family business would have long since gone bankrupt. Since the contract stipulates that I must take good care of you, I shall uphold my responsibility. I lower my head, my heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This statement embodies both sincerity and deceit. I can only silently pray within, hoping that Shun Jushin does not discern my selfishness. Ganjibwa, I suddenly crave milk tea, Shun Jushin remarked, her tone casual, as if she were merely shifting the subject. All right, I shall attend to it for you. Without hesitation, I acquiesced and turned towards the kitchen. This time, Shun Jushin did not perceive the urgency in my stride, as if I were fleeing from something. In the past, when Shun Jushin was blind, I could selfishly perceive her as Shun Yuchu. I gazed upon her figure, yet my heart yearned for another woman. I can no longer deceive myself as I once did. Now, Shun Jushin has regained her sight, restoring her status as the illustrious princess of the Shun family conglomerate. Prior to her blindness, she wielded immense power, overseeing the economic lifeblood of the entire corporation. Before her, any attempt at deception or disguise would be an insurmountable challenge. I am acutely aware that if she were to uncover my secret, it would not only inflict pain upon this girl, but also deliver an unbearable blow to my family. How could someone as proud and exceptional as Shun Jushin ever tolerate being viewed as a mere substitute for another over the past 3 years? After my departure, Shun Jushin did not leave immediately. She stood in my room as the sunlight gently swept across the surroundings. Married for 3 years, we chose to live apart. In the beginning, Shun Jushin even arranged for numerous bodyguards to surround her, fearful that I might harbor ulterior motives towards her. As time passed, she discovered that I was, in truth, a gentle and uncomplicated man, always eager to fulfill her desires. I had never overstepped any boundaries. I merely held her delicately in the palm of my hand, as if, in the act of honoring our unspoken agreement, I had also surrendered my heart. Instead, it was those bodyguards who, taking advantage of her blindness and limited mobility, laid their hands on her. In a fit of anger, Shun Jushin expelled them all from the premises. She would rather place her trust in me than continue to endure the harassment of those individuals. The air in the room is suffused with a delicate fragrance. The space is devoid of superfluous decorations, exuding simplicity and cleanliness. Even Shun Jushin, who possesses a profound obsession with cleanliness, cannot find a single flaw. At that moment, she noticed that my drawer was not fully closed. Compelled by her obsessive tendencies, she stepped forward, wishing to assist me in shutting it properly. Meanwhile, a sudden recollection struck her. Previously, when passing by my room, one would observe me meticulously arranging this drawer with a tenderness and affection that seemed to suggest it harbored my most cherished treasures. Upon discovering her presence, I immediately changed my demeanor. In haste, I closed the drawer, and in response to her inquiries, I merely stammered and evaded the conversation. Upon this thought, Shun Jushin's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. Uncontrollably, she reached out and opened the drawer, revealing only a single picture frame within. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Typically, she abhorred invading others' privacy, deeming such behavior despicable. Yet this time, she made an exception. She gingerly lifted the picture frame, her gaze landing upon the photograph. In that moment, she felt as if struck by lightning, a rush of emotions flooding her mind. Meanwhile, I am in the kitchen preparing milk tea, carefully instructing Aunt Zhang, who is assisting me. Aunt Zhang, Zhu Xin prefers it with a sweetness level of 4 out of 10, using cane sugar. The preparation method for Yang Jiang Luo should be as follows. As I speak, I demonstrate the process. When I leave, if Zhu Xin wishes to have milk tea, please follow this method to prepare it for her. Aunt Zhang gazed at me, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Mr. Gan, are you truly leaving? The milk tea you prepare is unparalleled. No one can replicate your unique flavor. The young lady only indulges in the milk tea crafted by your hands. Having spent 5 years at Shun Jushin's home, she has long regarded me as family. Initially, Shun Jushin was filled with trepidation regarding this contractual marriage, fearing that I might take advantage of her blindness and succumb to despair, harboring ulterior motives towards her. For 3 years, I have captivated every member of my household with my tenderness and kindness. I have consistently maintained a gentlemanly courtesy towards Shen Juxin, attending to her every need with meticulous care, selflessly fulfilling her desires, and even going to great lengths to seek remedies for her eyes. Gradually, everyone came to acknowledge me as the master of the house. Even the esteemed elders of the Shen family, known for their lofty standards, spoke highly of me, considering me to be the ideal partner for Shen Juxin throughout her life. Who could have anticipated that Shen Juxin ultimately chose the white moonlight who had abandoned her in the past, forsaking Ganjibua and Zhang? It is of no consequence. My tone is calm, as if I were discussing something utterly mundane. For both Juxin and me, this represents a form of liberation. The contract stipulates clearly, we are merely acting in accordance with our agreement. Although these words stem from the depths of my heart, and Zhang perceives them merely as a facade I am struggling to maintain. Over the course of 3 years, it has been evident to all how profound my feelings for Shen Juxin truly are. So profound that I even risked my own life for her sake. The Shen family acknowledges my devotion, yet Shen Juxin chose to forsake me for a man who would ultimately abandon her, transforming into a hopeless romantic. And Zhang feels an immense sense of pity for my plight. Shen Juxin suddenly appeared at the kitchen door, her expression dark and foreboding. I am somewhat surprised. How did you arrive here? The milk tea will be ready shortly. Be a ghost. Shen Juxin rushed forward, sweeping the unfinished mango sago dessert off the table and onto the floor. I was caught off guard, drenched from head to toe, staring at her in a daze. Miss, Aunt Zhang exclaimed in surprise. What has happened to you? Shen Juxin, known for her calm demeanor and emotional restraint, rarely displayed her feelings. Aside from the period of despair following her initial blindness, she had never lost control in such a manner. Yet today, what could have provoked such an outburst of anger? Ganjibua, behold this photograph. Shen Juxin forcefully slammed the frame she held onto the table. The moment I laid eyes upon the picture frame, my face instantly turned ashen. I stirred slightly, yet found myself at a loss for words. Shen Juxin's voice was as cold as ice. Ganjibua, I truly never expected you to be like this. Indeed, you and I can comprehend your secret collection of my photographs, but the manner in which you employed digital manipulation to splice my face into your pictures, creating a fabricated composite, is utterly appalling. Your actions have genuinely repulsed me. Her gaze was filled with disappointment. Although Shen Juxin had never expressed affection for me, the dedication I exhibited over the past 3 years had genuinely touched her. She had initially believed we could forge a strong friendship, yet my behavior has irrevocably shattered her trust. Aunt Zhang was taken aback after listening. Mr. Gan, is what the young lady said true? Please explain swiftly. You are not that kind of person, are you? Ganjibua, you indeed owe me an explanation. Shen Juxin gazed at me, her eyes betraying a hint of sharpness. The evidence lay before us, yet she still wished to offer me one final opportunity, eager to hear what I could possibly articulate. I clenched my fists, ultimately able to utter only 3 words in a hushed tone. I am sorry. I cannot elucidate nor reveal the truth. If I were to tell Shen Juxin that the woman in the photograph is not her, but rather Shen Yuchu, the first love who has redeemed my entire existence, what would Shen Juxin think? She must believe that my kindness towards her stems solely from her resemblance to Shen Yuchu, that I merely regard her as a substitute. This, undoubtedly, would be a devastating blow to the proud Shen Juxin. Shen Juxin's voice trembled, a tumult of disappointment and anger intertwining within her. Ganjibua, you have truly let me down beyond measure. I no longer wish to lay my eyes upon you. Leave this home at once, and the farther you go, the better. With that, she seized the photo frame and hurled it forcefully to the ground. The sound of shattering glass was piercing and sharp, causing my heart to tremble violently in response. That is the sole photograph left by Shen Yuchu, the most cherished treasure of my life. The shards have pierced my foot, blood seeping forth, yet I merely lowered my head and silently walked past Shen Juxin. Aunt Zhang stood aside, her words lingering unspoken. She felt that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. However, the evidence lay before her, and with Ganjibua offering no explanation, what could she possibly say? I returned to my room, swiftly tidying up my belongings. I had brought little with me, and I intended to leave without taking any possessions belonging to the Shin family. I had originally planned to depart in a state of complete cleanliness, yet I never anticipated that the matter of the photo frame would escalate to such a degree. My heart was laden with remorse, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards Shen Zhuxin as I dragged my suitcase out of the room. Shen Zhuxin stood at the doorway, her gaze aflame with fury. Qian Jibua, have you acquiesced to this? You resort to such despicable tactics, manipulating my photograph to create a false image of us together. Do you not find this repugnant? Should you not provide me with an explanation? Up until now, Shen Zhuxin still yearned to grant me a chance. Eager to hear my side of the story, I lowered my head and spoke softly. I am truly sorry, Zhuxin. The situation has unfolded in a manner I never intended. I am sincerely remorseful. I shall take my leave now, for besides my apologies, there is nothing more I can articulate. Shen Zhuxin's anger was instantly ignited. She raised her hand, nearly delivering a resounding slap, but ultimately restrained herself. Ganji will leave. I never wish to see you again. I did not raise my head. I simply departed silently, dragging my suitcase behind me. I understood that remaining here would only serve to further incite Shen Zhuxin's anger. More than the pain in my feet, it is the lost photograph that causes me greater anguish. That was my sole treasure. I will transfer the funds to your bank card. As for the divorce, I shall arrange the timing. Shen Zhuxin's voice resonated from behind, filled with disappointment and anger. I did not look back. I merely quickened my pace, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Aunt Zhang, upon hearing the commotion, hurriedly rushed over and instantly noticed the marks on Shen Zhuxin's hand. Startled, she exclaimed, "Miss, your hand is injured. Allow me to assist you with it." Without a word, Shen Zhuxin coldly uttered a remark and turned away. Aunt Zhang stood rooted to the spot, her face slightly pale. She had never witnessed the young lady in such a state of turmoil, except for the period 3 years ago when she suddenly lost her sight. It seemed that this time, the young lady was truly infuriated to the utmost degree. I dragged my suitcase to the villa's door and glanced back at the place I called home for 3 years. I let out a long sigh. It was all over. I suddenly realized that my identification card and household registration booklet are still in Shen Zhuxin's possession. Initially, this was a precautionary measure to prevent me from engaging in any reckless behavior, a stipulation of our agreement. Currently, Shen Zhuxin is in a fit of anger, making it utterly impossible for me to request their return. I cannot even find accommodation at a proper establishment. All I can do is seek a modest inn to endure the night. In the room, Shen Zhuxin held a glass of red wine, her fair cheeks flushed with anger, rendering her even more enchanting. She gritted her teeth and muttered curses under her breath. It was one thing for Ganjibwa to take surreptitious photos of her, but to alter her image and transform her into a figure with long red hair was beyond reproach. What on earth was he trying to achieve? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, feeling as if he was carelessly reshaping her into someone entirely different. It was deeply offensive. If he truly had feelings for her, he should appreciate her in her authentic form. At that moment, the ringtone of her phone suddenly echoed. Shen Zhuxin cast a fleeting glance at the screen. It was a call from Wang Yan. Her anxiety eased slightly. She pressed the answer button. "The day after tomorrow, my business will come to a conclusion. I shall soon return to my homeland, and at that moment, we shall be reunited." Wang Yan's voice brimmed with anticipation. Shen Zhuxin replied softly with a faint acknowledgement. Xin, from the tone of your voice, are you feeling somewhat displeased? Or perhaps you have yet to forgive me? Wang Yan's voice carried a hint of unease. Yan, I have made the decision to divorce Ganjibwa and be with you. Shen Zhuxin's tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of exhaustion. Thank you, my dear. Thank you from the depths of my heart. I hope you might grant me another chance. If you find it difficult to speak, I shall personally clarify matters with Ganjibwa. You will forever be mine. Wang Yan's voice resonated with profound gratitude. Mentioning Ganjibwa. It has worsened. Shen Zhuxin's heart has deteriorated further. All right, Yan, when you return to the country, I will meet you at the airport. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up. Wang Yan still wished to say something, but Shen Zhuxin had already ended the call. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Shen Zhuxin furrowed her brow and inquired. "It is I, Mississippi." Aunt Zhang's voice echoed from beyond the door. "Enter." Shen Zhuxin massaged her temples, her tone remaining as indifferent as ever. Aunt Zhang entered the room and, upon noticing that Shen Zhuxin's complexion had improved slightly since earlier, cautiously remarked, "About that photograph. Lost. The sight of it makes me feel nauseous." Upon hearing the word photo, Shen Zhuxin's temper flared once again. Aunt Zhang responded affirmatively, preparing to take her leave. "Wait," Shen Zhuxin suddenly called out to her. "That photograph, please hand it to me." Aunt Zhang paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and handed the neatly organized photographs to Shen Zhuxin. Aunt Zhang stood at the doorway, shifting slightly, as if she had something to convey, yet hesitated indecisively. Shen Zhuxin cast her a cold glance, her tone laced with impatience. "If you intend to intercede on Gan Jibua's behalf, then spare me. I shall not forgive his despicable and shameless actions." "Miss." In fact, Aunt Zhang hesitated for a moment, yet she eventually spoke up. "I believe this photograph does not appear to be digitally altered. It bears the marks of time. As you can see, the picture has yellowed. The quality of Lin Ji resembles something from a decade ago." Upon hearing these words, Shen Zhuxin furrowed her brow slightly, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the photograph in her hand. Indeed, the edges of the picture had begun to yellow, clearly indicating it was not a recent capture. Having been married to Gan Jibua for 3 years, it was perplexing how Qian Jibua could possibly have procured a photograph from 7 or 8 years ago. Furthermore, the details within the image left her feeling bewildered. Aunt Zhang observed Shen Zhuxin lost in contemplation, and without uttering another word, quietly withdrew. Only Shen Zhuxin remained in the room. She gazed at the photograph. The more she looked, the more unsettling it became. Though the woman in the picture bore a striking resemblance to her, the details revealed numerous discrepancies. The long, crimson hair, the school uniform, the beauty mark nestled between her brows, and the smile that showcased her teeth. These were all absent from her own appearance. In the photograph, Gan Jibua appears significantly more youthful than he does now, clad in his high school uniform, his face still bearing traces of boyish innocence. Shen Zhuxin murmured to herself, a wave of unease stirring within her. She endeavored to convince herself that it was merely a coincidental photograph. How could there possibly exist in this world a woman who bore such an uncanny resemblance to her? Yet, the more she pondered this thought, the more the thorn of anxiety embedded itself deeply in her heart, rendering it impossible for her to disregard. She picked up her phone, intending to search for my number and directly inquire about the circumstances surrounding that photograph. However, as she opened her contacts, she suddenly froze to her astonishment. She realized that my number was not saved. For 3 years, she has been blind, seldom venturing out of her home. Occasionally, she does go out, accompanied either by myself or a trusted female bodyguard. What can a blind person do with a mobile phone? After regaining her sight, she was enveloped in the joy of her newfound vision and the anticipation of the return of the white moonlight, entirely neglecting to ask for my contact information. After much contemplation, she dialed the number of her secretary, Zhang Youjiao. A voice, tinged with a hint of intrigue, emanated from the other end of the line. "It is rather late. What brings you to call?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Zhang Youjiao appeared somewhat bewildered. "That is your husband. You inquired whether I possess his number. Have you perhaps spoken to Gan Jibua?" As her close confidant, Zhang Youjiao was naturally well aware of the existence of Wang Yin, the ethereal figure in her life. She had witnessed firsthand the blossoming romance between this pair of talented individuals, whose bond had flourished over time. The decision to reconcile with Wang Yin and to part ways with Gan Jibua had long been discussed with Zhang Youjiao. I remarked that her tone was rather flat. Zhang Youjiao sighed deeply. "My dear, I truly find myself a loss for words regarding you. Gan Jibua has treated you with such kindness, willing to sacrifice even his life for your sake. But what of Wang Yin? In those years when you were stricken with blindness, he uttered not a single word before abandoning you, leaving the Shun group in a precarious position. The Wang family did not even make sound. Now you have regained your clarity. He has hurried back to plead for reconciliation. As for you, are you truly prepared to divorce Gan Jibua and be with Wang Yin? Is this what you call love? Have you lost your senses?" Jiao. If you do not possess his phone number, I shall hang up." Shen Zhuxin felt a tumult of emotions within her. Although she had braced herself for criticism, how could Zhang Youjiao, who had witnessed her journey, fail to comprehend the depth of her feelings for Wang Yin. Others might misconstrue her choices, but Zhang Youjiao ought not to do so. If you truly divorce Gan Zhibua and reconcile with Wang Yin, I shall take this little darling away, Zhang Youjiao remarked half-jokingly. Gan Zhibua is handsome, can play the piano, offers massages, and prepares exquisite meals. He is gentle, innocent, and kind-heartedly a multifaceted individual. I am not jesting, I am genuinely intent on pursuing him. Do as you wish. Shen Zhuxin immediately hung up the phone, dismissing Zhang Youjiao's words as a mere jest. However, when it came to locating Gan Zhibua, she possessed myriad methods. She picked up her phone once more and dialed another number. The following morning, Shen Zhuxin rose early. As she descended the stairs, she followed her usual routine of taking a sip of porridge. Immediately, her brow furrowed. The flavor was markedly different from what she had been accustomed to over the past 3 years. Although it was ostensibly the same porridge, the taste was utterly dissimilar. Uncle Li, she mused, has Qian Zhibua not instructed the chef on how to prepare this dish? Butler Li was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified. Mr. Gan has taught this. He has personally demonstrated it many times in front of the family chef. Yet no one has been able to replicate the exquisite flavor that Mr. Gan achieves. Once again, it is Gan Zhibua. Upon hearing this name, Shen Zhuxin is reminded of that photograph, and her heart feels a sudden tightness. I have invested so much effort, yet I cannot even master a single dish of congee. What a truly useless bunch. I shall no longer partake in this meal. With that, she stormed away from the dining table, brimming with indignation. On the other side, I awaken in a modest in that does not require identification. As I freshen up, I gaze into the mirror at the lingering redness and swelling on my face. With a wry smile, I touch my still sore cheek. It appears that Shen Zhuxin is indeed quite upset. However, her anger is far preferable to the prospect of her seeking retribution against me. The phone's ringtone resonated. I cast a glance at the screen, noticing it was a call from Miss Zhang Youjiao. What is your name, Miss Zhang? It's Jiao. You silly. Zhang Youjiao's dissatisfied voice emanated from the other end of the line, laced with a hint of playful petulance. I cleared my throat softly. Is there something amiss? Has Zhu Xin sent you to seek me? Not all. Zhang Youjiao paused for a moment. Her tone suddenly turned serious. Genskibo, have you divorced Xin? The process is already underway. I responded with a sense of calm. I am aware of the relationship between Zhang Youjiao and Shen Zhuxin. It is not surprising that the other party is aware of this matter. Zhang Youjiao fell silent for a few seconds, her voice tinged with a hint of sympathy. Are you all right then? Her heart was in turmoil, feeling a blend of emotions. She found it utterly perplexing that her boss's best friend could be so blind, forsaking someone as commendable as herself in favor of pursuing that callous and irresponsible scoundrel, the white moonlight who would surely abandon her. My voice remains calm. I am well. But what of Zhu Xin? How is she faring? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Youjiao felt even more infuriated. You are her husband, do you not know how she feels? I remarked softly that I have already moved out from Zhu Xin's place. So swift, Xin truly is, having clearly endured the pain of abandonment. Wang Yin, with a single remark, brings joy. She desires nothing, and thinks of nothing at all. Zhang Youjiao, exasperated, stamps her feet, wishing fervently to crack open Shen Zhuxin's head, to discover what lies within. Though she is undeniably a wise, decisive, and stunningly beautiful woman, she remains an utter romantic. In truth, I am able to comprehend the situation. My union with Zhuxin was originally founded upon a contractual marriage, and now, concluding it in accordance with our agreement seems quite fitting. It is likely that throughout this lifetime, I shall never be able to love another. The innocence of youth, the most pristine and radiant moonlight, possesses an undeniable potency that speaks for itself. For Shen Zhuxin, Wang Yin may very well embody such an existence. I sincerely wish for her to grow old with her beloved, her white moonlight, rather than, like myself, relying solely on a letter left behind by Shen Yuchu to savor the profound longing that pierces to the very marrow, without even knowing whether Shen Yuchu is alive or dead. Zhang Youjiao, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration, her voice laden with disappointment. Oh you, Ganji boy, you foolish boy. Your kindness and innocence are your greatest flaws. Why can't you fight for what is yours? Why must you relinquish Shun Jushin to that scoundrel, that fleeting ideal? At that moment, Shun Jushin pushed the door open. Zhang Youjiao hurriedly ended the call, leaving me to smile wryly at my phone. To outsiders, it may seem that I possess nothing. Relinquishing Shun Jushin to Wang Yin appears quite foolish. However, for me, this represents a form of liberation. I am finally free from the burden of guilt towards Shun Jushin. Regrettably, in the end, it was Shun Jushin who had regained her sight that discovered the photograph of Shun Yuchu and me. I let out a sigh, my heart overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Jiao, who has upset you? Shun Jushin placed her bag on the desk, her beautiful eyes sweeping towards Zhang Youjiao, her tone laced with a hint of curiosity. Just a fool, really. Zhang Youjiao shrugged, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, have you already expelled Ganjibwa? Shun Jushin paused momentarily, casting a suspicious glance at Zhang Youjiao. How do you know this? Have you been in contact with Ganjibwa? Zhang Youjiao's heart skipped a beat. She hastily sought an excuse. If you hadn't expelled him from the villa, how could you possibly be calling so late to ask for Ganjibwa's phone number? You could easily just go find him. Shun Zhu's hands intertwined, and as she broached the subject, her eyes still betrayed an unquenchable fury. I did expel him. Ganjibwa truly cares for you, to the extent that he would risk his life for you. Even the chairman and others have acknowledged him. Have you forgotten who painstakingly restored your sight during the darkest and most despairing days of your blindness, who selflessly attended to you and accompanied you back to the light? Shun Jushin furrowed her brows, her tone resolute. My heart has always belonged to Ayin, not to Ganjibwa. You have been a witness to the bond between Ayin and me, you should understand. My union with Ganjibwa is one of contractual obligation, and it is his duty to care for me. Rent. She paused for a moment, and her tone suddenly turned icy. You have no idea how despicable Guanzibo has been. Shun Jushin recounted the details of the photographs to her in full. Zhang Youjiao widened her eyes, finding it somewhat hard to believe that Ganjibwa had surreptitiously taken your photograph and even manipulated it into a composite image. Thus, your anger led you to expel him. It wasn't about XIN. Are you certain that the individual in the photograph is indeed you? Zhang Youjiao furrowed her brows, her tone laced with skepticism. Given her understanding of me over the past 3 years, this behavior was unequivocally uncharacteristic of that naive and kind-hearted fool. The photograph lies here, within my heart. If you take a look at this woman, is she not me? Shun Jushin flung the picture onto the table, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Shun Jushin initially intended to conduct a discreet investigation into the matter before revealing anything to Zhang Youjiao. However, to her surprise, Zhang Youjiao took the initiative to speak on her behalf, disparaging Wang Yin to the point of rendering him worthless, while also reproaching Shun Jushin for her choices. In response to this unforeseen turn of events, Shun Jushin had no choice but to present the photographs for clarification. Zhang Youjiao took the photograph and scrutinized it for several moments. Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment. The girl in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to Shun Jushin, as if she had been sculpted from the very same mold. Zhang Youjiao furrowed her brows, her fingers delicately tracing the edges of the photograph. Something felt amiss. This picture had undoubtedly not been digitally altered. One could observe the yellowed corners, suggesting it was at least 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, Ganjibwa had preserved it remarkably well. Although the girl bore a striking resemblance to you, she undeniably exuded a more youthful innocence. Ganjibwa, too, appeared as he did during high school, a stark contrast to his present self. Jiao, you mentioned that Qianjibo took a photograph with me during high school. That is implausible, for I never dyed my hair red back then. My father would have certainly disapproved. Moreover, I attended the prestigious Royal Academy for Girls in the capital, as you are well aware. There were not even any boys there. At that time, I had no acquaintance with Ganjibwa. That is rather perplexing, Zhang Youjiao mused, resting her chin upon her hand. Could it be that Ganjibwa encountered a girl during high school who bore an uncanny resemblance to you? Such coincidences are rare in this world. Shun Jushin's tone had lost some of its earlier conviction. She also realized that the photograph did not appear to be forged. It was at least one from my high school days. Moreover, with Zhang Youjiao's unwavering certainty, Shun Jushin began to feel a sense of uncertainty within her heart. Zhang Youjiao suddenly inquired, what did Gan Jibwa say? Shun Zhuxin, with a hint of grievance in her tone, merely uttered an apology. Jiao Jiao observed the demeanor of Gan Jibwa. I did not deny him the opportunity to clarify, yet he did not even attempt to offer an explanation. Can you blame me for feeling irate? Perhaps there are untold secrets behind Gan Jibwa. Zhang Youjiao sighed. I recall that this high school uniform belongs to the second high school of the city. Shall we find someone to investigate? Shun Zhuxin fell into silence for a moment, a wave of agitation suddenly surging within her. A girl who bore such a striking resemblance to her had indeed appeared during Ji Bo's high school years. In the photograph, I smiled with such bliss, a smile Shun Zhuxin had never witnessed upon her own face. If such a person truly existed, then in his heart, what significance did Shun Zhuxin hold? Returning to the home of the Qi family, I was welcomed back by my foster mother, Fang Huanyan, who personally came to the doorstep to escort me home. I called out mother, as I extended the gift I held in my hands towards her. You, my dear child, have arrived. What need is there for gifts? She spoke these words while deftly accepting the offering with her hands. I have long since grown accustomed to it. I merely smiled. It is only to be expected. Your father is tending to the garden. The company is experiencing a downer. He cannot remain idle. Fang Huanyan sighed. Suddenly, in a hushed tone, he said, Jibwa, how are you getting along with Zhuxin? Have you managed to heal her eyes? Has she expressed anything in return? I am aware that this matter cannot remain concealed. I shall lay everything bare. I have already moved out from Zhu Xian's residence. What a sudden change in Fang Huanyan's expression. How could you not discuss such a significant matter with your family? The old woman. What is all this commotion about? I can hear it from the backyard. Qian Haoyan entered wearing a tank top, his face contorted in displeasure. Qian Haoyan, clad in a tank top, entered with an unsightly expression. Fang Huanyan immediately reported the matter. The old man, Gan Jibwa, has moved out from Zhuxin, yet he did not inform the family of such a significant event. Qian Haoyan furrowed his brow. Wasn't it agreed that they would enter into a contractual marriage? Do you genuinely expect Zhu Xian to be with Gan Jibwa? They've asked her to move. What can we possibly say? Your words are quite disheartening. Fang Huanyan was incensed. Qian Jibwa had miraculously restored Zhuxin's vision, yet she turned and dismissed him without hesitation. Is this not an act of ingratitude? Zhu Xian has indeed rescued our Gan family. Had it not been for the intervention of the Shun family, we would have long succumbed to the harsh winds of the northwest. This favor must be repaid by Gan Jibwa. What actions have you taken? Fang Huanyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of what to articulate. Jiang Haoyan sighed, gently patting my shoulder. Child, do not overthink. Come back and live with us. Jiang Haoyan is aware of my feelings for Shun Zhuxin. Ultimately, our family is unworthy of her. Now that Shun Zhuxin has regained her brilliance, it is even less likely for us to be together. The early termination of our agreement was anticipated. The old man. It seems there are no available rooms in the house. Fang Huanyan stammered, clearly reluctant for me to move back in. Jiang Hao, the weather is turning chilly. The child wishes to return home. You mentioned there is no room available. Will you not tidy up a space? Perhaps you could dispose of those old, tattered clothes of yours. Dear parents, please refrain from cooking. I have rented a place outside and intend to resume my career as a pianist. The space at home is rather limited, and my practice would disturb you. It is most suitable for me to live elsewhere. Upon hearing my words, Fang Huanyan's expression softened somewhat. It's not that my mother is unwilling, it's simply that the company is experiencing a downturn. You have witnessed the state of our household. I comprehend. I lower my gaze. Although the Shun family helped the Gan family avert bankruptcy, the company's operational conditions remain dire. In order to repay their debts, my parents had no choice but to sell the villa and relocate to this modest 3-bedroom, 1-living-room old house. The moment I pushed open the door to my home, I realized that there was no longer a place for me within its confines. Although I still had the title of a resident, I was merely a foster son. My younger brother is studying abroad, and all of the family's resources have been devoted to him. When I initially promised to enter into a contractual marriage with Shun Zhuxin, it was driven not solely by my own selfish desires, but rather by a profound sense of gratitude for the nurturing kindness bestowed upon me by the Gan family. In this lifetime, I seek nothing more than a clear conscience. At last, I can pursue the endeavors that my heart desires. When the time comes for me to depart, I shall be ready. Feng Huanyan approached stealthily with an air of cunning. Jibo declared emphatically, we must not allow the Shun family to gain the upper hand. Though our marriage is contractual and they have assisted us in repaying our debts, you have restored Yuxin's vision. Given her lack of gratitude, we shall not be bound by notions of righteousness. We must extract more from them, otherwise we would be foolish. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of our contract, isn't the Shun family obligated to bestow upon you a considerable sum? The idea, if you dare to meddle with Gan Zhibua, I shall seek a divorce. Qian Haoqian burst forth, bellowing in fury. When the Gan family faced calamity, Gan Che was left in despair. Yet you insisted on spending a fortune to send him abroad to attend an inferior university. Qian Zhibua, a prodigious pianist, has been granted unconditional admission to the St. Borland Conservatory of Music. We are merely required to cover a fraction of the expenses, while the entirety is sponsored by other institutions. Yet, you remain unwilling. Furthermore, you insist that Zhibua enter into a contractual marriage with the Shun family to settle debts. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Now, you even covet Zhibua's modest contribution. Feng Huanyan's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Old man, please choose your words with greater respect. Who has ever coveted the benefits of Gan Zhibua? I merely wish to ensure that our son does not suffer any disadvantage. Do not portray my words in such a malevolent light. My mind was instantly overwhelmed. I was just about to dissuade my parents. At that moment, a Maybach came to a stop at the entrance. The car door swung open, and Shun Yuxin alighted gracefully, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Chapter 7. This is a lie. Jiang Luo was taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, you Jiang Luo, we need to talk. Get in the car. As for Jiang Haotian and Feng Huanyan, Liu Ruyan simply nodded dismissively, her focus solely on Jiang Luo. Oh, Ruyan. You've come. Would you like to come in for a moment? Feng Huanyan's demeanor shifted abruptly as she sought to ingratiate herself with Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan paid her no mind and promptly settled into the back of the Maybach, leaving Feng Huanyan awkwardly standing there, at a loss. Jiang Luo had no choice but to approach. Currently, his contract with Liu Ruyan had not yet fully expired, and he still needed to secure the divorce certificate along with 10 million. His identification and household registration were still in Liu Ruyan's possession. He had to retrieve them. Jiang Luo took a seat on the left, with Liu Ruyan on the right. Neither spoke first. Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes swept over Jiang Luo's profile. It seemed this was the first time they had shared a vehicle since Liu Ruyan regained her sight. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jiang Luo's side profile, rendering the youth breathtakingly beautiful, as if he were the most perfect creation of the divine. With his striking features and an artistic aura that set him apart from the ordinary, it was no wonder that Zhang Qian so eagerly defended him, affectionately calling him her little puppy. His allure even stirred feelings within the worldly wise Liu Ruyan, who was no stranger to beauty. Simultaneously, Liu Ruyan recalled the woman in the photograph who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, and an inexplicable anger surged within her. Jiang Luo, do you still have nothing to explain to me? Ruyan, I truly apologize. I should not have selfishly altered the photo to include you, infringing upon your image. Once the contract concludes, let us find a time to finalize the divorce, and please return my identification and household registration. I will no longer intrude upon your life. Jiang Luo had once hoped that after the contract's termination, they could remain friends. Now, that wish had transformed into an unattainable luxury. Rather than allow Liu Ruyan to uncover the truth and seek revenge, it seemed wiser to sever all ties and fade into obscurity. Liu Ruyan's tone darkened. So, you admit that the photo was deliberately altered? Yes. Liu Ruyan was consumed by rage, her breath quickening as she raised her hand to strike Jiang Luo. Ultimately, reason compelled her to halt. Jiang Luo braced himself for the anticipated blow, closing his eyes. The expected pain did not arrive. Jiang Luo, do you take me for a fool? Last night, I was too enraged to notice. And now you claim the photo was altered? I had it authenticated long ago. The photo is at least 7 or 8 years old, with no signs of alteration. Who is that woman? Why does she resemble me so closely? Disaster struck. The very situation Jiang Luo had dreaded had come to pass. Seeing Jiang Luo fall into silence, Liu Ruyan nodded resolutely. Fine. You choose not to speak? Do you think I cannot uncover the truth? Don't make this any more embarrassing than it needs to be. Like smoke, she is my friend. For various reasons. We have been out of touch for a long time. When I first laid eyes on you, I was genuinely astonished. You bear such a striking resemblance. Yet, you are not relatives. I refrained from revealing the truth, as I did not wish for you to overthink. Jiang Luo is aware that with Liu Ruyan's influence, she would undoubtedly uncover Gong Sun's true identity, which would only stir greater turmoil. It is perhaps wiser to take this opportunity to lay everything bare. Upon learning the truth, Liu Ruyan's furrowed brow finally relaxed. What is her name? She is surnamed Gong, with the single character Sun. Gong Sun. Liu Ruyan murmured this name. She has no lost twin sister of this. Liu Ruyan is absolutely certain. Could it truly be mere coincidence? During high school, Jiang Luo encountered a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Ruyan. Looking at this photograph, you cherish her? She holds great significance to you? Liu Ruyan was oblivious to the tinge of jealousy in her tone. Indeed, she is my very dear friend. Jiang Luo's smile appeared profoundly sorrowful. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ruyan felt an unexpected wave of displeasure. Could it be that Jiang Luo's meticulous care over the past 3 years, her thoughtful attentions, tenderness, and affection, were all directed towards Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for Gong Sun? Liu Ruyan initially intended to voice her question, but the words faltered on her lips. Proud as she is, Liu Ruyan could only wonder how she would react if she were to learn such a truth from Jiang Luo. Moreover, the contract had never stipulated no transforming Liu Ruyan's essence into that of another girl. Little did Liu Ruyan dream that during Jiang Luo's high school years, a girl who resembled her so closely would appear. Ruyan, please do not misunderstand. Over these 3 years, I have earnestly fulfilled the terms of our agreement. You saved the Jiang family, saved me. I am in your debt beyond measure. The reason I hesitated to explain is precisely because I feared you would overthink. Jiang Luo hastily expressed, a flicker of guilt crossing her gaze. This is a deception. From the very beginning, Jiang Luo's kindness towards Liu Ruyan harbored ulterior motives. Now, she dares not let Liu Ruyan discover this cruel reality. Liu Ruyan paid no heed to Jiang Luo's expression. She felt somewhat comforted merely by hearing Jiang Luo's words. Liu Ruyan inquired, what has become of the girl named Gong Sun? I do not know. After graduating from high school, she seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving nothing behind. I searched everywhere, yet no one knows where Gong Sun is gone. The only memento we share is this photograph. Would you like to take the photograph back? Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Jiang Luo instinctively lifted her head, her eyes flickering. Ruyan, would you be willing to return it to me? Liu Ruyan had initially intended to return it, for the photograph held no significance to her. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Luo's fervent reaction, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt disinclined to part with it. Then you must agree to one condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luo declared, speak. I shall acquiesce to any condition you propose. At that instant, Liu Ruyan felt as though her heart had been pierced by a thorn. Any condition? Is a mere photograph of us together of such paramount importance to Jiang Luo? Very well, Jiang Luo, do not limit your decision. Upon reaching a crossroads, Liu Ruyan let Jiang Luo alight from the vehicle. As for the promised photograph, before Jiang Luo could utter a word, Liu Ruyan tossed it out of the window directly to him. Jiang Luo caught the cherished photograph with great delight, his eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. Thank you ever so much, Ruyan, he exclaimed. Hold your gratitude for now, Jiang Luo. The favors I bestow are not easily repaid, Liu Ruyan replied coldly, a glimmer of utter disdain flashing in her eyes. How she detested, truly detested, Jiang Luo's precious reverence for a photograph from years gone by. How he longed for a girl so strikingly similar to Liu Ruyan. Even Liu Ruyan found herself at a loss to articulate the peculiar feelings that stirred within her. Once the Maybach sped away, Liu Ruyan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. It's me. Investigate the student records of City Number 2 High School. Is there a student by the name of Gong Sun? I require her complete dossier. Chapter 8. Do you still have the face to seek me out? As Xing Chanqian observed Liu Ruyan returning to the office with a disgruntled expression, she quipped, Yin Yin, my esteemed lady, what mischief has provoked your divine wrath this time? Nothing. Clearly there is. Xing Chanqian silently scoffed. Her curiosity piqued. She pondered who could possibly have the audacity to incite the typically composed and aloof Liu Ruyan to such a state of vexation. Could it be Jiang Luo? Meanwhile, Jiang Luo had secured a 3-bedroom apartment in an idyllic locale, complete with excellent soundproofing. Though his departure from Liu Ruyan's residence had been abrupt, he recognized that his time in the villa was limited following her restoration to prominence. He was gradually seeking new accommodations. In time, Jiang Luo earned the trust of Liu Ruyan and her family through his diligent performance, leading them to treat him exceedingly well, which in turn filled him with a sense of guilt, for he harbored ulterior motives. Beyond the provision of basic necessities, they generously awarded him a monthly salary of 200,000, a bonus for his commendable service. Although Jiang Luo initially had no desire for such remuneration, the Liu family was insistent, interpreting his refusal as a slight against them. To them, this sum was but a mere trifle, compelling Jiang Luo to further dedicate himself to caring for Liu Ruyan in gratitude for their kindness. In addition to the terms of their agreement, Liu Ruyan was to pay Jiang Luo 10 million. Presently, he possessed around 2 million, sufficient to reignite his dream of becoming a pianist. The apartment featured a music room housing a white piano, a remnant of the previous owner, who had specified that only a pianist capable of caring for it should occupy the space until their return, resulting in an attractively low rent that Jiang Luo fortuitously capitalized on. A gentle breeze wafted through, sunlight cascading upon the ivory keys of the piano, where the name Selena adorned the right side of the stand. Each beam of light danced like a sprite across the keys, enveloping the tranquil atmosphere in a veil of ethereal golden gossamer. Jiang Luo instantly recognized the piano's considerable worth. The former owner had cherished it deeply and would never have left it behind unless absolutely necessary. He procured a new frame for a photograph, placing it prominently upon the piano stand, allowing it to bask in the light, a faint smile gracing his lips. Soon, so much has transpired during this time, and I am to embark on my journey of piano once more. I apologize for having abandoned it for so many years, as I had to care for Ruyan and repay the Liu family's kindness, leaving me stretched thin. I believe, if you are still present in this world, as long as I continue to play the piano, we shall inevitably reunite one day. Jiang Luo's fingers caressed the photograph, nostalgia flooding his mind with sweet memories. They were bound by the curse of the piano, destined to coexist with it for a lifetime, competing with one another as they ascended to greater heights. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. As the melody of a song echoed in his mind, Jiang Luo noticed the caller ID, inhaling sharply before pressing the answer button. Professor Gu? Jiang Luo, do you still have the face to seek me out? The melodious voice on the other end resonated. Jiang Luo spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, Professor Gu, for worrying you for so long. I do not wish to hear your excuses. We had an agreement. I have not forgiven you. Gu Youwei's voice was tinged with an icy coldness. As Jiang Luo's music professor during his university years, Gu Youwei was acutely aware of Jiang Luo's extraordinary talent. He was a once-in-a-generation piano prodigy, and despite all opposition, Gu Youwei had secured the sole recommendation for Jiang Luo to the prestigious St. Barlow Music Academy. Given just a little more time to develop, Jiang Luo would surely astonish the world and become a historically renowned pianist. At that time, Gu Youwei had personally visited Jiang Luo's home, earnestly persuading him that if the Jiang family was unwilling to finance his studies abroad, she would gladly invest in his education. To her dismay, Jiang Luo had chosen to give up. In her anger, Gu Youwei had blocked all means of contacting him. Later, she learned that Jiang Luo had married, believing that the bond between mentor and student had transformed into two parallel lines, destined to never intersect again. 3 years later, Gu Youwei received an unexpected message from an unknown number. Professor Gu, I still wish to play the piano. Is there still a chance for me? Gu Youwei instinctively recognized the sender as Jiang Luo. His earlier abandonment felt like a betrayal, a knife that pierced her heart without shedding blood. I understand. Jiang Luo revealed a bittersweet smile. Is it still impossible? I will arrive in Kyoto tomorrow morning on a 10 o'clock flight. Come pick me up. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Luo, this is your final opportunity. I simply cannot bear to see such talent squandered. I cherish your gift, but I have not forgiven you. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Jiang Luo responded with unbridled joy. I understand, Professor Gu. The following day, at Kyoto Airport, Jiang Luo arrived at the designated time to meet her at the VIP passage. His phone buzzed with a message from Gu Youwei. I'm using the restroom. Please wait for me for 10 minutes. All right. At that moment, two familiar figures approached. It was Liu Ruyan and Zheng Qianqian. Jiang Luo? What are you doing here? Zheng Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Qianqian, Ruyan, what a coincidence. I'm here to pick someone up. After clarifying the misunderstanding with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Luo felt the weight on his shoulders lift slightly, greeting her with a smile. Jiang Luo, you're not stalking me, are you? Liu Ruyan's gaze held an intriguing depth. Upon hearing this, Both Jiang Luo and Xing Qian were momentarily stunned. Not at all, Ruyan. I'm not stalking you. I had no idea you were coming to the airport today. Jiang Luo vehemently denied. Indeed, Ruyan. You should know Jiang Luo's character by now. You mustn't wrongfully accuse him. Zheng Qian chimed in to support him. I truly believe in Jiang Luo. I believe he loves you, Ruyan, to the point of self-sacrifice. On the surface, Jiang Luo appeared to support Liu Ruyan's reconciliation with Jiang Xianqing, remaining nonchalant, which left Liu Ruyan perplexed as to how he could maintain such composure. Should Jiang Luo secretly follow Liu Ruyan with malicious intent? It would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Love, after all, often renders individuals blind and selfish. It would be logical to conclude that Jiang Luo is indeed capable of such actions, revealing the depth of his affection for Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan, feeling her privacy infringed upon, was understandably displeased. Were it anyone else, they would have unleashed a torrent of indignation. Yet, she could not suppress a flicker of surprise that welled up within her. Yin. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward her, enveloping Liu Ruyan in a tight embrace. Yin, I've missed you so much. I have finally returned, able to be by your side once more. Ah Chung, please, not like this. There are so many people watching. Upon seeing Jiang Xianqing again, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of joy. Her first love. Her white moonlight had returned to her side at last, but his rationality regained its hold. Liu Ruyan subtly furrowed her brow and freed herself from Jiang Xianqing's embrace. She was still a married woman, not yet divorced from Jiang Luo. Having just regained her light and resumed control of the Liu group, countless eyes were on Liu Ruyan, eager to concoct schemes to bring her down from her pedestal. More crucially, Jiang Luo was still present. It was Liu Ruyan who had initiated the divorce, yearning to be with Jiang Xianqing. In that moment, she instinctively wished to shield Jiang Luo from witnessing her intimacy with Jiang Xianqing. Jiang Xianqing's gaze darkened slightly. How could Liu Ruyan have taken the initiative to break free? A scenario that would have been unimaginable in the past. To everyone, Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xianqing were a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Even she believed it to be true. Surely, Jiang Xianqing's previous abandonment of Liu Ruyan had left lingering resentment in her heart. Just then, Jiang Xianqing noticed Jiang Luo and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Are you following Yin?" Liu Ruyan had come to pick up Jiang Xianqing. How could Jiang Luo, if he were a true man, possibly accompany her? He must have secretly tracked Liu Ruyan, feigning an accidental encounter, intending to sabotage the reconciliation between Jiang Xianqing and Liu Ruyan. What a duplicitous man. Liu Ruyan also cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Luo. Regardless, Jiang Luo's actions of following Liu Ruyan were indeed excessive. He could question Liu Ruyan's choice of Jiang Xianqing, but to maintain one facade while harboring another was utterly repugnant to her. Jiang Xianqing, mind your words. Jiang Luo is here to pick someone up. Who is following Yin? Only Xing Qian stood steadfastly by Jiang Luo's side, fiercely defending him. Qian, you. Jiang Luo's head was spinning. Truly, it was a case of sworn enemies crossing paths. Just as he intended to explain with his phone, Jiang Luo, I apologize for the wait. Chapter 9. The lethality of white moonlight accompanied by a radiant voice. Jiang Luo turned to see Gu Yue approaching in high heels. With a delicate visage and eyes as profound as autumn waters, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an aura of artistic elegance that enveloped her in an aura of sanctity. Dressed in a white blouse with a slightly open collar, revealing her fair and graceful swan-like neck, she embodied both intellect and allure, paired with a high-waisted dark skirt that showcased her long legs. She was flawless without the need for embellishment. Professor Gu, Jiang Luo exclaimed, welcoming her like a beacon of hope. Gu Yue momentarily found herself entranced by the young man approaching her. Jiang Luo had matured over the past 3 years, shedding his youthful innocence and appearing even more captivating. The only constant was his striking appearance. He had once been the epitome of charm at the Huaxia Music Academy, coveted by countless young ladies. Despite being his professor, Gu Yue found herself unable to resist the charm of Jiang Luo's visage. His smile was undeniably enchanting. I'm here, Gu Yue spoke softly. Professor Gu, may I assist you with your luggage? Jiang Luo offered. There's no need. I can manage it myself. Jiang Luo sensed Gu Yue's lingering displeasure, and rightly so. He had brought it upon himself. Professor Gu, I have decided to return, and this time, I shall not retreat. I swear to you. Gu Yue glanced at Jiang Luo, her lips parting slightly. Should you dare to leave again, I shall take your life. In response to her threat, Jiang Luo merely smiled. Very well. If this action could restore Gu Youwei's faith in him, he would comply. He had to resume playing the piano to fulfill his promise to Gong Sun. And to see Gong Sun once more. Gu Youwei let out a soft huff, begrudgingly acknowledging Jiang Luo. Have you touched a piano in 3 years? Very little, he admitted. Having been stretched thin while caring for Liu Ruyan. Stripped of light and plunged into darkness, Liu Ruyan's erratic emotions led her to self-destruction, often finding ways to keep Jiang Luo perpetually on the move. For the sake of the contract, the Jiang family, and his personal desires, Jiang Luo had to unconditionally comply with Liu Ruyan's whims. His time to practice was indeed exceedingly scarce. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Youwei's eyes. Let us go to my home now. Play for me. Jiang Luo, oh Jiang Luo, after 3 years of scarcely practicing. I hope you do not end up like the tragic figure of Zhuangzhou. To squander such talent will only provoke my desire to utterly ruin you. Understood. Jiang Luo. Who is she? Seeing Gu Youwei and Jiang Luo engrossed in their conversation, the otherwise unoccupied Zhang Qianqian felt a pang of discomfort. An inexplicable sense of danger surged within her. She could not fathom the source of this feeling. Perhaps it was Gu Youwei's beauty, comparable to her own, or the artistic aura that resonated between Gu Youwei and Jiang Luo, or perhaps it was the proximity between them. They seemed as if they had known each other for ages. Even Zhang Qianqian was startled by her own thoughts. Even though Jiang Luo, this artistic little pup, aligns with Zhang Qianqian's tastes, he is nonetheless the contractual husband of Liu Ruyan for 3 years. How could Zhang Qianqian possibly harbor feelings for Jiang Luo? It feels akin to betraying her close friend. Jiang Luo introduced, this is Professor Gu Youwei from the China Music Academy, my esteemed mentor. I plan to re-enter the realm of piano and continue my studies under her guidance. Oh. Zhang Qianqian felt a pang of jealousy. Jiang Luo's decision to study with Gu Youwei implies they would share ample time together. With Liu Ruyan now involved with Jiang Xinqing and contemplating a divorce, it would be disheartening for such a delightful little pup to fall into someone else's hands. Zhang Qianqian was utterly unwilling. Even if it felt a tad like betraying her friend, perhaps it would be better to let Jiang Luo go to Zhang Qianqian. You play the piano? I have never heard you play, Liu Ruyan pondered. Suddenly, she realized that she had never truly gotten to know Jiang Luo. Initially, she had no desire to understand him, merely viewing him as a means to safeguard the Liu group's reputation from further negative scrutiny. As Liu Ruyan gradually began to trust Jiang Luo, she had never inquired about his past. Liu Ruyan was simply absorbed in her own interests. These past 3 years have been too hectic. I didn't want to spread myself too thin. Jiang Luo could only respond with a wry smile. One stipulation of their contract was that he could not disclose their arrangement to unrelated parties. Furthermore, his primary obligation was to care for Liu Ruyan. Even if a divorce were to occur, Jiang Luo must adhere to this principle. Any negative repercussions for the Liu group would be unacceptable. Given Jiang Luo's character, he would naturally honor his commitments. Liu Ruyan felt as though she had been soundly slapped in the face, the heat rising to her cheeks. She had assumed Jiang Luo was stalking her to the airport, intending to disrupt her reunion with her first love, Bai Yueguang. In reality, Jiang Luo had simply come to pick her up, rendering Liu Ruyan a fool. I'm sorry, Jiang Luo. I misunderstood you, Liu Ruyan quickly apologized. Jiang Luo waved his hand. What could he say? The other party was both a lifesaver and a benefactor. Ruyan, you are Ruyan, right? Your vision has returned? Gu Youwei recognized Liu Ruyan, her voice laced with delight, albeit tinged with curiosity. Someone of Liu Ruyan's stature was not easily encountered. Not to mention, Jiang Luo referred to her so intimately. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? You are Youwei? Liu Ruyan too recognized Gu Youwei. The Gu family, to which Gu Youwei belonged, was powerful, rivaling the Liu group in prestige. Before Liu Ruyan's blindness, she had encountered Gu Youwei several times at banquets. Both hailed from affluent families. Liu Ruyan was the heiress of the Liu group, while Gu Youwei was a renowned professor at the China Music Academy, naturally providing ample topics for discussion on the appreciation of art. However, the sudden blindness of Liu Ruyan led to the dissolution of the engagement by the Jiang family, plunging the Liu group into a significant crisis. Liu Ruyan and Gu Youwei have since lost all contact, and their relationship has grown distant. Yan, let us depart. There is no reason to linger here. Jiang Xinqing, feeling overlooked, harbored a deep sense of dissatisfaction. It seemed as though everyone's attention was solely fixated on Jiang Luo, when in fact, Jiang Xinqing was the unequivocal protagonist of the day. Gu Youwei was even more astonished now. If her memory served her right, this man must be Jiang Xinqing indeed. Following Liu Ruyan's blindness, the Jiang family hastily announced the engagement's termination, severing ties with astonishing swiftness, which brought the Liu group to the brink of public disgrace. Subsequently, Liu Ruyan married another man to mitigate the negative press, and now, with her sight restored, she was rekindling her relationship with Jiang Xinqing. The intricacies of this situation were utterly bewildering. Professor Gu, we should take our leave as well. Jiang Luo wished to avoid being an unwelcome presence, interrupting Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing. She sincerely wished for Liu Ruyan to enjoy a blissful life with her beloved. Unlike Jiang Luo, who remained in the dark about Gong Sun's fate, enduring the solitude and anguish of longing alone. Only when playing the piano could she transport herself back to the days spent practicing and competing alongside Gong Sun, feeling the lingering warmth of his presence. Very well. As Liu Ruyan respected the privacy of her personal matters, she refrained from inquiring further and accompanied Jiang Luo in leaving. Liu Ruyan watched Jiang Luo and Gu Yue depart, parting her lips as if to speak, but ultimately, no words emerged. Jiang Xinqing noticed the expression in Liu Ruyan's eyes and glanced at Jiang Luo, narrowing his gaze with an air of menace. Yan, I find Jiang Luo rather peculiar. Could it be that this man harbors some unusual interests? Enjoying the role of a third wheel, perhaps? He lingered here, reluctant to depart. Merely a substitute, he should not be so audacious. With a single phone call seeking forgiveness, Liu Ruyan would immediately cast aside all thoughts of divorce and reunite with Jiang Xinqing. The allure of the beloved was indeed formidable. Apart from her striking visage, Jiang Luo possessed nothing of substance. No background, no career. What could she possibly use to contend with Jiang Xinqing? Jiang Xinqing intentionally raised his voice, clearly meant for Jiang Luo's ears. Jiang Xinqing, this is utterly outrageous. You failed to apologize for your misunderstanding of Jiang Luo, and now dare to speak such slander. Chapter 10. Who comforted you? Fool Zhang Tranqian's face flushed with indignation. She had never encountered someone so audaciously shameless. It was Jiang Xinqing who had suddenly abandoned Liu Ruyan without a word of explanation, plunging the Liu group into a maelstrom of negative publicity. During Liu Ruyan's most agonizing and challenging 3 years, it was Jiang Luo who stood by her side, helping her navigate her way through the darkness. Now, Jiang Xinqing, with his insufferable demeanor, attempted to charm Liu Ruyan, who had been swayed by romantic whims, as if the divorce was inconsequential. Especially given that Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo had entered into a contractual marriage. Yet, what right did Jiang Xinqing possess to criticize Jiang Luo? Gu Yue subtly furrowed her brow. Jiang Xinqing's loud remarks had not escaped her notice, and she curiously regarded Jiang Luo's profile. What was the true nature of Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan's relationship? Why did Jiang Xinqing seem to have such a vendetta against Jiang Luo? Professor Gu. Let's discuss this later, Jiang Luo replied, somewhat numbly. He was hardly Jiang Xinqing's imagined rival. If Jiang Xinqing sought trouble, he had certainly misidentified his target. Throughout it all, Liu Ruyan's unwavering affection had always belonged to Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Luo had never dared to fantasize about anything more with Liu Ruyan in his heart. She was merely a substitute for Gong Sun, and above all, his savior. Qianqian, whose side are you on? Jiang Xinqing asked, visibly displeased as he looked at Zhang Qianqian. As Liu Ruyan's closest confidant, did she truly remain oblivious to the dynamics between Jiang Xinqing and Liu Ruyan? Now she was defending Jiang Luo, the stand-in. I stand only for justice. Zhang Qianqian retorted firmly. All right, Qianqian. Jiang Qing did not mean any harm. Liu Ruyan interjected, noticing the scrutinizing eyes around them, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention. What do you mean he did not mean harm? Yan, do not forget who restored your sight. Who was it that stood by you, unwaveringly, during your most painful and arduous 3 years? It was Jiang Luo, not Jiang Xinqing. Liu Ruyan's expression turned ashen. She was acutely aware, she knew everything. Listening to Jiang Xinqing's words had shattered her illusions. When had he transformed into this person? In her memories, Jiang Xinqing had been the epitome of excellence, privileged, handsome, intellectually gifted, perfectly matched with Liu Ruyan, always courteous to everyone, and frequently engaged in charitable endeavors. Now, after 3 years apart, had he truly changed? All right, Yan, please do not be angry. I was merely envious, after all. It has been Jiang Luo who has been by your side these past 3 years. I love you so dearly that my heart ached, leading me to speak in anger. I know it was Jiang Luo who helped heal your eyes and accompanied you through those painful years. Now that I have returned, I shall treat you well. Jiang Xinqing hurriedly soothed, noticing Liu Ruyan's troubled expression. Jiang Xinqing had a crucial mission regarding Liu Ruyan. He could not afford to falter this time. Let us not forget the excruciating 3 years you endured. during which not only did I fail to be by your side, but I also dealt you a devastating blow. Should you continue to mistreat Yin Yan, I shall not forgive you, Zheng Qianqian declared, turning on her heel and departing. I can no longer tolerate the pretentious demeanor of a scoundrel. I sincerely hope Jiang Luo does not take Jiang's Xian Cheng's earlier barking to heart. Jiang's Xian Cheng is truly enraged this time. Yin Yan, look at Qianqian. She must have been spoiled by you to dare to humiliate me in front of her boss. We shall discuss this later. Liu Ruyan sighed deeply. After regaining her composure, Liu Ruyan received a phone call from Jiang's Xian Cheng, who was sobbing and pleading for forgiveness, assuring her that he would treat her well. In that fleeting moment, Liu Ruyan genuinely considered abandoning everything to start anew with Jiang's Xian Cheng, which prompted her to propose the dissolution of her contract with Jiang Luo. The countless sweet and unforgettable memories she shared with Jiang's Xian Cheng lingered in her heart, pulling at her emotions incessantly. Moreover, Jiang's Xian Cheng had once shown her kindness during her moments of despair. Now, however, he refused to apologize for his wrongdoings and even slandered Jiang Luo. Is he still the radiant moonlight in Liu Ruyan's memories? All right, Yin Yan, I will comply with whatever you say. I know I have wronged you in the past, and now I will make amends tenfold. Under Jiang's Xian Cheng's repeated sweet talk and reassurances, Liu Ruyan gradually dispelled the vague feelings that had troubled her moments before, and they left hand in hand. After all, Jiang's Xian Cheng was the only man Liu Ruyan had ever loved, the one she once envisioned a beautiful future with as they approached the altar of marriage. How could she possibly sever this bond? Gu Yaowei hailed a cab with Jiang Luo. Take me to my house, Gu Yaowei commanded like a queen. Then turned to Jiang Luo. Once we arrive, play the piano for me. Of course. What is your relationship with Liu Ruyan? Gu Yaowei's gaze was intense, as if she could pierce through one's exterior to see the beating heart within. In her presence, any lie from Jiang Luo would be easily unveiled. As a talented professor at the Huaxiao Conservatory of Music, coming from a prestigious family in Kyoto, Gu Yaowei had honed her discerning eye from a young age. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, Jiang Luo could neither conceal nor had any need to conceal the truth. Professor Gu, 3 years ago, I forfeited my opportunity to attend St. Paul's Conservatory of Music to marry Ruyan. Gu Yaowei was left speechless in astonishment. She had heard about Liu Ruyan's marriage but never imagined that the man was Jiang Luo. Yet, Liu Ruyan had just been at the airport with Jiang's Xian Cheng. I am in the process of divorcing Ruyan. Now, it is her choice who she wishes to be with, and I have no right to interfere. As for the reasons for our divorce, Professor Gu, I cannot disclose that. I apologize. Jiang Luo's throat moved, and he managed a somewhat awkward smile. 3 years ago, he had betrayed Gu Yaowei's nurturing and trust. Although his marriage to Liu Ruyan was a contractual arrangement aimed at saving the Jiang family and assisting the Liu Corporation in deflecting slander, one of the terms of the contract prohibited him from disclosing their marriage to anyone other than Liu Ruyan to avoid unnecessary complications. Consequently, Jiang Luo found it impossible to explain everything to Gu Yaowei. She must have approached you as a shield, hasn't she? Gu Yaowei quickly deduced the underlying reason. I never anticipated that the proud and esteemed Liu Ruyan would turn back to reclaim the scoundrel who had once abandoned her and plunged the Liu group into a maelstrom of negativity. It appears this woman is not as extraordinary as she seems. Do not take it too much to heart. What woman in this world is not replaceable? As long as you dutifully play your piano, fame and beauty will be at your fingertips. With Jiang Luo's talent, Gu Yaowei is confident. Jiang Luo is destined to become a world-renowned pianist. This is a diamond that Gu Yaowei has painstakingly unearthed. The condition, however, is that Jiang Luo remains as he was 3 years ago. Professor Gu, I understand you are trying to comfort me, but as for Ruyan, I can empathize with her choice. As long as she believes it is right and brings her happiness, that is sufficient. In Jiang Luo's heart lies a love that remains unrequited, a cherished memory of Gong's son. The termination of the contract with Liu Ruyan is, for Jiang Luo, a release. Humph. Who is comforting you, fool? Gu Yaowei feels an unsettling discomfort within. She has heard tales of Liu Ruyan's husband, who loves her madly, willing to endure her caprices and even risk his life to restore her sight. This profound affection is no secret in the business circles of Kyoto, and Gu Yaowei has caught wind of it. At this moment, she realizes that the man in question is her most valued student. Watching Jiang Luo being discarded by Liu Ruyan only to turn to his beloved memory, while still defending Liu Ruyan, fills her heart with a tinge of bitterness. For Liu Ruyan's sake, Jiang Luo relinquished the opportunity to further his studies at the prestigious St. Paulin Conservatory and to etch his name in history as a great pianist. Now, everything must begin anew. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Luo has not only forsaken his own future but has also salvaged Liu Ruyan's life, only to arrive at such an ending. Just how deeply must Jiang Luo love Liu Ruyan to be so selflessly devoted and willingly withdraw, seeking no recompense? As long as Liu Ruyan finds happiness? Chapter 11. What was never possessed is the best in the serene enclave of the Ziyun Mountain private villa in Kyoto. Jiang Luo felt a sense of bewilderment as the car brought him to this place. This was the very home where Liu Ruyan had shared 3 years of their lives. Professor Gu, didn't you used to reside in the faculty dormitory of the Huaxia Music Academy? Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity. After our falling out, I moved out and spent 3 years abroad for further studies. The timing of your search for me coincided perfectly with my return, she replied. During this time, Gu Yue had been upset with Jiang Luo and had blocked all his contact information, leaving her unaware of the many events that had transpired in the country over the past 3 years. With her arms crossed and her eyes narrowed, Gu Yue remarked, I heard Liu Ruyan lives here. What is this? Aren't you getting divorced? Why are you still so apprehensive of her? Jiang Luo, oblivious to the hint of jealousy in her tone, clarified, It's not that. I'm merely surprised. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Liu Ruyan and I are in the process of divorcing, and I have already moved out. Oh, well, if you happen to cross paths, it's not a big deal. Or perhaps it is, she mused. Once Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing moved in, Jiang Luo would frequently visit Gu Yue for practice, as he prepared to register for competitions and revisit his path in piano. If they were to encounter each other, it could indeed become quite troublesome. However, the villa was a fair distance from where Liu Ruyan resided, so the likelihood seemed slim. Let me make one thing clear. 3 years ago, you let me down. And now that you seek me out again, should you lack the brilliance of those days, the consequences. Gu Yue did not finish her thought, instead making a gesture across her throat. Rather than instilling fear in Jiang Luo, this action only prompted him to respond earnestly. Professor Gu, I assure you, this time I shall not disappoint your expectations. Seeing his steadfastness, Gu Yue softened her gaze. Very well. If you cannot muster this much confidence, I would certainly give you a harsh kick. As she opened the door, a cloud of dust rushed forth, nearly choking Gu Yue. What is going on? I've always arranged for someone to clean regularly, she exclaimed, pinching her nose in dismay. Suddenly recalling something, she hastened into the villa. Upon inspecting the furniture and discovering that the piano was covered with white cloth, she finally exhaled in relief. After removing the cloth, she quickly tuned the piano, confirming that everything was in order before glancing at Jiang Luo. Play. Her voice carried a sense of impatience. Jiang Luo took a deep breath, saying little. As he seated himself on the piano bench, his long, pale fingers touched the black and white keys, and effortlessly, a flowing, splendid melody emerged. It was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Each note shimmered like the rippling surface of a lake illuminated by moonlight, glistening with silver brilliance. The music cascaded gently, penetrating the currents of time. This was the first piece Jiang Luo played after becoming Gu You's student, and it left not only her but the entire class in awe. The vitality that radiated from his performance transported them into a brand new world. While the untrained audience reveled in the spectacle, those with expertise recognized the artistry. In that moment, Gu Yue realized she had encountered a prodigious talent in piano. No wonder she excelled in the entrance examination of the Huaxia Music Academy, surpassing countless students to achieve first place. Subsequently, she devoted herself to nurturing Jiang Luo, filled with anticipation that he would one day become a world-class pianist, bringing glory to Huaxia. However, in a crucial moment, Jiang Luo unexpectedly gave up, disappointing Gu You's hopes, and married Liu Ruyan instead. Gu Yue closed her eyes, listening to Jiang Luo's piano melody as her thoughts drifted. Meanwhile, a Maybach passed by the villa's entrance. Liu Ruyan, seated in the back, suddenly instructed, "Stop." The driver complied, asking, "Ms. Liu, what is the matter?" "Shoo." Liu Ruyan signaled for silence. The serene piano music emanating from the villa remarkably calmed her restless heart. Earlier, during lunch with Jiang Xinqing, he recounted many past events, as if nothing had changed. They were still the enviable golden couple of the university campus. A pair perfectly matched in family background, beauty, and capability. Liu Ruyan felt genuinely happy. Her first love, the white moonlight she had cherished for 3 years, had truly returned. Despite the passage of 3 years, Jiang Xinqing seemed different. No longer the deeply affectionate and courteous figure she remembered, even exhibiting jealousy towards Jiang Luo, publicly humiliating him in a most unseemly manner. Despite her doubts, Liu Ruyan was swayed by Jiang Xinqing's repeated reassurances and sweet words, convincing herself that a little change over time was normal, for he was still the first love, the white moonlight she had adored for so many years. Yet, when they parted, Jiang Xinqing unexpectedly attempted to kiss Liu Ruyan, being overly familiar with her, crossing the boundaries of propriety. Liu Ruyan firmly insisted he stop. But Jiang Xinqing appeared quite impatient, questioning what was wrong with wanting to embrace and kiss if they were to reconcile. This was something Liu Ruyan could not accept. 3 years had passed, and during her most painful moments, Jiang Xinqing had never been there, leaving an indelible scar in her heart. He was fully aware of this reality. Even if they were to rekindle their relationship now, the events of 3 years prior could not simply be erased. Thus, when Jiang Xinqing offered to take Liu Ruyan home, her immediate response was to refuse. She noticed his expression darken but felt no compassion. Stripped of the emotional turmoil of his tearful apologies over the phone, Liu Ruyan realized that any attempt to rekindle their romance would inevitably confront numerous challenges: friends, family misunderstandings, and accusations. These burdens weighed heavily on her heart. All of this hinged upon whether Jiang Xinqing was truly deserving. The Jiang Xinqing of old would undoubtedly have been a gentleman, respecting Liu Ruyan. The man before her now, only seeking to take advantage of her. Was he truly the perfect white moonlight of her memories? She recalled that this villa had remained vacant for many years, suddenly bringing this fact to mind. Those who reside in the private villas of Ziyun Mountain are undoubtedly the elite of Kyoto's high society. Their paths often cross, creating a network of connections, however subtle. If there are indeed residents here, it is improbable that Liu Ruyan would lack any impression of them. In the 3rd year following her blindness, Liu Ruyan gradually opened her heart to Jiang Luo, allowing hope to blossom within her. She began to venture outdoors, meandering through the villa district, no longer fearing interaction with others, as she listened to Jiang Luo recount the trivialities of daily life. What may seem mundane to many became a source of joy for Liu Ruyan, as Jiang Luo's tales elicited laughter and an unprecedented sense of relaxation within her. Though he dared not grasp her hand, he maintained a respectful distance, offering his gentlemanly support. As she absorbed his deep, resonant voice, she savored the caress of the breeze, the warmth of the sun, and the fragrant air. Gradually, the despair that had once enveloped Liu Ruyan began to dissipate. What has become of Jiang Luo now? Where did he go with Gu Yaowei? After being cast out from his home, where did he seek refuge? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Liu Ruyan found herself preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Luo, particularly the image of him alongside Gu Yaowei. They appeared to be quite a fitting pair. Indeed. Miss Liu, I passed by here in my car yesterday and noticed no one. It is likely the owners have only just returned. Who might the residents be? Liu Ruyan inquired with curiosity. The exquisite strains of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, flowing effortlessly and evoking profound reflection, must surely be performed by a renowned pianist. As the daughter of a financial magnate, Liu Ruyan's appreciation for art and music is beyond question. She could discern the remarkable prowess of the pianist with just a single listen. Miss Liu, I am at a loss as well. Allow me to inquire with the property management. Liu Ruyan was eager to uncover the identity of the villa's owner, whose enchanting piano melodies seemed to soothe her inner turmoil. Despite having attended countless piano recitals and encountered numerous esteemed pianists, none had ever played with such grace and fluidity that resonated so deeply within Liu Ruyan's heart. She yearned to meet him. After Liu Ruyan successfully reached the property management and made her inquiries, she was met with a revelation. You mean the owner of this villa is Gu Yaowei? Chapter 12. Jiang Luo smiled, revealing the truth of the matter. Yes, Mr. Liu, please do not speak of this elsewhere. As the property management of a premier private villa, confidentiality regarding residents' information is of utmost importance. It was only due to the inquiry from the esteemed heiress Liu Ruyan that the property manager dared to divulge even a fragment of information. Beyond this, the manager hesitated to reveal more. With a tumult of emotions, Liu Ruyan ended the call. After all, Gu Yaowei was the daughter of the Gu Group, her family possessing the means to acquire a villa in Ziyun Mountain. Simultaneously, Gu Yaowei was also the youngest professor at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. With a promising future ahead of her, celebrated as a prodigious talent in the realm of piano and Huaxia, her collection of trophies seemingly endless. Yet, it was precisely Gu Yaowei who troubled Liu Ruyan's heart. Remembering the image of Gu Yaowei standing beside Jiang Luo at the airport today, Liu Ruyan felt an inexplicable vexation rising within her. Could it be that Jiang Luo was currently at Gu Youwei's villa? Was Gu Youwei playing the piano for him? Unbidden, visions of Jiang Luo and Gu Youwei sharing intimate moments flooded Liu Ruyan's mind. A sharp pang of jealousy surged within her. As the final notes of a piece faded, Gu Youwei remained with her eyes closed, savoring the echo of Jiang Luo's performance of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. After 5 minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. It has been 3 years since you last played. Hasn't he it? Your fingers have grown rusty, haven't they? Do you regret your choices? Yes, Jiang Luo admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. He had practiced fervently on the white piano at his apartment just the night before. After such a long absence, he found himself somewhat out of practice. Fortunately, the essence of his talent remained intact. Your playing possesses a certain obsession that captivates the audience, allowing them to immerse themselves in your music. Technical skills can be regained through practice, but if the essence and obsession are lost, they cannot be retrieved. You possess the worth that justifies my return. A look of delight graced Jiang Luo's face as he realized the significance of Gu Youwei's words, hastily nodding. Thank you, Professor Gu. I will not disappoint your expectations. I must clarify, she continued. I have not forgiven your foolish decision to abandon your career 3 years ago to marry Liu Ruyan. My intention is merely to uphold the glory of Huaxia. I cannot bear to see such talent wasted. Suddenly, Gu Youwei was interrupted by a fit of coughing. I must make a call. The dust is overwhelming, and this is unacceptable. She pulled out her phone to contact the property management. After a brief inquiry, she discovered that the housekeeping company Gu Youwei had employed had gone out of business 6 months prior. During her studies abroad, she had been unable to reach them. Given the exclusivity of the private villa, the property management would not dare enter without the owner's consent, as that would violate regulations. Had Gu Youwei called the management prior to her return, they could have entered the villa with her permission to clean it properly. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Miss Gu, rest assured, we will dispatch personnel immediately to assist you with the cleaning. Please hurry. Gu Youwei hung up the phone and glanced at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo. The property management said it will take some time for someone to come and clean. Where do you live? I reside in the Xinchen community. Do you have a piano? Yes. Then go back there and play for me a little longer. All right. Liu Ruyan's Maybach remained parked at the entrance of the villa, unmoving. The driver, hesitant to speak or inquire, simply accompanied Liu, who appeared intent on waiting, though for whom he could not ascertain. Lost in her thoughts, Liu Ruyan did not even notice the cessation of the piano's melody until the villa door swung open. Jiang Luo and Gu Youwei emerged from within. The driver was the first to notice, exclaiming in disbelief, Liu Zong. Is that Mr. Jiang? Jiang Luo. Instinctively, Liu Ruyan peered through the car window. She observed Jiang Luo and Gu Youwei engaged in conversation, their faces adorned with a sincerity of joy that Liu had never before witnessed. Was this, then, the true expression of Jiang Luo's happiness? Having been blind for 3 years, Liu Ruyan had not taken the time to truly regard Jiang Luo upon regaining her sight. She had not realized that this man could smile so captivatingly. Had he ever smiled like this in her presence? Everyone claimed that Jiang Luo loved Liu Ruyan so deeply he would forsake his life for her. And she had once believed this too. However, upon seeing the photo of Gong's son, her conviction began to waver. In Jiang Luo's eyes, was she truly Liu Ruyan? Or was she merely a reflection of Gong's son? Was Jiang Luo's kindness towards Liu Ruyan merely a pure love for her? Or did he see her as a substitute for another woman? The more she pondered, the more her heart became tumultuous. Jiang Luo, you drive. Gu Youwei handed him the car keys. Just then, they noticed a Maybach blocking their way at the villa's entrance. Although the private villa had its own garage, there was only one exit. Gu Youwei had to approach and negotiate. She walked forward and knocked on the car window. Hello, we need to leave. Could you please move? Jiang Luo turned at the sound, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the familiar Maybach. This car, was it not? The window slowly descended, revealing Liu Ruyan's exquisitely fair visage, rivaling Gu Youwei's beauty. One exuded the aura of a reigning queen, while the other resembled a classical work of art, each embodying distinct qualities that could captivate for generations. What a coincidence, Youwei. I did not realize this villa belonged to you. Liu Ruyan spoke first. I passed by earlier and heard a beautiful piano melody emanating from this long-abandoned villa. I inadvertently lingered. Youwei, your skills have become even more refined. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Were you playing it for Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan's voice carried an undertone of jealousy, unbeknownst to her. A solitary man and woman, confined together in a space. Jiang Luo. Oh, Jiang Luo, we are not yet divorced. How could you so brazenly share a villa with another woman? Especially in the very place Liu Ruyan once called home? You are mistaken, Ruyan. The one who played the piano just now was not me, but Jiang Luo. Upon uttering those words, Liu Ruyan was rendered utterly bewildered. Jiang Luo plays the piano? How could he possess such remarkable talent? It appears you have taken little notice of Jiang Luo. After all, you have been married for 3 years, yet remain oblivious to the fact that he is a prodigy from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Were it not for your marriage, Jiang Luo would have already graduated from the St. Boulogne Conservatory and begun to make a name for himself in the global piano arena. Gu Yaowei could not help but feel immense regret over this matter. For a pianist, those prime 3 years have been squandered by Jiang Luo, regardless of his reasons. Gu Yaowei finds it difficult to forgive him. The opportunity to study at the St. Boulogne Conservatory is incredibly rare. Even the Huaxia Conservatory offers only a single slot, which Gu Yaowei fought tooth and nail to secure for Jiang Luo. And yet, Jiang Luo chose to marry a woman instead. Used as a mere shield by the Liu family, all her efforts have gone to waste. He is truly squandering his own future. Liu Ruyan found herself at a loss for words. She was entirely unaware of these matters. Her marriage to Jiang Luo was merely a desperate attempt by the Liu family to salvage the reputation of the Liu group, employing him as the most controllable tool. The Jiang family was in financial straits, and Jiang Luo, with his appealing appearance, was willing to fully cooperate with the Liu family to erase their humiliation. Liu Ruyan had no power to refuse this contractual marriage. After all, the turmoil was instigated by her. During that period, Liu Ruyan was blinded, and no machines could detect any anomalies, leaving even the foremost ophthalmologists powerless. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a daughter of a financial magnate, a celebrated beauty, into a disabled individual cast aside by her beloved, plunging into utter darkness. Liu Ruyan could not even save herself, let alone concern herself with others. The most critical point is, Jiang Luo had never mentioned to Liu Ruyan that he could play the piano. Never. Ruyan. Jiang Luo approached Gu Yaowei and softly inquired, "Why are you back? This is my home. How could I not return?" Liu Ruyan suddenly lost control and shouted at Jiang Luo. Chapter 13. The 50 steps mocking the 100 steps. Jiang Luo and the others were taken aback by Liu Ruyan's reaction. Once Jiang Luo regained his composure, he hurried to clarify, "Ruyan, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. I was merely contemplating Mr. Zhang's return. Why do you not spend more time with him?" Logically, with the return of her unattainable white moonlight, Liu Ruyan should be indulging in affection. Yet she seemed to have the leisure to return to the villa. Moreover, Jiang Xiancheng was not seen following behind her. "Jiang Luo, do you enjoy wearing the green hat that much? Do not forget your current identity. You are my husband. When I am with another man, are you so eager?" Liu Ruyan was at a loss for her words, feeling an uncontrollable surge of anger. The atmosphere became palpably tense, falling into a suffocating silence. Jiang Luo could not help but feel a flicker of anger himself. It was Liu Ruyan who intended to divorce him to be with Jiang Xiancheng. He was acutely aware that their marriage was merely contractual. From the onset, Liu Ruyan had warned him not to harbor foolish hopes, for her heart belonged solely to Jiang Xiancheng. Jiang Luo's feelings of guilt and obligation towards Liu Ruyan stemmed from his desire to repay a debt of gratitude, treating her as a mere substitute. There was no love between them. They were bound by a contractual arrangement. So what was the talk of green hats? Liu Ruyan's words now felt like an insult, a baseless provocation. "Ruyan, I have heard that you and Jiang Luo have commenced divorce proceedings. And Jiang Luo has already moved out of your home, with Jiang Xiancheng returning from abroad today. Do you not fear that he might overhear your words and feel hurt?" Gu Yaowei remarked, her brow furrowing imperceptibly. It was her first time witnessing Liu Ruyan so overwhelmed by her emotions. "Why?" Mentioning the name of the white moonlight calmed Liu Ruyan slightly. "Jiang Luo, come back with me." Liu Ruyan was resolute in her desire to prevent Gu Yaowei from being with Jiang Luo. The sight of them together appeared so fitting. After all, Gu Yaowei was Jiang Luo's teacher, and both were artists studying piano. Why had Jiang Luo never played a single note for Liu Ruyan in their 3 years of marriage? It left her feeling foolish. Jiang Luo shook his head. "I must practice piano with Professor Gu now. We can discuss this later in the evening." Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Jiang Luo had rejected her request. Simultaneously, an inexplicable pang of sorrow twisted within her, desiring to shield her emotions from others. Liu Ruyan closed the car window. "Take me back." "Yes." The driver promptly drove off in the Maybach. Jiang Luo took out Gu Yaowei's Porsche Cayenne and drove away. In the passenger seat, Gu Yue observed Jiang Luo's profile. Jiang Luo, you are indeed certain about your decision to divorce Ruyan, correct? Her white moonlight has returned, and I have moved out of the villa. Can there be any pretense left? Then why did she react so intensely just now? Gu Yue expressed her confusion. According to her assessment, Jiang Luo was merely a pawn summoned by the Liu family to serve as a shield. Given Jiang Luo's family background, he could never truly be a match for the Liu family. It can be said that without Liu Ruyan's sudden blindness and the Jiang family's annulment of the engagement, Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo would have existed as two completely parallel lines, never destined to intersect. Now, having resolved to end the hollow engagement for the sake of Jiang Xinqing, Liu Ruyan has met with him smoothly today, while Jiang Luo has vacated his villa. Why should she concern herself with Jiang Luo's whereabouts? What of the terms husband and cuckold? Liu Ruyan's actions have not gone unnoticed by Gu Yue, who perceives a hint of jealousy. Once Jiang Luo regained his composure, he reflected on his earlier demeanor towards Liu Ruyan and deemed it excessive. His guilt stemmed not only from Liu Ruyan's salvation of the Jiang family, but also from the fact that his identification documents and a significant sum of money remain in Liu Ruyan's possession. Although Jiang Luo has fulfilled the contract flawlessly, Liu Ruyan is not the type to shirk her responsibilities. After 3 years of marriage, he never once played the piano for her. The absence of a piano in Liu Ruyan's villa is notable. It was through a piece from Romeo and Juliet that Mr. Jiang once captivated her. Following her blindness and the annulment, Liu Ruyan destroyed all the pianos in her home. Moreover, during her time of instability and blindness, Jiang Luo had no spare moments to devote to anything else but caring for her. Gu Yue, having grasped the situation, shook her head in resignation. How could Liu Ruyan still cherish such a scoundrel, choosing to divorce Jiang Luo and reunite with Jiang Xinqing? If it were Gu Yue, she would have no qualms about confronting a man who chose to abandon her in a moment of critical need, allowing the family to fall into turmoil, and then had the audacity to seek forgiveness. How had she not seen that Liu Ruyan, such a proud and remarkable woman, could be so ensnared by matters of the heart? As Liu Ruyan reconciles with Jiang Xinqing, it seems unlikely that the Liu family would easily acquiesce. She has a challenging path ahead. Jiang Luo remained silent. This is the road Liu Ruyan has chosen for herself, opting to reunite with the very person who once cast her aside. There is no room for regret. As the principal party, Jiang Luo lacks the standing to judge this matter. In their infatuation with the unattainable, both Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo are equally culpable, neither better than the other. As night deepened, Liu Ruyan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her study, swirling a glass of red wine, her gaze lost in the view outside. This vantage point afforded her a clear sight of Gu Yue's villa. Aside from the property staff, neither Gu Yue nor Jiang Luo had returned. Surely, by now, they had practiced enough? Where could they possibly be? Were they dining together, or perhaps staying out for the night? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She could not comprehend why she felt so concerned about Jiang Luo and Gu Yue's whereabouts. Clearly, Liu Ruyan had made her choice. She wished to reunite with Jiang Xinqing, the man she loved, despite his previous abandonment. Jiang Luo was not the one she loved. So why should she care about whom Jiang Luo spends his time with? The rain cascades throughout the night, my affection overflowing like the raindrops. The sound of a phone ringing jolts Liu Ruyan's heart, momentarily leading her to believe it is Jiang Luo calling. She hastily retrieves her phone, only to discover it is Jiang Xinqing. The excitement in Liu Ruyan's heart swiftly diminishes. Pressing the answer button, she responds, "Cheng, what brings you to call?" "Ruyan, I have personally crafted a black forest cake, your favorite from days gone by. I am already en route to your home," Jiang Xinqing replies. The mere mention of past memories softens Liu Ruyan's gaze. It is commendable that Jiang Xinqing remembers her fondness for his homemade black forest cake. In their school days, during moments of exhaustion from work, Jiang Xinqing would always appear at the opportune moment, delivering his culinary creations to soothe her anxieties. Had it not been for his thoughtful gestures, how could Liu Ruyan possibly cherish those beautiful memories even after enduring his abandonment? However, Cheng, perhaps it would be best if you did not come after all. Jiang Xinqing, driving with a visage full of affection, suddenly falters. Why? Ruyan, could it be that you have someone else in your heart? Chapter 14. Why don't you move back in? What nonsense are you talking about, Cheng? Don't forget that I am still married, and your past actions have not garnered my family's approval. I need considerable time to navigate these conflicts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to receive anyone's blessing. If you come to my house and a reporter sees you, what then? Liu Ruyan's explanation barely assuaged Jiang Xinqing's suspicions. Well, Ruyan, I'll just come over for a brief moment. I merely wish to see you savor the Black Forest cake I made for you. Is that agreeable? Faced with Jiang Xian Cheng's not unreasonable plea, Liu Ruyan paused for a moment before replying, all right, Hing. After all, today marks Jiang Xian Cheng's return, and Liu Ruyan couldn't possibly dampen his spirits. Even though the halo of her infatuation dimmed considerably after Jiang Xian Cheng's clumsiness and disrespect towards her today, he remained the cherished figure in her heart. The man she loved. After hanging up the phone, Liu Ruyan happened to see a BMW 7 Series drive up to Gu Yue's villa. In an instant, thoughts of Jiang Xian Cheng slipped from her mind. Jiang Luo parked the car steadily in the garage. Professor Gu, we have arrived. Gu Yue remained unresponsive. Jiang Luo glanced over and realized that Gu Yue had somehow fallen asleep. The surrounding clamor could not penetrate this serene atmosphere. Her sleeping visage was gentle and tranquil, resembling a meticulously crafted painting, compelling one to linger. Her lashes fluttered softly with each breath, casting faint shadows, each lash cradling delicate dreams. Her lips, slightly pursed, wore a barely perceptible smile. The gentle curve concealed the innocence and sweetness of youth, evoking a protective instinct for such beauty. It seemed that Gu Yue was truly exhausted. After rushing back on a midnight flight, she had hardly rested before accompanying Jiang Luo to practice piano. They appeared to have returned to the past. Once, Gu Yue had held great expectations for Jiang Luo, consistently supporting him in practice, even foregoing many personal matters. This is why she was so furious when Jiang Luo relinquished his guaranteed admission to St. Barlow Music Academy, severing their relationship. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luo felt a profound wave of guilt. He could not articulate the reasons for his earlier decisions. He owed Gu Yue far too much. Nevertheless, Jiang Luo humbly admitted his faults, and Gu Yue had returned from abroad without hesitation. This time, I shall not fail you. Jiang Luo adjusted the car's air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and played a soothing piano piece, A Day in the Forest. Closing his eyes, his mind involuntarily conjured the smile of Gong Sun. This piano piece had been played by Gong Sun, their fingers dancing together in the high school piano classroom, a skill he would never forget. Soon, I have embarked once more on the path of a pianist. How wonderful it would be to encounter you again. After a day of hustle and bustle, Jiang Luo too felt weary and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Knock. Knock, someone was tapping on the car window. It was Gu Yue who had woken first. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she glanced at Jiang Luo beside her. Goodness. He had fallen asleep. Gu Yue pressed the car window button and was greeted by the unfamiliar face of a middle-aged woman. May I assist you? I apologize, Miss Gu. I am the maid of Mr. Lu's household, here to find Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang? At Aunt Zhang's call, Jiang Luo slowly awoke. Ah, Professor Gu. I'm terribly sorry. I must have dozed off. And Zhang? What brings you here? Mr. Lu sent me to request your presence at the villa for a discussion. Understood. Jiang Luo realized her earlier demeanor had been somewhat excessive. She needed to clarify matters with Liu Ruyan upon arrival. Professor Gu, I shall take my leave now. Indeed. Finally, Gu Yue added. Let us communicate via phone tomorrow. All right. With Jiang Luo's assurance, Gu Yue felt a flicker of joy in her heart. When Jiang Luo returned to the villa with Aunt Zhang, Mr. Lu was in his study. Mr. Jiang, you may enter. Thank you. Jiang Luo pushed the door open to find Liu Ruyan seated on the sofa, delicately savoring red wine. The air thick with a subtle aroma and the faint blush on her cheeks revealing she had indulged rather liberally. Ruyan, I have arrived, Jiang Luo called softly. Liu Ruyan set down her glass, and her beautiful eyes swept over Jiang Luo. Where did you go with Gu Yue today? To practice the piano. Oh. Practicing the piano. A whole day was insufficient, returning so late after escorting Gu Yue back to the villa? Jiang Luo, are you aware of your current status? If others see my husband, Liu Ruyan, driving another woman home, especially when we all reside in the Ziyun Mountain private villa, don't you think many would recognize you? Whether it was the effects of alcohol or something else, Liu Ruyan's tone was imbued with a sharpness. Jiang Luo found himself perplexed by Liu Ruyan's thoughts. She mistakenly believed that Jiang Luo harbored deep feelings for her, warning him not to develop an attachment, as her heart belonged solely to Bai Yueguang, Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Luo decisively let go, growing closer to Gu Yue, which was precisely what Liu Ruyan desired. This way, Liu Ruyan would not suspect Jiang Luo of still having feelings for her, and it would facilitate her reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing. Ruyan. Our contractual marriage is approaching its end. We should commence the divorce process. Moreover, My relationship with Professor Gu is strictly professional and innocent. It would be best if we find a time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. It would be beneficial for both of us. Do you so eagerly wish to divorce me? To be with Gu Yue? Before Jiang Luo could finish, Liu Ruyan interrupted him. Barefoot, she walked across the Persian rug, her intoxicating scent wafting towards Jiang Luo, exuding a captivating allure. Ruyan, you are intoxicated. The current Liu Ruyan was far from her sober self. Her words lacked coherence. Intoxicated? I am not so easily affected by alcohol. Jiang Luo, until our divorce is officially finalized, the contract remains valid. Have you forgotten one of the stipulations? Do not grow too close to other women, lest it tarnish the Liu family's reputation. Jiang Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. Liu Ruyan's double standards were quite astonishing. Liu proposed divorce and sought to dissolve the contract, expressing her desire to be with her true love, Jiang Xinqing. She urged Jiang Luo to hasten the divorce process and vacate the villa, so as not to hinder the rekindling of love between Jiang Xinqing and herself. Jiang Luo complied, adhering to Liu Ruyan's rules without hesitation. However, Liu then asserted that the contract remained in effect. Alas, she held the financial power, with Jiang Luo's 10 million firmly in her grasp. Furthermore, she had rescued the Jiang family, and Jiang Luo was a man who valued gratitude. Over the past 3 years, he had tolerated all of Liu Ruyan's caprices. He was not one to quibble over trivialities. Noticing that she was clearly intoxicated, he attempted to reason with her, but his words fell on deaf ears. It was more prudent to appease her. All right, it is my fault, Liu Ruyan. Please do not drink anymore. After 3 years of companionship, Jiang Luo had learned how to soothe her and effectively bring her back to composure. Liu Ruyan was akin to a precious Burmese cat. The slightest dissatisfaction could spark an explosion of emotion, a trait tied to her upbringing as a princess of a wealthy family. A favored child of destiny, adored by the masses, and whose commands were seldom defied. Beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a typical woman, one who, after enduring profound trauma, could succumb to emotional turmoil despite her remarkable strength and pride. The man who had witnessed her most vulnerable moments of helplessness, despair, and defiance was none other than Jiang Luo. Gradually, under his calming influence, Liu began to regain her composure, her inebriation subsiding significantly. Reflecting upon her earlier demands of Jiang Luo, she cleared her throat and proposed, Jiang Luo, why not move back in? Chapter 15. What am I to you? Jiang Luo initially believed that Liu Ruyan had calmed down enough to discuss the matter of divorce. However, while Liu Ruyan did appear composed, her words left Jiang Luo utterly bewildered. The previous instance of expelling him from the villa stemmed from a misunderstanding regarding that photograph. Now, as they had yet to divorce, Jiang Luo had moved out, frequently associating with Gu Yue, which inevitably sparked speculation among others. No, Ruyan, what about you and Mr. Jiang? Noticing Jiang Luo's air of righteousness, as if he sought to expedite Liu Ruyan's union with Jiang Xinqing, Liu Ruyan felt a deep-seated discontent. Was it not said that Jiang Luo loved Liu Ruyan deeply, to the point of sacrificing his own life? If that were indeed the case, why was he so eager to divorce Liu Ruyan and facilitate her relationship with Jiang Xinqing? The essence of love is not selfless devotion, but rather a selfish possession. The more magnanimous Jiang Luo appeared, the more it made Liu Ruyan feel that his tolerance for her actions and his willingness to indulge her were merely due to her striking resemblance to Gong Sun. The feeling of being used as a substitute was something Liu Ruyan's pride could not accept. She preferred to believe that Jiang Luo's willingness to let go stemmed from profound love. Regardless, to sacrifice one's life merely due to a likeness was utterly exaggerated. Jiang Luo. 3 years ago, Cheng ultimately abandoned me, irresponsibly departing and leaving the Liu group in turmoil. Do you think the Liu family would easily accept him back? I need time to persuade my family to accept my relationship with Cheng once more. We cannot divorce now. If we were to do so, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It would tarnish the reputation of the Liu group. With such sound reasoning, Jiang Luo found himself at a loss for words. Yet, remaining by Liu Ruyan's side filled him with trepidation, as he feared that one day she would realize that in his eyes. He had unconsciously viewed her as nothing more than a stand-in for Gong Sun. That realization would only lead to greater trouble. However, would Mr. Jiang consent to this arrangement? After much contemplation, Jiang Luo felt compelled to suppress Liu Ruyan's intentions regarding Jiang Xinqing. I will explain to Cheng. He will understand. Ruyan, you must consider this carefully. If we do not divorce, you remain a married woman. Your continued meetings with Mr. Jiang, if captured by reporters, would similarly impact the Liu group negatively. I will handle that, Liu Ruyan replied with unwavering certainty. Jiang Luo, did you not claim that you owe me a favor? I demand you repay it now. Let us maintain our engagement until I can persuade my family to allow me to be with Cheng again. Furthermore, I will personally offer you 5 million as compensation. Jiang Luo felt helpless. This was not merely a matter of money. The 10 million for the termination of their contract was already more than sufficient. Continuing to reside under the same roof as Liu Ruyan. The secret of being a substitute, Jiang Cheng's scrutiny, and Jiang Luo's return to the piano path would undoubtedly involve numerous tribulations. Nevertheless, Jiang Luo had promised Liu Ruyan a favor, and she was leveraging that to extend their arrangement until she could convince her family before proceeding with the divorce. As smoke, you have saved the Jiang family, and your kindness towards me is as profound as a mountain. I can forego the money and even return to assist the Liu family in preserving their reputation. However, we must still proceed with the divorce. Simultaneously, the terms of our contract must be amended. For the past 3 years, I have relinquished my career to care for you, considering your blindness. Now that your sight has been restored, I must pursue my own journey in the realm of piano. This is a matter on which Jiang Luo will not budge. Let it be known that this is Jiang Luo's way of repaying Liu Ruyan's grace and remorse. Once the Liu family consents to Liu Ruyan's union with Jiang Cheng, Jiang Luo will step aside to facilitate their happiness. This would be ideal. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Liu Ruyan felt an involuntary pang in her heart. Divorce. Jiang Luo is resolute about the divorce. Is it for Gu Yue's sake? Jiang Luo, did you not profess your love for me, Liu Ruyan, so deeply that you would forsake your very life? You insist on this divorce and even extend your blessings for my union with Jiang Cheng, all to bring Gu Yue back to the country? What do I truly mean to you? Observing Liu Ruyan's silence, Jiang Luo understood that he would not glean an answer this evening and could only say, Please take your time to reflect, Ruyan. This is the best course for both of us. With that, Jiang Luo turned to leave. Liu Ruyan opened her mouth, wishing to retain him, but no words escaped her lips. It is Liu Ruyan who wishes to dissolve the contract and initiate the divorce. Despite Jiang Luo's selflessness, Liu Ruyan did not feel the relief and joy she had anticipated. Uncle Li, the housekeeper, approached and inquired, Mr. Jiang, how is Ms. Liu faring? Ruyan is well. Sighing, Uncle Li remarked, to speak candidly, that Jiang Cheng is truly unworthy of Ms. Liu. The one who should be by her side is you. Over the years, Uncle Li has witnessed the extent of Jiang Luo's devotion to Liu Ruyan, especially noting Jiang Luo's unwavering commitment and willingness to risk everything for her. Jiang Luo genuinely loves Liu Ruyan, to the point of disregarding his own life. Uncle Li had never anticipated that Liu Ruyan would regain her sight and remain with Jiang Luo. Yet she is now entangled with the scoundrel who abandoned her 3 years ago. It is truly vexing. Uncle Li, you overstate matters. Mr. Jiang and Ruyan are a match made in heaven. The key is that he is the only man she truly loves, and I am unworthy. Jiang Luo is filled with unspoken sorrow, merely masking it as blessings for Liu Ruyan and Jiang Cheng. Uncle Li shook his head. To divorce Jiang Luo for such a man, one can only fear that Liu Ruyan may regret it in the future. After all, she has cast aside the sweetness of their past due to a momentary lapse in sight, vanishing without a trace, without any explanation or companionship. Can such a man truly bring happiness to Liu Ruyan? He may not even compare to Jiang Luo in worth. If Liu Ruyan were to face adversity again, Uncle Li doubts that Jiang Cheng would offer the same unwavering devotion as Jiang Luo has. Jiang Luo sought to breathe in the fresh air, and upon opening the door, he encountered a figure approaching with a bouquet of flowers and a cake box, illuminated by the stars. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, Jiang Cheng's smile instantly faltered, and his expression darkened. What are you doing here? Hasn't Yin driven you away? TSK. Indeed, troublesome matters have arisen. Mr. Jiang, please do not misunderstand. I have merely come to discuss the divorce with Ruyan. Humph. Jiang Luo, I appreciate your companionship with Ruyan over these past 3 years. How about this? Name your price. How much would it take for you to leave Ruyan's side? Jiang Xinqing's gaze was clouded. For someone of Jiang Luo's background was hardly worthy of being considered even a jester in Jiang Xinqing's life. Yet Jiang Luo possessed a visage that eclipsed even his own. Though he understood that Liu Ruyan was not a superficial woman, having been married to Jiang Luo for 3 years and receiving meticulous care, her sight restored, Jiang Xinqing believed he could temporarily bind Liu Ruyan with the sweetness of their past, though he could not guarantee it would secure her for a lifetime. This Jiang Luo posed the greatest threat. He must be swiftly removed from Liu Ruyan's life if Jiang Xinqing hoped to reconcile with her. Jiang Luo spoke helplessly. It's best if Ruyan explains the specifics to you. In any case, we are getting a divorce, and it will not interfere with your relationship with Ruyan. Jiang Luo desired to leave cleanly with financial compensation, but alas, Liu Ruyan, the substantial benefactor, refused to let him go. Jiang Luo owed her a debt of gratitude, along with promises and guilt, a tangled web indeed. You would do well to recognize your position. The man Liu Yin loves is solely me. No matter what you sacrifice for her, she will never come to love you. Jiang Xinqing shot Jiang Luo a warning glance. Jiang Luo could only lower his head in silence. Everyone assumed Jiang Luo was madly in love with Liu Ruyan, still residing in her villa, leading them to believe he harbored delusions about her. In truth, Jiang Luo felt equally desperate. He longed to escape. Yet, escape remained elusive. Ching, what are you discussing with Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan stormed out in a fury. Chapter 16. Arrogance that becomes annoying. Liu Ruyan had been contemplating the prospect of divorcing Jiang Luo when she was startled by the commotion downstairs. It suddenly reminded her of Jiang Xinqing's intention to visit the villa, prompting her to rush down. Yin Yin, I happened to run into Mr. Jiang at the door, and we had a brief chat. By the way, when do you plan to handle the divorce formalities? Upon mentioning the word divorce, Liu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Xinqing either did not notice or chose to press on regardless. His purpose for returning this time was to rekindle his romance with Liu Ruyan, and Jiang Luo was a considerable hindrance to that goal. Yin Yin, this is your favorite lavender. A gift for you. Thank you. Seeing that Jiang Xinqing remembered her favorite bouquet from the past few years brought a flicker of joy to Liu Ruyan's face. Jiang Xinqing then turned to Jiang Luo. Mr. Jiang, I have personally prepared a black forest cake, which Yin Yin adores. If you don't mind, perhaps you could try a slice? His words dripped with disdain and provocation, asserting his claim over Liu Ruyan while indirectly alluding to her impending divorce from Jiang Luo. As the heir to a multinational corporation, Jiang Xinqing was distinguished by his education, appearance, and abilities, having never faced defeat. His unwavering confidence was a product of a life spent in the lap of luxury. Under normal circumstances, someone like Jiang Luo would hardly register in his memory, yet now, being acknowledged as a rival by Jiang Xinqing was a peculiar honor for Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo found the man rather peculiar. He had heard of Jiang Xinqing's exploits and initially thought him to be the type who was arrogant and looked down on others. Aside from his failure to take responsibility 3 years ago when he called off the engagement and failed to support Liu Ruyan during her difficult times, Jiang Xinqing had seemed quite compatible with her. However, that sentiment had diminished considerably. Arrogance, in any form, was off-putting. Ultimately, this was Liu Ruyan's choice, and Jiang Luo felt no entitlement to interfere. No need, I'll just step outside for a walk. Jiang Luo had little interest in remaining there to witness their display of affection. He was no masochist. When Liu Ruyan noticed Jiang Luo's intention to leave, fearing he might head to Gu Yaoi's place, she instinctively urged, Jiang Luo, why don't you stay and keep us company? Her words left him momentarily stunned. But, dear sister, you and your white moonlight are sweetly entangled. Why would you want me to stay as a third wheel? Jiang Luo was at a loss regarding Liu Ruyan's intentions. Jiang Xinqing, too, was taken aback, his expression shifting instantly. Since Yin Yin has invited you, Mr. Jiang, would you kindly oblige? I am genuinely curious about how you cared for Yin Yin during the 3 years I was absent. I would like to learn from your experience. Jiang Luo felt a slight headache coming on. Perhaps it was best to clarify some matters while everyone was present. Thus, he led the group to the living room. Jiang Xinqing, assuming the role of the host, placed the cake on the table and summoned Uncle Li to fetch the knife for cutting the cake, personally serving slices to Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo. Yin Yin, your fondness for the honey-coated black forest cake is evident, and I have also added a hint of berries within. Thank you, Achung. Liu Ruyan's heart was captivated by Jiang Xinqing's flawless performance this evening. Memories of the past flooded her thoughts. A past that Liu Ruyan found utterly inescapable. What mattered most was that Jiang Xinqing still remembered. He would still personally deliver the bouquet of her favorite flowers and craft the cake she adored. Her white moonlight had indeed remained unchanged. Liu Ruyan's choice was not misguided. Even if today Jiang Xinqing's clumsiness caused her discomfort, it was merely a consequence of their long-awaited reunion. After all, they had nearly married, and he momentarily lost control. Liu Ruyan felt her reaction was unwarranted. Reflecting on this, guilt surged within her towards Jiang Xinqing. She picked up her fork and savored the black forest cake crafted by him. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. The cake, enhanced by Jiang Xinqing's touch, was even more delectable. However, over the past 3 years, Jiang Luo had also baked cakes for Liu Ruyan. Once, Liu Ruyan lamented that she would never again taste the world's finest black forest cake, made by Jiang Xinqing's hands. Yet now, in comparison, Jiang Luo's cake was more delightful than Jiang Xinqing's. Why did she feel this way? Was it the unattainable that constituted the true white moonlight? Those irreplaceable memories, once reacquired, began to reveal themselves as not so irreplaceable after all. Is it delicious? Yan, whom Liu Ruyan's response was notably perfunctory. Jiang Xinqing discerned this, and a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his gaze. Damn. Jiang Xinqing's ominous premonitions had indeed come to fruition, upon seeing Jiang Luo's visage, which surpassed even Jiang Xinqing's in attractiveness, and learning of Jiang Luo's meticulous care for Liu Ruyan over the past 3 years, Jiang Xinqing regarded him as his greatest rival. If he wished to reconcile with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Luo must vanish. Just now, Mr. Jiang mentioned discussing divorce with Yan. When do you plan to proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the formalities? Jiang Xinqing's tone held an urgency. If there are no objections, Yan, shall we say tomorrow? Divorce, yet again. Jiang Xinqing desired Liu Ruyan's divorce, and so did Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan was overwhelmed, her mind racing with thoughts of Gong Sun, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and she abruptly slammed the cake onto the table. Aching, what must I do? Do I need your guidance? This action astonished both Jiang Xinqing and Jiang Luo. Jiang Xinqing regained his composure and hurriedly clarified. Yan, I did not mean it that way. I have my own opinions on this matter. You have delivered what you needed to. Now please leave quickly and do not let others misunderstand. Uncle Li. Show him out. Uncle Li had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. However, expelling the scoundrel Jiang Xinqing was something he had long desired to do. With Liu Ruyan's command, Uncle Li was naturally eager to comply. Mr. Jiang, Lu Zong is currently unstable. Please return another day. Jiang Xinqing departed in a fit of anger. Believing himself to be the rightful master of this household, the enduring white moonlight that Liu Ruyan could never forsake. Little did he realize that he had swiftly transformed into a mere jester, and a particularly humiliating one before Jiang Luo. Having barely lingered, he was cast aside by Liu Ruyan. To an outsider, it might seem that Jiang Luo was the true white moonlight in Liu Ruyan's life, relegating Jiang Xinqing to the role of a substitute. Once Jiang Xinqing had left, Jiang Luo could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Ruyan, you must thoroughly contemplate the matter of divorce. It cannot jeopardize your relationship with Mr. Jiang. Is this outcome truly what you desired? Jiang Luo, did you not profess your love for me? A love so profound that you would forsake your very life for it. Yet, I delay the divorce process. And you still urge me on? Liu Ruyan fixed her gaze on Jiang Luo, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. She articulated a well-established truth while deliberately ignoring the unease stirring within her. Jiang Luo's affection for Liu Ruyan was merely a reflection of his feelings for another woman, Gong Sun, who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, the man you truly love is Mr. Jiang. He is your white moonlight. Had you not already resolved this in your heart? I fail to comprehend your intentions. Jiang Luo's words struck Liu Ruyan's heart profoundly. Indeed, her love was unwaveringly directed toward Jiang Xinqing, a fact beyond dispute. Even after he had abandoned her, during the most arduous 3 years, Liu Ruyan remained infatuated with Jiang Xinqing. If she wished to reconcile with him, divorcing Jiang Luo now and having him agree to remain in the villa to assist her in persuading the Liu family would be the most prudent course of action. Why, then, did Liu Ruyan instinctively resist the notion of divorcing Jiang Luo? Even she could not fathom her own desires. The matter of divorce must be approached with caution. It impacts not only us but also Aching and the Liu group. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. With that declaration, Liu Ruyan ascended the stairs without further discussion, leaving Jiang Luo in a state of bewilderment. Wait, Liu Ruyan, have you lost your mind? For some, that night was destined to be one of sleepless torment. Chapter 17. The fear of comparison. The following day, Liu Ruyan tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. She resolved to stay awake throughout the night, contemplating her relationship with Jiang Xinqing. Yet, she arrived at no definitive conclusion. The man she adored was undeniably Jiang Xinqing. But why did she feel that he was not as irreplaceable as she once thought? Indeed, Jiang Xinqing had his quirks. He was prone to jealousy and would argue with Liu Ruyan. However, he also possessed the capacity for introspection after their quarrels. He would bake her favorite black forest cake as a peace offering, sincerely apologizing. In the past, Liu Ruyan perceived this as a testament to Jiang Xinxing's profound love and tolerance, which she greatly appreciated. However, during the 3 years Jiang Luo stood by her side, regardless of her temper tantrums, insults, or even physical outbursts, he remained silent and provided unwavering care. It was Jiang Luo's steadfastness that ultimately allowed Liu Ruyan to recognize his sincerity, leading her to open her heart, accept help, and forge a friendship with him. In life, nothing is more daunting than the notion of comparison. In Liu Ruyan's heart, Jiang Xinxing's past gestures began to pale in comparison to Jiang Luo's dedication. Simultaneously, she had grown accustomed to Jiang Luo's attentiveness, to the point where even the cakes Jiang Xinxing once made for her seemed inferior to Jiang Luo's culinary skills. As she closed her eyes, images of Gong Sun and Jiang Luo together flooded her mind, rendering her utterly sleepless. When Liu Ruyan finally descended the stairs, she encountered Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, where is Jiang Luo?" "Mr. Jiang has returned home," Uncle Li replied. "Returned home?" Liu Ruyan's voice rose in alarm. "Did I not instruct him to continue residing at the villa? It seems Mr. Jiang has rented an apartment elsewhere. He insisted on leaving, and I couldn't say much to dissuade him." "Forget it," Liu Ruyan muttered, her mood further darkening. How dare Jiang Luo disregard her wishes? It was as if he had grown wings. Just moments ago, she had been thinking that Jiang Luo was more obedient than Jiang Xinxing, never once raising his voice against her. Did he still hold that 10 million in his hands? Was it possible that he hadn't returned to this so-called apartment, but had instead spent the night at Gu Yaowei's place? No, that couldn't be true. Jiang Luo loved her, and he was a man of unwavering conviction. How could he change so suddenly? As she partook in breakfast, savoring the fare prepared by an expensive chef, she found the taste utterly lacking compared to Jiang Luo's cooking, prompting her to erupt in fury. "Why did I spend so much money hiring you if you cannot replicate Jiang Luo's flavor?" Upon the return of daylight, Liu Ruyan, the aloof president of the Liu Corporations, had never been so enraged, leaving those around her trembling, uncertain of how to respond. "Enough. I have no appetite. Tell these chefs to pack their things and leave. Miss Liu, please eat a bit more for your health." "I will not." Liu Ruyan stormed off, leaving Uncle Li to sigh in resignation. Jiang Luo's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Over the past 3 years, he had taken meticulous care of Liu Ruyan's dietary needs, spoiling her palate in the process. In days gone by, Liu Ruyan succumbed to blindness, wallowing in despair and neglecting her own well-being. Fortunately, Jiang Luo stood by her side, aiding her in gradually emerging from the shadows. "Alas, Liu, do you truly comprehend the magnitude of the precious man you have lost?" As Liu Ruyan entered the vehicle and instructed the driver to make a brief stop at the entrance of Gu Yaowei's villa while departing from Xian Mountain, the driver, sensing her discontent, dared not inquire further and complied obediently. After waiting for 10 minutes at the villa's entrance, Gu Yaowei finally made her appearance. "All right, Jiang Luo. You shall meet me at the Huaxia Music Academy this afternoon," she said, concluding her phone call just as she noticed Liu Ruyan's Maybach at the door. With a subtle furrow of her brow, she approached Liu Ruyan. "Ruyan, is there something on your mind?" Lowering the window, Liu Ruyan, upon confirming Jiang Luo's absence, felt a fraction of her discomfort dissipate. "I happened to pass by and thought I would drop in." "Jiang Luo is not here," Gu Yaowei casually remarked, observing Liu Ruyan's flustered demeanor, as if her words had struck a nerve. "I did not come to see Jiang Luo. I merely wished to check on you." "Yaowei, shall we have afternoon tea sometime?" Liu Ruyan hastily shifted the conversation. Gu Yaowei bit her lip, taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Liu Ruyan so unable to conceal her emotions. A certain inexplicable sense of rivalry surged within her, prompting a slight smile. "This afternoon, Jiang Luo and I are heading to the Huaxia Music Academy for practice. Perhaps another day? I will message you." "You and Jiang Luo?" Liu Ruyan echoed. "Jiang Luo is a once-in-a-decade piano prodigy from the Huaxia Music Academy. I hold high hopes for him. Now that he intends to return to the piano realm, I aim to nurture him into a pride of Huaxia." Gu Yaowei flicked her hair, showcasing the elegance of an art school beauty. "He is a genius?" Liu Ruyan murmured, repeating the phrase. Jiang Luo had never divulged his past to Liu Ruyan. He had always prioritized her emotions, speaking and acting solely to please her. Over the past 3 years, Liu Ruyan had not sought to learn about Jiang Luo's history, nor had she even inquired about it. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Luo's selfless devotion. Ultimately, even the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan and once held significant importance in Jiang Luo's life was only recently discovered. How is it that after 3 years of marriage to Jiang Luo, You remain unaware of this. Ruyan, even if you treat Jiang Luo merely as a shield, this is not commendable. Is this what he told you? Liu Ruyan inadvertently revealed the truth. Gu Yaowei shook her head. He did not say. Yet I could surmise the general idea. Otherwise, with your status and Jiang Luo's, how could marriage ever occur? Ruyan, I do not know what conditions you have imposed upon Jiang Luo, but he has truly sacrificed much, and you have never sought to understand. If your heart truly lies only with Jiang Xinqing, it may be best to release Jiang Luo, lest you hinder his future. With that, Gu Yaowei felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. 3 years ago, Jiang Luo relinquished the opportunity to further his studies at the St. Born Conservatory of Music, disappointing Gu Yaowei's expectations. Finally, he found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. After all, it was for the sake of marrying Liu Ruyan that Jiang Luo had sacrificed this hard-won chance. The Maybach glided along the road to the Liu group. Seated in the back, Liu Ruyan's gaze was profound, clouded with uncertainty. Had I hindered Jiang Luo's progress? It seemed Jiang Luo still respected the terms of their agreement. Refraining from disclosing the truth to Gu Yaowei, Liu Ruyan's presence had undoubtedly been a savior for the Jiang family. A slight relief washed over Liu Ruyan's heart. Apparently, Gu Yaowei did not occupy as significant a place in Jiang Luo's heart as she had imagined. She was oblivious to the fact that the Jiang family had once teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, forcing Jiang Luo into a contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan to save the family. Yet, the thought of Gu Yaowei practicing piano with Jiang Luo at the Huaxia Conservatory in the afternoon, often in close proximity, stirred dissatisfaction within Liu Ruyan once more. Jiang Luo, have you forgotten that you are still my husband, Liu Ruyan, and a son-in-law of the Liu family? Our contractual marriage remains unbroken. Liu Ruyan must have a serious conversation with Jiang Luo, urging him to cease any clandestine meetings with Gu Yaowei to avoid unnecessary complications. The rain falls throughout the night, my love overflowing like the rainwater. The phone rang. Liu Ruyan assumed it was Jiang Luo calling and promptly picked up, only to find the caller ID displayed Jiang Xinqing. For reasons unknown, disappointment washed over her. Chapter 18. If you do not want it, then I shall have it. General Liu, the driver, caught a glimpse of Liu Ruyan's distraction through the rearview mirror. Her phone continued to ring incessantly, prompting him to offer a gentle reminder. Regaining her composure, Liu Ruyan pressed the answer button. Ah Cheng. His voice was even colder than she had anticipated. I apologize, Yin Yan. Last night, I overstepped my bounds, making decisions on your behalf without consulting you. You have faced considerable difficulties regarding our situation, and I failed to show you the understanding you deserve. The heartfelt apology from Jiang Xinqing echoed through the phone, as it always did. Each time they quarreled, he was invariably the first to relent and apologize. Except for that one instance 3 years prior when Jiang Xinqing had uttered a mere "I'm sorry" before vanishing entirely from Liu Ruyan's life. Had he not done so, he would not have become her unattainable ideal, cherished over the years. Upon reflection, Jiang Xinqing had his own burdens to bear back then. He had obligations to the Jiang family. The Jiang family would never permit him to marry a woman with a visual impairment, even if she happened to be the esteemed heiress of the Liu group. Memories stirred within Liu Ruyan, softening her tone. Ah Cheng, as long as you understand. 3 years ago, your actions inflicted harm not only on me but also on the Liu family. If we wish to rekindle our relationship, we must confront not only public scrutiny but also my family. I require ample time and opportunities to persuade them to accept you once again. It truly frustrates me when you take it upon yourself to dictate my affairs. Do you grasp that? Yin Yan, I understand. Ultimately, it was my fault 3 years ago. My love for you is so profound that it bred jealousy towards Jiang Luo. I feared that during those 3 years, your bond with Jiang Luo, under his care and treatment, might deepen into something more. Ah Cheng, how could you think such a thing of me? If that were the case, how could I possibly consider reconciling with you? Am I out of my mind? Liu Ruyan was incensed. You must cease your jealousy towards Jiang Luo. Does that not imply a lack of faith in me? The fragile trust they had painstakingly rebuilt shattered once more. Jiang Xinqing's evident mistrust, believing Liu Ruyan's affections had waned, stung deeply. A wave of indignation washed over her. Anyone could doubt her loyalty. But Jiang Xinqing was the one person who should not. He was her first love, her unwavering moonlight. Noticing her anger, Jiang Xinqing hastily amended his words. Yin Yan, I assure you, I believe in you. Upon her arrival at the Liu group, Liu Ruyan summoned Zeng Qianqian into her office. What is it, Yin Yan? Zeng Qianqian inquired, her eyes betraying fatigue. She had not rested well the previous night, preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Luo and Gu Yaowei, and worried about her foolish friend, who was unwittingly plunging deeper into the depths of her feelings for her ideal man, seemingly forgiving Jiang Xinqing far too easily. Even if Liu Ruyan could not sever her ties to this emotion, she should not unconditionally reunite with Jiang Xinqing. This was a point Zhang Chanqian had reminded her of countless times. Liu Ruyan spoke with a measured calm. Call Jiang Luo and inform him that I need to speak with him. Why don't you simply call Jiang Luo yourself? Zhang Chanqian replied, exasperated. Just do as I say and make the call. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Who is the boss here? Indeed, it seems that one has learned to wield the authority of their superior with skill. Zhang Chanqian, albeit reluctantly, dialed Jiang Luo's number. Hello? Chanqian, is there something you need? Jiang Luo's deep, resonant voice came through the line. My goodness, my ears might just conceive. Zhang Chanqian teased. What's the matter? Little puppy brother. Can I not reach out to you if there's nothing pressing? Of course, you can, he replied. Clearing his throat, Liu Ruyan coughed pointedly, drawing Zhang Chanqian's attention back to the situation at hand. Realizing her boss's directive, Zhang Chanqian pouted slightly. Actually, it's Ruyan who feels too shy to contact you. So she asked me to call. Ruyan is looking for me? Jiang Luo paused, his tone suddenly serious. Just yesterday, he had been utterly exasperated by Liu Ruyan's ambiguous demeanor, choosing to leave despite Uncle Li's insistence. Jiang Luo did not wish to become an obstacle in the peculiar dynamic between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing, nor did he desire the hidden secrets of his heart to be exposed, even if Liu Ruyan intended to continue using him as a shield. A divorce must precede any cooperation, otherwise, the conversation was moot. Jiang Luo resolved firmly. Disregarding Liu Ruyan's lethal glare, Zhang Chanqian informed Jiang Luo that he was to come to the office, and after he agreed, she ended the call. So, Ruyan, are you asking Jiang Luo to discuss the divorce? The moment the topic arose, Liu Ruyan was overwhelmed with frustration. Why does everyone want me to divorce Jiang Luo? Can't I meet with him to discuss other matters? Well, since you have chosen to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing, do you not wish to divorce Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a response. She softly replied, I have my own considerations regarding this matter. I don't care. I truly like this puppy brother. Once you are divorced, I am reserving Jiang Luo for myself. I intend to pursue him. I am serious. Chanqian, do not jest. Am I jesting? If you do not cherish such an excellent man, do not blame me, your friend, for being heartless. It is far better than letting him fall into the hands of another. With that, Zhang Chanqian exited the president's office, leaving Liu Ruyan to grapple with her tumultuous thoughts. Zhang Chanqian must be joking, right? Beneath her vivacious and playful exterior, she was far more traditional than Liu Ruyan when it came to matters of the heart. Many suitors pursued Zhang Chanqian. She was capable, stunning, and her family background impeccable, yet none captured her interest. At 25, she remained single, without even a first love. Zhang Chanqian did not take romance lightly. Jiang Luo was her first. The mere thought of Zhang Chanqian possibly developing feelings for Jiang Luo intensified Liu Ruyan's anguish. First, there was Gu Yue, and now Zhang Chanqian. Not to mention that woman who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan, Gong's son. Jiang Luo, oh Jiang Luo. Could you possibly be a siren? Why do so many exceptional women take a liking to you? Jiang Luo arrived at the foot of the Liu Group building. Gazing upon the towering skyscraper before her, Jiang Luo narrowed her eyes. It was time to put an end to this. Liu Ruyan was Liu Ruyan, a singular presence in the world, irreplaceable by anyone else. Jiang Luo's actions were undeniably unbecoming. She dialed Zhang Chanqian. I have arrived at the Liu Group's building. All right, I shall come to fetch you. Moments later, Zhang Chanqian appeared in her line of sight, clad in black stockings and a brown leather coat. The ensemble was both minimalist and stylish, the fluid lines accentuating her graceful form. A few loose strands of hair gently framed her forehead, and her fresh, natural makeup added a touch of softness and gentility to her visage. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, Zhang Chanqian could hardly conceal the quickening of her heartbeat and the sparkle in her eyes as she trotted over, exclaiming, Jiang Luo, you haven't waited long, have you? Chapter 19. Are you perhaps regretting it? No. Gazing at Jiang Luo's handsome visage, his brows and demeanor radiated a newfound confidence, more spirited than before. For a moment, Zhang Chanqian's heart fluttered wildly, beating with fervor. Chanqian? Jiang Luo noticed her unwavering gaze and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is there something on my face? No, Jiang Luo. I simply think you seem even more handsome now. I initially thought you would be despondent and heartbroken after Yan Yin divorced you for that scoundrel, Jiang Xinqing. But you don't appear to be affected. Are you all right? In response to Xing Tranqian's concern, Jiang Luo offered a faint smile. Everyone has their own choices. And I have merely found mine, respect and blessings. Everyone believed that Jiang Luo was madly in love with Liu Ruyan, including Xing Tranqian. Who could have imagined that? In truth, he did not love her at all. This indifference was what rendered him so unperturbed. Jiang Luo. Could it be that after your divorce from Yin Yin, you intend to pursue Gu Yaowei? Xing Tranqian's inquiry was laced with jealousy. Suspecting that Jiang Luo had already moved on, emerging swiftly from the shadows of his past relationship. Qian, Professor Gu is my mentor. Just as Liu Ruyan was a significant influence in my life. Please do not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. The choice Jiang Luo spoke of was far removed from Xing Tranqian's assumptions. He merely sought to complete what he had left unfinished 3 years prior. Aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the world as a pianist, to be seen by all, to be seen by Gong's son. Liu Ruyan had reclaimed her own light. And Jiang Luo had repaid the debts of guilt and gratitude he owed her. Well, that is good to hear. I did not misjudge you. My dear younger brother, you are not the type to easily stray. A smile graced Xing Tranqian's lips. Since Jiang Luo claimed to regard Gu Yaowei solely as a teacher, it indicated that Xing Tranqian still had a chance. Once Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo had settled their divorce, she would launch her own pursuit. Xing Tranqian was acutely aware that many were vying for the attention of this charming younger brother, especially given Jiang Luo's striking looks. He could effortlessly debut in a romantic drama and become a star. With a gentle disposition, a melodious voice, an innate ability to care for others, and remarkable culinary skills. Oh, the many virtues of this charming younger brother had even the traditionally minded Xing Tranqian captivated. If she did not act swiftly, she feared he might be snatched away. Jiang Luo, however, did not delve deeply into the implications, merely assuming that Xing Tranqian, like others, believed he was enamored with Liu Ruyan. And thus he could only manage a wry smile. The misunderstanding ran deep, and further explanations seemed futile. Ultimately, his primary objective remained to finalize the divorce with Liu Ruyan. When Xing Tranqian and Jiang Luo arrived at Liu Ruyan's office, she greeted them. Yin Yin, Jiang Luo is here. Liu Ruyan paused, her hand, holding a black pen, momentarily suspended as she lifted her enchanting gaze towards the impeccably dressed Jiang Luo. Tranqian, please close the door. All right. Once Xing Tranqian had shut the door to the president's office, Liu Ruyan's tone shifted to a more serious note. Jiang Luo, did I not ask you to return home? Why did you leave again last night? As smoke? I have rented an apartment outside. Cancel it. Without allowing Jiang Luo to finish, Liu Ruyan domineeringly interrupted. From today onward, move back in. I refuse to repeat myself. Jiang Luo clenched his fists. Ruyan, I was very clear about this matter last night. I can move back, but we must first divorce. And I must add a clause to the contract. I also wish to pursue my career. Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan stared blankly at Jiang Luo. Is this truly the same Jiang Luo who was once meticulous and self-sacrificing? He would go to great lengths to fulfill any request made by Liu Ruyan, no matter how unreasonable. To heal Liu Ruyan's eyes, Jiang Luo was willing to sacrifice his life. Yet now, when Liu Ruyan merely asks him to return home, he refuses and insists on a divorce. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within her. Ever since Liu Ruyan discovered the photo of Jiang Luo with Gong Sun, his transformation, combined with everything else, made it seem as if he had indeed changed. Who does Jiang Luo truly love, Gong Sun or Liu Ruyan? Jiang Luo, you were not like this before. You would always comply with my most excessive demands. Moreover, I provided reasons for you to move back. The matter of divorce must be deliberated. Ruyan, I do not wish to be caught in the middle of you and Mr. Jiang. Given your choice, for the sake of the three of us, divorce is the best option. Furthermore, I once adhered to the terms of the contract, grateful for your kindness to the Jiang family, responding to your every request. Now that your eyes have healed and you intend to be with Mr. Jiang, ending the contract, I too must pursue what I desire. Jiang Luo attempted to explain. Jiang Luo, do not forget. There are still 2 years left on the contract. By defying my orders now, you are breaching the terms of the agreement. I have the right to reclaim everything I have given you. Liu Ruyan shouted frantically. This left Jiang Luo in shock. He had never seen Liu Ruyan like this. In Jiang Luo's eyes, even when Liu Ruyan was most vigilant and distrustful of him, she was never someone who could not discern right from wrong. More often, Liu Ruyan was self-destructive, engulfed in despair, engaging in many foolish acts that harmed herself. Now, having regained her sight and reconciled with her white moonlight, everything had fallen into place as she wished, and she was poised to reclaim a brilliant life. Yet, she stubbornly refused to divorce Jiang Luo and even threatened him with the contract. What could she possibly be thinking? While Jiang Luo found it incomprehensible, he also felt a surge of anger. He was not an unfeeling person. He simply understood others better than most. Previously, when Liu Ruyan was distrustful and lost her sight, her unpredictable nature was something Jiang Luo could empathize with. The Liu family saved the Jiang family. And since Jiang Luo had decided to adhere to the contract and care for Liu Ruyan, he would honor it well. But that did not mean he could accept Liu Ruyan's unfounded accusations. As Jiang Luo fell into silence, Liu Ruyan realized that her previous reaction had been excessive. It was as if she could not contain her jealousy and anger, resembling a petulant and unreasonable woman. Taking a breath, she said, "Jiang Luo, I merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications. You must understand that rekindling my relationship with a Qing is fraught with challenges. A divorce is feasible, but not at this moment. Consider it a plea from me. Would you please move back in? We can discuss the divorce later. I will arrange everything. After all, did you not say you owed me a favor that you would repay?" Mentioning this favor seemed to pacify Jiang Luo somewhat. After all, it was Jiang Luo who owed Liu Ruyan, and he did not wish to be seen as a man lacking in integrity. Furthermore, it was the first time Liu Ruyan had displayed such vulnerability before Jiang Luo, employing the word plea. It was evident that Liu Ruyan truly loved Jiang Xian Qing, and in order to reunite with him, she needed to plan meticulously. Very well. I can move back in, and I can delay the divorce, but I must continue my pursuit of being a pianist. I will not relinquish my residence, nor will you interfere with my career. This was Jiang Luo's bottom line, one he could not compromise. For the sake of the Jiang family and the debts of gratitude, Jiang Luo had already sacrificed the most significant 3 years of his life. Now, he did not wish to delay any longer. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the world and, through his music, seek the ethereal light that belonged solely to him. Fine, Liu Ruyan reluctantly acquiesced, though her heart was heavy with discontent. Jiang Luo continuing to play the piano implied that he would have more contact with Gu Yue. Yet, it was Liu Ruyan who had initially proposed the divorce and the dissolution of their contract. She found herself in a position of inconsistency, with no grounds to prevent Jiang Luo from moving forward. Why was she so reluctant? After all, the man Liu Ruyan loved was Jiang Xian. Her feelings for Jiang Luo were merely gratitude. Why did the thought of Jiang Luo possibly being with another woman after their divorce evoke such a strong aversion in her? Jiang Luo departed, and then Zheng Qianqian entered. Yin, how did your discussion with Jiang Luo regarding the divorce go? Seeing the expectant look in Zheng Qianqian's eyes, Liu Ruyan's displeasure deepened. I do not intend to divorce Jiang Luo. What? Zheng Qianqian was taken aback. Then you plan to reconcile with Jiang Xiansheng? No. Yin, what are you thinking? Now is not the time for a divorce. What do you mean it is not the time? Even if you want Jiang Luo to mediate and persuade the Liu family, a divorce is inconsequential. This way, Jiang Xiansheng will not mind. You previously confided in me about reconciling with Jiang Xiansheng and wanting to propose a divorce to Jiang Luo, fearing he would disagree. Yin, are you having second thoughts? Have you developed feelings for Jiang Luo? Chapter 20. The God of Art Department Regret? Impossible. The one I love is Qing. Always has been. Liu Ruyan vehemently denied it. Even I feel that you seem to be regretting your decision. Otherwise, your reluctance to divorce Jiang Luo would only yield benefits, not drawbacks. Think it over carefully. By insisting on dragging this out without divorcing Jiang Luo, you are merely giving him unwarranted hope while simultaneously causing Jiang Xinqing further distress. Zheng Qianqian shook her head in resignation. Although she had feelings for Jiang Luo, her long-standing friendship with Liu Ruyan compelled her to urge Liu Ruyan to consider her choices more thoughtfully. Do not covet what is in front of you while yearning for what is beyond reach. In doing so, Liu Ruyan harms not only herself, but also the two men who love her dearly. For a moment, Liu Ruyan was at a loss for words. If Jiang Luo truly loved her, then her current actions would indeed be giving him false hopes, which was not her intention. Yet, did Jiang Luo truly love Liu Ruyan? After Zheng Qianqian departed, Liu Ruyan received a message on her phone. Mr. Liu, we have gathered most of the information regarding Gong's son. Jiang Luo arrived at the Huaxia Music Academy. Observing the familiar scenery of the campus, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the sounds of carefree laughter resonated like the most enchanting melody of a summer morning. Once upon a time, Jiang Luo was one of them. What are you thinking about? Gu Youwei's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Jiang Luo turned around, scratching the back of his head. Professor Gu, what a coincidence. I was just about to reach out to you. Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Gu Youwei casually swept back a strand of hair, concealing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the appointed time approached, Gu Youwei had arrived early at the school gate. Anxious that Jiang Luo might unexpectedly fail to show up. 3 years had passed, yet Jiang Luo's aura remained unblemished. On the contrary, it had grown more resolute. Within the music, there existed a mature obsession, evoking imagination and exuding charm. Having not touched the piano in 3 years, Jiang Luo had only slightly forgotten some techniques, which could easily be regained through practice. However, the increasingly mature aura he possessed was what Gu Youwei had longed for. Such a promising talent. Gu Youwei intended to nurture Jiang Luo into a world-class pianist, bringing glory to Huaxia. She would never allow him to be delayed by Liu Ruyan again. How about it? Are you regretting your decisions? If you hadn't squandered those 3 years, you would have graduated from St. Boren Music Academy by now. One significant step closer to your goal of stepping onto the world stage. Gu Youwei said this deliberately, eliciting a relieved smile from Jiang Luo. I have no regrets about my past actions, Professor Gu. It is never too late to start again. With you leading me, I believe I can achieve it. Marrying Liu Ruyan was a matter of gratitude. He felt thankful that the heavens had allowed Gu Youwei to guide Jiang Luo once more. After all, 3 years was but a fleeting moment, insignificant compared to the dreams Jiang Luo aspired to fulfill. Recognizing my significance to you, should you disappoint my expectations once more, Jiang Luo, you would not wish to fathom the consequences. Come, let us proceed to the piano room. Indeed, Gu Youwei strolled alongside Jiang Luo through the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, their conversation predominantly revolving around the piano. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women invariably captivates the attention of passers-by. Professor Gu, is this your boyfriend? He is so handsome, exclaimed a familiar junior, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she approached Gu Youwei. Just as she was about to clarify, Jiang Luo smiled gently. Junior, I am also a student of Professor Gu. Wait, you look somewhat familiar. Ah, are you Senior Jiang Luo? Another student recognized Jiang Luo's true identity. The reason was none other than Jiang Luo's exceptional talent as a piano prodigy from the class of 2019. Among the graduates of the past decade, even those who have made a name for themselves in the piano world pale in comparison to Jiang Luo. He was designated by both Gu Youwei and the principal as the most outstanding piano genius in the last 10 years at the Huaxia Conservatory. The institution had fought hard to secure a coveted spot for him at the St. Barlow Conservatory of Music. It is worth noting that the Huaxia Conservatory is not devoid of science from prestigious families, who would resort to all manner of schemes to vie for such an opportunity. Yet, the administration resolutely granted this honor to Jiang Luo, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his talent, a true marvel that transcended economic barriers. Subsequently, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Luo relinquished this opportunity, prompting Gu Youwei to pursue further studies abroad for 3 years. Now, Jiang Luo has returned here with Gu Youwei. It's truly you. I have watched the recordings of your performances. My goodness. Your playing is exceptional. Thank you. Senior Jiang Luo, have you reconciled with Professor Gu? Well, I suppose we have made amends. Jiang Luo cast a discreet glance at Gu Youwei, who stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of aloof elegance. She neither affirmed nor denied his statement. Oh dear. It seems Jiang Luo has a long journey ahead to earn Professor Gu's forgiveness. Senior Jiang Luo, why did you initially forsake the opportunity to attend St. Barlow? Such a pity. A student posed a rather probing question. An increasing number of students gathered, and Jiang Luo appeared somewhat flustered, uncertain how to respond to their inquiries. It would seem too aloof to simply turn and walk away. Thus, he cast a pleading glance towards Gu Youwei, who was observing the scene with amusement. All right, Jiang Luo and I have matters to attend to. You all may return to your activities, Gu Youwei stated, eager to avoid wasting further time and simply wishing to see Jiang Luo squirm. After delivering this remark, she led Jiang Luo away. Once the two arrived at the piano room, Jiang Luo let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Professor, for helping me out. Gu Youwei raised an eyebrow. After 3 years of marriage to Liu Ruyan, you cannot even handle such a trivial situation? My marriage with Ruyan was solely to look after her. In gatherings like this, my presence is neither required nor desired. You know I have always preferred to avoid the spotlight. Reflecting on the past, Gu Gu Yue acknowledged that Jiang Luo's personality had indeed remained consistent. Even after 3 years, he had only improved marginally. Despite his slight social anxiety, when Jiang Luo participated in competitions, he transformed into an entirely different person. In those moments, he was absorbed in his own world, the melodies he produced resonating with vitality and passion, capturing the hearts of all who listened. His profile, illuminated by the spotlight, was resplendent and captivating, rendering him irresistible. At that moment, Jiang Luo was the sole master of the stage, with the sun and stars merely serving as his backdrop. Even Gu Yue, who had encountered countless individuals, found herself inexplicably drawn to him, her heart racing with a desire to witness that version of Jiang Luo once more. Nevertheless, considering Jiang Luo's extraordinary talent, Gu Yue was willing to indulge his whims a little. Otherwise, she would not have received his call, traveling thousands of miles from abroad to once again place her trust in him. Speaking of which, during their time at the Huaxia Music Academy, Gu Yue and Jiang Luo often practiced together, their striking appearances making them seem remarkably well-matched. Gu Yue had no boyfriend, and Jiang Luo had turned down many advances from girls, leading many to believe that the two were engaged in a clandestine teacher-student romance. Just moments ago, a student had misinterpreted their relationship. With this thought in mind, Gu Yue discreetly glanced at Jiang Luo's profile. This fellow, after 3 years apart, had become even more handsome and charming. Gone was the youthful naivety of his recent graduation. Perhaps the 3 years spent caring for Liu Ruyan had imbued him with a greater sense of maturity and composure, along with a hint of gentleness that subtly graced his features. By the way, Jiang Luo, have you divorced Liu Ruyan yet? Gu Yue blurted out unexpectedly. Chapter 21. The girl with burgundy hair. There is a reason behind everything, yet it remains unspoken. Jiang Luo was somewhat taken aback by Gu Yue's inquiry and chose to respond candidly without delving deeper. Was it because of the Liu family? However, Jiang Luo believed that his divorce from Liu Ruyan was the best course of action. With Jiang Xinqing having returned to the country, it was unthinkable for him to prolong the divorce, unless Liu Ruyan had already carved out a place for Jiang Luo in her heart. Upon realizing this possibility, Gu Yue's mind immediately sounded alarm bells. After all, this student was extraordinarily handsome, a piano prodigy, and had cared for Liu Ruyan meticulously for 3 years. It was not far-fetched to think that Liu Ruyan could indeed harbor feelings for Jiang Luo. Who could say for certain? Jiang Luo found himself increasingly perplexed by Liu Ruyan's thoughts. After 3 years of companionship, he had initially believed that she was not a person to go back on her word. She had promised to be with Jiang Xinqing, to divorce, to dissolve their contract. And Jiang Luo had acquiesced. Yet now, Liu Ruyan suddenly found a multitude of excuses to renege. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Professor Gu, rest assured, I have clarified matters with Ruyan. Now that her vision has been restored, if she wishes to be with Jiang Xinqing, I will do my utmost to assist. However, she must no longer interfere with my career. I will not forsake the piano for anyone or anything. This was the most prudent arrangement. By devoting himself to his career, Jiang Luo would not allow Liu Ruyan to discern that he had viewed her as a mere substitute all these years. Liu Ruyan had reclaimed her own radiance and brightness. Jiang Luo's debt of gratitude had been repaid in full. It was now time for Jiang Luo to seek out the girl who truly belonged to him. Initially, Gu Yue felt a twinge of anger upon hearing that Liu Ruyan was deliberately stalling the divorce, fearing that Liu Ruyan might impose further unreasonable demands, binding Jiang Luo and preventing his departure. However, upon hearing Jiang Luo's words and observing his demeanor, Gu Yue's ire gradually dissipated. If Jiang Luo had developed any affections for Liu Ruyan, he would not be so nonchalant and willing to cooperate with her in persuading the Liu family for her reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing. It was precisely because Liu Ruyan held no place in his heart that Jiang Luo could be so carefree. Having never loved, how could one speak of heartache? For a woman he did not love, Jiang Luo would undoubtedly not betray Gu Yue's expectations. With this thought, a slight smile graced Gu Yue's lips. I shall tentatively place my trust in you, Jiang Luo, without a second chance, understand? Understood, he replied. Gu Yue instructed Jiang Luo to play the piano. She unveiled the white cloth and lifted the piano lid, revealing the Yamaha UX that Jiang Luo had always played. This piano had been generously donated by Gu Yue to the Huaxia Music Academy and was a classical instrument from the 1980s, imbued with significant collectible and commemorative value. Since Gu Yue had taken Jiang Luo under her wing as a student, this piano had effectively become his exclusive instrument. She permitted no one else to touch it. asserting that it would only reveal its fullest vitality under Jiang Luo's skilled hands. In his grasp, it was very much alive. It may sound enigmatic, but those who have heard Jiang Luo perform piano pieces on the Yamaha UX will gradually come to understand. Such a piano, imbued with historical significance and collectible value, can only reveal its true potential in the hands of a genuine virtuoso. Within the realm of the arts, no amount of effort from mere mortals can ever rival the intuitive brilliance of a prodigy. A simple piece flows effortlessly under Jiang Luo's fingers, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he recalls his 4 years at university, practicing diligently in this very room under the guidance of Professor Gu. Jiang Luo could discern that during his 3-year absence, Gu Yue had not permitted anyone to touch this Yamaha UX. He was not oblivious. He felt deeply the weight of Gu Yue's expectations for him. She genuinely valued his talent and aspired to transform him into a world-class piano maestro, bringing glory to their homeland. For the sake of Gongsun and Gu Yue, Jiang Luo had persevered, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. Yet, at a crucial juncture, he ultimately let Gu Yue down. This filled him with a profound sense of guilt, even though his actions were compelled by the needs of the Jiang family. This time, he vowed he would not fail her. Gu Yue slowly opened her eyes. Indeed, your sudden abandonment 3 years ago wounded me deeply. Jiang Luo, his gaze lowered in remorse, replied, I am sorry, Professor Gu. Do not utter those words again. I did not return to hear apologies, but rather to confirm something. Throughout my 4 years in this room, I repeatedly asked you if there still existed a dream of ascending to the pinnacle of the world, bringing honor to our country. To which you always replied with unwavering certainty, yes. Gu Yue's eyes softened with warmth and reminiscence as her fingers glided gently over each key, the delicate sensation stirring within her an indescribable emotional tide. The mottled play of light on the piano's surface intertwined with the glimmer in Gu Yue's eyes. This piano seemed to proclaim, only you can unlock its perfect potential. Begin to play, Jiang Luo. You must quickly rediscover your former skills. I will begin arranging competitions for you. Having been absent for 3 years, Jiang Luo had lost many opportunities and would have to start from the beginner level. However, with his prowess, the beginner stage would merely be a field of unchallenged dominance for him. He needed to accumulate more S-level scores from domestic judges to swiftly advance his ranking and compete in international piano competitions. This is a fictional setting with a piano competition system created by Orange for narrative purposes. Please do not scrutinize too closely. Very well. For the kindness shown by Gu Yue, Jiang Luo felt he could offer no greater repayment than a piece played on the piano, a tribute for her. His long, fair fingers, akin to a master artist's meticulously sculpted creation, descended upon the contrasting black and white keys. Each touch stirred delicate particles in the air, dancing gracefully between the keys like the brightest stars in the night sky, guiding the trajectory of the melody and weaving a magnificent tapestry of music. Unbeknownst to him, a throng of students had gathered outside the practice room, drawn by the tales of Jiang Luo, the prodigy of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, returning to campus once more. Eager to hear the enchanting sound of his piano. Concerning the recording of Jiang Luo, they have heard much about it. Yet, nothing compares to witnessing it firsthand. Jiang Luo's rendition of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata is truly exquisite. The notes resonate with profound emotion, captivating all who listen. The music is soft yet melancholic. Its melody simple yet beautiful, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and infinite longing. As the final note fades, Gu Yue remains with her eyes closed, savoring the moment. Suddenly, applause erupts from outside the practice room. Jiang Luo's performance was outstanding. Oh, with his striking appearance and exceptional talent, he is akin to the protagonist emerging from a two-dimensional narrative. Jiang Luo, I declare my admiration for you. Look at me. The junior students begin to squeal with excitement for Jiang Luo. Superficial. Foolish. How could Jiang Luo possibly be interested in such clamorous girls? Jiang Luo, why are you so rigid about gender? Do you fancy a boyish type? I would do anything for love, even be submissive. The boys join in the ruckus, eliciting a collective display of middle fingers from the girls. They dare to call them superficial and foolish? Listen closely. What utter nonsense. The moral fabric of society is unraveling. Ultimately, are they not all enamored by Jiang Luo's looks and talent? Ahem. Jiang Luo must concentrate fully on his training. Dear students, please do not gather outside the practice room. Gu Yue clears her throat forcefully, almost forgetting, in the past, when Jiang Luo practiced with Gu Yue, students often crept over to eavesdrop. Their admiration for Jiang Luo's skills was innocent, devoid of malice. However, It disrupts his training, and Gu Yue must resolutely disperse them. Professor Gu, wait a moment. A petite girl suddenly darts from the crowd. Her wine-red hair dances in the wind, and clutching a violin, she runs breathlessly. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. In that instant, Jiang Luo feels as though his breath has been stolen. Chapter 22. Are you also named Soon? She bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl who had abruptly entered Jiang Luo's life during high school, rescuing him in ways he could scarcely fathom. With her wine-red hair and an air of breathlessness as she dashed about, she was clumsy yet captivating. Leaving an indelible mark on Jiang Luo's existence, a white moonlight forever etched in his heart, akin to a cherished vermilion birthmark. Suddenly, Jiang Luo sprang to his feet. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, he realized that the girl before him was not Gong Sun, and he gradually resumed his seat. Indeed. How could Gong Sun possibly appear here? The flood of memories crashed upon him unexpectedly, nearly causing him to mistake the newcomer for Gong Sun. Moreover, Gong Sun played the piano, not the violin. Gu Yue, perceptive to Jiang Luo's unusual demeanor, quietly inquired, Jiang Luo, do you know her? I do not. Jiang Luo replied, shaking his head. I am Qin Xuan, a freshman majoring in violin from the class of 2024. She exclaimed with fervor. Senior Jiang Luo. You may not know me, but I have heard of you. The first time I listened to your playing, I resolved that if I ever met you, I would ask you to accompany me on the piano. I learned that you returned to the Huaxia Conservatory of Music with Professor Gu, and I rushed here without hesitation. I realize this request may be quite sudden and presumptuous, but I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Would you kindly accompany me for a piece? Qin Xuan poured forth her heartfelt words in one breath, nearly losing her composure. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She was indeed Qin Xuan, the prodigious violinist whom I had heard about, a brilliant talent specially recruited by the school, and the reigning beauty of the violin department. A freshman, and yet so formidable. Whispers filled the air as Jiang Luo pondered Qin Xuan's words, and he was reminded of Gong Sun, whose name also bore the character Sun. Gong Sun had once expressed sentiments strikingly similar to those of Qin Xuan, inviting Jiang Luo to serve as her duet partner for a piano competition. That initial encounter reignited Jiang Luo's passion for the piano. With Gong Sun by his side, it felt as though no challenge could withstand their combined resolve. She was the sun radiating warmth, illuminating the darkest corners of his life, having pulled him from the depths of despair after the loss of his parents and sister. In a cruel twist of fate, just as she had saved him, Jiang Luo lost her unexpectedly, her presence evaporating, leaving behind only a letter. The mere thought of this caused his once-healed heart to ache anew. So it was you, Qin Xuan. As for this violin prodigy, she was highly regarded by the academy as higher-ups, and even while Gu Yue was abroad, she had heard whispers of Qin Xuan's talents among her colleagues. Yet, regarding Qin Xuan, Jiang Luo. Professor Gu, let us give it a try, Jiang Luo interjected before Gu Yue could finish her thought. Gu Yue gazed at him in astonishment. Jiang Luo, are you serious? During his 4 years at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, many had sought to collaborate with Jiang Luo. But he had consistently declined. In Jiang Luo's heart lies an obsession. The reason for his refusal is intricately tied to this obsession. Ultimately, it is a matter of Jiang Luo's privacy, and he is reluctant to divulge it, making it inappropriate for Gu Yue to inquire further. Surprisingly, Jiang Luo has consented. Is it because Qin Xuan is particularly special? Or has Jiang Luo's 3-year marriage to Liu Ruyan altered his initial stance? For reasons unknown, Gu Yue fervently hopes it is not the former. Is it truly feasible, Senior Jiang Luo? Even Qin Xuan appears incredulous. She has heard tales of Jiang Luo's steadfast refusals throughout his 4 years at university, turning down numerous collaboration requests. Whether motivated by admiration for his looks and talent or desires to exploit his fame for personal gain, the reasons varied widely. Qin Xuan had thought that finally returning to the Huaxia Music Academy to meet her idol and express her request in his presence was enough. She never dared to expect his agreement. Yet, Jiang Luo surprisingly acquiesced. The suddenness of this delight struck Qin Xuan like a bolt from the blue. She felt as though her mind was on the verge of crashing. I have a piece I wish to practice, requiring the assistance of a violinist. And you are perfectly timed to join, Qin Xuan. He added, this is a one-time exception. Otherwise, if everyone approached Jiang Luo for ensemble requests, it would be too challenging to refuse. The rationale behind Jiang Luo's aversion to collaborations is straightforward. He wishes to reserve the space beside him for Gong Sun. As long as Gong Sun's fate remains uncertain, that position will eternally be held for her. As for what he conveyed to Qin Xuan, It was a mere fabrication. After all, they were merely substitutes for Wanwan. Jiang Luo recognized the selfishness of his actions, treating Liu Ruyan and Qin Xuan as stand-ins for Gong Sun. If this is the essence of the matter, let Jiang Luo indulge himself a little. After all, it is not the piano, but the violin. There should be no issue. Thank you, Senior Jiang Luo. Qin Xuan was determined to seize this rare opportunity and boldly entered the practice room. What would you like to perform, Senior Jiang Luo? How about playing Secret That Cannot Be Told? Are you familiar with it? I am well versed in Jie Chao songs. Secret That Cannot Be Told, Sunny Day. I can play them all. Jiang Luo glanced at Gu Yue. Professor Gu, could you assist in harmonizing with Qin Xuejie? All right. Since Jiang Luo has requested, I shall not dampen the students' spirits. The onlookers had already taken out their phones to record the moment, eagerly anticipating the performance. In the afternoon sunlight, gently enveloping the practice room, Jiang Luo began the prelude, his fingers dancing over the black and white keys, the beautiful and melancholic melody soaring forth, each note striking the heartstrings with precision. Gu Yue seamlessly joined in harmony, their performance intertwining with Jiang Luo's piano, creating a sea of stars. Amazing! How impressive! Qin Xuan marveled at the synergy between Jiang Luo and Gu Yue. I cannot concede. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xuan grasped her violin, reminiscent of a protagonist from a manga, drawing forth a melodious sound that transcended the boundaries of reality, imbued with dreams and purity. The rhythm of the unspeakable secret permeated the entire piano room, captivating the listeners in a trance, leaving behind a profound and pure emotion that echoed for a long time. As the performance concluded, someone regained their senses and exclaimed, "The performance was magnificent." Thunderous applause erupted. Qin Xuan, Senior Jiang Luo, simply outstanding. Professor Gu as well. No wonder he is the youngest and most exceptional professor at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Professor Gu, I wish to enroll in your piano class next time. Please take me under your wing. Qin Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, not bothering to wipe the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead due to nervousness, and bowed towards Jiang Luo and Gu Yue, saying, "Thank you, Senior Jiang Luo, Professor Gu." As her wine-red hair billowed, Jiang Luo felt as though he had been transported back in time. However, Qin Xuan was not Gong's son. Jiang Luo needed to awaken from his selfish desires. The ensemble had concluded, and the students were free to disperse. Jiang Luo needed to continue practicing. Yes, the onlooking students departed, satisfied. Qin Xuan exited the piano room with her violin case, and her best friend Feng Xiao immediately approached her. "Oh, son, you were absolutely incredible. How daring of you to request an ensemble with Senior Jiang Luo," and he actually agreed. "You could be the first in history to do so. I never expected Senior Jiang Luo would comply. He and Professor Gu are truly remarkable. Their synergy was so harmonious that I struggled to keep up." Recollecting the earlier performance, Qin Xuan's heart raced, pressing her hand against her chest. I think my rhythm wavered a bit. It was Professor Gu and Senior Jiang Luo who timely adjusted their pace to accommodate me. I was the one holding them back. Well, for your first ensemble with Senior Jiang Luo and Professor Gu to turn out so well, if it were flawless, how could us mere mortals possibly compete with your genius? However, Senior Jiang Luo is so handsome. 3 years ago, the Academy even specifically allocated the sole opportunity to attend the St. Barlow Conservatory of Music to Senior Jiang Luo, who astonishingly declined. It's rather mysterious that he hasn't participated in piano competition since, don't you think? Hey, Sen. Do you think Senior Jiang Luo has a girlfriend? Could he possibly have feelings for you? After all, he never collaborates with violinists, yet he made an exception this time. No, Qin Xuan abruptly halted, a hint of sadness evident in her gaze. She understood the reason behind Jiang Luo's agreement. It was because of that wine-red hair. Perhaps even Jiang Luo himself was unaware. Long ago, Qin Xuan had encountered Jiang Luo and had taken notice of him. Her desire for Jiang Luo to accompany her on the piano was not something that transpired during university. Rather, it was from a time long past. Chapter 23. The most handsome man is the one who takes his work seriously. The student named Qin Xuan demonstrated remarkable skill in her violin performance, effortlessly keeping pace with us during her first attempt. It is no wonder the principal holds her in such high regard. Gu Yue wholeheartedly acknowledged Qin Xuan's prodigious talent, which has earned her the title of the violin prodigy of this year's freshman class. Coupled with her striking beauty, she undoubtedly mirrors the narrative of Jiang Luo's own entrance into the academy. However, what piqued my curiosity was the sudden inclination to collaborate with Qin Xuan. Are you certain you do not know her? Professor Gu, I truly do not know her. It was merely a fleeting whim. 3 years can bring about significant change, and I ought not to remain as obstinate as before. In response to Gu Yaowei's skeptical gaze, Jiang Luo provided a plausible explanation, momentarily alleviating her doubts. Very well. Let us continue our practice. As night descended, after their session concluded, Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head and asked, Professor Gu, if you don't mind, may I treat you to dinner? Gu Yue accepted without hesitation, crossing her arms. Sure, Jiang Luo, but I want you to prepare it yourself. However, she shifted her tone. Will Liu Ruyan be upset about this? She is preoccupied with her own infatuation and hardly has the time to concern herself with me. I don't think it is excessive to invite my mentor to dinner. Jiang Luo was indifferent to this. After all, he had already made arrangements with Liu Ruyan. She could not interfere with his career, especially since his relationship with Gu Yue was entirely innocent and professional. There was nothing to hide. Of course, it's not excessive. If you don't invite me, I wonder if I'll still help you. Humph. Later, as Jiang Luo drove Gu Yaowei's car back to his rented apartment, he said, Professor Gu, please make yourself comfortable while I prepare dinner. This morning, he had stocked the refrigerator with ample ingredients, sufficient for 2. Watching Jiang Luo busily working in the kitchen, Gu Yaowei sat at the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze distant. It was as if she had been transported back to Jiang Luo's university days, a time when she had closely nurtured him, leaving him both astonished and grateful. Such generosity was monumental. Even if Gu Yaowei deemed it insignificant, she simply could not bear to see such talent squandered. She longed to witness how far Jiang Luo's gifts could take him, should he reach the pinnacle of success. Bringing glory to Huaxia and achieving what Gu Yaowei could not, she would consider it a personal triumph. Yet, Jiang Luo could not accept a dynamic where Gu Yaowei selflessly gave while he contributed nothing in return. He was determined to repay her in every way possible. Observing Gu Yaowei frequently ordering takeout and dining at the school cafeteria, Jiang Luo volunteered to prepare her daily meals. At the time, Gu Yaowei found it amusing. Having come from a wealthy background, she had tasted countless delicacies. Would Jiang Luo's cooking even be palatable? Yet, seeing his earnest desire to give back, she could not extinguish his enthusiasm. The outcome, however, was unexpectedly revelatory. Jiang Luo's culinary skills surpassed her wildest expectations, and once accustomed to his cooking, she found it hard to forego. Even after 3 years of silence between them, Gu Yaowei occasionally reminisced about the image of Jiang Luo in the kitchen while dining. In the present moment, Jiang Luo stands before Gu Yue, preparing dinner with great care. As the enticing aroma of delicious food wafts through the air, it stirs a longing in Gu Yue's stomach, making it feel as though she is in a dream. She never anticipated that there would come a day when she could once again savor Jiang Luo's culinary creations, just as Gu Yue finds herself lost in thought. Jiang Luo emerges with the meal. Professor Gu, it's ready, he announces, presenting a dish of tomato and egg noodles accompanied by cheese-covered pork chops. These simple home-cooked delights elicit a mouth-watering response from Gu Yue, who cannot help but swallow in anticipation. With chopsticks in hand, she slurps up a noodle, her eyes sparkling with delight. Before long, her plate is entirely empty. Professor Gu, wipe your lips, Jiang Luo kindly offers her a napkin. Initially worried that after 3 years, Professor Gu might have grown unaccustomed to home-cooked meals, he now feels a sense of relief. Jiang Luo's smile is undeniably handsome. There is a saying that a man devoted to his work is the most attractive. While Gu Yue previously thought little of this sentiment, she has begun to grasp its truth. The sight of Jiang Luo playing the piano or cooking in the kitchen is captivating, making it difficult for anyone, even Gu Yue, who is accustomed to him, to look away. Your culinary skills have only improved over the past 3 years, all in preparation to care for Liu Ruyan. Gu Yue's cheeks flush as she turns her head, accepting the napkin to wipe her lips, hastily shifting the topic to avoid revealing her embarrassment. Indeed, I can't claim to have learned nothing, can I? Jiang Luo jokes, reminiscent of their earlier interactions. You fool, I once promised to cover all your expenses. Was marrying Liu Ruyan truly more important than your future? Perhaps that was your only chance, something many would covet, yet you relinquished it so easily. Gu Yue's irritation rises, her exquisite face growing even redder. Professor Gu, I do not regret marrying Ruyan. It was something I had to do. If I were to lose the opportunity to advance my studies at St. Paulin Conservatory, I would be unable to step onto the global stage, which would only prove my mediocrity as a pianist. For your expectations, I will give it my all, and with you by my side, I believe we can achieve it. Jiang Luo smiles gently, exuding confidence. Under Gu Youwei's guidance, Jiang Luo is destined to reclaim his place on the world stage. This is not merely Jiang Luo's aspiration. It is a necessity. Observing Jiang Luo in this light, Gu Youwei's anger dissipates significantly. One should not strike a smiling face, right? You fool, Gu Youwei retorts, her sharp tongue still at play. Yet, as she speaks, a smile involuntarily graces her lips. Indeed, Jiang Luo is a talent that Gu Youwei has personally discovered and nurtured. Though St. Pauline Conservatory is prestigious, if Jiang Luo cannot overcome this hurdle, what right does he have to speak of conquering the world? Moreover, Jiang Luo's words encompass us. As his teacher, her presence is indispensable. Suddenly, the sound of her mobile phone rings, singing, "Once upon a time. There was someone who loved you for a long time." Jiang Luo took out his phone and noticed a call from Liu Ruyan. With a slight arch of his brow, he pressed the answer button. "Ruyan, is there something you need?" "Liu Ruyan, when will you return?" came her displeased voice from the other end. "I am having dinner with Professor Gu." Upon hearing Jiang Luo was with Gu Youwei, Liu Ruyan's ominous premonition proved true, igniting her anger. "Why didn't you inform me in advance? Have you forgotten that we are still married?" "Why, Ruyan, we had an agreement that you would not interfere with my career. This is a different matter altogether. You are still my nominal husband, dining alone with a single woman. What if you're photographed? It would be a tremendous embarrassment for the Liu family. In any case, return quickly. I will find an internationally renowned piano master to guide you. You must cease your association with Gu Youwei." Jiang Luo found himself at a loss for words. Liu Ruyan's double standards were astonishing. His relationship with Gu Youwei was purely a professional one. Yet, she had no qualms about her own intimacy with Bai Guang, Jiang Xianqing. At the airport, an indiscretion that could jeopardize the Liu family's reputation. They had even been confirmed to have once had a betrothal, nearly culminating in marriage. If captured by the press, the scandal would erupt. A green hat would be forcibly placed upon Jiang Luo's head, were it not for their contractual marriage. His gratitude driving him, he held no love for Liu Ruyan. How could he endure such a situation if he truly cherished her as he professed? Even to the point of sacrificing his life? No man could tolerate it. He had never perceived Liu Ruyan as such an unreasonable woman before. Ever since she regained her sight and reconnected with her past love, she had grown increasingly peculiar, even beginning to dictate Jiang Luo's actions. "Jiang Luo, why aren't you speaking?" Liu Ruyan, her irritation swelling, felt a wave of panic. "I have nothing to say. In any case, Ruyan, I owe a debt of gratitude to the Liu family. After serving you faithfully for 3 years and restoring your sight, I believe that debt has been repaid. Now, I wish to focus on my own affairs. If you still wish for me to assist in gaining acceptance for Mr. Jiang within the Liu family, I hope you will refrain from meddling in my matters." Chapter 24. Jiang Luo, how have you changed? "Ah, no, Jiang Luo. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Liu Ruyan was utterly unprepared for Jiang Luo's defiance. His newfound assertiveness caught her off guard. During the first year of their marriage, Liu Ruyan's greatest annoyance was her wariness of Jiang Luo. She undertook various schemes to compel him to retreat in despair. Yet Jiang Luo persevered, never uttering a complaint. To outsiders, it appeared that Jiang Luo's deep affection for Liu Ruyan allowed him to endure her behavior. Even Liu Ruyan herself, influenced by her surroundings, believed this to be true. Now, however, Jiang Luo's starkly different attitude instilled within her a profound sense of panic. Did Jiang Luo still harbor feelings for her? Or had he already allowed another woman to occupy his heart? "You never spoke to me this way before. You would acquiesce to my every unreasonable demand. Why have you changed? Why do you now oppose me?" Liu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. Even she could not comprehend why the realization of Jiang Luo's transformed demeanor left her heart in such disarray. The man she loved was clearly Jiang Xianqing. "Ruyan, during your period of blindness, I understood your anxiety and distrust. Yet, after 3 years together, I believed we had developed a reasonable understanding of one another. You have chosen Mr. Jiang. You ought to treat him well, rather than using unfounded excuses to prolong my suffering. This is unfair to everyone involved." Jiang Luo could easily discern that Liu Ruyan was deliberately stalling their divorce. Her desire to be with Jiang Xianqing hinged primarily on her need to separate from him. Convincing the Liu family to accept the divorce and feigning a continued relationship afterward seemed trivial. Even Jiang Xianqing had begun to harbor doubts due to Liu Ruyan's reluctance to dissolve her marriage with Jiang Luo, which genuinely vexed him. "Jiang Luo, is your defiance rooted in resentment or jealousy over my relationship with Cheng? Think what you wish." Jiang Luo decisively ended the call. He had no desire to elaborate further, speaking too much could lead to more errors. If Liu Ruyan were to uncover the truth, matters would only become more complicated. Is that how you choose to respond to Liu Ruyan? Do you feel no regret? Gu Yue failed to notice the slight curve of her lips. Listening to the argument between Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan confirmed her suspicions. Their marriage was not born of love, but rather a transaction. Perhaps only the Liu family could have salvaged the Jiang family during that time. Gu Yue was still unaware of the specific reasons behind it. However, she could somewhat empathize with Jiang Luo's sudden withdrawal from St. Boran Music Academy. In her heart, she felt a small sense of joy. Her student did not seem to be the type to abandon their future for love, foolishly trapped in a romantic delusion. With divorce imminent, what was there to regret? For Jiang Luo, the foremost priority now was to attain his piano certification swiftly. He had repaid all his debts of gratitude and wished to extricate himself from these entanglements. Jiang Luo, within the confines of your marriage, I perceive that Liu Ruyan holds an unequivocal dominance. I am uncertain of the reasons that bind you to Liu Ruyan, yet your blatant defiance towards her, does it stem from a sense of assurance? Indeed, Professor Gu, I am well aware of this matter. Receiving such a response from Jiang Luo eased Professor Gu Youwei's concerns. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish for the prodigy I have invested my hopes in not to disappoint me once again, for I have yet to forgive you. Jiang Luo cast a grateful glance at Gu Yue. Thank you. He then drove Gu Yue back to the private villa district of Ziyun Mountain. Professor Gu, I shall take my leave now. Very well. After bidding farewell, Gu Yue watched Jiang Luo's departing figure, her gaze deepening with contemplation. At that moment, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Noticing it was a colleague from Huaxia Music Academy, she pressed the answer button. What is it? Professor Gu. You must check the school forum in the Tiaba. It's gone viral. Your performance alongside Jiang Luo and Qin Xuan has been recorded and shared, soaring to trending status. What? Gu Yue could hardly anticipate such a turn of events. Hastily, she opened her Weibo to check the trending topics. To her astonishment, there were 30 trending entries related to Huaxia Music Academy, featuring a video of Jiang Luo and his companion's performance from that afternoon. Incredible. The youngest and most promising professor of Huaxia Music Academy, the genius piano senior, and the talented violin junior, what sparks could they ignite? If you don't watch it, you concede defeat. The number of likes surpassed 100,000, with comments and shares exceeding 10,000, all rapidly escalating. They had truly become a sensation. These youngsters, indeed. Gu Yue shook her head in resignation. Initially, she intended to leverage her family's connections to suppress the trending topic. Her upbringing had instilled in her a disdain for ostentation. However, this time, Gu Yue hesitated. If the Liu family were to see this trending topic, it might expedite Jiang Luo's divorce from Liu Ruyan. She genuinely wished for Jiang Luo not to squander his future due to Liu Ruyan's influence. At 27 years old, any further delay would be detrimental to him. Perhaps this was Jiang Luo's final opportunity. Liu Ruyan was an obstruction. Contemplating this, Gu Yue ultimately set her phone aside. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luo, he returned to Liu Ruyan's villa. Uncle Li hurried over. Mr. Jiang, you have finally returned. Ms. Liu has been waiting for you and hasn't even had dinner. Why hasn't she eaten? I am unsure. Ms. Liu seems quite upset. Mr. Jiang, currently, Ms. Liu refuses to eat anything prepared by the chef at home, only desiring the meals you personally cook. If this continues, I fear she may develop a gastric ulcer. Jiang Luo felt somewhat helpless. What on earth was Liu Ruyan contemplating? At this moment, Jiang Luo found himself utterly perplexed. Is it truly amusing to torment oneself in such a manner? Now, with her sight restored, Liu Ruyan has reconciled with Bai Yue Wang. Everything unfolds as she desires, yet she still engages in these mischievous antics. However, Jiang Luo retains a modicum of commitment to the spirit of the agreement, setting aside the 3 years of marriage and the gratitude owed for saving the Jiang family. There is also the matter of the 10 million that is rightfully Jiang Luo's reward, a promise made to her. Jiang Luo deserves to claim it. Having prepared a bowl of noodles that Liu Ruyan particularly enjoys, Jiang Luo approached the door of her study and knocked gently. Ruyan, it is I. Silence ensued from within the study. Aware that Liu Ruyan was reluctant to see her, Jiang Luo found herself uncertain about how to confront her current disposition. I have prepared some noodles for you. Please enjoy them while they are warm. I will leave them at the door. As she placed the tray on the floor, intending to turn away, the door suddenly swung open. Jiang Luo, how dare you leave? Chapter 25. Are you feeling jealous? What met Jiang Luo's gaze was Liu Ruyan's icy stare, tinged with an unmistakable hint of anger. Jiang Luo pressed her lips together, suggesting, "You should eat the noodles while they're hot. Don't let yourself go hungry." Liu Ruyan, it seems you still care about my well-being? I thought you had grown wings and no longer cared for anything. Liu Ruyan's words were laced with a sense of petulance, leaving Jiang Luo utterly bewildered. Ruyan, I believe we ought to have a proper conversation. What is truly troubling you? You have regained your sight and reconciled with your shining star. You seem to have it all. Why do you persist in making things difficult for me? Jiang Luo endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor during their exchange, recognizing that Liu Ruyan was both her benefactor and her patron. At the same time, Jiang Luo was eager to understand the reason behind Liu Ruyan's sudden transformation. In Liu Ruyan's heart, Jiang Luo merely occupied the position of a friend, a mere shadow when compared to her radiant star. Why could she not simply sever ties with Jiang Luo, yet continuously meddle in her affairs? Liu Ruyan found herself momentarily speechless. She then turned away, uttering, "Bring the noodles in, Jiang Luo." With a quiet sigh, Jiang Luo had no choice but to follow Liu Ruyan's lead, serving the noodles before her. Liu Ruyan did not rush to speak, but instead began to eat the noodles Jiang Luo had prepared. As the flavors unfolded upon her palate, Liu Ruyan could not help but acknowledge one truth. After 3 years, she had grown accustomed to the taste of Jiang Luo's culinary creations. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Ruyan's reliance on Jiang Luo was far greater than she had anticipated. If she were to truly be with Jiang Xianqing and divorce Jiang Luo, could she adapt to a life devoid of Jiang Luo's presence? Even the Black Forest cake, once her favorite delicacy crafted by Jiang Xianqing, paled in comparison to the cakes Jiang Luo had made for her. Once Liu Ruyan finished her meal, she delicately wiped her lips with a handkerchief before raising her beautiful eyes to meet Jiang Luo's gaze. Under the golden hues of the dusk light, Jiang Luo's striking features were accentuated, resembling a star surrounded by admirers, capable of captivating the world with mere looks. He was even more handsome than Liu Ruyan's shining star. Jiang Luo, during the 3 years of my blindness, did you gaze at me with the same tenderness while preparing meals for me? Liu Ruyan's lips parted softly. Yes, Jiang Luo responded, somewhat puzzled as to why Liu Ruyan had broached this topic. A warmth enveloped Liu Ruyan's heart as memories flooded back. For those 3 years of darkness, she had always felt the gentle embrace of a caring gaze. From her initial discomfort and wariness to eventually relaxing and fully accepting that warmth, it was a gaze that belonged to Jiang Luo. If Jiang Luo did not hold deep affection for Liu Ruyan, how could she have received such a loving look? Constantly concerned for her well-being? Their connection, after all, was merely contractual. The agreement did not stipulate that Jiang Luo must risk herself to restore Liu Ruyan's sight. Beyond love, she could conceive of no other reason. It was only after Liu Ruyan chose the radiant Jiang Xinqing that Jiang Luo was utterly heartbroken, prompting her desire to escape. Jiang Luo, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. However, let us not forget the contract binding us. What if others see you practicing the piano or dining with another woman? Liu Ruyan endeavored to moderate her tone. Earlier, she had been infuriated by Jiang Luo's audacious decision to hang up the phone and defy her. Yet upon reflection, Liu Ruyan recognized that her reaction was indeed inappropriate. After all, the one who must first divorce and dissolve the contract to be with Jiang Xinqing is Liu Ruyan. Unlike other women, Liu Ruyan is capable of self-reflection, which is one of the reasons Jiang Luo is fond of her. Seeing Liu Ruyan finally calm down and in a state conducive to meaningful dialogue, Jiang Luo spoke. Ruyan, my relationship with Professor Gu is entirely innocent. I aspire to become a world-class piano master, and Professor Gu's guidance is indispensable. You promised me you would not hinder my career. Jiang Luo, I did promise you, but must it be Professor Gu you rely on? I could find other piano masters to mentor you. It must be Professor Gu. That is the promise I made to him. Jiang Luo interjected before Liu Ruyan could finish her thought. Observing Jiang Luo's unwavering conviction, Liu Ruyan felt a pang of pain in her heart. How long had it been since Liu Ruyan proposed a divorce? Jiang Luo was so resolute in defending another woman. Could Jiang Luo truly harbor feelings for another after loving Liu Ruyan? Ruyan, from now on, I will be out during the day. If you need my cooperation, just let me know. I will return in the evening to honor our contract. Regarding the divorce, Ruyan, perhaps we should expedite the process. Divorce? Jiang Luo, do you wish to be with Gu Yue? Liu Ruyan finally could not restrain herself from asking this question. Jiang Luo's brow furrowed slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Professor Gu is merely my mentor. I simply do not wish to be caught between you and Mr. Jiang. Jiang Luo, are you implying that you are jealous, threatening me? Must you choose between me and Ah-chung? Your answer is evident. You will choose Mr. Jiang over me. Jiang Luo did not directly respond to Liu Ruyan's inquiry, but instead articulated her true feelings. Liu Ruyan found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had long since formulated her answer. She desired to be with Jiang Xinqing, to grant him another chance for reconciliation. Though Liu Ruyan had made up her mind, upon meeting the so-called white moonlight, she discovered that Jiang Xinqing had changed significantly from the most beautiful image she had held in her memory. This realization dulled her once fervent longing to reclaim Jiang Xinqing. And in comparison to Jiang Luo, she felt Jiang Luo surpassed him. The advantage Jiang Xinqing held was a bond of gratitude and memories Liu Ruyan found impossible to sever. Just as Liu Ruyan fell into silence, grappling with her inner turmoil, her phone rang. The rain falls through the night, my love overflows like the rainwater. Liu Ruyan cast a glance at the phone, realizing it was a call from Jiang Xiancheng. Jiang Luo, perceiving Liu Ruyan's discomfort, took the initiative to stand up. I've said all that needs to be said. Ruyan, I shall take my leave now. As Jiang Luo approached the door, Liu Ruyan could no longer restrain herself and called out, Jiang Luo, could you prepare breakfast for me tomorrow? Just like before. Of course, but Ruyan, you must hasten to adapt to life without me. I cannot remain here indefinitely. Jiang Luo turned her back to Liu Ruyan, concealing her expression, and after leaving those words, she resolutely departed, leaving Liu Ruyan in a state of melancholy. Despite having made a choice, why did she still feel such an inability to let go? Liu Ruyan numbly pressed the answer key. Ah-chung, what's the matter? Yan, why did you take so long to answer the phone? I miss you so much. I long to hear your voice. Jiang Xiancheng's voice on the other end was tinged with complaint, and he quickly added, by the way, have you seen the trending topics? Chapter 26. The desire to sign with Jiang Luo trending topic? Indeed, it's about Jiang Luo. Surely you haven't missed it? Regarding Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan suddenly felt an ominous thought creeping in. She hurriedly opened her computer to find the trending news about Jiang Luo. It featured a video of Jiang Luo, Qin Sun Sun, and Gu Yuwei performing together. Watching Jiang Luo, resembling a prince from a fairy tale, gracefully dance his fingers across the black and white keys. Dressed in casual attire that radiated elegance, each keystroke was precise and imbued with emotion, as melodies flowed effortlessly. Beside him, Gu Yuwei and Qin Sun Sun were equally striking. One exuded a cool, mature allure, while the other embodied the charm of a petite, adorable neighbor girl. The harmonious blend of piano and violin wove together a magnificent composition. Liu Ruyan found herself captivated, lost in their enchanting rendition of the secret that cannot be told. The enthusiastic comments below were a testament to its brilliance. Some even shared it on foreign platforms, garnering likes from the original composer, resulting in soaring views. This was the side of Jiang Luo that Liu Ruyan had yet to discover. During the performance, Jiang Luo seemed to shine with an otherworldly glow, drawing attention far beyond his usual presence, making it impossible to look away. Why hadn't he performed in front of Liu Ruyan for the past 3 years? Why not showcase his finest side to her? Was it because Gu Yuwei, as a teacher, held a more special significance for Jiang Luo? Then, what was Liu Ruyan's place in his life? Unconsciously, she began to spiral into her own thoughts. Yan, I see that Jiang Luo's piano talent is remarkable. He has even started collaborating with other women, gaining fame and perhaps paving the way for his career after your divorce. The emphasis on other women in Jiang Xiancheng's voice was deliberate. His performance was indeed exceptional. No wonder Gu Yuwei was so invested in Jiang Luo. Just from the video, Liu Ruyan could discern his high level of piano mastery. Despite being married to Jiang Luo for 3 years, she had been oblivious to this aspect of him. Yan, I want to share something with you. I've started a short video entertainment company and am currently in need of quality hosts. I think Jiang Luo would be a great fit, especially since he is gaining some popularity online. How about I approach him to sign a contract with me? You wish to sign Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan found this notion rather peculiar. Rest assured, I have no intention of exploiting Jiang Luo with his looks and talent. As long as he joins my short video company as a host, we can discuss the terms amicably. After all, Jiang Luo is the one who healed your eyes. And Yan, I merely fear that after 3 years of marriage, he might be taken away from you. I truly appreciate Jiang Luo's talent. Jiang Xiancheng's words were seamlessly crafted. Liu Ruyan gradually felt her heart soften. I can help you speak to Jiang Luo about it. Great. Yan, when can we meet? I long to see you. Let us postpone that for now. We must be cautious and avoid being spotted by gossip reporters, or we'll be in trouble. Liu Ruyan deftly used this excuse to deflect. Yan, Not being able to see you makes me very sad. Do you no longer want to be around me? No. Qing, do not let your imagination run wild. Upon witnessing Jiang Xinqing's anger, Liu Ruyan quickly soothed him, effectively dispelling his ire. Once the call concluded, Jiang Xinqing's expression shifted dramatically. Having been in a romantic relationship with Liu Ruyan for many years, she understood him profoundly, just as he did her. In the past, Liu Ruyan would never have declined Jiang Xinqing's request to meet, given their status, as long as they exercised caution. What gossip journalist would dare to recklessly publish their affairs? It appears that Jiang Xinqing's ominous premonition has indeed come to fruition. The moment he saw the photograph of Jiang Luo, he sensed that this man would pose the greatest obstacle to his reconciliation with Liu Ruyan. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo learned from Gu Youwei's message about the trending topic. Jiang Luo, Liu Ruyan did not say anything after she found out, right? Professor Gu, you need not worry. I have already spoken with Ruyan. That's good. I will be on a business trip for 3 days. Remember to practice the piano and refine your skills and touch in preparation for the competition. Yes. As Jiang Luo watched the video of the trio's ensemble, he pressed his fingers to his temples, aware that as long as he pursued the path of a pianist, he would inevitably face such situations. If he could not withstand mere trending topics, how could he aspire to reach the world stage? Fortunately, Jiang Luo had healed Liu Ruyan's eyesight, earning a promise from Chairman Liu. Son, if you still pay attention to the news in Huaxia, can you see me? I am right here. Where are you now? Are you alive or dead? Jiang Luo murmured, his tone imbued with longing for a distant moonlight. On this windy day, I tried holding your hand. A call from an unfamiliar number suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Luo's heart raced as he pressed the answer key, tentatively uttering, "Hello? Jiang Luo. I never expected you to have a day to return." A cheerful voice rang out from the other end of the line. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Fatty? It's me, your Fatty. What do you say about meeting up?" Of course. Although it was not Gongsun, Jiang Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Gongsun suddenly reaching out to him was indeed an unexpected twist. Instead, it was his high school buddy who had contacted him. In order to care for Liu Ruyan and keep their marriage contract a secret, the Liu family had requested Jiang Luo to minimize contact with familiar friends, compelling him to remain by Liu Ruyan's side most of the time, resulting in a gradual drift from his former acquaintances. Now that Jiang Luo was embarking on a new chapter in his life, it was time to rekindle the bonds of the past. Moreover, Zhang Ping, have you made any progress on that matter I entrusted to you? Jiang Luo inquired softly. Apologies, Jiang Luo, but I have no news on my end. Perhaps we should discuss it in person. Is that so? All right. Jiang Luo's flickering hope dimmed once more. The next day, Liu Ruyan rose and descended the stairs, discovering Jiang Luo busily working in the kitchen. As he brought out each breakfast dish, he smiled gently upon seeing Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, good morning. In that fleeting moment, Liu Ruyan felt as if she had been transported back to the past. At that time, Jiang Luo would thoughtfully prepare 3 meals a day for Liu Ruyan. Now that Liu Ruyan has regained her sight, it turns out this is the silhouette that Jiang Luo has been tirelessly devoted to for the past 3 years. A sense of unprecedented security and warmth surged within her. Sitting at the head of the table, Liu Ruyan savored the warm porridge that Jiang Luo had prepared, her stomach and heart radiating warmth. Unlike the previous state of being unable to eat, seeing Liu Ruyan finally willing to have breakfast on time, Uncle Li felt a wave of relief. It was truly admirable how Jiang Luo could encourage Liu Ruyan to eat. Otherwise, Uncle Li genuinely feared for Liu Ruyan's health. Simultaneously, a hint of concern lingered in Uncle Li's heart. Now that Liu Ruyan had made a choice to reconcile with Jiang Xianqin and divorce Jiang Luo, could she truly adjust if Jiang Luo were to leave this villa? As Jiang Luo brought out the last dish and loosened his apron, he said, Ruyan, take your time eating. I must be on my way. Liu Ruyan was taken aback momentarily. Jiang Luo, want to you stay and eat with me? I've already eaten, he replied. As she watched Jiang Luo prepare to depart, anxiety gripped Liu Ruyan's heart, fearing he was going to find Gu Youwei, and she quickly urged, Jiang Luo, please sit down. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 27. Once something is truly lost, it can never be reclaimed. Jiang Luo, upon hearing this, paused his steps and obediently took a seat opposite Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, what is it? Liu Ruyan collected her thoughts, still deliberating whether to share Jiang Xianqing's proposal with Jiang Luo, but at this moment, she had no choice but to voice it. There is a short video company interested in you, and they have asked me to inquire whether you would consider signing with them. A short video company? Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. How could they possibly know of my connection with you? Aside from the announcement 3 years ago regarding Jiang Luo's marriage to Liu Ruyan, the Liu family had insisted that Jiang Luo care for Liu Ruyan, leading a life of seclusion to avoid unnecessary troubles. Few were aware of the relationship between Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly spoke. It's a Chung. Is it Mr. Jiang's company? Jiang Luo was taken aback. How could he possibly have the goodwill to assist Jiang Luo? Jiang Luo, being a man, could tell from Jiang Xian Cheng's gaze that he viewed him as a rival in love. Even if Jiang Luo had no reason to clash with Jiang Xian Cheng, he did not love Liu Ruyan, yet she stubbornly refused to divorce him. Jiang Xian Cheng would undoubtedly suspect that Jiang Luo was meddling in their affairs. Jiang Luo, you might want to consider this. You are at a critical juncture in your career, and with my presence, a Chung would not dare to tamper with the contract. There is no need for consideration, Ruyan. To avoid risk, I will not join Mr. Jiang's company. Jiang Luo decisively rejected the idea. He was not a fool. Jiang Xian Cheng's words were laden with ulterior motives. After divorcing Liu Ruyan, Jiang Luo wished to sever all ties with the Liu family. Avoid risk? Jiang Luo, I know you harbor misunderstandings about a Cheng, but do you not trust me? I have assured you that I will review the contract. And you can decide as you wish. Do you still think I would conspire with a Cheng against you? A Cheng is certainly not that kind of person. Jiang Luo felt a pang of headache. Ruyan, once you are with Mr. Jiang, I will naturally fade from your world. That is the best arrangement. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt a tightening in her chest. You intend to disappear? Jiang Luo, do you realize what you are saying? Of course I do. Well then, Ruyan, I shall take my leave. Jiang Luo did not wish to say more to her. When Liu Ruyan calmed down, she would understand that his actions were the best course of action. If Liu Ruyan truly regarded Jiang Luo as a friend and did not want him to vanish, he would be pleased. Despite the myriad emotions intertwined over the past 3 years, Liu Ruyan had at least not viewed Jiang Luo merely as a tool in the end. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Luo felt compelled not to interfere in Liu Ruyan's relationship with Jiang Xian Cheng. With the contract concluding, it was only right for him to depart willingly. As he watched Jiang Luo's retreating figure, the thought of him completely vanishing once Liu Ruyan was with Jiang Xian Cheng brought a wave of indescribable bitterness to Liu Ruyan's heart. As if a tide were swallowing her whole. President Liu, what is the matter? I am fine. Liu Ruyan shook her head, suppressing the peculiar sensation for the time being, as she still had to head to the company. Watching her retreating figure, Uncle Li sighed deeply. Oh, Liu, have you truly discerned what it is that you desire? Once lost, it may never be reclaimed. Liu Ruyan arrived at the Liu group in a state of distraction. Zheng Qianqian immediately noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired curiously, Yin Yin, what troubles you? You seem rather listless. Qianqian, looking at her close friend, who was aware of the intricate love triangle involving Liu Ruyan, Jiang Xinqing, and Jiang Luo, Liu Ruyan bit her lip, resolutely deciding to speak her mind. Upon hearing her, Zheng Qianqian appeared bewildered. Isn't Jiang Luo quite agreeable? If you reconcile with Jiang Xinqing, what grounds does he have to remain? His voluntary withdrawal already shows consideration for both of you. I at least hope that after our contract ends, we could still be friends. He has been with me for 3 years and restored my eyesight. Yin Yin, have you truly contemplated this? Do you still love Jiang Xinqing? Or has your heart already been claimed by Jiang Luo? Zheng Qianqian could no longer tolerate Liu Ruyan's indecisiveness and decided to confront her directly. I certainly love a Cheng. Liu Ruyan blurted out, primarily to convince herself. Deep within her heart, she still held feelings for Jiang Xinqing. The betrayal from the past left an indelible mark on her. Nonetheless, Liu Ruyan could not forget everything she shared with Jiang Xinqing. He remained her first love, an irreplaceable figure in her heart. Though I believe Jiang Xinqing is unworthy of you, once you make a choice, you should not harbor regrets. Jiang Luo loves you and is willing to let go for your sake. Do not squander his affections. Qianqian, do you also support the notion of severing ties with Jiang Luo, never to meet again? What else do you expect? Zheng Qianqian was rendered speechless. Knowing Liu Ruyan's character, it was improbable for her to engage in such duplicity, leading everyone to believe she had genuinely fallen for Jiang Luo. This would not do, Jiang Luo. The youthful and charming younger brother was preordained for Zheng Qianqian. The rain pours throughout the night, my overflow akin to the falling rain. The phone rang. It was Jiang Xinqing. Liu Ruyan, with a complex expression, pressed the answer button. A Cheng, what is it? Yin Yin, I am near your company. I wish to see you, if that is all right. Hearing Jiang Xinqing's almost pleading tone and recalling their lack of meetings in recent days, Liu Ruyan, as Zheng Qianqian had stated, had made her decision and should not disregard Jiang Luo's feelings. The man she loved was the luminescent Jiang Xinqing. With a determined heart, Liu Ruyan replied, "All right, let us meet at another location." "Really? That's wonderful, Yin Yin." Jiang Luo arrived at the tea house where he had arranged to meet with Zhanping. Jiang Luo. Upon seeing him, Zhanping immediately approached, playfully thumping Jiang Luo's chest. "You rascal, after 3 years, how have you become even more handsome? How are we supposed to cope with this? Your words remain as sweet as ever." Leaving me utterly bemused, Jiang Luo remarked, a blend of laughter and tears in her voice. After years apart, she inquired about the recent lives of her companion, Zhanping. "I sincerely apologize, Jiang Luo. During my time abroad, I endeavored to uncover any news regarding Gong Sun, yet to no avail. I had presumed that with such extraordinary musical talent, particularly in the realm of piano, Gong Sun would undoubtedly shine on an international stage. Alas, despite my relentless pursuit along this path, I have found nothing. Gong Sun has not participated in any overseas piano competitions." "Is that so?" Jiang Luo responded, attempting to mask her disappointment, though it was clear that denying such feelings would be disingenuous. After all, her search for Gong Sun had yielded no clues, and relying on Zhanping to locate her abroad seemed a daunting task. During our final year of high school, it was as if Gong Sun had vanished from existence. No matter how thoroughly we searched, we could find not a single trace. Where could she possibly be? As Zhanping uttered these words, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Luo. "Jiang Luo, do you still intend to hold on to hope? 7 years have already passed." Chapter 28. Is she still my white moonlight? Zhanping, my high school years were the most arduous days of my life. You know better than anyone how significant Gong Sun is to me. She is my most cherished pianist, and I must find her," Jiang Luo declared with unwavering determination. "Alas, what is love in this world, that it binds life and death together? Since you have stated it so, as your brother, I naturally support you. You have resumed playing the piano, which suggests that matters concerning the Liu family are nearly resolved. I have heard that you assisted in curing Mr. Liu's eyes. I even saw Professor Gu in a video. Have you reconciled with Professor Gu?" Years ago, Jiang Luo relinquished his opportunity to attend the St. Born Conservatory of Music to become a son-in-law to the Liu family. Though Jiang Luo did not articulate the reasons, Zhanping was aware of some of them. The Jiang family was on the verge of bankruptcy, and the Liu family sought out Jiang Luo, intending to use him as a mere pawn to shield their dignity. Zhanping, witnessing this, felt an urgency to help, yet the chasm created by the Jiang family's debts was too vast. Only the Liu family could extricate them from this mire. Consequently, Jiang Luo could not openly disclose his reasons for abandoning the piano, enduring humiliation for 3 years, leading many who failed to grasp the truth to harbor disappointment towards him, particularly Professor Gu Yaowei, who had devoted 4 years to nurturing Jiang Luo's talents. "Professor Gu is willing to offer me one last chance, this time. I shall not disappoint her. That is wonderful, truly wonderful." Zhanping rubbed his hands together, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Well, brother, may I ask for your assistance with something?" Jiang Luo smiled gently. "Zhanping, when did you become so bashful after 3 years abroad? Given our relationship, feel free to ask for anything I can help with. It is like this. I have established a short video entertainment company named Douyin. We are currently developing algorithms to gather big data, and the prospects are immense, yet I require several popular streamers to bolster our presence. If you do not mind, I can offer you an S-level contract with generous terms. All you would need to do is create a few videos when time permits, while the other staff will handle the rest." Why is everyone diving into short videos? First it was Jiang Xinqing, and now even Zhanping has joined in. Jiang Luo had devoted 3 years to caring for Liu Ruyan, living in seclusion and remaining oblivious to the world, seemingly missing out on much. This is a vast ocean of opportunity. Those with an entrepreneurial spirit have begun to engage in this realm. I have heard that the Jiang family has invested heavily in the short video sector, nearly overwhelming other companies. Fortunately, my family entered the field early, leveraging advanced algorithms and big data, thus avoiding collapse. Presently, every company is on the lookout for talented streamers who can attract attention. These are invaluable resources. Jiang Luo, with your piano prowess and striking looks, if you are willing to join Douyin, coupled with my personal guidance and resources, you are bound to achieve great success. Once you gain fame domestically, perhaps Gong Sun will hear about you. This final statement truly resonated with Jiang Luo. According to the competitions arranged by Professor Gu, It may still be some time before Jiang Luo is scheduled for a world-class piano competition. If Jiang is willing to support Jiang Luo and ascend to the forefront of short videos, his fame will naturally rise, allowing him to be seen by a broader audience, including Gongsun. Jiang, this matter cannot be decided by me alone. I must consult with Professor Gu. Very well, as long as you are willing to consider it. Jiang beamed with a broad smile. He was merely testing the waters, not only for his own interest but also to assist Jiang Luo. In the past, Jiang had been powerless to aid Jiang's family during their troubles. After spending 3 years abroad to develop his career, he had been unable to uncover any leads regarding Gongsun for Jiang Luo. Now that Jiang's career is beginning to flourish, helping Jiang Luo gain recognition would significantly increase the chances of finding Gongsun. Jiang firmly believes that Gongsun's sudden departure was due to unavoidable circumstances. If she is still alive, she would never abandon her bond with Jiang Luo, knowing all these years he has been searching for her tirelessly. Jiang, thank you. Jiang Luo is well aware of Jiang's heartfelt intentions. They have known each other since childhood and have grown up together, with Jiang supporting Jiang Luo through many difficulties. Even when the Jiang family was on the brink of bankruptcy, Jiang contemplated sacrificing his own career to help pay off some of their debts, but Jiang Luo stopped him. Jiang Luo has always remembered these acts of kindness, feeling a deep sense of gratitude that he must repay without dragging his good friend into trouble. Hence, he is profoundly appreciative of the assistance he offered to the Liu family, even though they demanded he enter into a contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan and made unreasonable requests. Jiang Luo complied without complaint. Between brothers, there is no need to say much. In their youth, when Jiang's family was not prosperous, he had been bullied for his naturally plump figure. If it were not for Jiang's timely intervention, Jiang Luo could not fathom what might have become of him. Moreover, he values Jiang's talent and charm, believing that if he works diligently alongside him, wealth will surely follow. With a shared smile, their bond speaks volumes without the need for words. They have weathered trials together, and in this lifetime, they're the best of brothers. By the way, Jiang Luo, in that viral video of yours, aside from Professor Gu, there was a violinist. At first glance, she bore a resemblance to Gongsun, and I thought you had found her. Her name is Qin Xuanxuan, a first-year violinist at the Huaxia Music Academy. Jiang nodded thoughtfully, remarking on the coincidence of their names, sharing the character Sun, which explains why you were willing to perform with her. Jiang Luo, do you remember? Gongsun used to enjoy playing various instruments, but it was only after meeting you that she committed to the piano. Don't mistake an innocent person for Gongsun as substitute. I would never forgive you for being so fickle, even as a good brother. I understand, Jiang. Jiang Luo could only smile. Of course, he knows. How could he not? That girl who redeemed Jiang Luo had sacrificed so much for him. It was for Jiang Luo that Gongsun dedicated herself to the piano, practicing diligently to keep pace with him. Jiang Luo is willing to be indulgent this once, but it is likely there will be no further opportunities for collaboration. Qin Xuanxuan is, after all, not Gongsun. She is a violinist. However, Gongsun is a true genius, a pianist surpassing Jiang Luo in brilliance. Jiang Luo is unworthy of using any woman as a substitute for Gongsun. While Jiang Luo conversed with Jiang, two figures entered the tea house. Yuyan, thank you for agreeing to accompany me. I am truly delighted, Jiang Xinqing softly spoke, attempting to take Liu Ruyan's hand, only to have it subtly evaded. Chung, there are many people outside. Please refrain from such gestures. Liu Ruyan could only find excuses to deflect the situation. Jiang Xinqing's expression shifted. Many people? Just moments ago, they had been alone in the car. Jiang Xinqing could only hold Liu Ruyan's hand for a brief moment before she withdrew, claiming he should concentrate on driving. He had foolishly believed that upon returning to the country, he would completely win Liu Ruyan back, especially since she had forgiven his past abandonment. Jiang Xinqing was no longer the innocent young man who once courted Liu Ruyan. After 3 years apart, he had indulged in a life of excess abroad, gradually becoming more liberated in his desires. Simple hand-holding no longer sufficed. Even kissing fell short. Liu Ruyan had agreed to meet Jiang Xinqing for a date. Yet throughout the encounter, she wore an expression as if someone owed her billions. The Liu Ruyan of the past would never have acted this way. She must have been influenced by Jiang Luo. Jiang Xinqing had to concede that idle man, relying on his looks, possessed some skills. Previously, Jiang Xinqing had held disdain for a man like Jiang Luo, lacking both lineage and capability. Now, however, he regarded Jiang Luo with a wary eye, treating him as a rival. Jiang Xinqing was not mistaken. Liu Ruyan indeed harbored thoughts for Jiang Luo. Meanwhile, whenever he found himself alone with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Xinqing could not resist the urge to touch her. Each time their bodies made contact, Liu Ruyan instinctively reacted with physiological resistance. The Jiang Xinqing of old would never have acted this way. He had been a gentleman, deeply respectful of Liu Ruyan's choices, especially since Liu Ruyan had expressed that Jiang Xinqing's betrayal 3 years prior had deeply wounded her, and even if they were to reconcile, it would require time to nurture their feelings and slowly heal. Jiang Xinqing had agreed, but found himself unable to restrain his impulses toward Liu Ruyan. She was truly vexed. She felt repulsed. After 3 years apart from the familiar contours of Liu Ruyan and the sound of her voice, Jiang Xinqing seemed to have changed profoundly. Was he still the unattainable white moonlight in her heart, a love she could not possess? Chapter 29. A tangle of relationships. In contrast, Jiang Luo displayed an admirable restraint. During the darkest hours of Liu Ruyan's despair, when she succumbed to her own misery, Jiang Luo never sought to take advantage of her vulnerability. Even though his love for her bordered on madness, he remained steadfastly composed, never exploiting her misfortune. This quality proved immensely comforting to Liu Ruyan, which is why she was able to accept Jiang Luo's presence so readily. Yin, has Jiang Luo truly been dragging his feet over the divorce? At the mention of this matter, Jiang Xiancheng's tone shifted dramatically. That wretched frog, Jiang Xiancheng, had returned to the country. Yet he still clung to the idea of Liu Ruyan, oblivious to his own shortcomings, utterly shameless. What could he possibly compare to Jiang Xiancheng? The epitome of her affection? Ah Cheng, it's not solely Jiang Luo's fault. There are other factors at play. In any case, allow me to handle this situation. I will resolve it. Please refrain from intervening, or I shall be quite displeased. Liu Ruyan feigned a lie. For it was inconceivable to confess to Jiang Xiancheng that she was deliberately stalling the divorce. Such honesty would only lead to further complications in his thoughts. She must wait until she had sorted through her emotions, thoughtfully considering what would be best for all three involved before broaching the subject of divorce. At present, Liu Ruyan was acutely aware of one thing. She did not wish to divorce Jiang Luo. The thought of him vanishing from her life, as he had suggested, was unbearable. Seated with his back to Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xiancheng, Jiang Luo was unaware of their arrival. In the midst of sipping tea, Zhanping lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback by a familiar silhouette, momentarily doubting his own vision, before exclaiming, "You, Gongsun." Upon hearing the name Gongsun, Jiang Luo felt a jolt of surprise and hurriedly followed Zhanping's gaze. To his dismay, it was Liu Ruyan. In an instant, his initial excitement waned considerably. Liu Ruyan, now aware of Jiang Luo and Zhanping, felt a wave of discomfort at being associated with Gongsun, as if she were merely a stand-in for someone else. What a coincidence, Zhanzong, Jiang Luo, both of you are here. Truly, fate has a sense of irony. Jiang Xiancheng approached Liu Ruyan, maintaining an exaggeratedly intimate distance, a blatant display of dominance before Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan belonged to him. Jiang Xiancheng. Mr. Jiang? What brings you here? My apologies, I seem to have mistaken you for someone else. Is she your girlfriend? As a competitor in the short video industry, Jiang Xiancheng had crossed paths with Zhanping on numerous occasions. Despite their rivalry, it was vital to maintain a day of harmony. No one was foolish enough to provoke outright confrontation. Previously, Jiang Xiancheng had scarcely regarded Zhanping with any respect. With the backing of his powerful family, he possessed ample resources, capable of easily outmaneuvering Zhanping with sheer financial might. Many companies in the short video sector had either been forced out or acquired by the Jiang family, leaving only a handful, including Zhanping's, still standing. Consequently, Jiang Xiancheng had taken a closer interest in Zhanping, contemplating the acquisition of Douyin's formidable algorithms and data, and had been in constant communication with him. This is the big data algorithm painstakingly developed by Zhanping, who intends to leverage Douyin to achieve greatness. Now that he has begun to see progress, how could he simply relinquish it? He resolutely rejected Jiang Xinqing's demands. Yes, this is my girlfriend. A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Xinqing's mouth, clearly relishing Zhanping's words, casting a taunting glance at Jiang Luo. Even Jiang Luo's friends believed that Jiang Xinqing and Liu Ruyan were a perfect match. Jiang Luo, oh Jiang Luo, you wretched toad, it's time to give up. Jiang Luo felt utterly helpless. He had never considered competing with Jiang Xinqing for Liu Ruyan. He was not the rival Jiang Xinqing fancied. Ah Cheng. Liu Ruyan could hardly believe that Jiang Xinqing had openly acknowledged it, shooting him an incredulous glare. There were outsiders present. If this escalated, it could jeopardize her plans for reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing. Simultaneously, Liu Ruyan dared not meet Jiang Luo's gaze. Moments earlier, she had told Jiang Xinqing a lie. If Jiang Luo were to discover this, she shuddered at the thought of how furious he would be. Yin. It seems that President Zhan is quite familiar with Jiang Luo. Isn't it only a matter of time before he finds out? If you don't mind, how about we compete for the table? Jiang Xinqing was being intentionally provocative, wanting to flaunt his relationship in front of Jiang Luo to show who truly deserved Liu Ruyan. Certainly not Jiang Luo, the homeless dog without the Liu family. Even Zhan Peng, albeit slowly, sensed something amiss. Casting a glance at Jiang Luo, he subtly signaled, "Well, I've had enough to drink with Zhan Peng. I'll take my leave. You all enjoy your conversation." Jiang Luo had no desire to linger as a mere bystander. Jiang Xinqing was clearly intent on flaunting his affection and humiliating Jiang Luo. Although Jiang Luo remained unaffected internally, there was no need to waste time playing the fool alongside Jiang Xinqing. "Jiang Luo, don't leave. Shouldn't we clarify a few matters?" As Jiang Luo attempted to depart, Jiang Xinqing obstructed him, burning with fury as he glared at him. He was determined to settle the score regarding the prolonged delay in the divorce. "Ah Cheng, please don't act this way." Liu Ruyan bit her lip, feeling that Jiang Xinqing's behavior was excessive. Even she recognized that Jiang Xinqing was purposefully making things difficult for Jiang Luo, treating others as fools. Why had Jiang Xinqing become this way? The Jiang Xinqing of 3 years ago would never have behaved like this. "Mr. Jiang, the only man Liu Ruyan loves is you. Now that you have reconciled, I will do my utmost to cooperate to gain the Liu family's support, and nothing you fear will occur. Please do not consider me your rival. I am unworthy. Zhanping, let us depart." "You." Were it not for the presence of others, Jiang Xinqing would have undoubtedly struck Jiang Luo with a punch. How dare this fellow utter such grandiose words? It was Jiang Luo who had prolonged the divorce with Liu Ruyan. His words were more melodious than a song. Jiang Xinqing should never have believed Jiang Luo, fully aware that Jiang Luo loved Liu Ruyan to the point of sacrificing everything. How could he trust that Jiang Luo would willingly step aside after investing so much? Without discussing Liu Ruyan's beauty, merely considering her background, the mere prospect of Jiang Luo being with Liu Ruyan would suffice to bestow upon him a lifetime of wealth and honor. Oh, Zhan Peng, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, nearly wished to strangle his former self. By heavens, this triangular relationship is exceedingly convoluted. Jiang Xinqing acknowledges Liu Ruyan as his girlfriend. While she is also the intended spouse of Jiang Luo, it is chaos. Utter chaos. Merely contemplating this leaves Zhanping's scalp tingling with discomfort. He hastily followed Jiang Luo's departure, leaving Jiang Xinqing standing in place, his countenance dark and brooding. Jiang Luo, as Jiang Xinqing surmised, appeared to concede, feeling in the wrong. Yet, why did Jiang Xinqing experience no sense of victory? Observing Jiang Luo's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Liu Ruyan, it appeared he merely chose not to compete, relinquishing Liu Ruyan to Jiang Xinqing without a second thought. Such an attitude deeply irked Jiang Xinqing. It was as if the woman Jiang Xinqing longed to reconcile with was nothing more than a discarded object, long worn out by Jiang Luo. This Jiang Luo is undoubtedly a master of performance. Chapter 30. They are different. Once Jiang Luo and the others had departed, Liu Ruyan spoke up, her voice laced with irritation. "Ah Cheng, you have gone too far. I have expressly stated that our matters should not involve Jiang Luo. Moreover, why did you acknowledge our relationship in front of outsiders? Yin, Zhanping is a friend of Jiang Luo. Do you truly believe he is unaware of our connection? Enough of this anger. As your man, I will eventually clarify everything with Jiang Luo. I refuse to allow him to keep you tethered, jeopardizing our future." Jiang Xinqing replied nonchalantly, attempting to take Liu Ruyan's hand, only to be evaded by her. "Damn it." Jiang Xinqing cursed inwardly, observing the cold expression on Liu Ruyan's face. He knew he had to be patient and appease her. "Yin, do you realize who that person was? He is the founder of Douyin, competing with me for the short video market in our country. It seems that Jiang Luo's refusal of my collaboration was not out of high-mindedness. Rather, he has already secured a new partner." Recalling Jiang Luo's words this morning about disappearing from her world, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of despair wash over her. "Ah Cheng, I just remembered that I have matters to attend to at the company. I must leave now. And you promised me you wouldn't seek out Jiang Luo. If you do, I will ignore you. I will handle this matter." Jiang Xinqing, losing control, exclaimed, "Wait, Yin, are you really leaving so soon? What do you take me for? You aren't planning to pursue Jiang Luo, are you?" Ah Chung, if I did not care about you, I would not even consider reconciling. The wounds you inflicted upon me 3 years ago run too deep for me to forget. Despite that, I am willing to give you another chance. Yet, your repeated disregard for my wishes disrupts my plans and leaves me disheartened. Think carefully about this. Without another word, Liu Ruyan departed, leaving Jiang Xinqing with a countenance as grim as if he had tasted something vile. Moments later, a figure stealthily approached Jiang Xinqing. Mr. Jiang, I have taken the photographs as you requested. Excellent. I want to see them trending on social media tomorrow, no matter the cost. Understood. Jiang Xinqing had returned to the country with the sole intention of winning Liu Ruyan back. By any means necessary, he must regain the approval of the Liu family. Jiang Luo, you worthless fool, do you think you can keep Liu Ruyan? Dream on. As Liu Ruyan exited the tea house, she glanced around. Failing to catch sight of Jiang Luo, he had indeed left. She pulled out her phone and sent him a message. I'm sorry, Jiang Luo, Ah Chang. Was just too much. Before long, Jiang Luo replied with 3 simple words. It's all right. For reasons unbeknownst to her, those 3 words left Liu Ruyan feeling hollow. As though something vital was missing, unable to be pieced together. Despite Jiang Luo's generous nature in forgiving Jiang Xinqing's earlier provocations, she found no joy in it. Perhaps if she could witness Jiang Luo's jealousy and vexation, it might bring her a semblance of happiness. As I recall, Jiang Luo mentioned feeling unworthy to be a rival of Jiang Xinqing, her demeanor exuding a certain nonchalance, as if she truly held no regard for Liu Ruyan. Merely offering a straightforward explanation, it was not only Jiang Xinqing who felt discomfort, Liu Ruyan too shared in the sentiment. When Zhanping first laid eyes on Liu Ruyan, he instinctively called her Gong Sun. Is it possible that in Jiang Luo's circle, Liu Ruyan is merely seen as a substitute for Gong Sun? The affection Jiang Luo harbors for Liu Ruyan, which is said to be so profound that she would go to great lengths for her, seems to stem solely from Liu Ruyan's resemblance to Gong Sun. Jiang Luo's affection is a manifestation of love for the house and its crow. On a deeper level, Liu Ruyan dared not contemplate the truth, fearing the revelation, and preferred to be ensnared in her own beliefs, convinced that Jiang Luo genuinely loved her. Jiang Luo exchanged places with Zhanping. Jiang Luo, I truly did not expect that General Liu bore such a striking resemblance to Gong Sun. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have believed them to be the same person, Zhanping remarked, clicking his tongue. Apart from their differing hair color, at first glance, Liu Ruyan appeared to be Gong Sun. However, upon closer interaction, it became evident that Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun possessed entirely distinct personalities. Liu Ruyan exuded an aura of coldness and strategic brilliance, embodying the image of a powerful woman reminiscent of a reincarnation of Wu Zetian. In contrast, Gong Sun was a sunny, bright, and occasionally capricious school beauty, a character often found in countless campus novels and anime. 8 years had passed, and one could only wonder how Gong Sun had transformed. Do you still remember a man from Huaxia's Kyoto, whom she had redeemed during high school, was now filled with longing and tirelessly searching for her? Jiang Luo remained silent. This was something he understood all too well. Alas, after 3 years of marriage with Liu Ruyan, sharing daily life together, Jiang Luo occasionally found himself viewing Liu Ruyan through the lens of Gong Sun. Their striking similarity at times manifested in stubborn traits that seemed to have been carved from the same mold. Furthermore, both were skilled pianists. Fortunately, after Jiang Xinqing's betrayal left Liu Ruyan blind, she became agitated at the sound of piano music and vowed never to touch the instrument again. Otherwise, Jiang Luo feared he might further delude himself into seeing Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for Gong Sun. Jiang Luo, cough, cough. Ooh. I previously heard you fell in love with Liu Ruyan, even willing to undergo trials to help her regain her sight. I was skeptical. But it seems now you might be treating Liu Ruyan as Gong Sun's replacement? Zhanping could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhanping, do not speak nonsense. Jiang Luo reprimanded, his countenance stern, for this was a truth he most wished to keep from Liu Ruyan. Indeed, I must have been foolish to utter such words. Zhanping replied, slapping his mouth. Even if it were an unspoken truth, this matter must remain concealed. Otherwise, given Liu Ruyan's status and temperament, she would undoubtedly not spare Jiang Luo from her wrath. Meanwhile, Gu Yue sat on the high-speed train, arms crossed and eyes closed in a light slumber. The sound of her phone vibrating broke the stillness. Upon noticing Jiang Luo's call, a subtle smile crept upon her lips as she pressed the answer button. What is it? Professor Gu, I would like to discuss a matter with you, if I may. Jiang Luo began to relay Zhanping's collaboration plan to Gu Yue. Initially, one might have anticipated that Gu Yue would intervene, Yet to her astonishment, Gu Yue promptly acquiesced. Very well. Surprised by this unexpected response, Jiang Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. The competition does not solely hinge on one's skills and talent. External factors often play a crucial role, such as one's background and reputation. I will do my utmost to assist you with the former, while the latter you must earn for yourself. I have heard of Douyin, this short video platform, and it seems to be a promising enterprise. If your brother is indeed willing to invest resources to support you, that would be splendid. Whenever the contract is ready, I will accompany you. Thank you, Professor Gu. Jiang Luo felt immense gratitude. Everything Gu Yue said and did was in consideration of Jiang Luo, especially since he had once disappointed her expectations. After 3 years of silence between them, it was remarkable that Gu Yue remained steadfast in her support for Jiang Luo. To encounter such a mentor was indeed a stroke of fortune for him. Do not rush to thank me. Simply focus on what you must accomplish, she advised. After ending the call, Jiang Luo relayed Gu Yue's intentions to Zhan Peng. All right, I too wish to meet Professor Gu in person. Signing the contract face-to-face will surely put her at ease. I will take care of the arrangements. I appreciate your help, Zhan Peng. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Jiang Luo intended to diligently practice the piano, striving to regain his touch and ensure he did not disappoint Gu Yue's expectations. At that moment, he encountered 2 familiar figures approaching. Hey, Sin, isn't that Jiang Luo, our senior? Chapter 31, The Pianist Jiang Luo. Illuminated Feng Xiao was the first to spot Jiang Luo and quickly tapped Qin Xuanxuan on the shoulder. Qin Xuanxuan, still contemplating whether the rent here was reasonable, was momentarily taken aback by Feng Xiao's words and turned to look ahead. It was indeed Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo was equally surprised to encounter Qin Xuanxuan and smiled. Qin, what a coincidence. Senior Jiang Luo, what brings you here? Ah, I've rented an apartment here and come regularly to practice the piano. Qin Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. Senior Jiang Luo, I'm Feng Xiao, a close friend of Sun. Coincidentally, she is also looking to rent an apartment here to practice the violin. You'll be neighbors. How wonderful. Seeing an opportunity, Feng Xiao immediately supported her friend. Qin Xuanxuan, feeling flustered, interjected, Feng Xiao, please don't say that. I haven't made a decision yet. Hearing the familiar term of endearment, a flicker of sadness crossed Jiang Luo's eyes. Politely, he inquired, Qin, are you also planning to rent here? Yes. I find it difficult to practice at school, so I thought it best to rent an apartment outside. I occasionally need a place to rest and practice the violin. And after searching, I found this place has the best soundproofing, ensuring I won't disturb anyone. As a first-year violin prodigy at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, Qin Xuanxuan's dedication to her craft was truly admirable. Indeed, Feng Xiao added, seeing Sun work so hard, I feel overwhelmed, but thankfully, I'm not studying the violin. I'm in the vocal department, haha. No. Senior Jiang Luo, I have seen a true genius before. She is the idol I aspire to follow. If I ever have the chance to perform alongside her, I only hope my performance won't detract from hers. Compared to her, I feel utterly unworthy. At the mention of her idol, Qin Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. She would never forget the awe she felt when she first witnessed that girl perform on stage during her middle school years. It was that very performance that solidified Qin Xuanxuan's path as a violinist, as she yearned to accompany that girl. At that moment, she also noticed Jiang Luo, who had inspired her to attend the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, having thought Jiang Luo had vanished from the piano scene. Qin Xuanxuan had often lamented when she would see him again, but fortune had smiled upon her unexpectedly. The soundproofing here is indeed excellent. That was a key factor in my decision to rent this place. The owner even left a piano for me to maintain, which has been a tremendous help. Feng Xiao's eyes brightened. Then, Senior Jiang Luo, if it's not too much trouble, could I and Sun visit to see the apartment? It would serve as a reference. Of course, Jiang Luo replied without suspicion. Feng Xiao, is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Isn't Senior Jiang Luo your idol? By establishing a good rapport, you'll have more opportunities to collaborate. Senior Jiang Luo is quite a prominent figure at the Huaxia Conservatory. Not just you, but I also wish to have him accompany me. Under Feng Zhao's enthusiastic persuasion, Qin Xuanxuan and the others accompanied Jiang Luo to the apartment he had rented. The interior of the apartment is remarkably simple, designed in a modern minimalist style, complete with essential furnishings such as a sofa, refrigerator, and kitchen amenities. However, the pièce de résistance is the elegantly arranged music room, gently caressed by warm sunlight, where a white piano, radiating a soft luster, stands majestically at its center. The piano's surface is as smooth as a mirror, and beams of light dance through the partially drawn curtains, illuminating the black and white keys in a breathtaking display. On the walls hang oil paintings of immortal piano masters from history, including Beethoven, Futsong, and Mozart. A delicate orchid on the windowsill emits a subtle fragrance, enhancing the charm of the music room, a veritable treasure for any pianist. Qin Xuan is instantly captivated, unable to suppress her admiration. It's so beautiful. The owner clearly cherishes this music room. They must be a renowned pianist. Jiang Luo longs to meet the owner in person, yet alas. They are abroad on a concert tour, and even the lease is managed by an agent. Fang Xiao, enraptured, speaks up. Senior Jiang Luo, what a splendid opportunity. Could you play a piece for me and soon? Qin Xuan casts an expectant glance toward Jiang Luo. She imagines the focused and charming demeanor he exudes while playing this very piano. It must be the most enchanting sight. All right, I happen to want to practice. Having two junior sisters here could offer me some guidance. Would you like to hear? Lantingi Su. I want to hear Lantingi Su. Jiang Luo settles at the piano. Enveloped in the gentle sunlight, which accentuates his porcelain-like complexion and elegant fingers. As his fingers dance lightly across the keys, the black and white keys seem to come alive. Weaving a tapestry of flowing melodies, the music spills forth like a babbling brook, sparkling like the stars. Unlike the sorrowful and haunting tones of the Eru, the piano's interpretation possesses a refined elegance. Jiang Luo is like a magician in the realm of music, sculpting each note with exquisite precision. 2 full hours pass in practice. Qin Xuan and Fang Xiao are entranced, wishing time would stand still, longing to forever bask in Jiang Luo's melodies. This is the prowess of the most celebrated genius senior at Huaxia Music Academy. Jiang Luo's skill may not be the absolute best, yet his piano playing possesses an enchanting quality that draws listeners into his world, rendering them as mere puppets. Technique can be honed, but such innate talent is a rare gift. It is no wonder that Professor Gu Yuwei, the youngest and most accomplished at Huaxia Music Academy, invests great effort in nurturing Jiang Luo. Merely watching his performances on video pales in comparison. The live experience is truly unparalleled. Observing Jiang Luo play up close, he appears divine, radiating brilliance that captivates the gaze. Senior Jiang Luo, you're being unfair. You play so beautifully. How can we offer you suggestions? Fang Xiao's remark is not a complaint, but a heartfelt admiration. Jiang Luo's level has far surpassed theirs. From the audience's perspective, I can only utter the word perfection. Qin Xuan cradles her face in awe, her eyes brimming with admiration. This is the genius known as Senior Jiang Luo. In comparison, Qin Xuan, the so-called prodigy, is rather lacking in substance. When will she attain the level of skill necessary to perform alongside Senior Jiang Luo in a formal setting? Just like the girl who once captivated Qin Xuan for a lifetime. Senior Jiang Luo, the timing is perfect. Why not collaborate with Sun once more? Your previous performance with Professor Gu even trended on Weibo. It would be splendid to recreate that success. I can assist with the filming. Fang Xiao seized the moment to propose. This time, Fang Xiao was not solely considering Qin Xuan's admiration for Jiang Luo, but rather the implications for both of their careers. Even though they have gained admission to the most prestigious music academy in the country, the sheer number of talented graduates each year could easily drown them in a sea of competition. Despite Qin Xuan's remarkable beauty and talent, there is no guarantee that she will achieve prominence in the music industry post-graduation. Her advantages merely place her ahead of the average individual. With Jiang Luo and others' ensemble video trending, their popularity is surging, and many upperclassmen are inquiring about this matter. Now is the time to accelerate efforts and bolster their visibility, paving the way for their future careers. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some lunch for you. Jiang Luo did not acquiesce, but chose a more indirect method of refusal. Previously, he had softened and agreed to collaborate with Qin Xuan, primarily to spare her the embarrassment of failing in front of so many peers, and driven by his own selfish desire to use Qin Xuan as a substitute for Gong Sun. This time, however, Jiang Luo could not afford to be so self-centered. Chapter 32. Unrequited affection. Time has slipped away unnoticed, and I find myself rather hungry. Let us not be too formal, Senior Jiang Luo. Fang Xiao, not one to be foolish, quickly seized upon Jiang Luo's invitation. Almost forgot Jiang Luo has always preferred to play solo. Qin Xuan's previous opportunity was indeed a stroke of luck. Yet, there lies a concern that Qin Xuan might feel disheartened. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I shall prepare something in the kitchen. Do you need assistance? As a courteous host, it is unthinkable to have guests lend a hand. Jiang Luo busied himself in the kitchen. Fang Xiao discreetly inquired of Qin Xuan. Son, are you all right? I'm fine, Fang Xiao. Truth be told, I am aware that Senior Jiang Luo does not favor playing with others. I am already immensely grateful for this opportunity and should not crave for more. Thank you for being willing to support me once again. A grateful smile graced Qin Xuan's face, fully aware of her friend's kindness. To claim she was not disappointed would be a falsehood. Deep down, Qin Xuan yearned to be someone special in Jiang Luo's heart. However, she had an inkling as to why Jiang Luo favored solitude in his music, because of that girl. The chance she had was due to her emulating that girl, having dyed her long hair a deep burgundy. In truth, Qin Xuan longed to play the piano, much like Jiang Luo and Gong's son. Alas, her talent lay solely with the violin. When compared to Jiang Luo and Gong Sun, her aptitude for the piano was but a mere speck of dust, insignificant and unattainable. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Xuan could not help but clench her small fist. We are in this together, son. Let us not dwell on such matters. Fang Xiao gently patted Qin Xuan's head and whispered, I see Senior Jiang Luo is quite young. He probably has no girlfriend yet. Should I inquire on your behalf? Though I wonder about Professor Guo, please don't. Fang Xiao, my feelings for Senior Jiang Luo are not as you perceive. All right. I have no desire to play matchmaker. It's a thankless task. At 4:30 in the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Qin Xuan and Fang Xiao, Jiang Luo prepared to return to his private villa in Ziyun Mountain to cook dinner for Liu Ruyan. Nowadays, Liu Ruyan could scarcely eat anything prepared by others. She would only consume what Jiang Luo made. Until the contract was formally terminated and the million was secured, Jiang Luo was still bound to care for Liu Ruyan. This was the last of what he could do for her. After the divorce, she would have to fend for herself. Suddenly, a Ferrari came to a halt before Jiang Luo. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Xinqing, clad in sunglasses, who gestured for Jiang Luo to enter. Jiang Luo, get in. We need to have a proper conversation. Mr. Jiang, I believe we have discussed everything that needs to be addressed. Jiang Luo's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Xinqing's presence indicated that he had investigated the property Jiang Luo rented, which irked him immensely, as it felt like an invasion of privacy. Yet, with wealth and power on his side, Jiang Luo knew he could not resist. The world operates on such harsh realities, a truth Jiang Luo was acutely aware of. Let us converse a bit longer. There are matters that must be clarified between men, and I prefer that Yin remains oblivious. Jiang Luo, if you are a man, get in the car. Jiang Xinqing cast a cold glance at Jiang Luo. You're putting on an act. I wonder how long you can keep it up. Jiang Luo took a deep breath and chose to enter the Ferrari. Certain matters needed to be clarified. He had no reason to endure Jiang Xinqing's inexplicable hostility. Jiang Xinqing pressed the accelerator, transporting the two of them to a CAF. Upon seeing Jiang Xinqing enter, the manager respectfully nodded. Boss, the place has been cleared. He served 2 cups of unsweetened American iced coffee, saying, I wish to have a proper conversation with my guest. After the coffee was served, Jiang Xinqing took a sip and smiled slightly at Jiang Luo. Having been married to Yu Yin for 3 years, you must know that this is her favorite flavor. I used to dislike unsweetened American coffee until Yu Yin made it for me several times, insisting that I would grow to love it. Gradually, under her influence, I began to enjoy it. There's a saying, when you fall in love with someone, you gradually get accustomed to all their preferences. Oh, Mr. Jiang Luo. I forgot to ask, do you enjoy this flavor? Jiang Xinqing's words were laden with meaning. Jiang Luo shook his head. I prefer sweeter lattes. Mr. Jiang, there's really no need for insinuations. I am well aware of who Yu Yin loves. Since you know, that simplifies matters, Jiang Xinqing said, settling into a comfortable posture as he looked down at Jiang Luo. I know you entered into a contractual marriage with Yu Yin, and once your task is completed, she will grant you 10 million. I will offer you 20 million. Divorce Yu Yin immediately. Mr. Jiang, it's truly not about the money. Rather, I have discussed divorce with Yu Yin numerous times, but she has continuously postponed it. I am utterly helpless. Jiang Luo felt completely at a loss. He had long desired a divorce, to grant Liu Yuyan her freedom as well as his own. 10 million was more than sufficient for Jiang Luo. If he were frugal, he would never have to worry for a lifetime. It was Yu Yin who initially broached the subject, yet for reasons unknown, she later had a change of heart. Liu Yuyan was the savior of the Jiang family, a benefactor. What could Jiang Luo say? He too felt despair. She refuses? Jiang Xinqing scoffed. Jiang Luo, don't think I am unaware. You must have employed some trick to deliberately delay the divorce with Yu Yin. She has confided in me. She told you that? Jiang Luo could hardly believe his ears. Jiang Luo, I am giving you one last opportunity. Take the 20 million and divorce Yuyan. Stop making excuses to prolong her suffering. If it weren't for the fact that you have devoted the past 3 years to caring for Yuyan, risking your life to test medication for her eyes, I would not be so civil in discussing this matter with you. Do not overstep your bounds. I know you love Yuyan, but she loves me. You must recognize your position. You are merely a substitute in a contractual marriage. Your presence beside Yuyan is just a pursuit of her power. 20 million is enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Jiang Luo trembled with fury. In deciding to repay the Jiang family's debt of gratitude by entering into a contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan, he had long since cast aside his dignity. In comparison to wealth, dignity scarcely merits mention. Without the Liu family, the Jiang family would face ruin. Even though Fang Huanyan treated her biological son and Jiang Luo differently, Jiang Luo remained profoundly grateful, recognizing that Fang Huanyan's actions were merely human nature, as he was, after all, an adopted son with no blood ties to the Jiang family. Without the support of the Jiang family, Jiang Luo would have been unable to gain admission to the prestigious Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Furthermore, without the companionship of his adoptive father, Jiang Haotian, Jiang Luo would still be ensnared in the shadow of the tragic accident that claimed his family. Relatives merely concerned themselves with the division of inheritance, neglecting to mention the matter of adopting Jiang Luo and casting him into an orphanage. Marking the darkest and most despairing days of his life, the haunting memories from that period rendered Jiang Luo too fearful to even touch the piano. It was the Jiang family that took him in. Had the Jiang family possessed any remaining funds, preventing their descent into bankruptcy, they would have surely financed Jiang Luo's studies at St. Bourne Conservatory, even facilitating his overseas education. Jiang Luo believed he had consistently upheld his end of the bargain, diligently caring for Liu Ruyan, and though he harbored a selfish desire to regard Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for his own ambitions, he had done his utmost. He had even restored Liu Ruyan's eyesight. Yet, what was the response from Liu Ruyan? It was clear that she was the one unwilling to divorce. Yet she turned the tables on Jiang Luo, accusing him of not wanting to end the marriage. Such absurdity is truly laughable. Jiang Luo had thought that after 3 years of marriage, at the very least they remained friends in Liu Ruyan's heart, that she acknowledged him. Now it seems he was merely indulging in wishful thinking, blinded by his own affections. Chapter 33. Liu Ruyan, what do you truly desire? 10 million is what I am entitled to. I do not require your money. Mr. Jiang, hear me clearly. The matter of divorce is not being delayed by me. I shall call Ruyan right now and demand to know what is going on. Jiang Luo immediately took out his phone, ready to call Liu Ruyan, but was swiftly stopped by Jiang Xiancheng. Jiang Luo, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. The means by which you have sought to sow discord between me and Yin Yin, urging me to refrain from intervening in your affairs. Your phone call to question Yin Yin is nothing but a betrayal to incite her anger. As a grown man, how can you resort to such petty tactics? Do you not know the meaning of shame? Damn it! Jiang Luo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. This entire situation is the result of Liu Ruyan's machinations. Jiang Xianqing, I will say this one last time. I have always wanted to divorce Liu Ruyan. Now that I have learned of this from you, I am determined to proceed with the divorce. I do not want your money. I only seek what is rightfully mine. Upon returning to the villa, I shall provide you with an explanation. Observing Jiang Luo's furious demeanor, which appeared utterly genuine, Jiang Xianqing inwardly cursed. This fool is quite convincing. If Jiang Luo had not been so reluctant to divorce, would Liu Ruyan have spoken in such a manner? Could it be that Liu Ruyan is the one delaying the divorce? What a farce. Liu Ruyan, a princess of the wealthy elite, strikingly beautiful and exceptionally talented, with Jiang Xianqing as her first love. What does Jiang Luo possess? What does he have to offer? Very well, Jiang Luo, I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Your duplicity is characteristic of someone like you. Should Yin Yin come to me with grievances regarding this matter, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. I have shown you enough leniency, behaving with utmost gentlemanly conduct. Therefore, manage your woman well, and do not allow her to tarnish my reputation any further. It is utterly disgusting. Jiang Luo understood that no amount of words would alter the situation. Jiang Xianqing indeed held him in disdain, viewing him as a rival, largely due to Liu Ruyan's influence. Why must this woman slander Jiang Luo so? Is this truly entertaining? Initially, it was Liu Ruyan who spoke of divorce, seeking Jiang Luo's assistance in persuading the Liu family to support a reconciliation with Jiang Xianqing. Now she claims that Jiang Luo is deliberately stalling the divorce. At this moment, Jiang Luo was consumed with rage, a myriad of questions burning within him, all directed at Liu Ruyan. As night fell upon the Purple Cloud Mountain private villa, Liu Ruyan returned only to find Jiang Luo absent. After inquiring with Uncle Li, she learned that Jiang Luo had yet to return. Where could he possibly be? He had promised to prepare dinner for me. Liu Ruyan pouted in frustration. The shadow of being mistaken for Gong Sun lingered in her heart since that morning at the tea house. Liu Ruyan had deceived Jiang Xinqing, claiming that the divorce was always being delayed by Jiang Luo. Deep down, Liu Ruyan was aware of the moral implications of her lie. Yet the relentless pressure from Jiang Xinqing left her in a state of turmoil. The mere thought of Jiang Luo disappearing entirely from her life after the divorce was unbearable. Even if Liu Ruyan were to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing, must Jiang Luo truly leave? After 3 years of marriage, Liu Ruyan had grown accustomed to the care and companionship provided by Jiang Luo, who had become a fixture in her life. At times, she even perceived Jiang Luo as the perfect substitute for Jiang Xinqing, as his character and demeanor mirrored the idealized figure from her memories. The current, capricious Jiang Xinqing, who disrespected her, could not even be compared to Jiang Luo. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's phone vibrated. Assuming it was a message from Jiang Luo, she pulled out her phone only to discover it was the private investigator tasked with gathering information on Gong Sun, who had compiled and sent the details to Liu Ruyan. Taking a deep breath, she realized it was time to confront this girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Shortly after Liu Ruyan ascended the stairs, Jiang Luo stormed back into the villa. Uncle Li joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, you're back." "Just now, Ms. Liu, where's Liu Ruyan?" Jiang Luo's tone hinted at something amiss, prompting Uncle Li to sense the tension. "Mr. Jiang, is something wrong?" "Uncle Li, I need to have a serious conversation with Liu Ruyan." "Ms. Liu is in the study." Jiang Luo hurried upstairs, and Uncle Li, concerned about what might transpire, quickly followed. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan was in her room, reviewing the information on Gong Sun. Transferring to the prestigious Chengdu Private High School in her sophomore year, Gong Sun had once sported dark hair, strikingly similar to Liu Ruyan's. Liu Ruyan almost convinced herself that she had a twin sister. Without a blood relation, how could two such similar beings exist in the world? Apart from their differing personalities, they seemed to be cast from the same mold. Gong Sun was undeniably beautiful, radiating a purity and innocence that Liu Ruyan had never possessed. As a princess of a wealthy family, Liu Ruyan had been subjected to the highest standards since childhood. When had she ever displayed such carefree and unburdened laughter? In that instant, Liu Ruyan felt a pang of envy for the girl in the photograph, whose life appeared to be vastly different and seemingly far more joyful than her own. Most importantly, Gong Sun had known Jiang Luo since high school, possessing insights into him that Liu Ruyan was oblivious to, particularly during those tender, naive adolescent years. This connection predated Liu Ruyan's, surpassing her in significance. When did this relationship begin? The private investigator had failed to uncover that detail. It was not until the New Year's Eve party of her sophomore year that Gong Sun invited Jiang Luo to join her on stage to perform. Clad in a pristine white gown, Gong Sun resembled a sprite emerging from the first snowfall, her wine-red hair shimmering under the soft lights, as if it were an extension of her very soul, poised elegantly before the white piano. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Jiang Luo sat before the glossy black piano, resembling the most profound silhouette against the night, exuding an undeniable poise and charm. In that moment, Jiang Luo appeared youthful and handsome. Yet as his fingertips grazed the black and white keys, he emanated an air of maturity and immersion that captivated all who beheld him. Similarly, Gong Sun, a musical prodigy whose talent rivaled Jiang Luo's, complemented him perfectly. The two pianos, played by these two individuals, became the focal points of the stage. With no one able to intrude upon their dual performance, they harmoniously collaborated, liberating themselves from conventional constraints in their playing. The notes produced by the white and black pianos intertwined chaotically yet consistently found a wondrous equilibrium, showcasing an unparalleled performance that garnered widespread acclaim. The video of their duet from that night remains accessible online, often referred to as the legendary moment at the Kyoto private school. Jiang Luo was crowned the school's heartthrob, while Gong Sun was deemed the school beauty. Together, they formed an exquisite match. Liu Ruyan was equally moved upon witnessing their performance. Despite Jiang Luo and Gong Sun's somewhat immature playing level, which paled in comparison to the countless piano masterworks Liu Ruyan had attended, the spirit and vitality inherent in their music swept through the hearts of the audience, immersing them completely. The synergy of their collaboration, a unique performance that could scarcely be replicated, spoke to the genius of both Jiang Luo and Gong Sun. United in their artistry, they resonated with one another, their hearts echoing in unison. The most crucial aspect was their youth, brimming with boundless potential. Their brilliance evoked admiration and envy alike. Liu Ruyan was aware that Jiang Luo was an orphan. A tragic accident had claimed the lives of his parents and sister, leaving him alone. While relatives divided the inheritance before sending him to an orphanage, where he was eventually adopted by the Jiang family. Gradually, Jiang Luo emerged from the shadows. Able to attend school, though he remained reclusive and withdrawn, having not touched a piano since. He had once been a renowned child prodigy. It was only after Gong Sun's arrival that he resumed playing. The more Liu Ruyan delved into this narrative, the more her heart ached. It seemed that during Jiang Luo's high school years, Gong Sun, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan, held a profoundly significant place in his life. They shared the most vital connection: piano, music, and redemption. After 3 years of marriage to Liu Ruyan, Jiang Luo's gentle care and companionship, his willingness to risk everything to aid her, ultimately restored her sight. Was his love for Liu Ruyan genuine? Or did he merely see her as a substitute for Gong Sun? Liu Ruyan found herself at a loss. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Chapter 34. All of this is thanks to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brow ever so slightly as she closed her computer. Who is it? It's me. The voice belonged to Jiang Luo. A surge of joy filled Liu Ruyan's heart. She had thought that he would not return home today, in violation of their agreement. He hadn't even prepared dinner for her. How infuriating. Yet, amidst her surprise, she failed to notice the subtle shift in Jiang Luo's tone. This was a side of Jiang Luo she had never encountered before. When Liu Ruyan eagerly opened the door, she was met with Jiang Luo's ashen visage. And an unsettling realization washed over her. Jiang Luo, what's wrong? What's wrong? I should be asking you, Liu Zong. Jiang Luo's formal address struck Liu Ruyan like a heavy blow to her heart. He had always called her Ruyan. And the title Liu Zong was a remnant from their early days of marriage, a sign of the growing distance between them. Over time, Liu Ruyan had come to realize that Jiang Luo was not the lecherous individual she had initially thought him to be. She had accepted his care and presence, requesting that he drop the formalities and refer to her simply as Ruyan. In those moments, Liu Ruyan had genuinely considered Jiang Luo a friend. However, in their interactions, she often spoke only of herself, rarely making an effort to understand Jiang Luo in return. Jiang Luo had always been gentle, complying with Liu Ruyan's every whim, attending to her needs without protest. Yet now, the anger emanating from him was unlike anything Liu Ruyan had ever witnessed. Despite her extensive experience with a myriad of personalities and her upbringing in a prominent family, even when dealing with her first love, Jiang Xianqing, she had never felt such disarray as she did now. Jiang Luo, let's talk this over properly. It was indeed time for a sincere discussion. Even though Jiang Luo was clearly upset, he still retained a semblance of composure, mindful of Liu Ruyan's dignity and his own. He did not wish to air their grievances in front of others. As Jiang Luo stepped into the study, he interrupted Liu Ruyan before she could speak. Liu Zong, we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to file for divorce. The words struck Liu Ruyan like a thunderclap. Her heart raced. Why? Jiang Luo. Haven't we clarified this matter? You promised me you would consider it carefully. What reason do you think is more apparent than to me? Jiang Luo replied with a cold smile, observing Liu Ruyan feigning ignorance with a false innocence. Liu Zong, I believe I have fulfilled my duties admirably and have no regrets. I have diligently upheld our agreement, tending to you because the Liu family has been a benefactor to the Jiang family. Once I signed the contract and made promises to you, I would never go back on my word. I healed your eyesight, fulfilled your every request. Now, you wish to end our agreement for the sake of some fleeting ideal? I wholeheartedly wish for your happiness, yet this is how you perceive me, defaming my character? The one who first sought divorce was you, and the one who has now wavered is also you. Yet, in the mouths of others, you claim that it is I who is deliberately playing tricks and delaying the divorce. Jiang Luo poured forth her grievances, yearning to witness a flicker of uncertainty in Liu Ruyan and to hear her explanations. Deep within Jiang Luo's heart lingered a hope that Liu Ruyan would deny all accusations. Despite Jiang Xianqing's fervent declarations, there was no reason for him to deceive Jiang Luo. After 3 years of marriage, though Jiang Luo did not love Liu Ruyan, she regarded her as a friend, which led to feelings of guilt when occasionally treating Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute. Is it Jiang Cheng who told you? Liu Ruyan blurted out. At that moment, Jiang Luo's last shred of hope was extinguished. Liu Ruyan's utterance of Jiang Xianqing's name indicated that she had known from the very beginning and had lied about Jiang Xianqing. She had claimed that Jiang Luo was the one unwilling to proceed with the divorce, when in reality, that was far from the truth. So, Liu, you are admitting to having lied to Jiang Xianqing, claiming that I am the one delaying the divorce, are you not? Do you not find this utterly excessive? I have listened to your words, considered your needs at every turn, and fulfilled my commitments, only for you to trample upon my dignity and self-respect? You are the one reluctant to divorce, yet you have turned me into the villain, ensnared in an inescapable abyss. Jiang Luo was profoundly disillusioned with Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan soon realized that she had misspoken. As the president of the Liu Group, she could not easily show vulnerability before others. Nor could she allow her weaknesses to be exploited by adversaries. Yet, the person before her was Jiang Luo, the one who had cared for her meticulously and tenderly over the past 3 years, the one willing to sacrifice everything for her. This was the first time Jiang Luo expressed anger towards Liu Ruyan, unveiling the truth of her deceit. Liu Ruyan found it impossible to maintain her composure in front of Jiang Luo, as if nothing had occurred, like she would against a business rival. Jiang Luo, please allow me to explain. It was Jiang Cheng who persistently questioned me, suspecting that we had a different relationship. In order to gain acceptance from my family regarding Jiang Cheng and to prevent him from overthinking, I was left with no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic. I never intended for you to find out, nor did I wish for you to misunderstand. I repeatedly warned Jiang Cheng not to tell you, but he did so anyway. The Jiang Cheng of the past would have understood my predicament and would never have acted in such a manner. Liu Ruyan spoke, her heart heavy with disappointment. Little did she expect that Jiang Xianqing would disregard her feelings so completely. To satisfy Jiang Xianqing, Liu Ruyan ended her contract with Jiang Luo, all the while facing public scrutiny and pressure from the Liu family. It was one thing for Jiang Xianqing to be of no assistance, but it was another for him to hinder Liu Ruyan. Could this man truly still be the irreplaceable beacon of light in Liu Ruyan's memory? Now, she found herself in a state of confusion. Her once resolute desire to reconcile with Jiang Xianqing wavering with each encounter, as he repeatedly crossed her boundaries. The steadfastness she once held had been utterly shaken. Though I, Jiang Luo, am bound by contract to the Liu family, I still possess a modicum of dignity. Let alone the fact that I have cared for you for 3 years, fulfilling your every request, and even restored your vision. While I may not claim any accolades, my efforts certainly count for something. What exactly do you desire? Do you intend to treat me as merely a pawn in your play between you and your beloved white moonlight? It is perfectly natural for Jiang Xinqing to wish for my divorce from you. I have long harbored the desire to end this union. It is you who has continuously delayed. Behind my back, you have distorted the truth and slandered me. Our divorce would not have swayed the Liu family's opinion from the outset. You deliberately seek to humiliate me, wishing to see me unable to hold my head high before your white moonlight, deriving satisfaction from my discomfort. Jiang Luo found himself compelled to consider the worst of Liu Ruyan. Otherwise, it was unfathomable why Liu Ruyan would first propose divorce only to later regret it, casting aspersions upon Jiang Luo before Jiang Xinqing. Ever since her vision was restored and she reconciled with Jiang Xinqing, Liu Ruyan had become increasingly inscrutable to Jiang Luo. Who knows how she and Jiang Xinqing mock him behind closed doors, mocking his unwavering affection over the past 3 years, branding him as nothing more than a hopeless admirer. In the face of Jiang Luo's unfounded accusations, Liu Ruyan appeared deeply aggrieved, her fists clenched. No, Jiang Luo, I truly never thought this way. I understand that my actions are unfair to you, but I have no choice. You have a choice. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. I demand an immediate divorce. I refuse to continue being slandered. The dignity you have stripped from me must be reclaimed. Jiang Luo spoke with unwavering resolve. He had never wished for their relationship to reach this impasse. Even if they were to end their contractual bond, he had hoped for a dignified parting, honoring the friendship and gratitude shared, helping Liu Ruyan reconcile with Jiang Xinqing, thereby earning acceptance from the Liu family. Jiang Luo intended to withdraw gracefully, leaving behind a positive impression in Liu Ruyan's heart, occupying a cherished place as a friend. All of this, he believed, was the doing of Liu Ruyan. It was she who had forced him into this predicament. Chapter 35, Divorce. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Liu Ruyan's heart tightened, and she immediately rejected. No, Jiang Luo, I do not agree to the divorce. Regardless of your agreement, I will move out. And you shall not expect my assistance in gaining the Liu family's acceptance for your relationship with Jiang Xianqing. Jiang Luo's voice was cold, embodying both resolution and a subtle threat. Liu Ruyan desired to reconcile with Jiang Xianqing, and Jiang Luo's support was indispensable. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Luo had performed exceptionally well, even restoring Liu Ruyan's vision, earning the admiration of the Liu family, and no longer being treated as a mere tool to be commanded at will. Liu Ruyan was undoubtedly aware of this truth. Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes flickering with intensity. Do not forget, you still have a contract in my possession. It clearly states 5 years. If you leave now, you shall forfeit the 10 million, and the Jiang family will be affected as well. Can you truly bear that? Liu Ruyan was acutely aware that her actions were excessive. She was deliberately stalling Jiang Luo, preventing him from leaving. Even she could not fathom the reasons behind her behavior. The thought of Jiang Luo completely vanishing from her world after the divorce sent her heart into a frenzy. Urging her to maintain their current relationship, at least with Jiang Luo by her side, he would continue to care for her as he had for the past 3 years. General Liu, is this truly your heartfelt sentiment? After toying with me and trampling upon my sincerity, do you now intend to use the contract as a means of coercion? Jiang Luo's tone suddenly darkened. He could scarcely recognize the Liu Ruyan before him. Or perhaps, the facade she had maintained over the past 3 years was entirely fabricated? Was it her true nature to disregard reason? Jiang Luo. I promise I will explain everything to Qing. Once we get through this period, I will divorce you, but not now. You must grant me time to prepare myself mentally. Liu Ruyan softened her tone, unwilling to become adversaries with Jiang Luo. Yet unable to express her inner resistance to him. The only course of action she could conceive was to leverage the contract and the Jiang family to pressure Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan could not fathom a life devoid of Jiang Luo's care. After all, during her most helpless and despairing moments over the past 3 years, it was Jiang Luo who had steadfastly remained by her side. Given time, she would gradually adapt to life without him. And then she would no longer resist the idea of divorce. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. General Liu, is one manipulation not enough for you? Do you wish to toy with me a second time? Do you truly believe me to be a fool? When Jiang Luo seeks me out, will he not claim I am the one playing tricks? No. Jiang Luo, I absolutely will not lie again to bring you distress. This time, I will clarify everything with Chang. I was too naive, believing your words. You spoke of dissolving the contract, divorcing, and being with Jiang Chang. And I believed you. When you later mentioned delaying the divorce for the Liu family's acceptance of your relationship with Jiang Qing, I believed that as well. In my heart, I have always regarded you as a benefactor, a patron, and simultaneously, a friend. Over the past 3 years, I have cared for you meticulously, healing your eyes, not merely to repay your kindness, but also because you hold a unique position in my heart. Jiang Luo chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Historically, those who are overly sentimental often find themselves ensnared in unreciprocated affection, destined to become mere sycophants or jesters, the playthings of mockery. Fortunately, Jiang Luo did not love Liu Ruyan to the extent that he would sacrifice his life for her, as outsiders presumed. If, after 3 years of marriage, he had truly developed feelings for Liu Ruyan, he dared not contemplate the depths of his potential anguish. The pain of her sudden departure years ago, vanishing from the world, was a torment Jiang Luo had no desire to endure again. President Liu, I no longer wish to continue being the fool you toy with alongside Jiang Xinqing. If you wish for me to aid you in your affair with Jiang Xinqing, then tomorrow, I demand a divorce. Do not think to threaten me with contracts. After I healed your eyes, Chairman Liu approached me, promising to grant me a wish. I had not decided what it would be until now. I wish to terminate our contract and leave you entirely. Liu Ruyan was taken aback to learn that her father had indeed spoken to Jiang Luo in such a manner. Now, her greatest leverage against Jiang Luo had dissipated. The contract was a binding agreement facilitated by her father himself. President Liu, think carefully about this matter. Jiang Luo did not wish to escalate the situation, drawing attention from Chairman Liu, for he owed the Liu family a debt of gratitude. Furthermore, making a scene would complicate his own escape, as the Liu family would never accept Jiang Xinqing. By leveraging Chairman Liu's influence over Liu Ruyan, Jiang Luo was confident she would make a decisive choice. He would no longer remain her plaything. With resolute determination, he turned to leave. Liu Ruyan instinctively called out, Jiang Luo, where are you going? Are you off to Guyue? It's none of your concern where I go. I have no obligation to report everything to you. Jiang Luo departed, leaving Liu Ruyan alone in the study, tears welling in her eyes. An unprecedented sorrow threatened to engulf her like a tidal wave. Jiang Luo, I am truly sorry. This turn of events is not what I desired, not at all. Outside, Uncle Li witnessed this scene, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. Feeling powerless and letting out a deep sigh, He had never seen Jiang Luo exhibit such coldness and anger toward Liu Ruyan. Had she done something to provoke him? Liu Ruyan spent the night in restless turmoil. When morning arrived, she descended the stairs, only to find Jiang Luo already waiting for her. However, unlike his usual demeanor, he had not prepared breakfast nor offered her a gentle smile. Instead, he wore a stern expression. Liu Ruyan parted her lips. Did you sleep here last night? President Liu, have you made your decision? Jiang Luo did not directly respond to her inquiry, but fixed his gaze upon her. His frigid stare pierced her heart, inflicting a constant, painful ache. After experiencing this incident, can Jiang Luo still trust and gaze at Liu Ruyan with the same tenderness as before? Mr. Jiang, what on earth has happened? Your demeanor is truly perplexing. Uncle Li could not help but inquire. Indeed, Jiang Luo did not leave last night. He spent the night in his room and rose early, waiting in the dining hall for Liu Ruyan to come downstairs. No matter how Uncle Li questioned him, Jiang Luo insisted that this was a matter between him and Liu Ruyan and requested Uncle Li to refrain from intervening. However, witnessing Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan's 3 years of marriage progressing to mutual respect, Jiang Luo's deep affection for Liu Ruyan and his attentive care for her, only to now treat her with the coldness of a stranger who would not be concerned. I have made up my mind. Jiang Luo, I will divorce you. This is what I owe you, Liu Ruyan murmured, her pale lips moving and her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at Jiang Luo. However, I have one condition. Jiang Luo could likely surmise what was coming. Speak. You must continue to reside in the villa and care for me until my family accepts my reconciliation with the Qing. I will provide you with 10 million via bank transfer and will not trouble the Jiang family again. This contract will conclude here. Is that agreeable? Jiang Luo frowned imperceptibly. Of course, there are issues. I can assist you in dealing with the Liu family and support your reconciliation with Jiang Xin Qing. But I have no reason to remain here. It will only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Being a pawn in Liu Ruyan's game once is enough. Jiang Luo has never sought to understand this woman, nor does he wish to. Now, he only desires to vanish completely from Liu Ruyan's world, leaving no debts between them. Your presence here holds significance, Jiang Luo. After 3 years of marriage, though I do not verbally acknowledge it, I have grown accustomed to your companionship and care. I hope you can remain here until I can free myself from your guardianship. The reason I have delayed our divorce is also due to this. I feel embarrassed to express it and can only resort to this despicable means to retain you. I am truly sorry. Liu Ruyan finally voiced her true feelings, for she knew, without providing Jiang Luo a reasonable explanation for this matter, he would indeed become angry enough to disappear from her world, and she would never be able to find him again. Chapter 36. Is this marriage truly unavoidable for you? Jiang Luo and Uncle Li were left in a state of shock after hearing those words. They never anticipated that the perpetually proud Liu Ruyan would utter such sentiments. Had they not been aware of Liu Ruyan's feelings for Jiang Xin Qing, they might have presumed that she had developed affections for Jiang Luo, leading her to deliberately prolong their divorce out of reluctance to part with him. Jiang Luo understood all too well the depth of Liu Ruyan's attachment to Jiang Xin Qing over the past 3 years. He was the dazzling first love that had illuminated her life, occupying a place in her heart that no one else could rival. Much like Gong Sun's significance to Jiang Luo, Liu Ruyan's candid confession was equally astonishing. Liu, I must apologize for deceiving a Qing about our divorce and for slandering you. Jiang Luo, I only have this one request now. I hope you can agree to it. This way, you can fulfill my father's wish, allowing you to devote your energies to more meaningful pursuits rather than my selfishness. Ultimately, Liu Ruyan was finally able to concede to Jiang Luo regarding their divorce. He would no longer be subject to misunderstanding and suffering, and the contract would conclude, granting him the 1 million he was owed without alarming Chairman Liu. Upon encountering Gong Sun again, Jiang Luo would be single, free from the constraints of the contract that might otherwise provoke her ire. This outcome seemed the most favorable. Chairman Liu was deeply appreciative of Jiang Luo's meticulous care for Liu Ruyan over the years, especially his success in restoring her vision. Yet, Jiang Luo instinctively felt trepidation towards this formidable figure. A self-made mogul, the sheer audacity of Chairman Liu was something one could only truly grasp through first-hand experience. Jiang Luo yearned to repay his debts of gratitude, continue his piano career, and seek out Gong Sun, wishing to sever any ties with the Liu family once and for all. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Jiang Luo, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It's time for the divorce. The finality of those words hung heavy in the air. Liu Ruyan could not fathom why her emotions were so tumultuous. A blend of conflicting feelings. It felt akin to a child on the verge of losing a familiar companion, filled with apprehension for the future. Despite being a proud and confident young woman, possessing more than the average person and having the light of her life to accompany her, why did she feel unease at the prospect of losing a man with whom she had merely entered a contractual marriage? Liu Ruyan was bewildered. She did not love Jiang Luo. Her heart belonged to Jiang Xiancheng. However, having lied to Jiang Luo, she found herself with no face left to maintain the facade of their marriage, resorting to such means to keep him close. The Maybach arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Throughout the journey, Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan exchanged no words. She attempted several times to break the silence, but as she glanced at Jiang Luo's profile, focused on the view outside, she noted the handsome visage that once radiated with affection for her had turned cold and distant, his eyes now devoid of warmth. Who could be blamed for this? Ultimately, it was all a consequence of Liu Ruyan's own actions. The words of apology, suffused with bitterness, were swallowed down. Inside the car, Liu Ruyan felt a profound discomfort. Jiang Luo's heart, too, was in turmoil. He could hardly deny the agony he felt. Liu Ruyan's candidness was indeed a revelation. Jiang Luo harbored a deep-seated fear that, could it be that Liu Ruyan had developed even the faintest affection for him? Jiang Luo dared not delve deeper into such thoughts, and he felt perhaps he was being overly presumptuous. The lofty heiress of a wealthy conglomerate, with her first love ever present by her side. How could she possibly be interested in someone like Jiang Luo? Even if those were Liu Ruyan's true sentiments, it would be best for them to part amicably. Remaining friends, Jiang Luo had found his one true love, and even if he could never reclaim Gong Sun in this lifetime, he could never love anyone else. At the divorce processing window, the staff member glanced at the marriage certificate belonging to Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan and spoke in an indifferent tone. There is currently a 3-month cooling-off period for divorces. Please return after 3 months to confirm your divorce. After assessing the couple's youthful appearances, the staff member sighed softly. Such a young couple appears so well-matched. It would be a pity to act on impulse and miss out on a lifetime of happiness. What if you divorced and then remarried? Wouldn't that be a hassle? Liu Ruyan felt a surge of joy within her. She had nearly forgotten about the cooling-off period. This meant there were 3 more months during which Jiang Luo could not divorce her. It was a regulation, not a deliberate delay on Liu Ruyan's part. Liu Ruyan, make a phone call, pull some strings, and let us finalize the divorce today. Before Liu Ruyan could catch her breath, Jiang Luo's voice shattered her daydreams. For others, this was indeed a regulation, but for the heiress Liu Ruyan, wanting a divorce was merely a matter of making a phone call. With the proper deference, arrangements would be swiftly made. Such is the terrifying power of capital, especially when one considers that Liu Ruyan hailed from the pinnacle of high society. Jiang Luo had witnessed this firsthand. Liu Ruyan bit her lips slightly. Jiang Luo, is this divorce absolutely necessary for you? Yes. Jiang Luo regarded Liu Ruyan with the gaze one might reserve for a monster, clearly irritated. It was unacceptable for Liu Ruyan to linger on the matter of divorce after all that had transpired. Thus, Jiang Luo felt compelled to play the trump card of Director Liu. Liu Ruyan was aware of Jiang Luo's response and bit her lip in contemplation. After a moment, she retrieved her phone and made a call. Soon after, the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau personally came to attend to Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo, facilitating their discreet and expedited divorce process. Upon receiving the divorce certificate, identity card, and household registration booklet, Jiang Luo experienced a profound sense of liberation. He had finally extricated himself from the bonds of his marriage to Liu Ruyan. The official continued to address Liu Ruyan in a cordial manner, but she could barely engage in conversation, her mind elsewhere. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Luo, who seemed transfixed by the divorce certificate in his hands. In that moment, Liu Ruyan yearned to comprehend Jiang Luo's thoughts, yet she felt a twinge of resistance. If Jiang Luo was not feeling regret but rather relief, it would indicate that for the past 3 years, Liu Ruyan had merely been a stand-in for Jiang Luo's true love, a complete fool in this narrative. Jiang Luo, shall we find a place to sit? Liu Ruyan gently suggested. This isn't the appropriate setting for a discussion. Liu Ruyan still needed to establish a second contract with Jiang Luo, even though they were divorced. Liu Ruyan could not bear to let Jiang Luo slip away from her life. Watching him fade from her world was simply unacceptable. Jiang Luo silently nodded, tucking the divorce certificate into his pocket. The two found a secluded CAF. Owner, 1 unsweetened Americano and 1 caramel macchiato, please. Thank you. As Liu Ruyan observed Jiang Luo place the order with practiced ease, she was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she realized that Jiang Luo enjoyed caramel macchiato. For 3 years of marriage, Jiang Luo had taken care of every detail of Liu Ruyan's daily life, even grinding the coffee himself, allowing her, who had grown accustomed to the refined Americano, to sing its praises. Jiang Luo was intimately aware of Liu Ruyan's preferences and strived to cater to her every need. Yet Liu Ruyan had scarcely taken the time to learn what Jiang Luo liked. Just moments ago, when placing the order, she had no inkling of his coffee preference. This revelation left Liu Ruyan feeling somewhat disheartened. After 3 years of marriage, her understanding of Jiang Luo was painfully superficial. Even the existence of Gong Sun, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, was a serendipitous discovery made only as their contract approached its conclusion. And then there was Jiang Luo's talent for playing the piano. Once they found a place to sit, Liu Ruyan had previously instructed her driver to prepare a new contract according to her specifications, placing it before Jiang Luo. The terms of the new agreement were as I had mentioned before. He was to prepare 3 meals a day, reside in the villa, manage her family interactions, and assist in her reconciliation with the Qing. Upon successful completion of these tasks, she would privately grant him 5 million and present him with a Steinway piano from 1786. Is that agreeable? Chapter 37. What if I say this is of utmost importance? Wait a moment, Liu Ruyan. Are you referring to the Stein from 1786? Is that not the legendary piano of Beethoven? Possessing an epic collection value, you have this piano in your possession? Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. This artifact could ignite the desires of countless antique collectors. It is an invaluable treasure. Even the blood of Jiang Luo, a pianist, was surging with excitement. What are you thinking? Beethoven used 7 pianos throughout his life, the first being the 1786 Stein, which is now housed in the National Museum. This piano, produced in the same year as Beethoven's, has been preserved remarkably well over the centuries and remains fully functional. If you agree, I can arrange for it to be delivered to the villa, where I will specially prepare a music room for you. Liu Ruyan understood that 5 million would not be a significant allure for Jiang Luo at this point. Therefore, Liu Ruyan had to make a considerable investment. This piano was acquired through immense effort, utilizing countless resources and funds, finally procured from a mysterious collector. It was initially intended as a wedding gift for Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing to be moved to the villa, allowing Jiang Xinqing to serenade Liu Ruyan daily with melodies reminiscent of their early courtship, where a single piano piece had thoroughly captivated her heart. However, on the eve of the wedding, Liu Ruyan was suddenly struck blind, an ailment beyond remedy, leading Jiang Xinqing to abandon her without a trace. And the Jiang family annulled the engagement, plunging the Liu group into a whirlpool of negativity. Now, with his first love, by Yue Guang, Jiang Xinqing was far removed from the man Liu Ruyan had cherished, and he was unwilling to heed her words, revealing the truth to Jiang Luo, forcing Liu Ruyan to consider divorce to salvage the situation. Disillusioned with Jiang Xinqing, Liu Ruyan would rather bestow this piano, imbued with profound significance for her, upon Jiang Luo than to gift it to him. Jiang Luo found himself at a loss for words. It turned out that Liu Ruyan had already purchased the 1786 Stein with the intention of gifting it to Jiang Xinqing, but due to his departure, it had inadvertently fallen into Jiang Luo's hands. He could not help but acknowledge one thing. As a pianist, the allure of the 1786 Stein was too potent for him to resist. He yearned to play this piano with his own hands. Missing this opportunity would truly mean there would be no second chance. Jiang Luo bit his tongue gently, using the pain to maintain his composure. Ruyan, thank you for your willingness to gift me the 1786 Stein, but I should not reside in the villa to avoid any misunderstandings. If you do not live with me, it would be immediately apparent that we have divorced. What kind of uproar might that cause, inciting anger from my family? What do you think the consequences would be? Liu Ruyan's tone suddenly darkened, filled with indignation. What did Jiang Luo mean by this? Did he no longer wish to live with her? Various signs indicated that Jiang Luo was intent on distancing himself from her. Liu Ruyan increasingly felt that for the past 3 years, she had merely been a substitute for Gong Sun. How naive she had been to take pride in the belief that Jiang Luo's investment in her was more than mere contractual obligation or gratitude, but a manifestation of love for her. Liu Ruyan appeared to be a mere clown, a notion she would never concede. Jiang Luo found himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, Liu Ruyan's assertions did possess merit. Jiang Luo's intention to move out would unmistakably signal to outsiders that he and Liu Ruyan were living apart, and the matter of their divorce could hardly remain concealed. You must clarify this with Jiang Xinqing. I do not wish for him to misconstrue anything and cause me trouble. This was Jiang Luo's ultimatum, one that he would not allow to be compromised again. Otherwise, no sum of 5 million or a piano coveted by countless pianists would suffice to place him in the uncomfortable position of mediating between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing. I will certainly explain everything to Qing. A flicker of hurt passed through Liu Ruyan's eyes. Did Jiang Luo's words imply a lack of trust in her? Even if Liu Ruyan had deceived Jiang Xinqing and slandered Jiang Luo, she had previously elucidated her reasons, her desire to avoid divorce and her discomfort with a life devoid of Jiang Luo's care. As the daughter of a wealthy family, uttering such sentiments represented a humbling of her pride, an earnest attempt to retain Jiang Luo, a mere contractual tool, a substitute, willing to sacrifice greatly just to keep him by her side. How could Jiang Luo not empathize with Liu Ruyan? What does it matter if you claim to love me enough to sacrifice your life? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luo replied, Ruyan, I may soon need to travel to another city for a piano competition. I can only promise to return as often as possible. While I am in Kyoto, I can prepare breakfast and dinner for you, and I will do my best with lunch, though I cannot guarantee it. Are you attending the piano competition with Gu Yaowei? Liu Ruyan failed to notice the heavy undercurrent of jealousy in her tone. Her husband was to accompany another woman to a piano competition in a distant place. A woman who was also Jiang Luo's teacher, guiding him forward, sharing countless resonant discussions about music. It was utterly displeasing. What other choice do I have? Professor Gu is my mentor, and I can only rely on her to apply for the competition. Jiang Luo was somewhat perplexed by Liu Ruyan's implication. Nothing. Liu Ruyan sighed softly. Given her current situation of impending divorce, she indeed had no grounds to voice further complaints, having promised Jiang Luo her support for his career. She could only forcibly suppress her discontent. Once confirming there were no issues, Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan re-signed their contract. This bank card contains 10 million. The password is my birthday. With this, our previous agreement is entirely settled. Liu Ruyan stated as she placed the bank card before Jiang Luo. Thank you. Jiang Luo accepted it without hesitation. This 10 million was rightfully his, and there was no need for embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Ruyan, in truth, the 5 million could be waived. I would be truly grateful if you were to gift me that piano. More than the 5 million. Jiang Luo yearned for the 1786 Steinway piano. This instrument was priceless, and he felt he had already received enough. Jiang Luo, you need only to adhere to the contract and take good care of me. Everything else is of little consequence to me. Before Jiang Luo could finish, Liu Ruyan interrupted directly. Jiang Luo cleared his throat a few times. Well, a mere 5 million is indeed insignificant for the heiress of a financial conglomerate like Liu Ruyan. Considering not only their friendship but also the monetary aspect and the piano, Jiang Luo felt compelled to diligently care for Liu Ruyan. What Liu Ruyan valued was Jiang Luo's commitment to the contract, and she was generous enough to offer more. Thus, Jiang Luo would find himself spending a little more time by Liu Ruyan's side. The coffee was served. Jiang Luo took a light sip. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan inquired, Jiang Luo, what is your favorite type of coffee? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Liu Ruyan had asked him about his coffee preferences. After a moment's reflection, he replied, something sweet, I suppose. In the past, Jiang Luo did not enjoy coffee. It was Gong Sun who relished it, particularly fond of iced lattes laden with cream and syrup. Under Gong Sun's influence, Jiang Luo gradually developed a taste for a similar style of coffee. Gong Sun abhorred bitterness. And so did Jiang Luo. Gong Sun once remarked that life is already filled with bitterness, so why should one inflict further torment upon oneself? A touch of sweetness is what makes it delightful. After 3 years of marriage, this is the first time I have learned that you prefer your coffee on the sweeter side. You seem to know my preferences so well. Yet I have never made an effort to understand yours. Liu Ruyan chuckled self-deprecatingly, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt towards Jiang Luo. My dear, these matters are trivial. The terms of our contract clearly state that I must care for you, and I am bound to fulfill that obligation. But what if I were to say that this is significant? Chapter 38. Who would go to such lengths for a stand-in? Without allowing Jiang Luo to finish her words, Liu Ruyan interrupted directly. Jiang Luo stared blankly at Liu Ruyan, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Luo, I am not a wooden puppet. I have cherished your kindness towards me over these past 3 years, especially since you restored my sight and nearly sacrificed your life for me. I am truly grateful to you. Even if we cannot be true spouses, we should at least be friends. However, I realize I know very little about you as a friend. Liu Ruyan bit her lip. Jiang Luo inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not the worst-case scenario he had imagined. At the same time, hearing Liu Ruyan's words brought him joy. Ruyan, Since you have made your choice, strive towards the person you believe to be right for you. I am delighted that you can regard me as a friend, and I will do my utmost to assist you." Jiang Luo finally revealed a gentle smile reminiscent of the past, signifying that he had forgiven Liu Ruyan for the slander she directed towards him. They had divorced, and Jiang Luo had achieved his purpose. Liu Ruyan even intended to gift Jiang Luo a Steinway Model 1786 piano. Jiang Luo felt immensely grateful. Yet, at that moment, Liu Ruyan did not wish to see Jiang Luo's expression of gratitude. "Jiang Luo, do you love me?" Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's question, Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned. A sense of awkwardness washing over him as if he feared being seen through, and he could only cough to mask his discomfort. "Ruyan, why do you ask such a question out of the blue? It's clear that this topic is a taboo between us." To outsiders, it was evident that Jiang Luo held deep affections for Liu Ruyan, praising her for having found such a wonderful man, declaring them a pair destined for each other. They merely smiled and exchanged pleasantries, tacitly avoiding the subject. Both were acutely aware that Jiang Luo was merely a contractual partner, unworthy of Liu Ruyan, especially since she had never forgotten her first love by Yuan Guang over the past 3 years. Even when Jiang Xinqing abandoned her during her most desperate times, Liu Ruyan continued to love him deeply, never letting go. "Everyone said you loved me so much you would forsake your own life. Chanxian scolded me for being foolish, reconciling with a scoundrel who had abandoned me 3 years ago, yet you claim to understand my choices and support my resolute pursuit of my first love by Yuan Guang. Upon reflection, Jiang Luo, if you truly loved me, could you be so magnanimous? Could you bear to watch the woman you love devote herself to another? I can no longer see clearly. Do you love me, or is it for some other reason?" Liu Ruyan lacked the courage to voice this directly. After 3 years of marriage, had she merely been Liu Ruyan's substitute for Gongsun? Was it for this reason that Jiang Luo treated her with such care? For a mere stand-in, Jiang Luo would risk his life and tend to her every need. If this were the case, how deeply did Jiang Luo love Gongsun to extend such affection to her? "Do not think foolishly, Ruyan. I genuinely support your choices because I wish for your happiness. So, you do love me, don't you? If you did not love me, why would you desire my happiness? You would only think of the end of our contract as a liberation." Liu Ruyan was unaware of the tension that seeped into her tone, desperately yearning to know Jiang Luo's answer. Once again, the words that Jiang Luo feared to utter were not what Liu Ruyan desired. Jiang Luo paused momentarily. He had never witnessed Liu Ruyan so fervently fixated on a particular answer. Did it truly matter whether Jiang Luo loved Liu Ruyan? His affection had become a burden to her. This burden, acknowledged silently by both, remained an unspoken topic. Even if, to the eyes of others, Jiang Luo appeared to love Liu Ruyan deeply, he understood that he was merely a tool summoned by the Liu family to ward off malicious gossip. Over the years, I hoped you recognized my contributions, Liu Yan. I once explained to you that my actions stemmed from gratitude, not from any contractual obligation. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Luo finally expressed this sentiment. Had Liu Ruyan not discovered the photographs of Gongsun, she would likely have continued to believe that Jiang Luo's love for her bordered on madness. Previously, when Jiang Luo elucidated his reasons, Liu Ruyan dismissed them as mere excuses, choosing to believe others who suggested that Jiang Luo had fallen for her, willing to sacrifice his life to test unproven remedies. Over time, Jiang Luo grew weary of explanations, allowing Liu Ruyan to think whatever she wished. After all, the contract merely stipulated that Jiang Luo care for Liu Ruyan for 5 years, with a divorce settlement of 10 million. It had never demanded that he wager his life to restore her vision. This was a feat beyond even the world's premier ophthalmologists. Now, an opportunity presented itself. Rather than fearing the day when lies might be unveiled, it would be better for Liu Ruyan to understand that Jiang Luo's efforts were driven by a sense of duty, rather than anything else. Yes, you indeed mentioned this. But who would be willing to sacrifice their very life out of mere responsibility? We never asked you to heal my eyes. I believed you were lying, even at Cheng. Witnessing my blindness with no hope of recovery, despite our mutual affection as first loves, he unhesitatingly abandoned me, plunging the Liu group into profound turmoil. I always thought you loved me, Jiang Luo, until your answer shattered my illusions. Is it that you view me merely as Gongsun? Which is why you treat me with such fervor. As Liu Ruyan spoke, tears welled in her eyes. This revelation was far too painful for a proud heiress. It felt like a brutal assault on her dignity, a humiliating blow that left her devastated. Observing Liu Ruyan in such distress, Jiang Luo opened his mouth, initially intending to clarify his stance, yet he faltered, losing his courage. Liu Yan, you are you, and Gongsun is Gongsun. Both of you are irreplaceable. You hold immense significance in my heart, even more than you realize, and I sincerely wish for your happiness. To love someone means to let go and support their pursuit of joy, to silently wish them well, regardless of others' opinions. At least, that is how I perceive it. This was a falsehood, solely because it was Liu Ruyan. Jiang Luo could unreservedly let go for her sake, seeking no recompense. Were it Gong's son? Jiang Luo found it impossible to be so magnanimous. His thoughts were consumed by selfish desires to possess her. The outcome of love versus indifference was indeed harsh. Forgive Jiang Luo for his cowardice, for his reluctance to reveal the truth to Liu Ruyan. Witnessing her tears pained him, not out of love, but from the depth of friendship. 3 years into their marriage, Jiang Luo devoted so much to Liu Ruyan, yet at times, he selfishly regarded her as a mere substitute for Gong's son, a sentiment that stirred feelings of guilt and a myriad of complex emotions within him. When Jiang Luo hoped to completely extricate himself from Liu Ruyan's world, he desired to do so as a friend. He spun a benevolent lie, wishing that it would ease Liu Ruyan's heart a little upon revelation, so she would not harbor resentment towards him. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Liu Ruyan felt a reprieve from her anguish, her eyes brightening momentarily. So, Jiang Luo, you do love me, don't you? Luyan, enough is enough. The one you cherish is Jiang Xiancheng. Your incessant probing, does it serve any purpose other than to torment me? I no longer wish to hear it. Jiang Luo feigned anger, effectively halting Liu Ruyan's inquiries. He feared that if the conversation continued, he would unwittingly reveal the truth, and Liu Ruyan would discern his deceptive intentions, leading to an even more chaotic situation. Realizing Jiang Luo's inner turmoil, Liu Ruyan, witnessing his ire, felt an unexpected joy as the burden of her lingering sorrow finally began to lift. Indeed, how could Liu Ruyan allow her thoughts to wander so irrationally? Jiang Luo's willingness to sacrifice his life to restore her sight could not possibly stem from anything less than profound love. If Jiang Luo viewed Liu Ruyan merely as a stand-in for Gong's son, one must ponder who would go to such lengths for a mere substitute. As the rain fell throughout the night, Liu Ruyan's phone rang, the sound piercing the atmosphere. It was a call from Xing Qian. Yin Yin, where have you run off to? You said you'd hold the fort. The meeting is about to commence, and I can hardly manage. I shall return at once. Wiping away her tears, the realization that Jiang Luo cherished her, and not a mere substitute, rejuvenated Liu Ruyan, restoring her to her former self, the proud and confident heiress. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Luo caught a glimpse of Gong's son within Liu Ruyan. Unconsciously, he softened his gaze, momentarily perceiving her as a reflection of Gong's son. Jiang Luo, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 39, Jiang Luo's divorce. Am I finally in with a chance? Liu Ruyan noticed the tender gaze Jiang Luo cast, and her heart momentarily faltered. And no, it's nothing. Ruyan, please be careful on your way back to the office. Regaining her composure, Jiang Luo cursed under her breath, narrowly avoiding a slip. Yes, I shall return to the office first. Jiang Luo, remember your promise to me. Prepare lunch and deliver it to the office today. Liu Ruyan's mood brightened, and her hunger intensified. She longed for the meal prepared by Jiang Luo himself. She cherished the newly signed contract with Jiang Luo like a treasured possession. Once Liu Ruyan departed, Jiang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle had been overcome. Subsequently, he took a photo of the divorce certificate and sent it to Jiang Xiancheng. I have divorced Ruyan. Please refrain from contacting me about any matters in the future. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiancheng was at an upscale private bar, surrounded by company. Upon receiving Jiang Luo's message, he raised an eyebrow. This brat wouldn't he dare to deceive him with a forged image, would he? Would he truly give up on Liu Ruyan and divorce her so easily? To prevent any tricks from Jiang Luo, Jiang Xiancheng promptly made a call to verify Liu Ruyan's marital status with Jiang Luo. Soon, the results arrived. Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan had indeed gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize their divorce today. Jiang Xiancheng couldn't help but whistle. He was well aware that Liu Ruyan would be furious, but forcing Jiang Luo to divorce her was a positive development. Otherwise, with that marriage certificate in Jiang Luo's possession, Jiang Xiancheng would always be on edge, like a ticking time bomb. It would eventually explode. Jiang Xiancheng sensed that even though he held the irreplaceable position of Liu Ruyan's first love, Jiang Luo could still carve out a place in her heart. 3 years of marriage, Jiang Luo's care for Liu Ruyan, his kindness, and his looks, all of these posed a threat to Jiang Xiancheng. Jiang Luo had to be completely removed from the picture for Jiang Xiancheng to have a chance to reconcile with Liu Ruyan. Now that Jiang Xiancheng's wish had been fulfilled, His only desire was to obtain Liu Ruyan's forgiveness. He immediately pushed aside the surrounding distractions and moved to a spot with good reception to call Liu Ruyan. He intended to unleash a performance of heartfelt remorse as soon as she answered. However, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Jiang Luo's expression changed instantly. After several failed attempts, he received the same result. He sent a message to Liu Ruyan via WeChat, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. The notification indicated that she had blocked all his contact information. Damn it, Liu Ruyan, must you be so resolute? Jiang Luo was utterly exasperated. During his return to the country, Liu Ruyan offered him no sense of security. She refused to divorce Jiang Luo, and not even a handhold was permitted, let alone an embrace or anything more intimate. When they went out on dates, Liu Ruyan always wore a cold expression, devoid of any emotional warmth. Apart from her striking beauty and figure, Jiang Luo felt as though he was in a relationship with a mere corpse, utterly devoid of sweetness. Yet, it was said that Jiang Luo was Liu Ruyan's first love, her cherished memory. Even he found that hard to believe. Jiang Luo endured all of this. However, Liu Ruyan, having taken advantage, blocked him and cut off all contact. After 3 years of separation, Jiang Luo was no longer the same man he used to be. He had reached the limits of his tolerance for Liu Ruyan's ambivalence. Alas, now that he needed her, he could only bow his head and seek her forgiveness. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, striding in her high heels, resembled a queen presiding over the Liu group. Her commanding presence drew the attention of numerous staff members, who paused to greet her. Upon entering her office, Liu Ruyan removed her tailored blazer, restyling her hair, with a few stray strands cascading elegantly over her forehead, adding an air of poise and nonchalance. Her stunningly fair face radiated youthful vitality, exuding both gentility and allure. Zheng Qianqian entered shortly after, and upon seeing Liu Ruyan, she exhaled in relief. Yan, you finally made it. Qianqian, pass me the documents. Without waiting for Zheng Qianqian to inquire about the outcome, Liu Ruyan swiftly took the materials and began to peruse them, quickly transitioning from her divorce status to a focused work mode. Zheng Qianqian, inspired by Liu Ruyan's energy, harmoniously collaborated, and they soon concluded the morning meeting. Exiting the conference room, Zheng Qianqian stretched and sighed, finally done. Yan, what do you want for lunch? I'll go order something for you. No need. Liu Ruyan took out her phone and messaged Jiang Luo. Is lunch ready? Jiang Luo replied, yes, almost done. I'll bring it over shortly. Are you at the villa? No, I'm at my rented apartment practicing the piano. Conveniently, Jiang Luo's rented complex was not far from the Liu group, allowing him to reach her within 15 minutes on his electric bike through the alleys, avoiding traffic. Oh, then please let me know when you arrive. I'll come down to get you. No need. I'll bring it up. I made an extra portion for Qianqian, so she doesn't feel left out. Liu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. Although she understood Jiang Luo's good intentions, his actions transformed her solitary enjoyment of his culinary efforts into something shared. It was meant to be a private indulgence. Now, with Zheng Qianqian involved, even though Zheng Qianqian was her closest friend and work partner, Liu Ruyan wished to possess this moment exclusively, without the desire to share, especially since it seemed Zheng Qianqian harbored some inappropriate thoughts about Jiang Luo. Yet, Liu Ruyan found herself in no position to refuse. Doing so would easily lead to misunderstandings. The person she loved was Jiang Luo, wasn't he it? Yan, what is wrong? Noticing Liu Ruyan's unusual demeanor, Zheng Qianqian asked curiously. Liu Ruyan hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the truth. Jiang Luo is bringing me lunch. Oh dear, is there enough for me too? This one tea do. I need to message him. Zheng Qianqian immediately pulled out her phone, eager to text Jiang Luo. No need for that, Qianqian. He has prepared. You should go down and bring him up when the time comes. Oh, little puppy brother knows how to handle things. The husband feels overwhelmed with affection. I adore it. Seeing Qianqian's joyful demeanor, Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered with an unnameable pang of bitterness. Noon had arrived. Jiang Luo, carrying a lunchbox, rode his electric bike to the foot of the Liu group building. Jiang Luo. Over here, Qianqian had been waiting at the prearranged spot and waved at Jiang Luo. Qianqian, did you wait long? Not at all, Jiang Luo. What delicious food did you bring? Just some home-cooked dishes. I hope you all will enjoy them. I'm sure we will. Qianqian chatted and laughed with Jiang Luo as they ascended the stairs. Jiang Luo, what did you do with Yin this morning? A gut feeling told Qianqian that Liu Ruyan had come to the company today to be with Jiang Luo. Qianqian had hinted at this to Liu Ruyan, but Liu Ruyan had skillfully deflected her inquiries. I went with Ruyan to handle divorce procedures. Qian, being Liu Ruyan's closest confidant, was aware of the contract marriage between Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan, as well as the existence of Jiang Xinqing. Thus, Jiang Luo thought nothing of revealing the divorce matter to Qian. You two are getting a divorce? Qian's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. It has come to this. It seems Ruyan has made her choice, opting for Jiang Xinqing and letting go of Jiang Luo. Now, Qian would not hesitate to pursue such a wonderful boyfriend, lest he fall into the hands of another woman, which would surely break her heart. Yes, for the time being. I will still reside in the private villa at Ziyun Mountain, preparing 3 meals a day for Ruyan, assisting her in dealing with the Liu family, until Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing truly reconcile. By the way, just now, that scoundrel Jiang Xinqing sent me a message asking for help in locating Ruyan. He must have been blocked. It's strange. Ruyan divorced you for Jiang Xinqing, so why are they quarreling again? Qian had no desire to engage with that scoundrel. If it weren't for Liu Ruyan, she would have unleashed her fury upon Jiang Xinqing. That is no longer my concern. In any case, Jiang Luo, as Jiang Xinqing wished, has divorced Liu Ruyan and is unwittingly facilitating Jiang Xinqing's reconciliation with her, gaining the approval of the Liu family in the process. Jiang Luo owes Jiang Xinqing nothing. If he seeks trouble again, Jiang Luo certainly won't indulge him. Seeking updates, Gifts Chapter 40. Will you accompany me? Indeed, let us not dwell on that scoundrel. Merely speaking of him is nauseating. Jiang Luo, are you all right? You cherished Yin so deeply, yet you chose that cad and left you. Zhang Qian looked at Jiang Luo with a probing gaze. Jiang Luo could only manage a wry smile, as long as Ruyan feels that her choice brings her happiness. I shall support her. Zhang Qian had initially intended to approach Jiang Luo directly, hoping to alleviate his heartache from being jilted with the sweetness of romance. After all, Zhang Qian was not lacking in charm herself. However, seeing Jiang Luo's bitter smile led her to misunderstand. She assumed he was still unable to let go of Liu Ruyan. Indeed, after 3 years of marriage, the kindness Jiang Luo had shown Liu Ruyan was evident to all around them. He would have sacrificed anything for her. Such a profound love, one that transcended life itself, could hardly be relinquished easily. Only a fool like Jiang Luo would choose to let go and allow Liu Ruyan to pursue Jiang Xinqing, rather than keeping her firmly by his side. Yet, if Jiang Luo were not so foolish, Zhang Qian would not have been so invested in him. Gazing at Jiang Luo's strikingly handsome visage, imbued with an artistic aura, Zhang Qian could hear her heart racing. Qian, are you all right? Your face is quite flushed. Jiang Luo observed her with concern. And no, I'm fine. After your divorce from Yin, what else do you plan to do aside from supporting her and Jiang Xinqing? Zhang Qian hastily shifted the topic. Well, I should continue playing the piano. Speaking of which, I still don't know how well you play. Jiang Luo, when will you perform for me? Zhang Qian had longed to be an audience to Jiang Luo's music. But given that Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo had not yet fully divorced, even knowing their marriage was merely contractual and that Liu Ruyan's affections lay with Jiang Xinqing, she felt somewhat like an interloper, unable to reconcile her feelings. Now that Jiang Luo was divorced from Liu Ruyan, Zhang Qian could pursue him openly. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. Any time will do. I would be honored. Wow, you are truly remarkable, dear younger brother. So handsome and talented at the piano, no wonder I sensed an artistic demeanor when I first met you. You were bound to enchant me. Upon noticing Jiang Luo's arrival, Liu Ruyan pretended to be busy with work. Ruyan, I brought lunch for you, Jiang Luo said, placing the food box on the table. He glanced at Liu Ruyan, engrossed in her tasks, and intended to leave without further interruption. As Jiang Luo turned to leave, Liu Ruyan cleared her throat. Ahem, Jiang Luo, have you eaten? Yes, I have. Then stay a while. I would like to discuss the piano with you. At the mention of the coveted 1786 Steinway piano, Jiang Luo nodded and obediently took a seat. Liu Ruyan looked at the home-cooked meal Jiang Luo had prepared for her, though not made from gourmet ingredients or crafted by a Michelin-starred chef. The aroma was enticing enough to make her mouth water. Jiang Luo had specifically made her favorite dishes, which paired delightfully with the appetizing sides. And soon Liu Ruyan devoured everything with gusto. Jiang Luo gazed at Liu Ruyan's exquisite dining etiquette, a grace instilled in her since childhood by her affluent upbringing. Unintentionally, he became lost in thought, reminiscing about Gong Sun. Gong Sun's delight in gourmet food was evident in her sparkling eyes, an unabashed foodie. She would feel shy under scrutiny while devouring her meal, playfully chiding onlookers to hurry and eat, for wasting food was a sin. reflecting on his ethereal muse. Jiang Luo could not help but chuckle softly. What is it, Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan's cheeks flushed inexplicably. She momentarily assumed Jiang Luo's smile stemmed from her recent dining manners, which she hoped had not been too unrefined. Though she relished Jiang Luo's culinary creations, she harbored a deep concern for his perception of her. Returning to the present, Jiang Luo quickly shifted the conversation. Ruyan, is it delicious? Indeed, yes. Keep up the good work, Liu Ruyan replied, neatly packing her empty meal box for him. The 1786 Stein piano has been arranged for delivery to the villa. You shall see it upon your return tonight. Good. Jiang Luo's eyes sparkled momentarily, only for a wave of guilt to wash over him. He had pledged to be merely friends with Liu Ruyan, yet he had inadvertently treated her as a substitute for Gong's son. Though their personalities were entirely distinct, their striking resemblance was uncanny, as if they had been cast from the same mold. Despite Liu Ruyan having deceived Jiang Luo, she had also borne the consequences, successfully finalizing their divorce and providing him with 10 million, in addition to 5 million in the 1786 Stein piano as part of their new agreement. It was clear that Liu Ruyan's feelings for Jiang Luo ran deep, transcending mere friendship. I cannot allow this to happen again. Jiang Luo could only use this phrase to mask his inner guilt. Yet, the cycle would inevitably repeat, unless he truly distanced himself from Liu Ruyan. Otherwise, this promise would forever remain unattainable. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. What is it, Qian? Liu Ruyan's tone held a hint of displeasure. Could it be that Zhang Qian was envious of her time alone with Jiang Luo and had come to disrupt? Yan, there's trouble. Jiang Xianqing just messaged me, stating that if you refuse to meet him, he will come to the company to find you. What did you say? Liu Ruyan bit her lip in frustration. This Jiang Xianqing was utterly audacious. She had blocked all means of contact with him to ensure he understood the gravity of the situation. Why would he disregard her wishes and seek out Jiang Luo to divulge the truth? Now, Jiang Xianqing dared to approach the Liu Corporation, intending to threaten Liu Ruyan. If it were not for the faint remnants of her first love's allure, she would have severed all ties with Jiang Xianqing after her divorce from Jiang Luo, truly wishing to let it all go. Did this man truly deserve the sacrifices Liu Ruyan had made, forsaking her own ties to rekindle their relationship? Yan, what should we do now? Zhang Qian knew this was neither the time nor place to expose Liu Ruyan's connection with Jiang Xianqing, especially within the Liu Corporation. The repercussions of such revelations would be dire if Chairman Liu were to discover them. I will contact him. Given the circumstances, Liu Ruyan resolutely could not allow Jiang Xinqing to enter the Liu group. Well then, I shall take my leave, Jiang Luo stated. This matter did not require her involvement, nor was it appropriate for her to meddle. She gathered her music box, intending to return to her apartment to practice, when Liu Ruyan called out to her. Jiang Luo, I wish to meet a Chang and clarify things. Would you accompany me? Jiang Luo's forehead creased with 3 lines of concern. You want me to go with you? That seems unwise. In this complicated love triangle, Jiang Luo was indeed the extraneous party. Wasn't she merely positioning herself as a third wheel in Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing's affair? What if Jiang Xinqing's ire fell upon her instead? Jiang Luo would find herself in a predicament, unable to voice her grievances. Indeed, Yan, it may not be suitable for you to go now. What if Jiang Xinqing misinterprets the situation? Chapter 41 Regret. Zhang Qianqian also felt that Liu Ruyan's words were inappropriate. I must teach Qing a lesson. Only then will he cease to disappoint me repeatedly. Therefore, Jiang Luo, you must go. Qianqian, you should come along as well. Liu Ruyan instantly altered her tone. I implore you, Jiang Luo, Qianqian, Qing's recent actions have truly disappointed me. I do not wish to see him. Instead, he threatens me with such tactics. I am genuinely furious and frightened. Under Liu Ruyan's repeated entreaties, Zhang Qianqian glanced at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, perhaps we should accompany Yan. With me around, it will be fine. Jiang Luo felt helpless. However, the guilt he harbored towards Liu Ruyan, coupled with the assistance she had provided him, made it difficult for him to refuse. Ultimately, Jiang Luo reluctantly nodded. At most, he would play the role of a silent NPC, allowing Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing to navigate their own tumultuous affair as long as it did not affect him. Seeing Jiang Luo's agreement, Liu Ruyan felt somewhat reassured and promptly took out her phone to contact Jiang Xinqing. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Xinqing's delighted voice resonated. Yan, you have finally chosen to answer my call. Jiang Xinqing, I will send you an address shortly. Let us discuss everything there. If you dare to come to the Liu group looking for me, we shall sever all ties. We shall never meet again. Liu Ruyan's tone was even colder than she had anticipated, genuinely incensed by Jiang Xinqing's recent antics. 3 years had passed, and aside from the heart-wrenching manner in which Jiang Xinqing had abandoned Liu Ruyan, he had transformed into someone entirely different from the perfect figure she had once cherished. Moreover, Liu Ruyan was unable to let go. Love still lingered, but it was overshadowed by fury and resentment. All right, Yin Yan, I will heed your wishes. Let us meet first, and you can hear my explanation. Jiang Xinqing felt a sudden pang in his heart. He recognized Liu Ruyan's anger, but did not expect her to call him by his name so directly. Regardless, once they met, Jiang Xinqing believed he could adequately explain himself and comfort Liu Ruyan, just as he had in the past, no matter what mistakes Jiang Xinqing had made. As long as he took the initiative to apologize and soothe Liu Ruyan, she would choose to forgive him. This time, Jiang Xinqing had a trump card up his sleeve. Before Jiang Xinqing could finish his sentence, Liu Ruyan abruptly ended the call and sent him the agreed-upon location. Half an hour later, at the Yulan Tea House, a venue Liu Ruyan had invested in, the place had been cleared in advance, leaving it entirely vacant. 3 years prior, before their separation, Jiang Xinqing had accompanied Liu Ruyan here several times and was familiar with the surroundings. Carrying gifts of apology, Jiang Xinqing anxiously contemplated how to express his remorse as he awaited Liu Ruyan's arrival. Finally, she appeared. Yin Yan. Jiang Xinqing's face lit up with joy. Eager to speak, when he suddenly noticed Jiang Luo following closely behind Liu Ruyan, his expression of happiness instantly darkening. What are you doing here? Jiang Luo was at a loss for words. He felt equally desperate. We are here to support Yin Yan. Fortunately, Zhang Chanqian interjected, breaking the awkwardness and glaring at Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Xinqing, you once abandoned Yin Yan at the most crucial moment. Now that Yin Yan has regained her light, it is you who shamelessly seeks reconciliation. Why must you still cause her sorrow and anger? Jiang Xinqing inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his fury. Xinqian, I did not. You did not? At this point, do you still dare to utter those 3 words in my presence? Liu Ruyan's disappointment in Jiang Xinqing was palpable. She had hoped he would recognize his mistakes and repent. Instead, he stood there, brimming with arrogance, utterly oblivious to the need for change. Yin Yan. You previously claimed that Jiang Luo deliberately played tricks to delay the divorce. Of course, I was furious. I am your man. Do you expect me to remain indifferent? So now you are pleased? I deceived you, slandered Jiang Luo. In truth, it was I who wished to avoid divorce. I wanted to preserve our relationship, to have my family accept you once more, and thus I exploited Jiang Luo. You have made me feel utterly ashamed before Jiang Luo, wishing I could find a hole to hide in. Jiang Xinqing, if this is what you desired, then you have triumphed. Liu Ruyan spoke coldly. Beside them, Zhang Chanqian could not help but click her tongue. It turned out there was this underlying reason for Liu Ruyan's divorce from Jiang Luo. I am sorry, Yin Yan, but I must ensure your divorce from Jiang Luo. Even if given another chance, I would act the same. Only then can I feel secure. You must understand the profound place you hold in my heart. I truly love you dearly, and I fear that after 3 years, you might change your affections. If I were to change my heart, I would have done so long ago. 3 years ago, you abandoned me in my blindness, bringing disgrace to the Liu family. How can you dare claim that I hold such importance in your heart? If my sight had not returned, would you still have come back to seek reconciliation? Jiang Xinqing. You are utterly incapable. You cannot compare to Jiang Luo. For the past 3 years, Jiang Luo has been by my side, attentive to my every need, even risking his life to restore my vision. He is willing to let me go if it means I can find happiness. His love is infinitely more noble than yours. Liu Ruyan felt as if she had truly lost her senses, yearning for a first love who had once forsaken her, regardless of the beautiful memories they shared. It had all ended when Jiang Xinqing called off their engagement 3 years prior. Why for 3 years did Liu Ruyan continue to dwell on Jiang Xinqing, unable to forget? Proposing a divorce from Jiang Luo in favor of reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing led her to encounter such a man. Jiang Luo, who had been unwittingly dragged into the conflict, was taken aback. Why do couples always seem to involve them in their quarrels? So, Yin Yin, my concerns were justified. Upon learning of Jiang Luo's unwavering dedication to you over the past 3 years, upon seeing Jiang Luo with my own eyes, I realized your heart is not entirely mine. It has gradually been infiltrated by another man. How can I find peace knowing this? To truly possess you, I would gladly endure your anger. Jiang Luo must divorce you. Otherwise, one day he will inevitably take you from me. Jiang Xinqing cast a jealous glance toward Jiang Luo, whose striking beauty surpassed even his own. The 3 years during which Jiang Xinqing was absent, coupled with Jiang Luo's devoted attentions to Liu Ruyan, represented an insurmountable advantage that Jiang Xinqing could not overcome. Even a mere substitute could command respect. This compelled Jiang Xinqing to confront the situation earnestly. No matter how many beautiful memories he shared with Liu Ruyan, they paled in comparison to the unwavering companionship and life-risking care that Jiang Luo provided during Liu Ruyan's most desperate moments. Jiang Luo had initially wished to remain a mere bystander, yet found himself ensnared in this love triangle, unable to extricate himself. He could only explain, "Jiang Xinqing, do not misconstrue my intentions. Liu Ruyan and I are divorced. We are merely friends. For you too, I hold nothing but blessings in my heart, nothing more." Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, a sharp pang of pain surged within Liu Ruyan, quickly followed by a tide of regret. Chapter 42: Commitment Regret. Yes, regret. Previously, Liu Ruyan had resolved to grant Jiang Xinqing another opportunity, envisioning a future where they would be together. Why then had it come to this? Jiang Xinqing scoffed, "Jiang Luo, who would believe such words from you? Everyone knows you love Yin Yin to the extent of sacrificing your life. How could I possibly feel secure with a ticking time bomb like you lingering near her?" His aggressive demeanor incited Jiang Luo's growing annoyance, as he began to feel that Liu Ruyan deserved better. Jiang Luo was merely an onlooker, devoid of genuine affection for Liu Ruyan. Faced with Jiang Xinqing's misconceptions and Liu Ruyan's earnest pleas, he maintained his composure. Once he divorced Liu Ruyan, he would be free to pursue Gong soon, unburdened by these entangled emotional conflicts. Yet, what of Liu Ruyan? The pain she endured was unbearable. "Jiang Xinqing, even if you don't trust me, how can you not believe in Ruyan? She is willing to endure her family's misunderstandings and earnestly strives to reconcile with you. And this is your response?" Jiang Luo's words struck a chord with Jiang Xinqing. In matters of romantic trust, his actions represented a betrayal of Liu Ruyan's faith. He was at a disadvantage. Jiang Luo was right. "Jiang Xinqing, are you oblivious to the fact that Jiang Luo's marriage to Yin Yin was merely a contractual arrangement? Do you not comprehend the immense pressure Yin Yin has faced to reconcile with you? Now that Jiang Luo is divorcing her, you remain unaware of your own faults. You are utterly despicable." Zhang Qianqian seethed with indignation, feeling a profound sense of injustice for Liu Ruyan. She had advised Liu Ruyan numerous times to forget about that scoundrel, Jiang Xinqing, and had warned him that if he sought reconciliation, he ought to approach Liu Ruyan with humility and treat her well, ensuring she would not suffer further heartache. Yet, this was how Jiang Xinqing chose to act. Infuriating, Liu Ruyan lifted her gaze to Jiang Xinqing, still clinging to a faint glimmer of hope for this man. If only he would exhibit the grace befitting of a first love. Liu Ruyan was not entirely incapable of forgiveness, after all. She had swallowed her pride in the face of the betrayal from the Jiang family and Jiang Xinqing years ago. "I know I have wronged you, Yin Yin, and I am willing to exhaust every means to make amends, yet I will not regret my actions. If I wait until you are taken by Jiang Luo, it will be too late." Jiang Xinqing could not afford to lose Liu Ruyan. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's heart shattered completely. It was painfully clear that a resolution was within reach, should Jiang Xinqing merely relent. Yet, he remained obstinate, oblivious to his own missteps. The disappointment was overwhelming. "Jiang Xinqing, let us refrain from meeting for a while. Do not attempt to contact me. I cannot forgive you at present. We need to take a step back and contemplate whether we are still the significant individuals we once were to each other. You have transformed beyond recognition, and I am utterly disheartened." Liu Ruyan resolved firmly. She required time to reflect deeply on her relationship with Jiang Xinqing, to determine whether she wished to continue down this path with him. Does this man truly merit the burden of such expectations from Liu Ruyan? Let us depart, Qianqian. Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan, for the moment, wishes to avoid the sight of Jiang Xinqing. A lingering glance does not evoke admiration, but rather revulsion. "Yin Yin, I stand with you. Let us go." Zhang Qianqian can only lament her own blindness over 3 years ago. As a mere observer, she failed to see Jiang Xinqing's true nature. She once cheered for the coupling of Jiang Xinqing and Liu Ruyan, believing them to be a perfect pair, hoping that one day she could find a boyfriend akin to Jiang Xinqing and die without regret. In retrospect, it feels as if the past has returned to pierce her deeply, painful and heart-wrenching. Listening to Liu Ruyan's resolute words, Jiang Xinqing's heart momentarily chilled. He had anticipated Liu Ruyan's anger, yet he never expected it to escalate to the point of a potential breakup. What has transpired? All Jiang Xinqing yearned for was the security of being a boyfriend. His fears were not unfounded. Liu Ruyan seemingly harbored less affection for him. having found her place beside Jiang Luo. Initially, when Liu Ruyan agreed to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing and welcomed him at the airport, he believed he was still her one and only, but it appears that was far from the truth. Yin, have you forgotten? Who provided the appropriate heart source for the ailing Piao Su? You promised you would be grateful to me for a lifetime. Liu Ruyan's steps suddenly halted. The tender spot in her heart was profoundly pierced by Jiang Xinqing's words. This was a secret she had never shared with anyone. Liu Ruyan's younger sister, Liu Piaoxiu, suffered from congenital heart disease, which manifested suddenly at the age of 10, necessitating a compatible heart source, even for a prestigious family like the Lius. Despite spending lavishly and searching tirelessly for countless options, finding a suitable match remained elusive, a matter of utmost urgency. Liu Ruyan cherished Liu Piaoxiu dearly. Witnessing her sister's precarious existence in the hospital brought her immense sorrow. It was Jiang Xinqing who, through great effort, helped Liu Ruyan secure a fitting heart for Liu Piaoxiu. This was also the pivotal reason Liu Ruyan resolutely agreed to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing. At that time, Jiang Xinqing was so admirable, so responsible. He was the towering figure in Liu Ruyan's heart. Yin, I cannot comprehend. Was it Jiang Xinqing who found Piaoxiu's heart? This matter was unknown even to Zheng Chanqian. She merely knew that Liu Piaoxiu had once suffered a heart attack and narrowly escaped death, thanks to the timely acquisition of a heart source for transplantation. Ah Ching, I understand now. Liu Ruyan did not rush to explain. She merely shifted her address from Jiang Xinqing to Ah Chang. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Jiang Xinqing's lips. He knew that with this trump card in hand, no matter the wrongs he had committed, Liu Ruyan would inevitably forgive him. Moreover, to elicit the Liu family's forgiveness for Jiang Xinqing, this was the most compelling argument. Were it not for Jiang Xinqing, the little princess of the Liu family would have long since departed to the netherworld. Yin, this is a lucky charm I crafted for you with my own hands. You once mentioned that it embodies the most beautiful legend of ancient Greece. As long as it is infused with enough love and longing, the lucky charm will protect you. Though my efforts may not be perfect, my intentions are undeniably sincere. I hope you can accept this and forgive me just this once. Jiang Xinqing knelt on one knee, presenting the gift he had prepared in advance, his gaze earnest as it met Liu Ruyan's. Liu Ruyan lowered her eyes, her heart wavering in that moment. Jiang Xinqing recalled the words Liu Ruyan had spoken years ago, coupled with the life-saving grace bestowed by Liu Piaoxiu. Gazing at the man before her, Liu Ruyan felt her resolve soften, and she accepted the gift. Ah Chang, let us see how you perform. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xinqing's heart swelled with joy. Yin, thank you, he exclaimed, rising with the intention of embracing Liu Ruyan. However, she stepped back a pace, leaving Jiang Xinqing standing awkwardly with open arms, only to retract them in disappointment. Liu Ruyan turned away, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Luo. She did not wish to appear intimate with Jiang Xinqing in his presence. Zheng Chanqian, sensing the underlying tension, rolled her eyes and suddenly approached Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Xinqing, listen closely. You must not misinterpret the relationship between Yin and Jiang Luo. Their bond is one of a contractual marriage, and Jiang Luo is my boyfriend. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, stunned by Zheng Chanqian's revelation. Yin, I've always told you that if you don't harbor feelings for Jiang Luo, I would take away my puppy brother. I speak with utmost seriousness. I didn't wish to disclose this matter, but seeing how Jiang Xinqing continues to misunderstand Jiang Luo in relation to you, it seems the truth must come to light. I warn you, if you trouble Jiang Luo again, I shall not spare you. With that, Zheng Chanqian grasped Liu Ruyan's hand and departed with Jiang Luo, leaving Jiang Xinqing in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Jiang Luo was indeed entangled with Zheng Chanqian? Was Jiang Xinqing merely overthinking the situation? Chapter 43. He saved my sister once in the car. Jiang Luo finally regained his composure. Xiao, how come you? This is merely a temporary measure. Otherwise, Jiang Xinqing will continue to misunderstand the connection between you and Yin after 3 years of marriage. By doing this, I am swiftly cutting through the chaos. So Jiang Xinqing won't harass you or misinterpret things with Yin. On the surface, Zhang Xiao spoke with grandiosity, yet internally, she felt a thrill. How wonderful it would be if she could truly be Jiang Luo's girlfriend. Oh, Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head. If this could foster more trust from Jiang Xinqing towards Liu Ruyan, thereby reducing his troubles with Jiang Luo, that would be quite beneficial. After all, Jiang Luo and Zheng Xiao were not genuinely in a romantic relationship. Noticing Jiang Luo's complete lack of resistance, Liu Ruyan subtly furrowed her brow. She then recalled Zheng Xiao's explicit declaration that if Liu Ruyan divorced Jiang Luo, she would pursue him. It was evident that the young lady was sincere. which only added to her vexation. Liu Ruyan glanced at the lucky charm in her hand, reflecting on Jiang Xinqing's earlier demeanor, and her discomfort diminished somewhat. At least Jiang Xinqing still cherished the beautiful past and promises shared with Liu Ruyan, constantly highlighting the value of his status as her first love. Yin Yin. Was it Jiang Xinqing who found the heart for Piaoxiu back then? Why did he not reveal it sooner? Liu Ruyan forcefully suppressed her discontent and explained. It was a Qing who insisted on keeping it a secret. The heart was procured through illegal means from the underground black market. Had it not been for Liu Piaoxiu's life-threatening condition, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. I was left with no choice. Without the heart, my precious sister would perish. Zhang Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment. Ah, Yin Yin, did even Uncle Liu and the others remain unaware of this matter? Yes. Only a Cheng and I are privy to it. One could hardly perceive Jiang Xinqing's restraint back then, avoiding the spotlight. It was no wonder Liu Ruyan chose to forgive him and reconcile. I apologize, Yin Yin, for previously criticizing your romantic inclinations. With such a perspective, Liu Ruyan's momentary softness in granting Jiang Xinqing another chance was understandable. The Liu family cherished their little princess, Liu Piaoxiu. And Zhang Xiaoxiao was well aware of the turmoil that ensued when Liu Piaoxiu's heart condition flared up. Receiving Zhang Xiaoxiao's approval, Liu Ruyan felt a wave of comfort. It indicated that her decision to reunite with Jiang Xinqing was not misguided. Liu Ruyan was not simply infatuated. She had chosen to neutralize the debt of gratitude with Jiang Xinqing's betrayal from 3 years prior, granting both herself and Jiang Xinqing an opportunity for a fresh start, free from obligations. Contemplating this, Liu Ruyan glanced at Jiang Luo, only to find him unresponsive. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, Jiang Luo, do you think I should forgive a Qing? Ruyan, I believe Jiang Xinqing is genuinely remorseful. Moreover, he saved Piaoxiu. If you have found your answer, perhaps you should choose to forgive him. Furthermore, if Jiang Xinqing discloses this matter to Chairman Liu and the others, it could facilitate your reconciliation with him. Thus, Jiang Luo would swiftly extricate himself from this turbulent situation, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action, resulting in mutual happiness. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Liu Ruyan's mood soured instantly. It seems that Jiang Luo is utterly unconcerned. In fact, he even seeks to facilitate a connection between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing. Liu Ruyan finds herself utterly perplexed. Jiang Luo, do you truly love me to the extent that you would willingly sacrifice your life? Why is it that you exhibit no jealousy at the sight of me with another man? As night descends, Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan have just returned to the villa. Yin Yin, I will prepare dinner, he states. All right. At that moment, Butler Li hurriedly approaches. Miss Liu, there is trouble. Li Shu, what is it? She inquires. You should take a look at this. Butler Li cautiously hands over his phone. Liu Ruyan's pupils constrict as she sees the trending topic featuring her and Jiang Xinqing together at the tea house yesterday. The photographer, hidden in a discreet corner, captured their image with astounding clarity. While the headline is sensational, President Liu Ruyan of Liu Group spotted alongside her fiancé from 3 years ago, suspected rekindling of old flames. Such gossip from the upper echelons of society is irresistibly alluring to the public, and within moments of hitting the trending list, the comments section erupts. Liu Ruyan hastily contacts the security department of Liu Group, demanding that they remove the trending topic at any cost. It is far too premature for the public to be aware of her relationship with Jiang Xinqing, not to mention that her family would never support her involvement with him. Liu Ruyan herself is also uncertain about whether this relationship should proceed. Who could be behind this? Could it be Jiang Xinqing orchestrating this to compel her to acknowledge their reconciliation? Just as Liu Ruyan contemplates this possibility, a voice emerges from the other end of the line. Miss Liu, the trending topic has been taken down. It seems to have been initiated by the Jiang family. Investigate who was responsible for pushing this trending topic and who was the first to publish it. I want to know who was lurking to capture these photographs. Understood. After hanging up, Liu Ruyan lightly bites her lip. Jiang Xinqing, do not let me down again. Ruyan, are you all right? Jiang Luo's gentle, concerned voice reaches her ears. Liu Ruyan turns and meets Jiang Luo's caring gaze. And in that instant, her heart skips a beat, enveloped in a sense of salvation. This feeling was once provided by Jiang Xinqing during a time when Liu Ruyan could not save Liu Piaoxiu, frantically searching in the depths of darkness. It was Jiang Xinqing who first discovered a matching heart for Liu Piaoxiu, enabling Liu Ruyan to save her beloved younger sister in time. Reflecting on these moments, Liu Ruyan once believed that Jiang Xinqing was her sole redemption and light. Yet now, in contrast to the meticulous care Jiang Luo has shown her over the past 3 years, including restoring her eyesight, Liu Ruyan finds a deeper sense of salvation in him. I'm fine, Jiang Luo. I will handle this. You go prepare dinner, she says, surprisingly soft-spoken, unaware of the anger simmering within her. All right. Watching Liu Ruyan ascend the stairs, Jiang Luo shrugs. Since he cannot assist, he will simply fulfill his duty and prepare dinner for her. Indeed, Mr. Jiang. The piano room arranged for you by Mr. Liu has been tidied up, and today a piano was delivered. It has been 3 years since this incident. Yet it is the first time I have witnessed Mr. Liu's willingness to listen to the piano once more, especially played by your hand. Uncle Li gazed at Jiang Luo with a look full of kindness. Liu Ruyan was once a woman deeply enamored with music and the arts. Had she not suddenly lost her sight, compounded by the betrayal from Jiang Xinqing, she would not have descended into such despondency, shunning even the sound of a piano. Now, for Jiang Luo's sake, Liu Ruyan is willing to transform, to reclaim the passionate woman she once was, devoted to music and art. If only such an exceptional man truly were Liu Ruyan's destined partner. It is not a matter of great capability. It suffices that he genuinely loves Liu Ruyan and considers her well-being. What both seek in marriage is simply to hold each other's hands and support one another through life. Uncle Li has observed Jiang Luo over the past 3 years in the villa. He meets the criteria. If Liu Ruyan were to miss out on Jiang Luo, she might never find such a loving and gentle man again. It is perplexing to Uncle Li that, despite having been betrayed and abandoned by Jiang Xinqing, the proud and noble Liu Ruyan would still contemplate forgiveness and reconciliation with him. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jiang Luo could not help but begin to feel a sense of anticipation. What would it truly feel like to play the legendary 1786 Stein piano, akin to Beethoven's? Mr. Jiang, have you really divorced Liu Ruyan? Are you not considering fighting for her once more? Uncle Li asked, still unwilling to give up hope. Jiang Luo smiled wryly. Yes. Uncle Li, I understand your thoughts. Liu Ruyan and I are merely friends, and I wish for her happiness. Alas, without Jiang Luo by her side, can Liu Ruyan genuinely find happiness with Jiang Xinqing? Uncle Li harbors little optimism. With matters having reached this point, all that remains is a sigh. Just as Jiang Luo busied himself in the kitchen, a call came in from Gu Yuwei. Chapter 44. During the performance, Jiang Luo captivated Liu Ruyan's gaze. Professor Gu, I saw the trending news. Are you all right? Gu Yuwei's voice carried a trace of anxiety, her concern palpable. Upon learning of the incident, her immediate worry was that Jiang Luo might be involved and come to harm. Professor Gu, Liu Ruyan and I are already divorced. Jiang Luo's words left Gu Yuwei momentarily speechless. How could such significant events unfold in merely a few days, not years? While preparing a meal, Jiang Luo recounted the recent happenings to Gu Yuwei. Divorce is for the best. This way, you won't be caught between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing. A flicker of happiness stirred within Gu Yuwei, though she maintained her composure. Freed from the shackles of marriage, Jiang Luo could, as Gu Yuwei had hoped, ascend to the heights of a world-class piano master. Given Jiang Luo's talent and dedication, this vision was surely within reach. However, Gu Yuwei found it peculiar that Liu Ruyan had deceived Jiang Xinqing, slandering Jiang Luo, and now, even after the divorce, was insisting that Jiang Luo remain at the villa to care for her and assist in rekindling her relationship with Jiang Xinqing. The substantial investment she had made only deepened Gu Yuwei's suspicions. The 1786 Steinway piano was indeed a priceless treasure, one that even Gu Yuwei struggled to procure. This was the very piano once played by Beethoven, a relic of history, preserved in working condition, a rarity in itself. Liu Ruyan had promised to gift it to Jiang Luo upon their divorce to ensure he stayed by her side. If Liu Ruyan had genuinely developed feelings for Jiang Luo after 3 years of marriage, why would she choose to divorce and reconcile with Jiang Xinqing? Gu Yuwei shook off her overthinking. Yet, a woman's intuition left her feeling unsettled. Professor Gu, it's all right. I'll return in a few days. For now, I shall diligently practice the piano and strive to bring you good news. Jiang Luo expressed heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging the kindness Gu Yuwei had shown him. Having left the music world shortly after graduating from university, Jiang Luo had achieved little during those years, missing his golden opportunity to compete and reclaim his title. He required extensive resources, connections, and documentation. Gu Yuwei had tirelessly scoured for Jiang Luo's sake, and he recognized her efforts. With a dismissive huff, Gu Yuwei remarked, knowing the great favor I have bestowed upon you, Jiang Luo, do not let me down this time. Absolutely not. After preparing dinner, Jiang Luo personally delivered it to Liu Ruyan's study and knocked on the door. Ruyan, come in, came her response. Jiang Luo entered as instructed. Liu Ruyan was not occupied. She sat at her desk, staring at the computer, lost in thought. Upon seeing Jiang Luo, she stretched and said, "I'm starving. What have you made that's delicious?" "Just some home-cooked dishes that you enjoy," Jiang Luo replied. Liu Ruyan glanced at the meal, her appetite peaked, and she quietly began to eat without further comment. Jiang Luo patiently waited until she finished, then, as was his habit, offered her a napkin. Liu Ruyan wiped her lips and remarked, "Next time, let us eat downstairs. There is no need to bring it up." Jiang Luo nodded slightly. Ruyan, is everything all right?" "Everything is fine. The trending topic has faded, and all traces online have been erased. There hasn't been much commotion. And the PR department of the Liu Group will handle the rest. Jiang Luo, if my family reaches out to you, please let me know. This matter has dragged you into it, and you shouldn't have to bear the burden for me. Do you understand?" Jiang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. But even Professor Gu is aware of it. I believe Chairman Liu won't remain oblivious to this. Ruyan, I think we need to prepare ourselves in advance. Has Gu Yue contacted you? Did you inform her about our divorce?" "Yes," Jiang Luo replied, but felt uneasy. "Ruyan, I trust Professor Gu's character. She would never speak carelessly, so you needn't worry." Liu Ruyan felt a surge of discontent. She wanted to express her anger, but ultimately realized she had no right to do so. Jiang Luo was now single, and she could not demand that he uphold any promises. It was entirely his choice whom to associate with. The trending topic had originated from Liu Ruyan herself, with paparazzi capturing a photo of her alongside Jiang Xiancheng, leaving her without grounds to criticize Jiang Luo. It was akin to her lingering ties with Jiang Xiancheng. Yet she did not wish for Jiang Luo to meddle. However, why? Liu Ruyan simply did not want Jiang Luo to grow too close to Gu Yue. Close enough that it seemed Jiang Luo could confide in Gu Yue about many things, their relationship appearing more intimate than her own. Ruyan, I'll tidy up and take my things." Noticing Liu Ruyan's anger, Jiang Luo felt it prudent to refrain from speaking further and intended to take the food box away. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan spoke. "Jiang Luo, the piano has arrived. Play a piece for me." Is that all right?" "Of course." Jiang Luo did not comprehend Liu Ruyan's thoughts at the moment, but the command of the benefactor was absolute. It was not merely Jiang Luo's personal desire to swiftly play the 1786 Steinway piano. Jiang Luo accompanied Liu Ruyan to the piano room. As they pushed open the door, a faint aroma of wood wafted toward them. The soft lighting illuminated the entire room, which was spacious and empty, with floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a bustling cityscape and a sky full of stars. A beautifully elegant piano stood silently in the center, its surface glimmering subtly under the light, akin to a slumbering spirit awaiting awakening. Upon seeing this piano, Jiang Luo involuntarily held his breath. The miraculous instrument, witnessed countless times in videos and images, now stood before him in its authentic form. This was the very 1786 Steinway piano that Beethoven had once played. Only a true pianist could grasp the exhilaration coursing through Jiang Luo's heart at this moment. Observing Jiang Luo entranced by the piano, his excitement palpable, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but smile faintly. This gift was indeed the right choice. She had never seen Jiang Luo so invested in anything before. Although she had previously expressed her gratitude for Jiang Luo's efforts by gifting him several expensive items, including luxury watches and cars, he had always declined. It was only due to Liu Ruyan's resolute demeanor that she accepted it, leaving it in use for a long while. Liu Ruyan knew that Jiang Luo was inherently a kind-hearted man, someone who upheld his promises. He would take what belonged to him, and would never forcefully claim what was not his, a quality that Liu Ruyan deeply admired in him. However, this piano was an exception. Only a true pianist could comprehend the value of the 1786 Steinway piano. Once regarded by Liu Ruyan as a bane, it now brought to mind the melodies played by Jiang Xinqing as he pursued her. Filled with expectations and joy as she intended to present this piano as a wedding gift to him. Now, it was finally poised to see the light of day again. To welcome its most fitting owner. "Jiang Luo, give it a try." "All right." Jiang Luo's voice trembled with unease. Holding his breath, he approached, reverently as if meeting a deity. His fingertips gliding over the black and white keys, each note resonating like whispers from a distant past, both archaic and profoundly moving. Jiang Luo found himself lost in exhilaration. Hesitant to press too firmly, fearful of damaging this extraordinary artifact of immense historical significance. It was Liu Ruyan who broke the silence. "Jiang Luo, play me a piece of Clair de Lune, would you?" "Of course. Do not be nervous, Jiang Luo. I wish to witness your performance in person." to see if it is as dazzling as in the videos and photographs. Liu Ruyan gently reassured him, imagining the focused expression Jiang Luo would wear while immersed in his music, naturally captivating everyone's attention. On stage, as he played the piano, Jiang Luo radiated brilliance. No photograph or video could compare to the experience of seeing it firsthand. Jiang Luo inhaled deeply. To be able to play the 1786 Steinway piano with his own hands was, in his heart, a living miracle. As a pianist, he felt compelled to perform with the utmost grace, never tarnishing the sanctity of this masterpiece he revered. As he sat before the 1786 Steinway, his slender, pale fingers poised over the keys, he struck the first note. Liu Ruyan could not tear her gaze away from him. 100,000 words in total. I kindly request your support for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Your various forms of encouragement are truly significant to me. Thank you. Chapter 45. In Jiang Luo's heart, a girl has already emerged. The moonlight cascaded gently through the window, enveloping the room in a tender embrace, while the twinkling stars harmonized with the white light within, weaving a dreamlike atmosphere. All of this beauty illuminated Jiang Luo, rendering him a mere backdrop, clad in casual attire. He closed his eyes, passionately playing the piano. His long, fair fingers danced across the black and white keys, each note infused with vitality and exceptional skill, intertwining to create a magnificent and flawless melody under the moonlight. His visage, far more handsome than any contemporary heartthrob, bore features that were both deep and sculpted, exuding an extraordinary aura akin to that of a master, an essence many aspire to replicate, yet can never attain. At this moment, every adjective of beauty aptly applied to Jiang Luo. The entire world seemed to freeze in time, leaving only the melodious strains of the piano resonating through the night sky, repeatedly washing over Liu Ruyan's soul. As the final notes faded, Jiang Luo slowly opened his eyes. The performer always has the privilege of stepping back first, leaving the audience with a lingering ache, steeped in reminiscence. His gaze was filled with reverence as his fingers glided over the 1786 Steinway piano. Each meticulously crafted detail of the black and white keys was exquisite. To play on such an instrument, for a pianist, it was a feeling akin to living without regret. However, Jiang Luo harbored an even greater passion than the piano gong soon. His heart swelled with excitement, leaving little room for contemplation. This was the genius of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. It became clear to him why Gu Yaowei held him in such high regard. Liu Ruyan, born into a prestigious family and steeped in artistic and musical influences from a young age, was utterly captivated by the unwavering dedication and talent evident in Jiang Luo's performance, a sensation she had never experienced even while witnessing the greatest pianists. The music he created possessed a kind of magic, fully immersing the listeners in his world, and the soundproof ambience of the piano room only enhanced this echoing resonance. A beam of moonlight settled upon Liu Ruyan's heart. This innate brilliance was a gift bestowed at birth, unattainable by ordinary individuals through mere practice. Jiang Luo was undoubtedly a complete piano prodigy. Liu Ruyan felt a pang of regret. Why had she only now discovered Jiang Luo's extraordinary talent? Was it merely through Gu Yaowei's words? Gu Yaowei must have been quietly mocking her ignorance of Jiang Luo. After 3 years of marriage, Jiang Luo knew Liu Ruyan's every joy and sorrow, while she remained oblivious to him. It was apparent to all that Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo's relationship was merely a fade, devoid of genuine emotion. Over these 3 years, how much had Liu Ruyan missed? Why had she not taken the time to understand Jiang Luo better? Had she had the enchanting melodies of Jiang Luo accompanying her during those dark, despairing times, she might have avoided many wrong turns and endured far less suffering. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. Ruyan, thank you for your kind words. It is truly wonderful to have such a discerning listener who can perceive the longing and essence I have imbued within the piano. Liu Ruyan lowered her gaze slightly. What do you think of this piano? Although it lacks many features compared to modern pianos, it possesses a profound historical weight, a charm unique to this 1786 Steinway. Professor Gu once taught me that there is no perfect piano, nor is there a flawless pianist, to pursue the realm of perfection. The pianist and the piano must become one. It's akin to a fisherman and their fishing gear. Both are indispensable for the act of fishing. I can sense that this piano yearns to be played, rather than merely admired as a treasure. At this moment, Jiang Luo mentioned Gu Yaowei, which made Liu Ruyan feel even more uncomfortable. Observing Jiang Luo's delight, Liu Ruyan refrained from dampening her spirit and continued. To encounter a master like you is to fulfill its purpose. Thank you, Ruyan. Without you, it seems unlikely I would ever have the chance to play the 1786 Steinway. I am uncertain if I am worthy to be its owner, but I will certainly cherish the opportunity to use it. Jiang Luo expressed her heartfelt gratitude. As a pianist, who wouldn't yearn for such an instrument? Despite this desire, even renowned piano masters can only gaze longingly at such a model. Today, there are perhaps no more than 5 functioning 1786 Steinways left in the world, aside from the one previously played by Beethoven in a national museum. One of those rare instruments rests in Liu Ruyan's possession, so easily gifted to Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, I can hear a persistent longing in your music. What thoughts occupy your mind while playing this piano? Are you thinking of Gongsun? Jiang Luo was taken aback by Liu Ruyan's question and momentarily froze. Faced with Liu Ruyan's probing gaze, Jiang Luo pressed her lips together and chose to respond honestly. Yes. She understood that lying held little merit. In the presence of someone as perceptive as Liu Ruyan, deceit would be easily uncovered, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan's heart felt cold. Jiang Luo's admission, devoid of deception, should have brought her joy as a friend. Why, at this moment, did she feel such an icy distance? It was as if Jiang Luo had already reserved a space in her heart for another girl. That girl occupied Jiang Luo's world, leaving no room for anyone else. What are you thinking about her? Liu Ruyan couldn't help but pry further. She is the most talented and spirited musician I have ever encountered. When Gongsun plays the piano, she radiates a brilliance that captivates everyone, drawing their gaze irresistibly. I wish she were here, so we could perform a duet once more. Jiang Luo's response was seamless. Liu Ruyan had seen the video of Jiang Luo and Gongsun performing together at their high school New Year's Eve celebration. At that time, the two were so youthful, yet their collaboration was imbued with an extraordinary harmony. They freely wove the most magnificent and grand musical gala, becoming a legendary duo that is still celebrated in that high school to this day. Although Liu Ruyan felt a pang of bitterness within, she found solace in the fact that Jiang Luo had not expressed his desire for Gongsun, stemming from his deep affection. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan was taken aback by her own thoughts. What was happening to her? She had already experienced her first love, her purest affection. Why was she so concerned about Jiang Luo's views on Gongsun? Even if Jiang Luo harbored feelings for Gongsun, Liu Ruyan had no grounds to voice any objections. As long as Jiang Luo did not regard her as a mere substitute for Gongsun, that was all that mattered. Ruyan, are you all right? In truth, Jiang Luo felt a twinge of unease. What prompted Liu Ruyan to inquire about Gongsun? He felt a sense of guilt, fearing that Liu Ruyan might perceive him as having always viewed her as a mere stand-in for Gongsun. This made it impossible for Jiang Luo to present himself with confidence and dignity in front of Liu Ruyan. Chapter 46. Is it Gongsun that she is thinking about? Jiang Luo, your connection with Gongsun. Liu Ruyan began hesitantly, pausing. Never mind, play a few more pieces for me. Your music is enchanting, and I long to hear more, hoping it will lull me into a restful slumber tonight. Liu Ruyan, losing interest, chose not to press further. Her intuition suggested that Jiang Luo's response would not align with her desires. Ultimately, Liu Ruyan found herself perplexed about what she truly sought from Jiang Luo. Her emotions had grown increasingly complicated. It would be better to immerse herself in Jiang Luo's performance, to soothe these tangled feelings. The matter of Gongsun was to be put to rest, as Jiang Luo preferred, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications in discussing Gongsun with Liu Ruyan. All right. Ruyan, would you like to hear? How about Romeo and Juliet? Huh? Jiang Luo looked at Liu Ruyan in bewilderment. This piano piece. Was it not the very melody that Jiang Xiancheng played when he confessed to Liu Ruyan? It was this composition that solidified her feelings and led her to be with Jiang Xiancheng. Now, Liu Ruyan requested Jiang Luo to perform this piece. It felt rather strange. Noticing Jiang Luo's peculiar gaze, Liu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Can't you play it? I can play it, Ruyan. But this piece. Don't overthink it. I merely wish to compare the rendition of the genius from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music with that of a Cheng. Do not underestimate a Cheng just because he lacks the title of genius. He hails from a prestigious family and has studied every art since childhood. His piano skills are masterful, and he has triumphed in numerous competitions. That's good to know. Since Liu Ruyan wished to listen, Jiang Luo began to play. A rendition of Romeo and Juliet dedicated to Liu Ruyan. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in the musical world Jiang Luo crafted for her, her heart racing. Just moments ago, Liu Ruyan had told a slight untruth to Jiang Luo. Indeed, Jiang Xiancheng possessed formidable piano skills, yet he was merely an extension of mortal effort. Jiang Luo, on the other hand, was a true prodigy. The endeavors of ordinary individuals throughout their lives could never breach the threshold into the realm of genuine genius. Liu Ruyan made her statement first to dissuade Jiang Luo from overthinking, and secondly, to assert her conviction that her choice was not mistaken. Choosing her first love, her moonlight, was a decision rooted in affection and cherished memories, and she would not harbor regrets. Truly, she would not regret it. As she listened to Jiang Luo's flawless performance of Romeo and Juliet, which surpassed Jiang Cheng's, Liu Ruyan felt as though she were a small boat adrift in a stormy sea, enduring a tumultuous struggle. This was a piece played by Jiang Luo himself, holding profound significance for Liu Ruyan. She had once thought that no one besides Jiang Cheng could evoke such emotions through this composition. Now, Jiang Luo had become this exceptional exception. The night was rippling, adorned with lingering sentiments, while only the ethereal sound of the piano remained. Longing for you. A heart torn asunder. As Liu Ruyan returned to her room, she found herself unable to sleep, her mind replaying the scene of Jiang Luo's piano performance. She had anticipated drifting into a pleasant dream, but instead, sleep eluded her even more. Jiang Luo's rendition of Romeo and Juliet, a piano piece emblematic of love, must have been inspired by Gong Sun, she mused. Only Gong Sun could harmonize so perfectly with Jiang Luo, creating a profound musical synergy. Now, however, Gong Sun was no longer by Jiang Luo's side. Jiang Luo was still in need of a musical companion. Liu Ruyan lightly bit her lip. While she could play the piano, she could never match the exquisite skill demonstrated by Gong Sun in the video. That woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan, was a true musical prodigy, Jiang Luo's soulmate in music. Yet, an intense desire surged within Liu Ruyan. She longed to perform alongside Jiang Luo, just as she had seen in the video. In that moment of performance, time itself seemed to freeze. They were one, intertwined, inseparable. The following day, unexpectedly, there was no movement from the Liu family. Perhaps the trending news had been swiftly suppressed. Jiang Luo had prepared breakfast for Liu Ruyan. As Liu Ruyan sipped the porridge Jiang Luo had made, she casually inquired, "Jiang Luo, will you be practicing piano at the villa today?" "No. I need to pick up Professor Gu and then head to the Huaxia Music Academy to practice. I want to be bringing you lunch," Jiang Luo replied. Mentioning Gu Yue instantly soured Liu Ruyan's mood, and she coldly responded with a single word, "Oh." Liu Ruyan wished for Jiang Luo to remain at the villa, practicing piano and preparing lunch to be delivered to the Liu group. But she felt she had no right to demand such things from Jiang Luo. Even with a contract in place, Jiang Luo possessed the freedom and the right to pursue his career. He was no longer the Jiang Luo who belonged solely to Liu Ruyan 3 years prior. Contemplating this, Liu Ruyan tentatively asked, "Will you be back tonight?" If Jiang Luo wasn't preparing lunch for her, surely he would return in the evening. "Ruyan, Professor Gu has put in a tremendous effort to help me with the competition paperwork. I'd like to take her out for dinner," Jiang Luo explained. Liu Ruyan's expression plummeted. What did Jiang Luo mean by that? Just last night, he had been so delighted with the 1786 Steinway piano she had gifted him. Yet, with Gu Yue's return, Jiang Luo immediately devoted himself to her, even neglecting to prepare a meal for Liu Ruyan. What kind of love was this? Liu Ruyan felt as though Jiang Luo had turned his affections elsewhere, favoring Gu Yue instead. Jiang Luo was aware of Liu Ruyan's anger. He owed a great deal to Gu Yue and felt unable to repay her, believing a mere dinner was insignificant compared to what he owed. After breakfast, Jiang Luo quickly bid farewell to Liu Ruyan and left in haste. Watching Jiang Luo's retreating figure, Liu Ruyan's expression darkened. Unable to contain her frustration, she smashed her cup onto the floor. Shatter. Glass scattered everywhere. "President Liu?" Uncle Li hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Uncle Li," Liu Ruyan replied, rising and leaving without another word. Observing the utterly concealed dismay on Liu Ruyan's face, Uncle Li silently lamented his decision not to intervene. This hardly resembled a demeanor of nonchalance. As Liu Ruyan settled into the luxurious Maybach, nearing the Liu Group headquarters, she took a deep breath, extracted her phone, and dialed a number. The recipient was none other than her former piano instructor, a distinguished performer renowned in the country. Upon answering, a voice imbued with utmost respect greeted her. "Ms. Liu, how may I assist you?" "Teacher, I suddenly wish to revisit the piano pieces you once taught me. Would you be able to come to the Liu group to practice with me?" "Ah, of course. It would be my honor. Please, come at your convenience. I will compensate you for your time." "Compensation is unnecessary. It is my privilege to serve Ms. Liu." Liu Ruyan, the beloved princess of the Liu group, basked in the affection of many, and cultivating a relationship with her was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor, especially now. as she was set to reclaim her rightful place and lead the Liu group as its president. It was rumored that Chairman Liu Jiaqing had appointed Liu Ruyan as the successor to the chairmanship, diligently nurturing her for the role. Very well. Chapter 47 Greetings, Jiang Luo. I am Gong Sun. Over there, Jiang Luo arrived early at the high-speed railway station, intending to meet Gu Yaowei. The phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Gu Yaowei, Jiang Luo answered, Professor Gu? So soon? Apologies, Jiang Luo. I have an unexpected social gathering that I cannot decline. I will return tomorrow. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Professor Gu, did you not express a strong aversion to drinking? The world of adults is far more complicated than you might imagine, Jiang Luo. How is it that you have navigated life thus far yet remained so childlike? When one is in need of others, one cannot evade the obligations that come with it. Gu Yue possessed a keen insight that surpassed others. Although she, as a scion of the Gu family and a prodigious professor at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, was not coerced into such social obligations, she felt compelled to attend. Maintaining an aloof demeanor without reciprocating favors would only lead to more troublesome challenges in the future. A single glass of wine suffices to settle a debt of gratitude. It is a transaction that bears no loss. Professor Gu, I am truly sorry. Rather than merely apologizing, it would be more prudent to devote time to practicing the piano. Upon my return, I will begin making arrangements for you to partake in a piano competition. Do not falter on my account. You are a genius, endowed with remarkable talent, yet hubris and arrogance are formidable pitfalls. I have reiterated this countless times. Underestimating your adversaries often leads to severe repercussions. The instances are too numerous to count. Do not disappoint me. Gu Yaowei's tone turned serious. Her desire to assist Jiang Luo was not predicated upon receiving apologies, but rather witnessing Jiang Luo confidently ascend to the pinnacle of success. Becoming a pianist who would bring honor to Huaxia, achieving heights that Gu Yaowei herself could not attain. I will, Professor Gu, for Gong Sun. Simultaneously, I shall undoubtedly strive to ensure that Gu Yaowei is not let down. Jiang Luo articulated with unwavering conviction. Gu Yaowei's tone softened slightly. That is reassuring. Go practice the piano. Whether you wish to go to the apartment or the conservatory, it is entirely up to you. I have already coordinated with the school administration, and they are willing to grant you expedited access. They are most welcoming, and the principal has even expressed a desire to personally assist you in your practice. Indeed, Jiang Luo's talent was evident to all, and under Gu Yaowei's unwavering support and guidance, the institution hoped Jiang Luo would evolve into a world-class piano master, bringing glory to Huaxia. This would elevate the prestige of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music to unprecedented heights. Jiang Luo, should you one day ascend to global prominence, do not forget your alma mater or those who have assisted you along the way. While I hold great expectations for you, I wish not for you to become an ingrate. Gu Yaowei imparted her earnest advice. Indeed, Professor Gu, I am endlessly grateful to have encountered you. It is truly a blessing. A gentle smile graced Jiang Luo's lips as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Gu Yaowei stood as a beacon in Jiang Luo's life, selflessly nurturing, caring for, and forgiving her, hoping that Jiang Luo would reach the zenith of the world while imparting life lessons along the way. In stark contrast to the sordid tales of predatory mentors who drive their students to despair and exploit them, Jiang Luo felt fortunate to have found a mentor like Gu Yaowei, a veritable stroke of luck in her life. Throughout this journey, Jiang Luo has indeed encountered numerous hardships. Yet, she has also garnered the affection of many. These gestures of kindness remain etched in her heart. You, why suddenly speak such sentimental words? All right. Go practice the piano and do not squander your time. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Gu Yaowei felt an involuntary tremor in her heart, stumbling over her words as she urged Jiang Luo before abruptly ending the call. In the end, Gu Yaowei tightly clenched her phone in her palm, biting her lower lip and taking a deep breath. Gu Yaowei, at her age, how could she be so flustered by a student's simple expression of gratitude? It seems her composure still requires refinement. After regaining her composure, Gu Yaowei tidied her appearance in the mirror, transforming back into the unparalleled and untouchable piano princess, exuding grace and confidence as she strode out of the restroom. To elevate Jiang Luo to the pedestal of the world, Gu Yaowei would undoubtedly exert every effort. This was the utmost support a mentor could offer to a student, a testament to her aspirations as a devoted pianist from Huaxia. Meanwhile, passengers began to board the high-speed train. Jiang Luo rose from her seat, brushing off non-existent dust from her knees. Determined to return to her practice and not disappoint Gu Yaowei or the instructors at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. Gong Sun, I believe that fate will orchestrate our reunion. So many are aiding me, and I can feel it. The summer of our next encounter is drawing near. Gong soon. I strive to play melodies on the piano, hoping that you, far away, can hear them. At that moment, a graceful figure darted into Jiang Luo's view like a shooting star. Amidst the crowd, she found herself captivated, unable to divert her gaze after stealing a glance. It was the flowing black hair. Yet, the face, even if it were to turn to ashes, Jiang Luo would never forget. Her breath quickened. Dressed in denim jeans and a white blouse, she wore polished women's shoes adorned with delicate bows. Youth radiated from her features, her eyes sparkling like stars, illuminating the world with brilliance. Strands of hair were artfully tucked behind her ears, revealing an exquisitely beautiful and delicate face. A pink backpack bobbed with her steps, while the wheels of her suitcase produced a rhythmic, pleasant sound against the smooth floor. The girl, immersed in her own musical world with headphones on, hummed a tune, inadvertently drawing the attention of passers-by. She resembled a protagonist from a comic book, too beautiful to be of this three-dimensional realm, exuding a radiant, sunny aura. Her brow echoed with the artistic essence of a musician, carefree and unrestrained. Jiang Luo opened her mouth, yet found herself speechless. It turned out that emotions, when stirred to a certain extent, could render one utterly mute. For the girl she had longed for day and night now stood before her like a miraculous apparition. Jiang Luo could only endure the wild thumping of her heart, feeling as though her chest was being compressed as she hurried towards the girl. At that moment, the girl seemed to sense Jiang Luo's gaze. Turning around, their eyes met as Jiang Luo approached her. Her bright eyes flickered with intense astonishment, shock, and disbelief. Gradually, however, she found a sense of tranquility. If there exists such a concept as fate in this world, then the events unfolding at this very moment are indeed inevitable. After all, the grand design of the heavens prevails. The girl removed her headphones and, reminiscent of that summer when she first encountered Jiang Luo in high school, offered a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce myself, lest you forget who I am. My name is Gong Soon, with Gong meaning palace and Soon signifying lavender. Those familiar with me affectionately call me simply Sun. I aspire to become the most formidable musician in the world. So, it has been a long time. How have you been, Jiang Luo? Chapter 48. Jiang Luo. I have returned in the vast sea of people. The crowd surged. The sounds of phone calls, conversations, footsteps, and the dragging of suitcases on the ground intertwined in a continuous symphony. Each individual was engrossed in their own world, paying no heed to the fleeting exchange between Jiang Luo and Gong Soon as they brushed past one another. In their realm, these two were not the protagonists. At this moment, within the gaze shared between Jiang Luo and Gong Soon, they were each other's one and only. The high-speed train sped along the tracks, a gust of wind swirling around them, playfully tousling their clothes and hair. A few cherry blossom petals gracefully floated down, creating a delicate barrier between their line of sight. Falling at a rate of 5 centimeters per second, the world around them faded into mere backdrop, no matter how many people passed by or how many landscapes unfolded. In Jiang Luo's eyes, there existed only this girl before him. The instant they locked eyes, it became the most exquisite moment in time. Jiang Luo held his breath, fearing that a single exhale might shatter this enchanting reverie. After searching for so many years, his white moonlight had suddenly appeared before him, as if conjured from an unrealistic dream. Even in this dreamlike state, it felt utterly surreal. Only when a wave of emotion surged within him did Jiang Luo finally allow himself to breathe, savoring the tangible sensation of being alive. Not a dream, but a palpable reality. Just as Gong Sun had once materialized in front of him, rescuing Jiang Luo from the depths of despair, this encounter felt equally sudden and unanticipated. Yet, perhaps it was the finest of destinies. Jiang Luo took several deep breaths, striving to untangle the chaos in his mind. A myriad of questions surged forth. Where had Gong Sun been all these years? Why, after graduating from high school, had she chosen to leave without a word? Leaving behind only a letter? Who knew where she had gone? Why had she abandoned Jiang Luo, leaving him in silence, having once intruded upon his heart? Leaving it in disarray, selfishly claiming it all before withdrawing, leaving him in unbearable agony? Yet, with so many words swirling in his mind, when he finally spoke, it distilled into 2 simple sentences. Sun, I miss you so much. At that moment, tears glimmered in Jiang Luo's eyes, threatening to spill over. He prided himself on his resilience, rarely shedding tears, never indulging in sentimentality. The day his parents and sister perished in a car accident, leaving him abandoned in an orphanage. He had long since exhausted his tears. What was physical pain compared to the shattering agony of a broken heart? Gongsun's presence years ago had been like a divine intervention, illuminating Jiang Luo's once dark world with vibrant colors. Now, their reunion mirrored that same radiance. These two simple sentences encapsulated years of deep-seated longing and heartache for Gongsun. If one were to say that first love, the white moonlight, was the most indelible existence, then it held true for Jiang Luo as well. In the realm of first love, white moonlight, and redemption, a triumphant convergence emerges, unparalleled in the world. In Jiang Luo's universe, Gongsun is not only the chosen one but also the singular existence. No one can compare to Gongsun, even by a fraction. As Jiang Luo's eyes brimmed with tears and her voice faltered, caught in an emotional choke, Gongsun could not help but weep, biting her lip tightly, lifting her gaze to hold back her tears. In the next moment, Gongsun cast aside her suitcase, like an angel breaking free from shackles, and hastened towards Jiang Luo. She rushed into the arms of the one she had yearned for all these years, her deepest love. This time, Jiang Luo steadied herself and embraced Gongsun. Jiang Luo, I have returned. Gongsun's voice quivered, clearly having wept to the point of incoherence. Apologies lingered in the air, mirrored in Jiang Luo's heart. After a moment of hesitation, her arms enveloped Gongsun with a newfound strength. This time, she would never let go. This was not a figment of Jiang Luo's dreams, but the genuine presence of Gongsun, appearing before her like a miracle. Inhaling the familiar scent that clung to Gongsun, Jiang Luo murmured, "Sun, it is enough that you are back." She could disregard all that lay in the past, the present and future mattered more. As long as Gongsun remained by her side, it was sufficient. The curious gazes of onlookers became inconsequential to Jiang Luo and Gongsun. They stood tightly embraced at the station, concealing their shimmering tears. A train sped past with a thunderous roar, sunlight bathing them in its warmth, creating a scene reminiscent of a Makoto Shinkai anime. Some were astonished, envious, confused, or even disdainful. Yet most found themselves captivated by the beauty of Jiang Luo and Gongsun. They were undeniably stunning. Compared to other couples, they seemed to shine brighter. Their love was a testament to aesthetic harmony, a match made in heaven. Look, the guy is so tall and handsome, just my type, and the girl is incredibly beautiful. She could easily outshine my favorite idol. Hey, are they filming a movie? I've never seen such stunning boys and girls in real life. Where's the camera? I oppose this union. You wretch. They are a perfect match, a pair destined for one another. Who are you to object? How preposterous. Until a 3-year-old girl fixated on Jiang Luo and Gongsun interjected, "Brother, sister, why are you crying? You're hugging so tightly, aren't you hot? Are you a couple?" Faced with the innocent inquiries of the little girl, Jiang Luo and Gongsun finally released each other. Seeing one another's tear-streaked faces, they could not help but laugh. "You'll understand when you grow up, sweetheart." Gongsun knelt down to pat the girl's head, appearing both bashful and slightly embarrassed. The little girl joyfully exclaimed then, "I want to find a handsome brother like you to be my husband and hug him here." Cough, cough. "As long as you are happy," Gongsun felt an overwhelming shyness, almost wishing to burrow into the ground, for her words were utterly unguarded. The image of her earlier, throwing herself into Jiang Luo's embrace and weeping, flooded her mind, causing her temperature to rise sharply. "Emma," she thought, "I simply cannot remain here any longer." Hastily, she approached her suitcase, this time not forgetting, just as she did in high school. She turned to Jiang Luo and waved her hand, saying, "Jiang Luo, why are you still standing there? Let's go." A simple response, yet imbued with immense significance. There was no need for Gongsun to say more. This time, Jiang Luo would follow in her footsteps, to the ends of the earth, through life and death. He would never again allow Gongsun to leave. Chapter 49. A certain summer, the girl who redeemed Jiang Luo at a McDonald's near the high-speed rail. Jiang Luo and Gongsun found a spot to settle down. Gongsun ordered a large cola, an oversized beef burger, fries, and a McFlurry, indulging in her feast. Observing Gongsun's unabashed enjoyment, Jiang Luo found himself unable to tire of the sight. The image from his memories now appeared vividly before him, not a mere dream, but reality, a scene he had prayed for countless times before the Buddha. Reuniting with Gongsun, Jiang Luo did not experience the heart-wrenching disillusionment that often accompanies the nostalgia of a first love, as did Liu Ruyan upon encountering Jiang Xinqing. For Jiang Luo, as long as it was Gongsun, nothing else mattered. Regardless of how Gongsun had changed, she remained the most important woman in his heart, the unforgettable first love. The girl who had redeemed his life. At that moment, Jiang Luo felt a gentle kick at his foot. "I know I eat with gusto, but must you gaze at me so? After all these years, have you not learned?" Gongsun grinned at him, baring her teeth playfully. "Jiang Luo, smiling foolishly, replied, "I'm sorry, son. It still feels like a dream to see you again. I can't bear to look away." Jiang Luo, after such a long time apart, you've certainly picked up a knack for sweet talk. Why didn't you ever say such things to me in high school? Gong Sun masked her flickering eyes of guilt with jest. I regret it. Regret not saying more back then, which has led to 8 years of regret. Had I spoken a little more, perhaps you would not have vanished so suddenly, realizing that in this country, in this city, I, Jiang Luo, was here, thinking of you constantly, the man who loves you the most in this world. If something were to happen to you, if you lost your way, I would become your refuge. The place where those who miss you reside is the warmest place in the world. Faced with Jiang Luo's heartfelt words, Gong Sun suddenly fell silent. Sun, are you all right? Jiang Luo asked anxiously. He meant not to pressure her, but to convey just how significant she was to him. I'm sorry, Jiang Luo, for making you wait all these years. Gong Sun took a deep breath and flashed a broad smile at him, casually handing him a burger. Here, this type of burger is quite good. I personally selected it. You can't go wrong. With Gong Sun's assurance, Jiang Luo felt his eyes moisten. After years of waiting, he had finally received the affirmation from his first love, the one who redeemed him. Suddenly, everything in the mundane world felt trivial. If he had not lived through it, if he had not encountered it, he would never have understood just how vital a girl who redeemed a boy's dark life in a certain summer could be. She radiated the warmth of the sun, dispelling the cold, only to vanish unexpectedly without a trace. What you recommended must be delicious. Jiang Luo seized the hamburger handed over by Gong Sun and indulged in it with great delight. Her heart was already overflowing with sweetness, leaving no room for anything else. After finishing the meal, Gong Sun contentedly rubbed her small belly. Jiang Luo remained silent, merely gazing at Gong Sun in a daze, which made Gong Sun somewhat awkward. Jiang Luo, why don't you ask me where I've been all these years? Gong Sun had braced herself for Jiang Luo's inquiry. Yet Jiang Luo continued to remain mute. You anticipated my anticipation, leaving me quite flustered. I believe those matters are insignificant. What truly matters is your presence before me now. Sun, you won't suddenly vanish again, will you? Jiang Luo's voice turned exceedingly pleading. After finally reuniting with Gong Sun, the thought of her disappearing once more would drive Jiang Luo to madness. Jiang Luo, I apologize, but I cannot assure you of that. I can only say, to return to Kyoto like this and see you again, I truly exerted all my strength. I tried very hard. When I graduated from high school, I left you a letter before abruptly departing. It was truly unavoidable. I never anticipated that I would encounter such calamity. Otherwise, Gong Sun paused. Seeing you in a state of despair and isolation after a significant upheaval, even relinquishing your beloved piano, was unbearable for me. As she concluded, Gong Sun's emotions surged. She shot a fierce glare at Jiang Luo. Don't tell me, Jiang Luo, that after your marriage, you have not touched the piano again. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Jiang Luo, initially overwhelmed by Gong Sun's earlier words, was now filled with countless questions upon realizing that Gong Sun might leave once more. Yet, Gong Sun reverted to her old self, even expressing knowledge of Jiang Luo's marriage. Son, I can explain. My marriage was unavoidable, certainly not as you might imagine. I know, it was because the Jiang family was on the brink of bankruptcy, and the Liu family, to manage the fallout from Miss Liu Ruyan's broken engagement, specifically chose you as a shield, right? Jiang Luo stared blankly at Gong Sun. You know all this. Consider me as having a doppelganger in Kyoto, Jiang Luo. After graduating from high school, I kept track of your news. I know you were accepted into the Huaxia Music Academy, and true to our agreement, you did not abandon the piano. You persevered and were selected by St. Boran Music Academy. I also know that you are a kind-hearted man, deeply sentimental and grateful. Thus, between the bankruptcy of the Jiang family and studying abroad, you chose the former to repay your adoptive parents' kindness. You did not disappoint me. You remain the Jiang Luo I once knew. Gong Sun suddenly pointed her finger at Jiang Luo's nose, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Summoning the courage to approach you in high school was indeed the most correct decision of my life, because I knew, by saving you, I would possess the world's most exquisite pianist. Dear Gong Sun, my relationship with Ruyan is merely contractual. Nothing akin to what you may have envisioned has transpired. Throughout the years, you have been the chosen one in my heart, unparalleled and unique. I have divorced Ruyan, and the Jiang family has been salvaged by the Liu family. My debts of gratitude to the Jiang family have been repaid, and I am now free. Jiang Luo earnestly expressed his heartfelt sentiments towards Gong Sun. No matter how wealthy, talented, or impeccably charming a girl may be, There will never be another woman in this lifetime who can claim every inch of Jiang Luo's heart as you do. Gong Sun. Chapter 50. The long-prepared encounter with Gong Sun. Gong Sun rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Jiang Luo. Sun, why are you silent? Under Gong Sun's intense stare, Jiang Luo couldn't help but blush. Oh dear, feeling shy? I expected you to utter more sweet nothings. But this is rather disappointing. Gong Sun imitated the popular style of the high school era with a teasing smile. Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head, Sin. I'm speaking from the heart, not just flattery. Yet, I have goosebumps, see for yourself. Gong Sun rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair, delicate arm, playfully pushing it towards Jiang Luo's face. She remained that lively, charming, and audacious Gong Sun from his memories. It seemed as though she had not changed at all, except for her long, wine-red hair, which had turned black, and her youthful face that had matured over the years. 8 years had passed, transforming everything. It changed Jiang Luo but did not alter Gong Sun. She appeared frozen in time since their high school graduation, now revived to retain her youthful, radiant essence. All right, Sin. There are so many people here. Jiang Luo interjected. Unless you plead for mercy, I want tea. All right, I beg for mercy. Seeing the grown man before her still blush with such innocence, heart racing at the slightest tease, Gong Sun's gaze softened as she withdrew her arm. After a moment's reflection, she said, So, about the piano, shall we revisit it? Yes, I've already begun. I have not forgotten our promise. I aim to become a world-renowned pianist so that no matter where you are in the world, you would notice me. Jiang Luo continued. I never anticipated our reunion would be so serendipitous. At times, I feel as if I am living an impractical dream, and should I inadvertently awaken, you would vanish once more. Yet, this was not a dream. It was an overwhelmingly tangible reality. Jiang Luo had achieved his foremost goal of returning to the piano, finding Gong Sun once more. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun smiled with relief. It was worth the courage she had summoned to enter Jiang Luo's life all those years ago, redeeming him and reigniting his passion for the piano. Silly Jiang Luo. Even though I haven't appeared before you these years, I have always been quietly watching over you. Then why? Jiang Luo paused, sensing an unsettling reason. He recalled the moment when Gong Sun had shown him her arm, where he had vaguely noticed numerous puncture marks. This indicated that she had been receiving injections all these years. Gong Sun understood that Jiang Luo must have pondered many possibilities regarding her disappearance, one of which pertained to the reason for her prolonged absence. Now, it was time to reveal the truth. Jiang Luo, I have been following you for quite some time now. Huh? Since high school? Foolish Jiang Luo in Kyoto. Who among those engaged in music and competitions is unaware of your existence? You truly underestimate your own fame. When I clinched the championship in a competition, I was incessantly told, if only we could witness a duel between Gong Sun and Jiang Luo, or surely, Jiang Luo must excel at the piano. Such remarks infuriated me to no end. Gong Sun pouted, unable to contain herself, and kicked Jiang Luo playfully from across the table. Therefore, you can imagine my ire at your sudden abandonment of the piano. I haven't even had the chance to formally compete with you. And after all these years of contemplating our rivalry, you choose to forsake it. This I cannot permit. I refuse to accept it. I will not forgive you. My best friend and I are utterly exasperated. We had even conspired to give you a good thrashing. Had it not been for my friend's relocation during high school, she would undoubtedly have joined me in confronting you. Jiang Luo quickly yielded. All right, it's my fault. I'll make amends. However, Sin, you remain just as you were in high school, and that brings me great joy. Jiang Luo spoke with a grin. For only in Gong Sun's presence could she shed her facade and reveal her true self. In the company of Liu Ruyan, Jiang Haoyan, Fang Huanyun, and Gu Yaowei, Jiang Luo consistently maintained an image of gentleness and restraint, always considering others. In truth, she had almost forgotten who she truly was. Ever since the tragic accident that claimed her parents and sister, Jiang Luo had lost sight of her authentic self. Now, upon reuniting with Gong Sun, the memories of her past began to resurface. In high school, Jiang Luo had once scolded Gong Sun for being a violent girl. Gong Sun, having vented her frustration, continued. During high school, I claimed I was not ill. The absence was due to family matters. You once inquired if something had indeed transpired, and you were right on the mark. Jiang Luo's heart ached at this realization. This assumption had been anticipated by both Jiang Luo and Zhan Peng. Gong Sun had indeed fallen ill, which prompted her to leave without a word. Otherwise, given her character, how could the girl who once saved Jiang Luo's life simply vanish? leaving behind only a letter? Upon reflection, during Gongsun's first year after transferring, everything seemed fine, yet in her second year, she frequently took leave, citing family issues. At that time, Jiang Luo and the others had sensed something amiss, but they had not pursued this line of thought. When they questioned Gongsun, she insisted there was nothing wrong, and they had no choice but to relent. Zhan Peng and Jiang Luo had once entertained the bleakest speculation that Gongsun had passed away, choosing to depart quietly to spare Jiang Luo and the others from sorrow. Facing death alone, Jiang Luo could not believe that Gongsun would leave this world in such solitude. She must still exist somewhere in this realm. Even in death, Jiang Luo would seek confirmation herself. Now, with Gongsun suddenly appearing before her, alive and well, is this not a miracle? It signifies that Gongsun has triumphed over her illness. My parents had long been aware of this affliction. To shield me from worry, they concealed the truth, allowing me to lead a joyful life. Thus, I was able to find you, Jiang Luo. At that moment, Gongsun's voice became exuberant, and her entire being radiated brightness. I had always yearned for a non-mainstream lifestyle, aspiring to be a girl immersed in music, relishing in the uniqueness that set me apart. Tentatively, I broached the subject with my father, and to my surprise, he not only refrained from discouraging me, but also lent his support. He helped me dye my hair deep crimson, willingly accompanied me in singing I Miss You. I would sneak off to internet cafes to play Dance Dance Revolution, deliberately tapping the keyboard with a cacophony of sounds, and ventured into ice skating with them by my side. Those were the happiest days of my life, despite my parents' divorce. My stepmother treated me kindly, and my half-sister was lively and adorable, showing me the utmost respect as her elder sister. They were eager to fulfill my every wish. And my biological mother, even after the divorce, never ceased to think of me, never forgetting my existence. Meanwhile, Gongsun took a deep breath, and the curve of her smile resembled the gentle touch upon the softest part of her heart, blossoming into brilliant radiance. In those tender, beautiful, and liberated years, I crossed paths with you once more in the summer. Thus, Jiang Luo, our meeting in high school was no mere coincidence, but rather a scheme I had long orchestrated, a fate that had been predetermined. Chapter 51. My rented house, is it actually the one belonging to my white moonlight? Jiang Luo was utterly taken aback. During their high school days, Gongsun had never revealed her feelings. It turns out that Gongsun had transferred to Jiang Luo's high school solely for her. Long before, Gongsun had been aware of Jiang Luo's existence and had been attentive to her. In an instant, Jiang Luo's heart brimmed with joy. However, for a girl to transfer schools just to seek you out, I sent that a bit unfair to you, Jiang Luo. You should have been the one to pursue me. Jiang Luo could only smile wryly. Had she known of Gongsun's significance, she would have traversed thousands of miles to find her. Alas, at that time, Jiang Luo was oblivious to Gongsun's presence. I heard about your parents' and sister's car accident, after which you never played the piano again. You seemed like a child stripped of light and future, drowning in an ocean of darkness. I knew you loved the piano more than anyone else. It was your family's pride and the stage where your talent flourished. Thus, I resolved to muster the courage, even resorting to forceful measures if necessary, to make you play the piano once more and unleash your gift. I was unaware of your illness, amen. Otherwise, I would never have dared to appear before you. If I had not encountered you, I would have felt compelled to leap into my grave and perform a rendition of You Are So Beautiful, haha. When it comes to matters of life and death, Gongsun spoke with remarkable ease. Jiang Luo understood that Gongsun was merely trying to alleviate her worries. In those splendid years, who could remain indifferent when faced with mortality? It was not as if Gongsun was desensitized by the hardships of life. Back then, she radiated sunshine and vitality, recognized as the school belle and a musical prodigy, admired by countless individuals, including Jiang Luo. No one could have anticipated that this girl had fallen ill and was on the brink of death. Even Gongsun herself was unaware of her condition before it manifested. The beautiful life she was about to embark upon was so abruptly destined to wither away. I'm sorry, Sin, I failed to notice back then. You were always afraid, while I remained trapped in my own world. You saved me, yet I could not repay you in that moment. Jiang Luo clenched her fists, overwhelmed with guilt. Gongsun had done so much for her, and in the end, Jiang Luo knew nothing of it, nor had she ever done anything for Gongsun. In the next moment, Jiang Luo felt another kick from Gongsun. Silly Jiang Luo, your presence in my world is the greatest reward. Gongsun smiled gently. Jiang Luo would probably never know. In their childhood, Gongsun felt jealousy and anger, perceiving Jiang Luo as an invisible rival. Believing that this so-called piano genius was nothing remarkable, she was stronger. It was only after hearing Jiang Luo's performance that she realized the magnitude of his existence and the power of his music. No wonder these two musical prodigies were often compared. In terms of piano mastery, many believed Gong Sun fell short of Jiang Luo. Gong Sun was initially unconvinced. But after listening to Jiang Luo's performance, she found herself completely at ease. From that moment on, Jiang Luo became her aspiration. Every day, filled with vitality, she diligently practiced the piano, never succumbing to discouragement, all driven by the inspiration of Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, allow me to share a little secret with you. The first time I met you, I was determined to befriend you, and when you agreed, I was so overjoyed that I could hardly contain myself. That summer of my high school year, the cicadas were calling out in the sweltering heat outside the window, and the twilight bathed the entire school in golden light. It was indeed a scorching summer. Gong Sun squatted in the school corridor, waiting for Jiang Luo to pass by. When he approached, she feigned an accidental encounter, adopting a commanding tone and a radiant smile, insisting on becoming friends with him. Regardless of whether Jiang Luo consented, Gong Sun had already made up her mind. Little did Jiang Luo know that at that moment, Gong Sun's heart was racing, her nerves on edge. It was her first time being so assertive in befriending a boy, especially one she idolized. Moreover, Jiang Luo's bewildered expression back then was truly hilarious. Every time she reminisced about it, warmth flooded her heart. These memories were Gong Sun's most treasured possessions, eternally unforgettable. Now, she never expected to see him again in this lifetime. Yet here he was, right before her. Jiang Luo, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Sin, are you truly alive now? Has your illness been cured?" Gong Sun did not respond directly but nodded gently. "When I left Huaxia the year I graduated from high school, I vowed that if I could not be healed, I would never return to this city. So many years had passed, and yet, unexpectedly, on my first return to this city, I encountered you at the high-speed rail station. Perhaps this is what they call fate." Gong Sun no longer wished to resist. Jiang Luo was the treasure she had painstakingly sought. Initially, she believed they were merely fleeting visitors in each other's lives. Selfish and timid, Gong Sun chose to disappear without a word, leaving Jiang Luo to suffer alone. This time, she desired permanence. To walk alongside Jiang Luo for the long haul. To live on with determination. "Therefore, you are indeed well." Jiang Luo's voice, once trembling, finally steadied. In the next moment, his eyes glistened with tears that began to spill over. Gong Sun did not directly answer his question, but picked up a tissue to wipe away his tears. At this age, he still cried so easily. She had not seen him so emotional even during high school. Gong Sun teasingly remarked, "Why are you still crying like this?" "Because you are in front of me," Jiang Luo replied. Hearing this, Gong Sun felt a stirring in her heart and managed to force a smile, nearly brought to tears herself. Yes. Just then, Jiang Luo's phone rang. He felt that crying in front of his first love was rather unbecoming, so he quickly excused himself to take the call. Discovering it was the agent. "Hello? Mr. Jiang, the owner of the apartment you rented has returned to Kyoto today. Do you have time to meet with them?" "Oh, sure," Jiang Luo replied. Having arranged to meet in the afternoon, Jiang Luo turned to Gong Sun and inquired, "Sin, where are you currently residing? Additionally, please share your mobile number and any messaging app details." Jiang Luo was apprehensive about losing contact with Gong Sun, fearing she might vanish like she did after their high school graduation, leaving no trace behind. Were it not for the illegality of imprisoning others, Jiang Luo would have certainly kept Gong Sun close, like a lovesick admirer unwilling to let her escape. Just as Gong Sun was about to respond, her phone rang. "Miss Gong, the tenant has expressed a desire to meet at the apartment this afternoon." Jiang Luo paused, momentarily bewildered. The voice on the other end sounded strikingly reminiscent of Jiang Luo's real estate agent. Gong Sun too sensed something amiss. "Jiang Luo, did you rent apartment A1603 in the White Swan community?" "Yes." "Sun, is that your property?" Jiang Luo queried, astonished. "When the agent signed the contract on your behalf, I distinctly saw the name Lin Wan." "That was my mother's legacy," Gong Sun replied. Jiang Luo was taken aback. What are the odds that in such a vast city, the apartment she rented happened to be the very one left behind by Gong Sun's biological mother? Perhaps this was the grand design of fate, was it not? Gong Sun's eyes sparkled with realization. Just as Gong Sun returned to this city, she had coincidentally encountered Jiang Luo at the high-speed train station, as though the script of their lives was penned by Makoto Shinkai. Reminiscent of the fated encounters depicted in Your Name, where the protagonists traversed dreams to meet across the years. Long ago, Gong Sun had determined that Jiang Luo was indeed her destined partner. The intertwining of their fates grew ever stronger, like an invisible red thread binding them together. Oh, this sensation was akin to a romantic narrative. On the last day of July, an update is delivered. I humbly request your support to fuel this love and encourage further updates. Chapter 52. Jiang Luo, I yearn to hear your piano. Is that white Selena piano a cherished treasure of Sun's mother? Upon hearing this, Gongsun placed her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. What do you think? In the eyes of a piano prodigy like you, that piano must be quite remarkable, right? I have played it, and indeed, it is exceptional. Not to mention that the piano is truly extraordinary. Even if it weren't, Jiang Luo would still insist it was splendid. She adored pampering Gongsun. And whatever Gongsun said was absolute truth. There was no room for doubt. If Jiang Luo could not comprehend this simple principle, it would truly be a waste of her years. You are mistaken. That piano belongs to my half-sister, Gong Li. I have been away from Kyoto for so many years, during which she was accepted into the Huaxia Conservatory of Music and occasionally stays there. Gong Li? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. She had heard Gongsun mention before that her parents had divorced. Her mother, Liu Ruyan, had ventured to the lighthouse country to participate in confidential drug research, while her father, Gong Ming, remained in Huaxia, serving as the executive president of a multinational corporation. A man of considerable stature, humble and gentle. Gongsun had another half-sister, Gong Li. After the divorce, Gongsun was raised by Gong Ming. Jiang Luo had never met Gongsun's other family members. During high school, Gongsun rented a room near the school, and after Gongsun graduated and vanished. Jiang Luo had tried to locate her family, but to no avail. In hindsight, they must have taken Gongsun abroad for treatment. Once overseas, the world expands, making one's whereabouts exceedingly elusive, especially considering Gong Ming's unique position. It was no wonder Jiang Luo could never reach them. That piano is her most treasured possession. If she had gone abroad last year for a tour and lacked the time to return, she wouldn't have rented it out. However, she remains unaware of my return. I wish to surprise her. Thankfully, I didn't inform her. Otherwise, you, my dear tenant, would have been unceremoniously evicted. Jiang Luo could not help but chuckle softly. She initially pondered how to keep Gongsun close, ensuring she would never depart again. Little did she know that fate had presented her with a fortuitous opportunity. The apartment she rented was, in fact, Gongsun's biological mother's property. Thus, Jiang Luo and Gongsun shared a relationship of tenant and landlord. Although Jiang Luo only dared to entertain this thought secretly, it meant she could watch over Gongsun, preventing her from vanishing from her life once more. Suddenly, Jiang Luo felt a sharp flick on her forehead. Ouch. Jiang Luo, during high school, you seemed reclusive. And now you become even more enigmatic. If it weren't for your stunning looks, others would surely mistake you for a rogue. Gongsun teased, sticking out her tongue at Jiang Luo. Just moments ago, Jiang Luo's expression had revealed thoughts that were anything but innocent. I am not thinking of anything inappropriate. In front of Gongsun, Jiang Luo was as reckless as a child unable to conceal their secrets, inadvertently confessing. This elicited laughter from Gongsun. Jiang Luo, your talent for deceit remains unchanged since high school. Surely, you aren't imagining how beautiful my sister, Gong Li, must be? Son, I beg for mercy, please do not jest at my expense. Faced with the teasing of Gongsun, Jiang Luo chose to decisively kneel. Just like in high school. It was impossible for her to outweak Gongsun, who always had the upper hand, and she willingly succumbed to it. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Jiang Luo. Are you free today? I would like to go to a place. Accompany me, will you? Of course. Great. Let's head back to the apartment to drop off our luggage and set off this afternoon. Observing Gongsun's vibrant and lively demeanor, Jiang Luo felt a heavy burden lift from her heart. If Gongsun were still unwell, as she claimed, she would not have made it to this point and returned to Kyoto, appearing so carefree. Truly, it is wonderful. After calling the intermediary to explain the situation, the intermediary was taken aback. What an astonishing coincidence. I won't be coming this afternoon. Since you two are friends, you can handle it on your own. Thank you. Cough. Mr. Jiang, why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you for the opportunity to earn. Jiang Luo's earnest and grateful tone left the intermediary quite bewildered. Once the call ended, Jiang Luo and Gongsun walked into the Swan community. As Gongsun surveyed the familiar surroundings, nostalgia filled her eyes. And she inhaled deeply. It has been such a long time since I was here. Son, did you live here as a child? Yes. Although the name is in my mother's, it was actually purchased by her as a gift from my grandparents. However, they could not adapt to living in Kyoto and returned to the countryside. It would be such a waste for this house to remain empty. I told my mother to let Gong Li stay here to help maintain it. A flicker of envy crossed Jiang Luo's gaze. Soon, your family relations are truly admirable. Gong Sun came from a blended family. Her parents divorced, and she lived with her father alongside a stepmother and a half-sister. Such complicated relationships could cast shadows upon anyone's heart. Observing the rapport between Gong Sun and Gong Li, as well as Lin Wan's willingness to allow Gong Li to reside in her house, it was evident that their bond was exceptionally strong, a rarity in blended families. In contrast, Jiang Luo had lost her beloved parents and biological sister, taken in by Jiang Haotian and his family. While they may have regarded Jiang Luo as family, it could never compare to the bond within the Gong family. In the Jiang household, Jiang Luo constantly felt restrained, as if she were an outsider, fearful of being cast away and losing the warmth she had fought so hard to attain. Fortunately, such feelings of insecurity had not burdened Gong's son. Jiang Luo, do not think that just because I was ill, my life was sorrowful. In truth, I am quite thankful. My biological parents treated me well. My stepmother is also a wonderful person, and I have a darling younger sister who looks up to me. Sometimes, I feel that the heavens have bestowed so much upon me, perhaps to balance it out in this manner. I have no regrets about being born in the name of Gong Sun. The love I possess is unparalleled in this world. Even in death, I would rather depart surrounded by the warmth of others than succumb to solitude. Gong Sun extended her fingertips, as if to delicately capture the gentle rays of sunlight. The dappled shadows danced from her palm, casting a luminous glow upon her flawless, porcelain-like visage, a sight that was nothing short of enchanting. Subsequently, she turned to face Jiang Luo, offering a soft smile. More importantly, in this life, enriched by love, your presence is enough. For a moment, Jiang Luo was entranced by Gong Sun's smile, breath caught in his throat. It had always been this way, no matter the trials she faced. Gong Sun remained vibrant and optimistic. Throughout their high school years, many claimed Jiang Luo was difficult to approach, urging Gong Sun to abandon her efforts to save him, to allow him to return to playing the piano. Yet, she never wavered. She was like a little sun, a sunflower, bestowing warmth and unwavering strength upon countless souls, illuminating others while burning brightly herself, never revealing a hint of fragility, only resilience and determination. She led everyone, and the moment one gazed upon Gong Sun, it became impossible to look away. She indirectly transformed into the unattainable white moonlight that lingered in the hearts of many over the years. Once Gong Sun had settled her belongings in the apartment, she exclaimed, I'm utterly exhausted." Without hesitation, she leaped onto the bed, bouncing several times before sprawling out in a star shape, stretching her limbs in sheer contentment. It has that sun-kissed scent. Have you cleaned? Jiang Luo stood at the doorway, explaining, "It was my sister who called in a familiar cleaner. She specified that 2 rooms were off-limits during the contract signing. I only tidied the living room, and the bathroom and my room remain untouched. My sister is truly considerate." Gong Sun mused as she lingered on the bed for a while longer before finally rising. "There is still some time, Jiang Luo. I wish to hear you play the piano." Chapter 53. This piece, titled Midsummer, will be strikingly handsome, with an effortless grace in its utterance. It recalls that summer when, in the high school piano classroom, Gong Sun naturally locked eyes with Jiang Luo and urged him to play. After 8 long years, he could finally hear Jiang Luo's piano once more. A smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Gong Sun's lips, his gaze brimming with anticipation. "All right." Jiang Luo responded with a single word, his eyes soft and shimmering as if they could yield droplets of water. As Gong Sun had expressed, their bond was forged through music. Thus, it was only fitting that music would unveil their reunion. "Sun, during your absence, I composed a piano piece, which I have never played before anyone else. I had always hoped to present it to you upon your return. You must be the first to hear it." Finally, the day had come to realize this aspiration. Gong Sun's eyes sparkled momentarily as he leapt from the bed, offering a slight smile. "Oh, I shall await it with bated breath," but his tone shifted as he retrieved his phone and opened a certain video. "Jiang Luo, your words were so heartfelt. What does this video signify?" What he displayed was the trending video of Jiang Luo performing a duet with Gu Yue and Qin Xuanquan. "Ahem," Jiang Luo replied earnestly. "It's merely a standard duet. What I meant was that the girl's hair color resembles mine from years past. You're not considering her as my substitute, are you? Like those common tropes in novels involving stand-ins?" Gong Sun pouted, a palpable jealousy emanating from him. "Oh, Jiang Luo. Do you truly think of yourself as a character from Zhenhuan Zhuan? yearning for a figurine of Chun Yuan? Soon, I did see a reflection of the past through Qin. But I harbor no inappropriate thoughts. You must trust me. If I ever entertain such notions, let the heavens strike me down. Hey, Jiang Luo, I was joking. You took it too seriously. Gongsun quickly sprang up, covering Jiang Luo's mouth with his hand. Jiang Luo grasped Gongsun's delicate hand. His gaze gentle as he whispered, "So do you believe me?" "Yes, yes, yes. I'm afraid of you." Jiang Luo smiled faintly and playfully brushed Gongsun's small nose with his fingers. In the piano room, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting the curtains as sunlight spilled upon the white piano, casting a delicate golden sheen upon its surface, beckoning the pianist to play. Jiang Luo approached the piano, his slender, fair fingers gliding over the black and white keys. After a simple prelude, he turned to Gongsun, who had moved to the window. "Are you ready to begin?" "Yes. I have named this piano piece Midsummer." No sooner had he spoken than a flowing melody emerged, akin to a summer breeze that gently caressed the air, instantly filling the entire piano room. Immersed in his performance, Jiang Luo exuded a captivating charm, rendering the world around him mere backdrop as he closed his eyes. Lost in the joy of playing, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keys, conjuring one enchanting note after another. The prelude of Midsummer unfurls like the first rays of sunlight in the morning, imbued with boundless anticipation for the wonders of new beginnings. As the notes flow forth, they gradually intensify, transforming into a fervent passion akin to the scorching midday sun, brimming with vitality. Gongsun closes her eyes, captivated by the exquisite performance of the world's finest pianist, who plays solely for her. Her thoughts meander back to a distant past, filled with the chirping of cicadas, dappled light filtering through leaves, the searing heat of the sun-baked playground, and the resonant voices of high school students reciting aloud. And then, there is Jiang Luo, entwined in the narrative alongside Gongsun. As the composition deepens, the melody softens, reminiscent of the evening breeze, cool, serene, as fireworks ascend into the sky, bursting with a resounding pop that illuminates that splendid summer. When the final note gently descends, the melody of Midsummer lingers in the air, refusing to fade away. Jiang Luo lowers his hands, releasing a long sigh, and gradually opens his eyes. In crafting Midsummer, he poured countless affections and longings for Gongsun, yearning for the day they would fulfill their promise and ascend to the pinnacle of the world, allowing this piano piece to resonate and be heard by all, especially by Gongsun. Can it be conveyed? Surely it can. If it is Gongsun, she will undoubtedly comprehend the true essence of Midsummer. Sun. Before Jiang Luo can utter a word, Gongsun bursts into tears. Jiang Luo is utterly taken aback. "Son, why are you crying?" Faced with the sight of her tears, he becomes flustered. "Is it wrong to be moved by you? You rascal, how many innocent girls' hearts have you stolen over the years?" Gongsun replies, wiping her tears and sniffing. "Fortunately, your playing has not only remained unchanged, but has grown even more skillful and soulful than before." Jiang Luo, with an innocent expression, responds, "Is that my fault? Who else could it be?" When a girl's emotions surge, the best course is simply to go along with it, she advises. Jiang Luo silently jots down this wisdom in his notebook. To bring joy to Gongsun in the future, he must always be attuned to her joys and sorrows, to the tipping point of her emotions. I originally intended to listen to just one piano piece and leave, but now I feel like I want to join in," Gongsun exclaims. "Jiang Luo, let us play a four-finger duet." She leans in eagerly, her eyes fixed on him. It is like an unspoken secret, reminiscent of the duet between Jiang Luo and Gu Xiaoyu. It recalls the countless hours they spent together in the music classroom during their high school days. Duets. Four-finger harmonies, they have tried everything. Jiang Luo's gaze softens. "Of course, we can." Wait a moment. Write the sheet music out for me. I'm afraid I won't remember it all just by listening," Gongsun exclaims, dashing back to her room. In a short while, she returns with a blank sheet of music, still adorned with the cover of Ming Chao's Chongli. As for the self-composed Midsummer, Jiang Luo is already well-versed in its score. He takes the paper and pen, swiftly transcribing the musical notations. 3, 1, 6, 7, 321. Gongsun gently recited the rhythm, thoroughly absorbing it. "I am ready, Jiang Luo. Let us play in unison." As Gongsun's exuberant words echoed in the air, Jiang Luo found herself transported back to the past, to that high school during the height of summer. A fresh wave of insight surged within her. Her heart brimmed with nostalgia, happiness, and warmth. As Jiang Luo settled beside Gongsun, the notes began to dance. The harmonious sound of their four fingers playing in tandem melded beautifully together, free, spontaneous, and unrestrained. Such sparks could only ignite from the collision of two musical prodigies. It was a flawless synergy, a connection without barriers. When Jiang Luo and Gong Sun locked eyes, they instinctively understood each other's thoughts, sharing a smile that spoke volumes. They had returned. Everything had returned. The music floated out the window, perfectly timed as Fang Xiao and Qin Xuan passed by. Son, I told you Jiang Luo Sr. would be here. Listen, you can hear the music, Fang Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Originally, she had merely pulled Qin Xuan along to see if Jiang Luo was present. What a fortunate coincidence. What piece is this? I've never heard it before. It's so beautiful. Should we go disturb Jiang Luo Sr.? Perhaps we can discuss your housing situation and maybe even enjoy a meal. Jiang Luo Sr.'s cooking is delightful. Chapter 54. As long as Gong Sun likes it. Additional update. I have never encountered this melody before. Could it be an original composition? The piano piece conveys a refreshing essence, a lingering touch. As I close my eyes, vivid images materialize within my mind, overwhelming me. Truly, Senior Jiang Luo is remarkable. Simultaneously, Qin Xuan sensed something unusual. This was not merely a simple piano composition. It featured a dual melody. This was the intricate technique of four-finger playing. For those unversed in music, distinguishing the nuances of four-finger playing might be challenging. However, both Qin Xuan and Fang Xiao were students of traditional Chinese music. Even if they were not piano majors, they could discern the difference. The essence of four-finger playing lies in its layered complexity. One must accompany while the other plays the lead, expressing the piano's notes with depth and progression. When two musicians are in perfect sync, the result can exceed the sum of its parts. Was Senior Jiang Luo collaborating with someone else in this four-finger performance? Who could it be? This level of synergy, talent, and flawless harmony. Qin Xuan felt a sudden tightness in her breath. She had heard it before. At that New Year's Eve concert in high school. It had become the most perfect New Year's Eve celebration at Kyoto No. 1 High School. Two musical prodigies, the school's heartthrob and beauty, were born from that event. That video remains a treasured gem of Kyoto No. 1 High School, celebrated by countless admirers. Fang Xiao also noticed the anomaly. Wait, son. This piano sound resembles that of four-finger playing. Didn't Senior Jiang Luo say he wouldn't perform with anyone else again? Why has that changed? Could it be that it is not Senior Jiang Luo playing? Is she back? Qin Xuan suddenly uttered this enigmatic statement. She? Who? Soon. What do you know? Fang Xiao inquired curiously. Qin Xuan lightly bit her lip. Fang Xiao, let us hide for a moment. I want to see if it truly is her return. Huh? Fang Xiao was utterly perplexed by Qin Xuan's actions. Nevertheless, respecting her friend's wishes, she complied and concealed herself alongside Qin Xuan. The summer symphony soon reached its conclusion. Playing once again with Gong Sun, Jiang Luo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Gong Sun had not changed. Her music remained as free, spontaneous, and imbued with spirit and vitality as ever. In Jiang Luo's eyes, she was the finest and most talented musician in the world, the most significant treasure he had ever played with. He felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment, as if he could depart this world without any regrets. Of course, Jiang Luo merely entertained this thought, having finally reunited with Gong Sun. How could he bear to leave this life? He was determined to live longer than anyone, ideally passing away after Gong Sun, no matter how the world transformed. The one left behind always bore the greatest sorrow. Jiang Luo was uncertain of his standing in Gong Sun's heart, but for him, she was irreplaceable. He wished to spare her the agony of being left to endure such a painful separation. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Sun had broken into a sweat, her face betraying a sense of longing. Alas, glancing at the time, Jiang Luo exclaimed, "Oh dear, we might be running late. Let's hurry, Gong Sun." Curiously, Jiang Luo inquired, "Where are we headed?" With great enthusiasm, Gong Sun replied, "To the comic convention. There's a week-long event in Kyoto today, and I simply must go." The comic convention. Jiang Luo was well aware of Gong Sun's fondness for the second dimension. Back in high school, she had regaled Jiang Luo with tales of various manga, anime, and light novels, titles like Naruto, One Piece, Honkai Impact, and The Legend of Sword and Fairy. However, she never anticipated that Gong Sun's first destination upon returning to Kyoto would be the comic convention, undeterred even by the duo's ensemble performance. Nevertheless. As long as Gong Sun was delighted, Jiang Luo was prepared to accompany her without hesitation. No matter where Gong Sun ventured in the future, Jiang Luo vowed to remain by her side, resolutely holding on to her hand, ensuring that Gong Sun would never escape her sight. This time, I plan to cosplay as the character Luing from Star Rail. Jiang Luo, I'll take you to a place where you can borrow a costume. Your height and looks are perfect for cosplaying as Jiang Luo. I'll do whatever you say. Although Jiang Luo had never played the game Star Rail, she had come across it while scrolling through videos on her phone. It seemed that Jiang Luo was the most popular character, a general of the Xianzhou. Beyond that, Jiang Luo was unaware. Gong Sun eagerly led Jiang Luo out of the apartment and straight to the community's entrance. Their appearance inevitably caught the attention of Fang Xiao and Qin Sun Sun, who had been waiting nearby. Fang Xiao observed Gong Sun's exuberance and vitality, noting her closeness with Jiang Luo, and was momentarily taken aback. Who is that girl? Is she Jiang Luo's girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Fang Xiao instinctively glanced at Qin Sun Sun, aware of her admiration and affection for Jiang Luo. Fang Xiao had contemplated that if Jiang Luo were single, she would do her best to support Qin Sun Sun in pursuing him. Otherwise, given Qin Sun Sun's shy demeanor, achieving a romantic relationship with Jiang Luo would be a protracted endeavor, necessitating Fang Xiao's assistance. After all, with Qin Sun Sun's beauty, family background, and talent as a prodigious violinist, she would not be mismatched with Jiang Luo. However, it seemed they had overestimated their assumptions. It is her. No doubt about it. She has truly returned. Qin Sun Sun murmured to herself. Fang Xiao paused. Sin, do you know the girl beside Jiang Luo? Qin Sun Sun lowered her gaze. Yes, that girl was once my idol, the goal I steadfastly pursued while practicing the violin. What? She is? As a close friend, Fang Xiao was well aware of Qin Sun Sun's admiration for this idol. Yet, wasn't Qin Sun Sun interested in Jiang Luo? Did she not wish for Jiang Luo to accompany her in her performances? The realization that Qin Sun Sun's idol was, in fact, Jiang Luo's girlfriend left Fang Xiao bewildered. This situation was far too complicated. Her mind was racing, and she needed to sort it all out. Meanwhile, Qin Sun Sun was too preoccupied to notice Fang Xiao's confusion. Her own heart was equally tumultuous. Encountering Gong Sun once more should have filled her with joy. That was the musician whom Qin Xuan had cherished for so many years, regarding him as both an idol and a goal. In the past, Gong Sun was renowned far and wide as a musical prodigy, regardless of the instrument. He could master it swiftly upon first touch. His music teachers marveled at his innate talent, proclaiming him a rare musical genius, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. While an ordinary musician might achieve fame by perfecting a singular instrument, Gong Sun possessed the remarkable ability to hone his skills across various instruments, excelling at each with an astonishing finesse. It was akin to Jay Cho's all-encompassing musicality, capable of playing any instrument and composing any melody. Qin Xuan had once shared the same music teacher as Gong Sun. Back then, she was still quite young, yet she already recognized Gong Sun was a musical genius. He was the most exceptional young musician she had ever encountered. Violin, piano, guitar, saxophone, drums. Gong Sun had dabbled in them all, showcasing his extraordinary talent and rapid adaptability. Such a formidable gift allowed Gong Sun to navigate his musical journey with utmost freedom, transitioning from guitar to saxophone at whim, unencumbered by constraints and bursting with creativity. However, upon reaching high school, Gong Sun abruptly shifted from his previous carefree approach, resolutely dedicating himself solely to the piano. In a remarkably brief period, he made rapid advancements, able to perform alongside Jiang Luo. Long ago, unbeknownst to him, Gong Sun had become the aspiration that Qin Xuan tirelessly pursued. Yet, upon witnessing the harmonious scene of Jiang Luo and Gong Sun together, the tenderness and warmth radiating from Jiang Luo's face were unlike anything Qin Xuan had ever seen. In her presence, Jiang Luo maintained a polite yet distant demeanor towards her junior peers, a stark contrast to the ease he exhibited with Gong Sun. The boundary between love and indifference is, in essence, quite simple. In the face of a deeply cherished woman, how could there possibly exist any sense of distance? One's heart longs to be in constant proximity to her. Chapter 55. The astonishing Jiang Luo and Gong Sun. Qin Xuan felt an uncontrollable bitterness spreading within her heart. Having witnessed the duet between Gong Sun and Jiang Luo during a New Year's concert in middle school, she not only regarded Gong Sun as her role model but also yearned to emulate her, aspiring to present the most exquisite performance alongside Jiang Luo. When Jiang Luo became engrossed in playing the piano, he radiated an undeniable charm, captivating all eyes upon him. A true genius who effortlessly captured Qin Xuan's heart with his every gesture. Thus, she deliberately dyed her hair to match Gong Sun's, and even requested her parents to rename her Qin Xuan. This was both a tribute to her idol and a means to draw closer to Jiang Luo. After finally gaining admission to the Huaxia Music Academy, She was disheartened to discover that Jiang Luo had ceased playing the piano and had seemingly vanished, leaving her in sorrow for quite some time. However, when Jiang Luo returned to the academy alongside Gu Yaowei and resumed his piano playing, Qin Xuan did not hesitate to muster her courage and rush to the piano classroom where he was. At that moment, Jiang Luo, who had typically refused to perform duets, relented not out of mere coincidence as he claimed, but because he viewed Qin Xuan as a stand-in for Gong Sun. With the original now back, Jiang Luo's heart could no longer accommodate any other girl. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo remained oblivious to Qin Xuan's inner thoughts. Accompanied by Gong Sun, she found herself in a shop specializing in selling and renting cosplay costumes. Gong Li had mentioned her close acquaintance with the shop owner, assuring her that mentioning her name would ensure priority treatment and discounts. Gong Sun whispered this as she pushed open the shop door, causing the wind chimes to tinkle. The owner, a man in his 30s clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with a chibi version of Ming Chao, donned black-rimmed glasses, and had a disheveled appearance, was deeply engrossed in a new game, unable to extricate himself from the exhilarating chaos of 6.5 Long Li nuclear explosion. Hey, my Long Li wife is simply adorable. Do you understand the Resonance 4 Forms burning costume I mask play? My Jinxie wife is also fantastic, moi. The dragon horn is just too cute. He exclaimed. Oh no, why has the official Ming Chao site featured my photo again? My dark form is so handsome, instantly captivating. Truly worthy of the affection my wife has held for so many years. Hearing the commotion, the owner reluctantly set down his controller and glanced at Gong Sun and Jiang Luo, instantly overwhelmed by their stunning appearances. Ah, handsome young man and beautiful lady. How may I assist you? His sudden shift to a courteous demeanor left the cosplayers who were already browsing costumes questioning their existence. When they had entered, he had casually told them to browse at their leisure, continuing his gaming without regard for the customers. Yet, upon seeing such attractive individuals, he became exceedingly attentive. What was this? Discrimination based on attractiveness? Alas, the quality and value of the costumes in the shop were too exceptional to resist. I shall endure, the cosplayer thought. Shopkeeper. I am Gong Li's sister, Gong Sun, and she recommended this store to me. Oh, you are Gong Li's sister. She mentioned you, saying that one day you would cosplay together at a convention. Is she not back yet? Indeed, she is currently on an overseas tour with her violin. Today, I will accompany her to the comic convention, where I hope to borrow the cosplay outfit of Xing Tai Jing Yuan, as well as Liu Ying's. Coming right up, Jiang Luo paused momentarily, pondering. The violin. Sue, isn't Gong Li a pianist? Like myself, she adores all instruments. But her most remarkable talent lies with the violin. Having chosen music as a career, one must major in a single instrument, while the others can be indulged as mere hobbies. Jiang Luo fell silent upon hearing this. Gong Sun gently tapped Jiang Luo's arm. Why the silence? Jiang Luo. This is making me feel quite awkward. Sue, after you left, I searched for you everywhere. I've heard tales of your childhood. You are a renowned musical prodigy. Unrestrained in your pursuits, cherishing every instrument from the saxophone to the guitar and recorder. Yet, upon entering high school, you abruptly forsook all other instruments, dedicating yourself solely to the piano day after day. You did it for me, didn't you? To rescue Jiang Luo. To listen to the heartfelt melodies he plays on the piano, Gong Sun truly sacrificed much, even relinquishing the freedom to choose instruments, all to be closer to Jiang Luo. Foolish. I have not abandoned anything. I am a versatile musical genius. I simply prefer to play piano duets with you. The sensation of our 4 fingers dancing across the keys. What's wrong with that? It is my choice, and I have no regrets. Don't flatter me too much. My preference for the piano stems solely from my desire to do so. Plain and simple, Gong Sun feigned annoyance to mask her feelings. A bittersweet sensation washed over Jiang Luo, yet he smiled outwardly. Yes, I will heed your wishes. To this radiant being who has redeemed him, Jiang Luo feels an immense debt. In the days to come, he must strive earnestly to make amends. The shopkeeper soon gathered the complete cosplay outfits for Jing Yuan and Liu Ying for Jiang Luo and Gong Sun. Manager, he is a novice. Please assist him with the outfit. I can handle my cosplay on my own. After Gong Sun finished speaking, she entered the changing room with her garments. The shopkeeper adjusted his black-framed glasses and scrutinized Jiang Luo from head to toe. Jiang Luo felt as though he were being appraised, scratching the back of his head. Manager, how do I wear this outfit? A novice, huh? But with your looks, height, and physique, indeed, you would make a splendid Jing Yuan, worthy of my personal touch. Follow me. The manager rubbed his hands together and promptly ushered Jiang Luo into the makeup room, imparting the secrets to embodying Jing Yuan. With a mane of lion-like, voluminous white hair, a beauty mark, and striking golden irises, under the manager's deft hands, Jiang Luo underwent a remarkable transformation. Emerging before the public eye, simultaneously, a few girls entered the shop, seeking cosplay outfits. Upon seeing Jiang Luo adorned in Jing Yuan's costume, they froze in awe, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Oh my goodness! Have I just been transported into the world of Xing Tai? Jing Yuan in the flesh. Ah, so dashing. My big cat. Handsome guy, please take a picture with me. I am willing to do anything for you. Are you cosplaying as Jing Yuan? Could you possibly dress as Long An? I would love to see that. Is it Long An you wish to see? Or perhaps it is the milk window you desire. Look at your demeanor. Just say whether you want to see it or not. Jiang Luo was utterly bewildered by the fierce enthusiasm of the girls surrounding him. As the saying goes, proximity to vermilion red and ink black. During high school, Gongsun was quite fond of the second dimension and often introduced it to Jiang Luo, who gradually embraced this new world. When one harbors feelings for a girl, they inevitably come to appreciate her entirely, understanding her joys and sorrows, her universe. However, this was Jiang Luo's first experience attending a comic convention in cosplay attire. He never anticipated it would incite such fervor among the girls. Although the boys in the store, while selecting costumes, acknowledged Jiang Luo's impressive portrayal of Jing Yuan, their words dripped with envy. Humph, these women are utterly shameless. The next moment, oh my, Jiang Luo, you truly are quite popular. Dressed in the flowing costume of Liu Ying, with a transformation device in hand, Gong soon emerged. Smiling slyly as she observed Jiang Luo besieged by the girls. Upon witnessing Jiang Luo's remarkably authentic portrayal of Jing Yuan, Gong Sun's eyes sparkled with delight. As expected of the pianist she had chosen, her judgment had never been mistaken. Ah, Liu Ying, the true spirit. Beautiful lady, please let me take a photo. And I shall do anything for you. The mecha beauty, Away, was utterly captivated. I can be Liu Ying. I can. Now. It was the male customers in the store who were losing their composure. This only drew collective disdain from the girls. And you dare to criticize us? You are all going wild over someone cosplaying Liu Ying. What of our admiration for Jing Yuan? Hypocrites. Chapter 56. Her avatar is my profile. Faced with the fervent adoration of cosplaying boys and girls, even Gong Sun could no longer maintain her composure. Jiang Luo, run. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best policy. Boss, I promise to repay you with green bubbles, she exclaimed as she decisively pulled Jiang Luo out of the store. The other fans clamoring for photos were momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses and attempted to pursue, the store manager stood in their way, glaring fiercely. Scram. You are not allowed to disturb other customers. Otherwise, I will call the police. Thus, everyone was left to lament their missed opportunity. Once Jiang Luo and Gong Sun hailed a cab, they sped towards the venue of the comic convention. The enthusiasm of these two-dimensional cosplayers is truly remarkable. Jiang Luo couldn't help but comment. Although she had heard tales before, it was her first experience cosplaying, and after the makeup, she felt utterly overwhelmed. At last, she had witnessed the formidable passion of these three-dimensional individuals who cherished the two-dimensional world. Don't worry, Jiang Luo. As long as you don't immerse yourself in the chaotic fray of it all, it's just a hobby to enjoy, she reassured. And, thank you for accompanying me. It makes me very happy. You look truly handsome as Jing Yuan. I must say, you embody the character perfectly. Gongsun smiled gratefully. She understood that Jiang Luo had never been particularly fond of the two-dimensional realm. It was purely out of Gongsun's interest that Jiang Luo had sought to understand it. Son, I will always be by your side in whatever you wish to pursue, be it past, present, or future, Jiang Luo responded without hesitation. This time, she would not let go of her beacon of redemption. A gentle smile graced Gongsun's lips as she extended her finger, gesturing in front of Jiang Luo's mouth. Beautiful promises often flicker like shooting stars. I hope the joy we share in this moment will be eternal in our lives. Oh, by the way, the most important thing nearly slipped my mind. We haven't taken a photo together as Jing Yuan and Liu Ying yet. Gongsun quickly retrieved her phone, signaling Jiang Luo to strike a charming pose. Say cheese? Jiang Luo was not accustomed to posing for photos and could only resort to her usual stance. The foolish expression on her face elicited laughter from Gongsun. Jiang Luo, while I must admit you are quite handsome, that touch of innocent naivety does not quite align with Jing Yuan's character. Just like that, Gongsun helped Jiang Luo adjust her pose. Her attentive demeanor, the fragrance surrounding her, and the slight tremor of her eyelashes constantly stimulated Jiang Luo's senses. Jiang Luo swallowed hard, struggling to steady her breath and mask her unease. Regardless of the many girls she had encountered, including Liu Ruyan, Gu Yuwei, and Qin Xuanxuan, she had never experienced such feelings. Only Gong Sun could stir her heartstrings with a simple motion, sending ripples of emotion coursing through her being, leaving her unable to regain her composure. All right, it's time to take the photo. Gong Sun remained oblivious to Jiang Luo's peculiar demeanor. She raised her phone and struck a suitable pose. 3, 2, 1, cheese. After capturing several group photos, Gong Sun perused the album, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Observing this, Jiang Luo's gaze softened, filled with tenderness. Back during their high school days, when smartphones were scarce, they relied on basic mobile phones. Consequently, Jiang Luo and Gong Sun had few photographs together, most of which were taken by the school's photography club at no charge. At that time, Jiang Luo believed they would traverse high school together, attend university, and fulfill their promises, embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of the world as musicians. However, unexpectedly, Gong Sun vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Luo with nothing but the few photographs recovered from those years. The past 8 years had been fraught with regrets for Jiang Luo. Nevertheless, those painful, yearning days were now behind her. Gong Sun was alive, standing before Jiang Luo and promising to share the rest of her life with her. That alone was more than enough. Jiang Luo dared not wish for more. Oh wait, Sun, I still haven't added you on WeChat. I need your phone number. Jiang Luo smacked her forehead, nearly forgetting the most crucial matter. Oh, do I really need to add you? Gong Sun's expression suddenly became difficult to describe. What do you think? Jiang Luo would not repeat past mistakes. At this point, did Gong Sun still wish to avoid adding her on WeChat and sharing her number? Not a chance. Jiang Luo even contemplated customizing a tracking device to attach to Gong Sun, fearing she would vanish as she did after graduation. That would truly shatter Jiang Luo. The thought of her obsessive affection for Gong Sun lingered in the air. Well, then you should add me. Jiang Luo seemed to catch a hint of shyness on Gong Sun's face. Without further ado, she snatched Gong Sun's phone. Phone number, noted. WeChat, recorded. This profile picture? Jiang Luo paused for a moment. Gong Sun's WeChat avatar was a side profile of Jiang Luo watching the sunset in the corridor during high school. Back then, mobile phone pixels were far from high definition, incomparable to today's devices. Some memories can only be deeply felt by those who lived through those times. Seeing this avatar instantly transported Jiang Luo back to her high school days, to that vibrant summer when she first met Gong Sun. Amidst the sweltering heat and the chorus of cicadas, a girl took residence in Jiang Luo's heart, one she could never forget. In that moment, Jiang Luo felt a profound sense of mutual longing. For 8 years, she had been searching for Gong Sun, convinced that she still existed in some corner of the world, waiting to witness Jiang Luo fulfill their promises and become a world-class pianist. Gong Sun's departure back then had been unavoidable. It turns out that over the past 8 years, the one burdened by the painful longing was not solely Jiang Luo. Gong Sun felt the same. Sun, your avatar, Jiang Luo remarked. There is no rule against using your profile picture as an avatar. I simply find it quite beautiful. Gong Sun's face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato in a field, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The little secret was thus brazenly uncovered by Jiang Luo, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Simultaneously, Gong Sun was preoccupied with the thought of what expression Jiang Luo might have upon seeing the green bubble avatar. To her surprise, Jiang Luo softly uttered, "Sun, thank you." His voice was gentle, imbued with profound gratitude and warmth. Gong Sun pouted. "For what?" "For consistently using my photo as your avatar," he replied. "It makes me realize that over these 8 years, I was not the only one enduring this longing. You must have also worked hard, wishing to return here to meet me once more." Unconsciously, Jiang Luo reached out to stroke Gong Sun's head. A tremor coursed through her heart, as his words struck a chord deep within, prompting her to bite her lip. It was always like this. Jiang Luo appeared to be a somewhat reserved, introverted man with a clumsy tongue. Yet, at times, he exhibited remarkable sensitivity. A simple utterance from him could effortlessly penetrate another's heart, scratching deeply at its innermost sanctum and leaving indelible scars. In truth, Gong Sun was profoundly afraid of death. Chapter 57. Yearning to see him, though she spoke with an air of nonchalance, feigning an effortless demeanor to spare those around her from worry. She remained the vibrant and spirited Gong Sun, a source of warmth for others. Deep within, however, she harbored profound fears, fear of never seeing her parents or sister again, fear of being unable to embrace her beloved music, fear of closing her eyes to this colorful world indefinitely, in fear of failing to fulfill her promise to Jiang Luo. Above all, her greatest dread was the thought of never encountering Jiang Luo again. The agonizing years she endured were sustained by her anticipation of a beautiful future, compelling Gong Sun to bear the weight of her suffering. Stifling the urge to weep, she deftly shifted the conversation. Jiang Luo, what does your green bubble avatar represent? Take a look for yourself, Jiang Luo replied, handing his phone back to Gong Sun. She gazed at the newly added green bubble friend and found Jiang Luo's online alias, Nian. Upon seeing his avatar, memories flooded back to her, and a smile graced her lips, refusing to fade. How did you come across this painting? It was a piece she had created during high school art class, an assignment to draw a self-portrait. Gong Sun cherished painting, though she lacked talent. Her depiction resembled a surrealist work of Picasso, a whimsical distortion of self that even made her chuckle. Unsurprisingly, she received a low grade. She thought this artwork, this photograph, was lost forever. To her astonishment, Jiang Luo had preserved it. Gong Sun turned to him. When did you keep this painting? With a playful blink, Jiang Luo replied. You threw it away, and I retrieved it. You fool, why would you pick up such an ugly painting? Gong Sun exclaimed, her exasperation palpable. Ugly? I disagree. This painting mirrors your musical style, casual and free-spirited. I find it beautiful. Fortunately, I retrieved it. It adds to the memories I have of you. Fool. A wave of guilt washed over Gong Sun. She had indeed been left with no choice back then. If only she had known she would fall ill and be separated from Jiang Luo for so long, causing him to search for her with a heavy heart. If only she had known, perhaps they would never have met, sparing Jiang Luo from such prolonged anguish. Yet, despite it all, she selfishly yearned for their fateful meeting that summer. Without Jiang Luo's presence, Gong Sun could not have endured the grueling treatments over the years. It was her indomitable will, fueled by a singular obsession, that brought her to this moment, yearning to see him. Traveling across vast distances, as long as I am alive, I shall reunite with Jiang Luo. Aren't you two just adorable? Is this what you call cosplaying? My daughter loves it too. The driver interjected suddenly. Gong Sun swiftly redirected the conversation to conceal her guilt from Jiang Luo. Yes, uncle, she chimed in. At his core, Jiang Luo was a gentle, kind, and sensitive man. If Jiang Luo were to uncover the depths of Gong Sun's heart, he would undoubtedly be hurt alongside her. Gong Sun would rather shoulder the burden alone than drag Jiang Luo into the murky waters of confrontation. Watching Gong Sun engage in cheerful conversation with the driver, Jiang Luo found himself captivated, oblivious to the moment when their dialogue would conclude. Jiang Luo, there's still some time before we reach our destination. You could take a rest. You seem a bit weary, the driver remarked. Jiang Luo shook his head. I do not wish to sleep. Should I succumb to slumber? I fear Gong Sun might vanish as suddenly as she did after graduating high school. Then, how about listening to some music? Gong Sun suggested with a bright smile. She produced a pair of headphones and offered one to Jiang Luo. He obediently accepted, donning the headphones to share the melodies emanating from her phone. The song was Jay Chou's Romantic Mobile, which spoke of love arriving unexpectedly, bridging the gap of ambiguity through text, nurturing emotions through words. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Luo drifted into slumber, resting his head against Gong Sun's shoulder. His cheek nestled in her hair. The familiar fragrance enveloped him, lulling him into a profound sense of relaxation. Observing this, Gong Sun smiled tenderly, taking out her phone to capture a photograph of herself alongside the slumbering Jiang Luo. Sleep well, Jiang Luo, she whispered softly. Jiang Luo was gently roused from his dreams. Jiang Luo, we have arrived. The first sight that greeted him was Gong Sun's radiant smile, akin to moonlight. His mind, initially shrouded in chaos, gradually regained clarity. Reuniting with Gong Sun was not a figment of his imagination but a tangible reality. Yes, Jiang Luo leaned out of the car. The venue of the convention was near the subway entrance, and as the doors prepared to open, a multitude of cosplay enthusiasts, students, and photographers had already gathered, striking poses for their cameras. Jiang Luo, look, that S. Yun Li, Fei Xiao, and Ling Xia. They've already donned their costumes. Gong Sun exclaimed. And their S. Zhong Li, Xiao, Ye Miko, Hu Tao, and Raiden Shogun. Jiang Luo and Gong Sun's appearance naturally drew considerable attention, a strikingly handsome duo that was a feast for the eyes, especially as they portrayed the recently popular characters Xing Tai Jing Yuan and Lu Ying. Excuse me, could I take a photograph of you two? A voice inquired. I want to pose for a picture with you, if that's all right. Wow, Jing Yuan, the king of endurance. Let go of Jing Yuan. You're mistaken. This is the resilient Jing Yuan, unafraid of divine intervention. Seeing Jing Yuan and Lu Ying together, While they were my favorite characters, there was an odd dissonance in their pairing. Of course, Gong Sun replied, her smile radiant as sunlight, welcoming all who approached. Attending a convention without capturing moments and immersing oneself in the atmosphere would hardly be called participating in a convention at all. Certainly. Jiang Luo glanced over and beheld Gong Sun's smile, radiant as the morning sun. Just a fleeting glance, akin to traversing through millennia, rendered him unable to look away. Where was there room for refusal? Indeed. Here's the evening installment. I humbly request gifts to inspire further updates, as well as 5-star reviews to urge me onward. The more gifts received, the more frequent the updates. Chapter 58. A serendipitous encounter at the convention after finishing their photo session. Jiang Luo and Gong Sun entered the exhibition hall. Along the way, Gong Sun enthusiastically introduced various aspects to Jiang Luo. That area belongs to the Old Mi family. The characters we just saw, Zhongli, Raiden Shogun, as well as the ones we cosplayed, Jing Yuan and Liu Ying, are all creations from their game. Yes. The two individuals in cosplay are named Yin Lin and Ji Yan, characters from a game called Ming Chao. Quite dashing, I must say. Oh, and there's also Qing Shui, the mysterious masked man, Huang Yuan, and Zigo. Haha. I once told my sister that once Jin Shi and Chong Li are released, we must cosplay together to attend a convention and create a lasting memory. Can you believe what my sister said? She actually mocked me for not having a big thunder. I can only cosplay Jin Shi, while she insists on portraying Chang Li. It's infuriating. However, I must admit, I am quite astonished. How is it that young girls these days are so well-nourished? Each of them seems to have big thunder. Jiang Luo patiently listened to Gong Sun's words, striving to understand her preferences. Thankfully, during the 8 years of Gong Sun's absence, Jiang Luo had not been idle. Aware of Gong Sun's fondness for the two-dimensional world during her high school years, Jiang Luo had consistently kept abreast of the latest trends in this realm. Hoping that when he eventually found Gong Sun, she would still cherish it. This would prevent him from becoming a tedious man, unable to comprehend her enthusiasm. Observing Gong Sun animatedly and vividly describing her interests, her expressions were as radiant as the stars twinkling in the night sky, captivating and impossible to look away from. Everything felt like a return to the past, to that glorious summer Jiang Luo had fervently wished for countless times. Now, the protagonist of his narrative had indeed returned to his side. Gong, have you continued watching anime and playing two-dimensional games over these years? According to Gong Sun, she had been receiving treatment abroad during her 8-year absence. I've kept up with anime, but I haven't played any games. However, I thoroughly enjoy watching other content creators' live streams to follow the plot lines. Much of it was also shared with me by Gong Li and under my influence. She has become an avid fan of the two-dimensional world too, haha. This is my first time cosplaying and attending a convention. Previously, it was always Gong Li who went, capturing videos and photos to share with me, accompanied by her reflections, which made me so envious. We promised that once I recovered, we would attend the convention together and enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Gong Sun placed her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Once you're better, there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Jiang Luo's gaze, quickly replaced by relief as he added, and I will be there with you. As long as we are alive, the future holds infinite possibilities. Realizing this, Gong Sun nodded emphatically at Jiang Luo. Just then, she halted, her gaze landing on a familiar exhibition hall. Following her line of sight, Jiang Luo beheld 2 pianos standing quietly. The black piano, like an elder steeped in the passage of time, emanated an air of solemnity and mystique. In contrast, there stood the white piano, equally compelling, vibrant, spirited, and beautiful. An enchanting sight that captivates the gaze, embodying the most fervent vitality of the scorching summer days. Jiang Luo and Gong Sun felt as though they had traversed back to their high school's New Year's gala. Jiang Luo played the ebony piano, while Gong Sun graced the ivory one. Their seamless collaboration wove the most resplendent melodies. Devoted fans donned authentic t-shirts emblazoned with their beloved characters, adorned the venue, promoted the anime, and sold merchandise. Many onlookers stopped to engage in discussions about the anime and purchase memorabilia, creating a lively atmosphere. Who would have thought that after so many years, they would still encounter these 2 pianos in this anime? Gong Sun felt that today was undoubtedly her lucky day. On her first day back in Kyoto, she reunited with Jiang Luo. Listening to the piano piece he had personally composed for her, she played alongside him, their past synergy and intimacy intact, still the most harmonious pair. It was her first time attending an anime convention, cosplaying as her favorite character, with Jiang Luo by her side. She could even revisit the exhibition hall of the groundbreaking work that had once astonished her, a creation that would leave an indelible mark on her life. Could there be a day more fortunate than today? Aware of the significance this work held for Gongsun, Jiang Luo gently suggested, "Shall we go buy some merchandise?" Of course. With serendipity on their side, Gongsun's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to splurge for her beloved idol. They approached the stalls, acquiring numerous items. Fellow anime enthusiasts were equally enamored with Star Rail, marveling at Jiang Luo and Gongsun's portrayals of Jing Yuan and Lu Ying, and eagerly requested photographs. After the photo shoot, Gongsun inquired, "May I ask, are these two pianos genuine?" Indeed, it took considerable effort to bring them into the exhibition hall. Unfortunately, a few friends couldn't make it due to last-minute commitments. We had initially planned for them to take turns playing the piano to attract crowds. The stall owner added, "We offer free access to anyone who can play the piano. Jing Yuan, Lu Ying, can you play?" "Oh." Gongsun smiled slightly and turned to Jiang Luo. "Jing Yuan, shall we showcase our talent?" "As long as you wish, I shall accompany you." Jiang Luo had never refused Gongsun's requests. "All right, we would like to perform. You are most welcome." When Jiang Luo and Gongsun arrived at the piano, Gongsun asked, "What piece would you like to play? How about Mozart's double piano concerto?" This particular piece was the very one they had performed together during their high school's New Year's gala. It was the most fitting choice. Jiang Luo returned a smile. A signal only they understood. I was thinking the same. They took their seats at the black and white pianos, and with a shared glance, the feelings of yesteryears were rekindled. Jiang Luo slowly closed his eyes. In that moment, the world seemed to stand still, the clamor silence beyond their bubble. And as his fingertips grazed the keys, it was as if a shooting star gently skimmed across a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. As Jiang Luo's slender, fair fingers danced swiftly across the keys, the seemingly silent black and white keys appeared to be imbued with life, as a flowing and magnificent melody emerged, captivating the audience. Gongsun's performance was equally remarkable. Shortly after Jiang Luo played the prelude, they harmoniously joined together in their musical endeavor. At that moment, the piano notes produced by the two collided, igniting the most brilliant and astonishing sparks. A steady stream of cosplayers, onlookers, photographers, and vendors stood in awe. Observing Jiang Luo and Lu Ying at the grand piano, one was drawn in by their striking appearances, only to be enchanted by their extraordinary talent. The music they produced was mesmerizing, flawless in execution. The collaboration between Jiang Luo and Gongsun was not merely a manifestation of exceptional skill. It embodied a profound spiritual connection. With their reunion, this connection not only persisted but blossomed with even greater tenderness and affection. Each note resonated with the deepest passion for music shared by Jiang Luo and Gongsun, striking at the softest corners of the heart. My goodness, this is the first time I've witnessed a piano duet. Am I attending a comic convention or a piano concert? To see the living legends Jing Yuan and Lu Ying perform together on the piano, I'm utterly speechless. Their playing is simply exquisite. As a layman, I cannot articulate profound insights. So I'll keep it simple. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I feel the same. The audience, regaining their composure, hurriedly took out their phones to capture Jiang Luo and Lu Ying's duet. Thump, thump. Suddenly, while wandering the convention, Lu Piaoshu felt her heart race intensely. Instinctively, she glanced towards Jiang Luo's direction. Chapter 59. She is not Sister Ruyan, is she? Feather, what is the matter? Is your heart uncomfortable? Perhaps we should head back, whispered Zheng Cheng, noticing the unusual demeanor of Lu Piaoshu. She was concerned about Lu Piaoshu's heart, which had a history of issues. Had Lu Piaoshu not recovered well after her heart transplant, and had Zheng Cheng not felt compelled by her friend's plea, she would not have brought Lu Piaoshu to the exhibition, always prioritizing her friend's health and safety. I'm fine. Lu Piaoshu shook her head. This sensation was familiar to her. Ever since she received her heart transplant at the age of 10, every encounter with Jiang Luo would evoke a resonance from this heart that belonged to someone else, leaving her perplexed. The resonance compelled Lu Piaoshu to draw closer to Jiang Luo. Due to her sister Liu Ruyan's blindness, Jiang Luo had been bound by a contract to care for Liu Ruyan without leaving her side. For 3 years, Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan rarely visited the main residence, to spare everyone from the pain of witnessing Liu Ruyan's plight. Consequently, Lu Piaoshu often sought excuses to visit Liu Ruyan, which also allowed her to be near Jiang Luo. This heart, every time she approached Jiang Luo, it radiated warmth and closeness. Lu Piaoshu couldn't understand why, but she relished the feeling. Qingzi, do you hear that sound of the piano? The piano? It seems to be coming from over there. Wow, so many people. What is happening? Could it be that a star is coming? In large-scale exhibitions that lasted for extended periods, it was not uncommon for renowned voice actors and cosplayers to attract massive crowds. Let us go take a look. Liu Piaoxiu took Xingqing's hand and moved towards the source of the music. Piaoxiu, there are so many people over there. Are you certain? Xingqing remained apprehensive about Liu Piaoxiu's health. After all, she was the cherished pearl of the Liu family, the most adored daughter, sister, of Liu Jiaqing and Liu Ruyan. If anything were to happen while Liu Piaoxiu was out with Xingqing, oh my. Xingqing feared she could not bear the consequences. It's fine, Qingzi. Liu Piaoxiu was solely interested in discovering the origin of the piano music. As they navigated through the crowd, Liu Piaoxiu finally caught sight of Jiang Luo and Gong Sun performing. Their duet was concluding, and the audience remained entranced by the perfection of their performance, lost in admiration. Oh my, it's Jing Yuan and Luing. Their cosplay quality is astonishing. Those outfits and wigs are practically indistinguishable from reality. And their figures, their looks, they perfectly embody Jing Yuan and Miss Luing. Not only can they play the piano, but they do so exceptionally well. What a celestial couple. Handsome, high in stature, and equally passionate about the two-dimensional world. Oh, I'm consumed with envy. If only my boyfriend could resemble the cosplayer of Jing Yuan. Xingqing's excitement revealed her deep-rooted enthusiasm for this realm. Yet, Liu Piaoxiu, upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Luo's back, immediately verified her suspicions. It was indeed Jiang Luo. Only in Jiang Luo's presence did her heart experience such sensations. So, who was the woman performing alongside Jiang Luo? Woohoo, Jiang Luo. How delightful it feels, as though I have returned to the New Year's party of my high school days. Gong Sun did not notice Liu Piaoxiu and Xingqing, who, upon completing their performance, let out a sigh of relief and approached Jiang Luo directly. Sin, you were exceptional, Jiang Luo encouraged, gently ruffling Gong Sun's hair. Nothing else mattered. In Jiang Luo's eyes, the world revolved solely around the radiant smile of Gong Sun. The recent duet truly transported Jiang Luo back in time. His fingers danced across the black and white keys. In this lifetime, only Gong Sun, a fellow musical prodigy, could perfectly harmonize with Jiang Luo, together composing the most exquisite Mozart double piano concerto. Sister Liu Ruyan, Liu Piaoxiu blurted out instinctively. This woman, cosplaying as Luing, bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Ruyan. They seemed to be cut from the same mold. But wait, when did Sister Yuyan take up cosplay? She is the president of the Liu Group, burdened with immense responsibilities, always exuding an air of authority and aloof elegance. The sister Liu Piaoxiu most respects and admires. Even in her darkest moments of blindness and despair, Liu Ruyan never displayed panic or vulnerability before Liu Piaoxiu. She remained the sister Liu Piaoxiu idolizes. She has no connection to the world of anime. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Luo instinctively turned towards Liu Piaoxiu. Liu Piaoxiu, how could she be here? Encountering Liu Piaoxiu at such a pivotal moment, witnessing Jiang Luo with Gong Sun, was indeed unexpected, yet Jiang Luo had long mentally prepared himself. Until he confirms Gong Sun's well-being, Jiang Luo could afford to be a bit lenient, considering the favor owed and the financial aspect, so as not to burden the Liu family unnecessarily. Now that Gong Sun has miraculously returned to his side, Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan are already divorced. Liu Ruyan has made her peace and intends to embrace her first love, Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Luo still holds the trump card promised by Liu Jiaqing. To protect his most cherished first love, he would not hesitate any longer. Ah, this girl. Liu Piaoxiu is clad in a school uniform. Her youthful and innocent demeanor clearly indicative of a high school student. Strangely, Liu Piaoxiu truly resembles Gong Sun from her high school days. Gong Sun even wonders if Liu Piaoxiu could be the long-lost younger sister she never knew existed. Not even Gong Sun's half-sister, Gong Li, bears such a resemblance. In this vast world, there exist countless wonders. Jiang Luo, do you know her? Yes, she is Liu Ruyan's biological sister, Liu Piaoxiu. Wow, really? She looks somewhat like I did in high school, but isn't it rather awkward to run into her in this situation? Gong Sun was aware of Jiang Luo's contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan, and now, being seen by her younger sister, she felt an acute sense of embarrassment, akin to being caught in a scandal. It's not awkward. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur, as long as you return and stay by my side. This matter cannot remain hidden from the Liu family. Son, leave it to me. This time, I will surely protect you and ensure that you encounter not a trace of harm. Jiang Luo smiled at Gong Sun, reassuring her. He then led her before Liu Piaoxiu. Sister Piaoxiu, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Are you attending the comic exhibition with friends? Brother Jiang Luo, she isn't Sister Ruyan, right? Who are you? As she leaned in for a closer look, it became evident that while Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun bore a striking resemblance, the subtle nuances of their demeanor revealed an entirely different essence. Liu Ruyan exuded the regal presence of an empress, embodying both grace and authority, a beacon of wisdom and strength akin to a luminous moon that one could admire from afar, yet never dare to approach. In contrast, Gong Sun's aura, though slightly less commanding than Liu Ruyan's, radiated a sweetness intertwined with an artistic charm, fostering a sense of intimacy. While both possessed their own distinctive qualities, their similar appearances often led to confusion. Those unaware might easily mistake them for sisters. It was only through the personal acquaintance of Liu Piaoxiu, Liu Ruyan's biological sister, that the distinction could be made. Piaoxiu, is she not General Liu? They truly resemble each other. And Jiang Luo, is that really him? Chapter 60. I have divorced Ruyan as the close friend of Liu Piaoxiu. Zhengcheng was well aware of Jiang Luo's existence. Jiang Luo was the nominal husband of Liu Ruyan, serving as a shield orchestrated by the Liu family to swiftly quell the turmoil following the Jiang family's withdrawal from their engagement and the scandal surrounding Liu Ruyan's blindness. This arrangement was not a secret among the elite circles. The Liu family, considering Jiang Luo's role as a mere pawn, instructed him to care for Liu Ruyan within the confines of their contract, ensuring he remained largely concealed from public scrutiny. Consequently, the depths of the Jiang family's circumstances were thoroughly exposed. Facing imminent bankruptcy and lacking the stature of the top families in the capital, Jiang Luo was derided as a mere sycophant, receiving scornful remarks and disdain. Had it not been for the Liu family's assistance, granting Jiang Luo the opportunity to attend to the blind Liu Ruyan, the insignificant Jiang family would have long since perished. Later, it was rumored that Liu Ruyan had regained her sight and reclaimed her position as the president of the Liu group, attributing her recovery to Jiang Luo. Some even proclaimed that Jiang Luo had ascended in status, poised to formally marry into the Liu family thanks to his role in restoring Liu Ruyan's vision. This was the first time Zhengcheng encountered Jiang Luo, having heard countless disparaging tales, gossip, and ridicule about him. To her surprise, Jiang Luo was strikingly handsome, adept at playing the piano, engaged in cosplay, and had even healed Liu Ruyan's eyes. His demeanor was far from that of a mere dependent. However, one question lingered. Why was Jiang Luo, Liu Ruyan's contractual husband, appearing at the comic convention alongside a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan but was not her? The complexity of this relationship was indeed perplexing, sending Zhengcheng's mind into a whirlwind of confusion. What a tangled web. It felt as though her brain might explode. Piaoxiu, let us find a quieter place to converse. There are far too many people here, Zhengcheng suggested. Jiang Luo, mindful of the Liu group's reputation, recognized that the attendees of the convention did not know him or Liu Piaoxiu, yet they could overhear their conversation. Any negative rumors could reflect poorly on both Jiang Luo and Liu Piaoxiu. Liu Piaoxiu nodded silently in agreement. The four of them soon found a secluded spot to sit down. Are you thirsty? I can go buy some drinks, Zhengcheng cleverly proposed as an excuse to escape. After all, it felt rather odd for her, an outsider, to be eavesdropping on matters concerning the Liu family. I'll go too, said another. All right, sister. What is your name? I am Gong Sun. Good, Sister Sen. Let us go together. Gong Sun and Zhengcheng departed amicably, leaving Liu Piaoxiu and Jiang Luo alone. Liu Piaoxiu gazed at Jiang Luo, a warm sensation blossoming in her chest, softening her voice. Brother Jiang Luo, it has truly been a long time. Indeed. Piaoxiu, how have you been lately? Quite well, thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liu Piaoxiu delved straight into the matter at hand. Who is she? She inquired, referring to Gong Sun. Her name is Gong Sun, the ethereal light of my high school days who once redeemed me, akin to the significance Jiang Luocheng holds for Liu Ruyan. I had believed I would never encounter her again in this lifetime. Yet today, fate has intertwined our paths once more. I still feel as though I am ensconced in a dream. It is nothing short of a miracle. Jiang Luo harbored no intentions of concealment. Since we are here, we must adapt. What do you mean, Brother Jiang Luo? You are still bound by a marriage contract with Sister Ruyan. Yet here you are, parading with your white moonlight at a comic exhibition as if no one were watching? This surely violates the terms of your agreement. If outsiders were to discover your true identity, what would become of the Liu family? Should our father learn of this, even if you were to restore Sister Ruyan's sight, he would never forgive you. Even Liu Piaoxiu, who naturally felt an affinity for Jiang Luo, could not remain composed. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Luo's actions were utterly excessive. He seemed to disregard the significance of the contract entirely. Born into the Liu family, even if Liu Piaoxu was still young. She was capable of weighing the pros and cons and making astute judgments. Little sister Piaoxu, I cannot divulge the specific reasons, for I have made a promise to Sister Ruyan. All I can say is that I am now divorced from Ruyan. The contract is nullified, and I am a free man. Jiang Luo understood that if he did not reveal the truth, Liu Piaoxu would likely remain in a state of misunderstanding, potentially escalating matters further and causing turmoil within the Liu household. What? Liu Piaoxu could hardly fathom that Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan had divorced. This was utterly unexpected. Why did Sister Ruyan suddenly decide to divorce you? You may take a look at this. Jiang Luo did not respond directly, but instead opened his phone's photo gallery, displaying the divorce certificate he had captured. Upon seeing the document, Liu Piaoxu confirmed that it was indeed the divorce certificate between Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan, leaving her momentarily speechless in shock. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Brother Jiang Luo, do our parents know about this? They do not yet know. As for the reasons behind my divorce from Sister Ruyan, you shall discover them soon enough. This was her choice, and I hope you will respect both her and me. I will assist your sister, nothing more. With the contract dissolved, I shall aid Ruyan in restoring her vision, and we have both chosen freedom to pursue our own happiness. That is sufficient. I wish to seize my future for myself and ensure that Gongsun remains by my side, never to part again. Liu Piaoxu fell silent for a moment before speaking again. The reason Sister Ruyan chose to dissolve the contract and divorce is because of Jiang Luo, isn't it? Chapter 61. Is it possible that Sister Gongsun is merely a substitute for Sister Ruyan? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Liu Piaoxu had guessed astoundingly well. Even though she was the most cherished princess of the Liu family, she was still a princess with fangs. Hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, Liu Piaoxu's upbringing in such an environment endowed her with a keen ability to read between the lines, far surpassing that of an ordinary high school student. I am aware that Sister Ruyan has never truly forgotten Jiang Luo, despite him abandoning her during her most difficult times, which plunged the Liu group into a crisis of reputation. She still cannot let go. This sentiment is known not only to me but also to my parents and brother. They have remarked on Sister Ruyan's claim to forget Jiang Luo. However, it seems now, could it be that Jiang Luo has returned to the country? Jiang Luo fell silent, tacitly acquiescing. Liu Piaoxu sighed heavily, resembling a miniature adult. I had a premonition long ago. It was the first time I had seen Sister Ruyan so despondent and heartbroken after Jiang Luo's departure. With your assistance, she began to regain her light. Yet I always had an inkling that you two would part ways, that Sister Ruyan would choose to return to Jiang Luo's embrace. What astonishes me even more is you. Jiang Luo, I had always believed that your affection for Sister Ruyan was fervent, to the point of madness. I never imagined you would be with a woman so reminiscent of her. Do you see Sister Gongsun as merely a stand-in for Sister Ruyan? As Liu Piaoxu uttered these words, she gazed intently at Jiang Luo, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. Jiang Luo's lips twitched involuntarily. This girl, truly capable of distorting the truth in an absurd manner. The subject and predicate were all misplaced, leading to a complete misunderstanding. In his heart, Jiang Luo regarded Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for Gongsun. However, he could not articulate this sentiment openly. Liu Ruyan is Liu Ruyan, and Gongsun is Gongsun. While they may bear a striking resemblance, they are distinct entities with their own souls, and no one is merely a substitute for another. My relationship with Liu Ruyan has always been that of a friend and benefactor, while Gongsun is the woman I cherish most. My white moonlight that has redeemed me. Do you comprehend this clearly? So, you are indeed treating Sister Ruyan as a stand-in for Sister Gongsun? Just as in the novels, where the contract marriage partner is a substitute for my white moonlight. At this point, Liu Piaoxu truly grasped the situation. Jiang Luo felt 3 dark lines appear on his forehead. Can't this little girl be a bit more innocent? Can't she think more simply? It's not as convoluted as she imagines. My feelings for Liu Ruyan are those of a benefactor and a friend. The notion of substitutes is simply unfounded. Do not let your imagination run wild with all those novels. This is a falsehood. Forgive Jiang Luo for deceiving this young sister, as he does not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. It is a benevolent lie, one that serves everyone's best interests. All right, I shan't tease you further, Jiang Luo said. Since Sister Ruyan has chosen to divorce you and terminate the contract, returning to Jiang Luo, as long as you have not violated the contract, all is well. I am acutely aware that in this relationship, Sister Ruyan has treated you unfairly. You would sacrifice everything for her. Yet she has persistently regarded you as merely a substitute for Jiang Luo. Now that Jiang Luo has returned, she is resolutely pursuing a divorce with you. I can only hope that Sister Ruyan will not come to regret her decision. Liu Piaosu observes the situation with remarkable clarity. The resonance of their hearts has fostered a deep connection between Liu Piaosu and Jiang Luo. Moreover, having shown Liu Piaosu the divorce certificate, coupled with everything she has learned over the past 3 years, Liu Piaosu naturally places her unwavering trust in Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo secretly breathes a sigh of relief. He has successfully navigated this hurdle. Piaosu, I have promised Liu Ruyan that I will assist her in reconciling with Jiang Luo. During this time, I will pretend that the divorce has not occurred and will help Liu Ruyan with her daily meals, Jiang Luo explains. Liu Piaosu, ever perceptive, responds. Might this lead to misunderstandings for Sister Gongsun? It seems rather unreasonable of Liu Ruyan. After all, she has chosen Jiang Luo and opted to dissolve her contract with you. You are planning to leave and be with Gongsun. This may inadvertently cause unnecessary trouble for both you and your girlfriend. I have already explained this to Sun. In truth, I only encountered her today. Had I known it would unfold so fortuitously, I would not have agreed, Jiang Luo admits, feeling trapped. He had anticipated a lengthy pursuit of Gongsun. Yet today, she appeared as if sent from the heavens. Jiang Luo intends to aid Liu Ruyan in reconciling with Jiang Luo and, once the chapter is closed, to gracefully withdraw from her life, focusing solely on finding Gongsun and aspiring to become a world-class piano master. However, Jiang Luo is willing to accept this twist of fate. It allows him to meet Gongsun sooner and ensures her safety. As for his commitment to Liu Ruyan, he will do his utmost to fulfill it, refusing to go back on his word. Thank you, Brother Jiang Luo. But I will be the first to oppose Jiang Luo's desire to reconcile with Sister Ruyan. I will never forgive Jiang Luo. Liu Piaosu declares with an icy tone. Jiang Luo can only smile helplessly. He is unable to articulate that when Liu Piaosu suffered a heart condition at the tender age of 10, it was Jiang Luo who found a suitable heart for her and facilitated the surgery that has allowed her to live to this day. Liu Piaosu is the cherished jewel of the Liu family and the most beloved sister of Liu Ruyan. The weight of this gratitude, combined with the sweet memories Liu Ruyan shares with Jiang Luo, makes it exceedingly difficult for her to sever this bond. We're back. Gongsun and Xingqing return, having gauged the time was right, bringing drinks with them. As they take their seats, Liu Piaosu's gaze remains fixed on Gongsun, causing Gongsun to feel somewhat embarrassed. She discreetly nudges Jiang Luo's arm. Jiang Luo, have you spoken with Piaosu? Yes, everything has been clarified. That's good to hear. Gongsun replies with a sense of relief. However, Liu Piaosu continues to stare intently at Gongsun. Yu Gongsun finds herself at a loss and can only gaze back. Yu Piaosu, please don't be like this. Even Xingqing cannot bear to watch and quickly pulls Liu Piaosu away. Gazing at Gongsun so intently is rather impolite. Although Xingqing understood why Liu Piaosu was so captivated by Gongsun. My apologies, Sister Gongsun. It is simply that you bear an uncanny resemblance to my elder sister, Liu Ruyan. Ahem, although I have never met Miss Liu. Your demeanor reminds me so much of my high school days, haha. Perhaps this is fate. We might become wonderful friends. Yet, the moment Gongsun spoke, Liu Piaosu sensed a distinct difference. In her memories, no matter how gentle Liu Ruyan was, she never addressed anyone with the warmth that Gongsun exuded. Born into the illustrious Liu family, the elite upbringing and inherent nobility were ingrained in Liu Ruyan's very essence, even in joy. She would not radiate the heartfelt smile that Gongsun effortlessly displayed. Not to mention her demeanor towards strangers, Liu Ruyan often appeared decisive and imposing. Liu Ruyan resembles the exquisite, aloof moonlight of the night, while Gongsun embodies the sun, radiating warmth and love during the day. Nevertheless, Liu Piaosu felt an innate closeness to Gongsun. Perhaps it was the familiar features that echoed those of Liu Ruyan and Liu Piaosu herself. Or it could be that Gongsun's smile was so genuine, devoid of any pretense, that it naturally drew others in, inviting intimacy. But alas, the rain gradually fell so heavily that I could no longer see you. At that moment, Jiang Luo's phone rang. She took it out to find it was a call from Liu Ruyan. Chapter 62, Like Smoke. I reunited with Gongsun. Jiang Luo took a deep breath. It was time to confront the inevitable. He had long contemplated what mattered most to him. For the sake of Gongsun, even if it meant causing distress to other women, Jiang Luo would always choose Gongsun without hesitation. Brother Jiang Luo? Liu Piaosu noticed Jiang Luo's phone displaying a call from Liu Ruyan. It's nothing, Jiang Luo replied, pressing the answer button in front of Liu Piaoxiu and the others. Ruyan, what is the matter? Are you practicing the piano? Liu Ruyan had just concluded a meeting, feeling an unsettling sense of disquiet. She simply wanted to call Jiang Luo to inquire about his current activities. Was he with Gu Yue? Jiang Luo responded truthfully, no, I'm attending the comic exhibition. The comic exhibition? Liu Ruyan paused for a moment. Weren't you supposed to pick up Gu Yue today? Professor Gu had a last-minute engagement. So I'll pick her up tomorrow instead. Tomorrow? The thought of another day without Jiang Luo was disappointing. Originally, Jiang Luo had planned not to return for dinner with Liu Ruyan, which already left her feeling unhappy. Now it seemed he wouldn't be home for dinner tomorrow either, igniting a flicker of frustration within her. Yet, she suddenly felt unqualified to express this anger. Why on earth are you attending a comic exhibition? Do you have an interest in the anime world? Liu Ruyan, having been blind for 3 years, had grown indifferent to many things, including Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo. It turned out he was not only a piano prodigy, with a cherished past, a graduate of the Huaxia Music Academy under Gu Yue, but also had a fondness for the anime culture. Liu Ruyan felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness in her heart. Despite being together for 3 years, she realized how little she truly understood Jiang Luo. Though they shared a close bond, caring for Liu Ruyan with great attentiveness, their relationship was one of friends, not merely a contractual obligation. Liu Ruyan wondered why she had become so self-centered, preoccupied with her own concerns, declaring Jiang Luo as a friend yet never making an effort to know him better. I enjoy anime and even ran into Piaoxiu at the exhibition. Piaoxiu. She went to the comic exhibition? Is anyone with her? Xing Qing is here. Knowing that Xing Qing was with Liu Piaoxiu eased Liu Ruoyan's worries. Zheng Cheng was the younger sister of Zheng Qianqian, and the Liu and Zheng families had been close since childhood. Liu Ruyan and Zheng Qianqian had grown up together, and it was natural for Liu Piaoxiu and Xing Qing to become close friends as well. Zheng Qing was reliable and capable of looking after Liu Piaoxiu. After Liu Piaoxiu's heart condition had caused her family considerable concern, they had become overprotective, limiting her freedom. Fortunately, after a successful heart surgery at the age of 10, Liu Piaoxiu had not experienced any further issues, allowing her family to gradually permit her to go out and enjoy life, as long as she kept them informed of her safety. Then Jiang Luo, since Gu Yue wants to be back, why don't you bring Piaoxiu home for dinner tonight? Using Liu Piaoxiu as a shield seemed the most suitable approach. Surely, Jiang Luo would not refuse such a request. As the evening unfolds, Liu Ruyan finds herself unwilling to return home for dinner. Gongsun has returned, and she wishes to accompany her. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's final words, it struck Liu Ruyan like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind in a tumultuous state, nearly incapable of coherent thought. Gongsun. Is she the protagonist from the photograph? The musical prodigy who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan and performed a dual piano piece with Jiang Luo during the New Year's gala in high school? She has returned so unexpectedly. When did this occur? Jiang Luo, why was I not informed? Furthermore, you mentioned going to welcome Gu Yue. Yet it has transformed into a stroll through the comic convention with Gongsun. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Surely, you are not fabricating lies merely to meet Gongsun. Liu Ruyan was uncertain of the emotions driving her words. Rather than shock, it felt more like an inquiry from a rightful partner. Such a significant event as Gongsun's return ought to have been disclosed to her. Moreover, Jiang Luo had claimed he would be meeting Gu Yue, yet he turned around to accompany Gongsun to the convention. This left Liu Ruyan with a sense of betrayal, intensifying her inner turmoil. I encountered Gongsun at the high-speed railway station while waiting for Professor Gu. A scene reminiscent of a comic book, yet it unfolded in reality. Ruyan, you are aware of Gongsun's significance to me, just as Jiang Xian Cheng holds meaning for you. Now that I have reunited with Gongsun, I shall not let her go again. Jiang Luo professed with utmost sincerity. Liu Ruyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her thoughts a tangled web. After a prolonged silence on the other end of the line, Jiang Luo finally declared, tonight, I shall personally cook for Gongsun, and I will not be returning. Should you require my assistance in rekindling your relationship with Jiang Xian Cheng, seek me out then. Before Liu Ruyan could respond, Jiang Luo abruptly hung up. Brother Jiang Luo, did Sister Ruyan say anything? She did not say much. She has long been aware of Gongsun's presence. As I have previously spoken of it to her, Jiang Luo casually remarked. Liu Piaoxiu was taken aback by Jiang Luo's directness, revealing their reunion and excursion to the comic convention over the phone. Indeed, such candidness is the most effective means of minimizing harm. Knowing that Liu Ruyan is intent on mending her relationship with Jiang Xian Cheng, She would likely find solace in the knowledge of Jiang Luo's encounter with Gong Sun. Likewise, Jiang Luo, as a boyfriend, provided Gong Sun with ample security. I am quite curious to meet President Liu Ruyan, as I have heard much about her. And with Sister Piao Su resembling her so closely, it has piqued my interest, Gong Sun mused. Regarding the illustrious Liu Ruyan, president of the Liu Group, Gong Sun held no substantial opinions, merely a sense of curiosity. She understood that Jiang Luo's marriage was a means to save the Jiang family. While Liu Ruyan sought to uphold the reputation of the Liu family, their union was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. I have photographs here, Sister Sun. You may take a look. Liu Piaoshu harbored a profound admiration for Gong Sun, who bore a striking resemblance to her sister. With a flourish, she produced her iPhone 16 Pro Max and shared a photograph of Liu Ruyan with Gong Sun. Upon glancing at the image, Gong Sun exclaimed, "Oh my. They truly look alike." Perhaps due to their similar ages, Gong Sun appeared even more akin to Liu Ruyan than Liu Piaoshu herself. To the unacquainted observer, one might easily mistake them for identical twins as if sculpted from the same mold. It was no wonder that Liu Piaoshu initially mistook Gong Sun for her beloved sister. Liu Ruyan, even Gong Sun found herself momentarily bewildered, pondering if she could possibly be the long-lost daughter of the Liu family. Just a jest, of course. Sister Sun. Our meeting is fate. May I have your contact information? Of course, replied Gong Sun. Sister Piaoshu, do you enjoy attending anime conventions? Let us explore together. Absolutely. Sister Sun. Are you fond of the Dragon Tribe? I've heard there will be cosplayers portraying Lu Mingfei and Hui Li. And Orange is eager to see a cosplay of Zhang Qiling from Daebi. Shall we visit them all? Oh, I adore them. Hui Li and Zhang Qiling are my absolute favorites. Let us go. All three were enthusiasts of the anime realm, although Liu Piaoshu and Zhang Cheng felt a twinge of strangeness at Gong Sun's face. So reminiscent of the Liu sisters, they were soon drawn into her vibrant and cheerful demeanor, affectionately calling her Sister Sun. Jiang Luo's gaze softened involuntarily, as if imbued with a gentle warmth. Initially, Jiang Luo had harbored concerns about Gong Sun returning to the Liu family and learning of his marriage, which might incite anger. Yet, it seemed he had overthought the matter. With Gong Sun's understanding nature and radiant spirit, akin to the sun, how could she possibly misinterpret Jiang Luo's circumstances? Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Liu Corporation, the sound of the phone being hung up echoed ominously. Liu Ruyan sat slumped in her chair. As though her very soul had been siphoned away, her mind rendered incapable of thought. A profound sense of dread enveloped her, akin to a tidal wave submerging her consciousness. Chapter 63. Is it more about Gong Sun or Liu Ruyan? Even Liu Ruyan herself is perplexed by the emotions she feels. This discomfort, so long forgotten yet achingly familiar, resurfaces. 3 years ago, Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing announced their engagement, just a step away from entering the sacred realm of marriage. Poised to host the grandest wedding in the capital, a union of dual aristocratic families, a match made in heaven, with talent and beauty harmoniously intertwined. They were the quintessential couple, blessed by both the world and the heavens. Whenever Liu Ruyan reminisces about that time, she sincerely acknowledges the profound happiness she once experienced. However, Liu Ruyan's world was shattered when she lost her sight, and her first love, Jiang Xinqing, vanished without a trace, unilaterally breaking off their engagement. While the Liu family enterprise faced turmoil, in a mere span of time, Liu Ruyan was thrust into this abyss, plummeting from the pinnacle of her existence to becoming a mere shadow of her former self. This bitter taste, Liu Ruyan thought she would never have to endure again upon regaining her sight, especially after her first love came back, weeping and pleading for reconciliation, offering her a chance to reclaim all that she had lost. Yet, Liu Ruyan never anticipated that it would be Jiang Luo, the man she had always regarded as a friend, who would evoke such feelings within her. This man who had willingly devoted his life as affection to her, and whose love had become a source of confusion. In her days, Liu Ruyan was unaware of when Zhang Qianqian had entered. Zhang Qianqian knocked on the door several times, receiving no response, and her curiosity led her to peek inside. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan's pale and disheartened visage, she was startled and rushed over to assess Liu Ruyan's condition. "Yin Yin, are you all right? You look so pale. Do you feel unwell?" Zhang Qianqian inquired with concern. Faced with her friend's comforting words, Liu Ruyan struggled to regain her composure and pressed her lips together. "I'm fine, Qianqian. Come on, Yin Yin. Do you really need to hide anything from me? Just look at your complexion. Your voice is so weak as if you've suffered some grave trauma. How can you say you're fine? When you arrived at the office today, I sensed something was off, But you insisted you were okay, and now you've turned into this. Oh, please tell me that Jiang Xinqing, that worthless scoundrel, hasn't he caused you any more trouble? Even though Jiang Xinqing had saved Lu Piaoxiu and had concealed this act of kindness, it had altered Zeng Qianqian's opinion of him, making her view Liu Ruyan as less of a love-struck fool. After all, Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing had once been a perfect match. Zeng Qianqian had witnessed their love blossom from their university days. And if Jiang Xinqing's earlier departure could be overshadowed by his past kindness, it might be somewhat understandable. However, if Jiang Xinqing were to take advantage of this favor to demand more from Liu Ruyan, any remnants of goodwill Zeng Qianqian had developed towards him would vanish without a trace. She would only feel that Jiang Xinqing had changed. A leopard cannot change its spots. It's not because of Ah Cheng. Qianqian, do you remember that photo I once showed you? It was a high school picture of Jiang Luo with his friends. I recall vividly the girl who bears a striking resemblance to you, with her wine-red hair. What was her name? Ah, yes, Miyu. She has returned to Kyoto today and reunited with Jiang Luo. Oh my goodness! Zeng Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim. I was contemplating how to initiate my pursuit of Jiang Luo, only to discover a new rival has emerged. Is she yet another friend from high school? You bear such a resemblance to Yan Yan. Zeng Qianqian instinctively sensed a wave of unease. This feeling of impending crisis was far more daunting than the presence of Gu Yuwei. Miyu looked remarkably like Liu Ruyan. If Jiang Luo were to develop feelings for Miyu as a substitute for Liu Ruyan, should he be unable to have the latter, my chances of winning Jiang Luo's heart would diminish significantly. Moreover, Qianqian, Miyu is an accomplished pianist, and their synergy is remarkable. They performed a dual piano piece at the New Year's Eve gala in high school, achieving a legendary status. Perhaps in Jiang Luo's heart, Miyu occupies a distinct place. During their adolescent years, a beautiful sentiment blossomed amidst the innocence of youth. As two pianists, they supported, admired, and challenged each other, progressing together. The memories of the playground, classrooms, pianos, and starlit skies from their high school days are indelibly etched with traces of their shared journey. Just reminiscing about such times evokes an overwhelming sense of beauty, leaving no room for intervention. Perhaps, Liu Ruyan lowered her gaze. All along, it has been a misunderstanding on her part. The one considered a substitute was Liu Ruyan, not Miyu. Over the past 3 years, did Jiang Luo think more of Miyu or Liu Ruyan? Even though Liu Ruyan directly questioned Jiang Luo, he denied it, claiming they were independent individuals. Yet now, with Miyu's return and their reunion, Jiang Luo has immediately cast aside Liu Ruyan, solely focused on dining with Miyu, disregarding their previous agreement. The balance of importance seems to have been swiftly determined. The beginning of a dramatic turn. Chapter 64. Yin Yin, please help me pursue Jiang Luo. With an air of pride and nobility, Liu Yuyan is utterly unwilling to acknowledge the possibility at hand. In reality, it is Jiang Luo who harbors deep affections for Liu Yuyan, captivated by her beauty, power, and capabilities. There has never been a reason for Liu Yuyan to be regarded as a mere substitute by Jiang Luo. Liu Yuyan stands as Jiang Luo's benefactor, the most remarkable and flawless woman he has encountered in his life, without exception. Even the cherished figure from high school, Gong Sun, pales in comparison to Liu Yuyan. Is it possible? This rival has arrived with such formidable prowess, surpassing even Gu Yuwei. Zeng Qianqian is left astounded. She had intended to gradually build a relationship with Jiang Luo, alleviating the shadows of his divorce from Liu Yuyan, so that their romantic connection would naturally evolve. Rushing things too hastily might scare away this hard-won young man, leaving Zeng Qianqian with nowhere to weep. In recent days, she has racked her brain on how to strengthen her bond with Jiang Luo. Now, with Gong Sun's unexpected appearance, it feels like a devastating blow. From Liu Yuyan's depiction, it seems Gong Sun holds significance for Jiang Luo that rivals Liu Yuyan's own. Does Zeng Qianqian still stand a chance? Well, she thinks. Let's treat this as a last-ditch effort. After more than 20 years of being single, encountering a man she admires is rare. She must seize the opportunity. Even if the odds are slim, the effort itself is worthwhile, far better than being paralyzed by fear and regretting missed chances for a lifetime. Qianqian, are you truly so infatuated with Jiang Luo? Previously, Liu Yuyan thought Zeng Qianqian was merely joking or trying to provoke her, urging her not to choose Jiang Xinqing but to cherish Jiang Luo instead. Now, with Liu Yuyan's words laid bare, Zeng Qianqian wishes to make her case once more, prompting Liu Yuyan to reassess her opinion of Zeng Qianqian. It appears that Zeng Qianqian has genuinely developed feelings for Jiang Luo. Of course, Yan Yan. Have I ever toyed with you regarding matters of the heart? I truly have deep feelings for Jiang Luo. I desire to be his girlfriend. If it weren't for the contract binding him to you, I would have made my move long ago. It is only out of respect for my dearest friend that I have restrained myself until now. Zheng Chanqian pouted in anger. Liu Ruyan had intended to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Upon reflection, Jiang Luo's striking appearance rivals that of the hottest young stars. For 3 years, he has dutifully cared for Liu Ruyan, displaying sincerity and a sense of responsibility that others cannot help but admire. In a world driven by material desires and rapid pace, men like Jiang Luo are indeed a rarity. Graduating from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, he is a piano prodigy, willing to enter into a contract with Liu Ruyan for the sake of his adoptive parents, showcasing his filial piety and gratitude. He is a man of great respect for women, entirely different from those despicable men. Otherwise, Liu Ruyan would not have found herself in tears, calling Jiang Xinxing, reminiscing about their past affections, which stirred her heart and prompted her to ponder for so long. Contemplating the choice between Jiang Luo and Jiang Xinxing, Liu Ruyan found herself conflicted. Despite her conviction in selecting Jiang Xinxing, an inexplicable discomfort settled within her heart. Yan, you must assist me, or I shall be at a significant disadvantage, Zheng Chanqian suddenly implored, clutching Liu Ruyan's arm. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. How can I possibly help you with this? Jiang Luo cherishes you deeply, to the extent that he would forsake his very life for you. This illustrates your profound significance in his heart. If you could simply speak a kind word on my behalf and arrange a meeting with him, he would undoubtedly lean in my favor out of respect for you. This is hardly underhanded. Gongsun bears such a striking resemblance to you that Jiang Luo is likely to view her as your proxy. They have known each other since high school, both being pianists. If I do not seek external assistance, it would be sheer folly. Though Zheng Chanqian had never experienced love herself, she had served as Liu Ruyan's romantic strategist during her liaison with Jiang Xinxing, demonstrating quick wit and intelligence. Otherwise, Zheng Chanqian's pursuit of Jiang Luo would be akin to offering herself for free, overshadowed by the allure of Gongsun, who shared the high school filter and the talents of a pianist. Facing Zheng Chanqian's pleading gaze, Liu Ruyan contemplated voicing her belief that perhaps everyone had misconstrued the situation. Gongsun was not her substitute, but rather, she was Liu Ruyan's. Yet, an inexplicable sense of pride compelled Liu Ruyan to remain silent, and she merely nodded. I shall give it a try, as Zheng Chanqian asserted. Jiang Luo was willing to risk everything for the sake of Liu Ruyan's eyesight. Who among them would go to such lengths for a mere substitute? Jiang Luo's heart was evidently enamored with Liu Ruyan, prompting such selfless acts. Thank you, Yan. I adore you. You are indeed my dearest friend. In a surge of excitement, Zheng Chanqian enveloped Liu Ruyan in a warm embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek. All right. To prevent my nascent romance from concluding in such an unfruitful manner, I must also strive diligently. Yan, do you know what Jiang Luo likes? I fear my notes may be insufficient observing Zheng Chanqian's eager and undeterred demeanor. Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a wave of envy wash over her. Yes, envy. The realization struck her with such force that she was momentarily startled. Why should she envy Zheng Chanqian? Was it the latter's courage to actively pursue love, despite never having been in a relationship? Yes, that must be it. After all, it was Jiang Xinxing who had fervently pursued Liu Ruyan. She had never experienced the thrill of chasing after a man. Such bravery was beyond the proud Liu Ruyan. Moreover, the thought of reconciling with Jiang Xinxing seemed a distant fantasy, one that would never materialize. Perhaps it was merely the yearning to experience the boldness of Zheng Chanqian's pursuit that sparked her envy. Indeed, that must be the reason. As the convention came to a close, Gongsun, Liu Piaxiu, and Zhang Qing departed, laden with their spoils, filled with satisfaction. In the end, they did not forget to pay homage to Chenggu at the convention's exit, a tradition upheld by every attendee, even those unfamiliar with the anime school days. Had heard of the infamous name, Ida Makoto. The late Chenggu was indeed a true man. Liu Piaxiu curiously inquired, Sister Sin, have you watched Days in School? This Chenggu is so renowned that it makes me want to see it, though everyone advises me against it. Gongsun immediately interjected, ahem. Do not watch that. It is a form of spiritual pollution. You should simply relish the beauty of the two-dimensional world. All right. We shall heed Sister Sun's advice and refrain from watching that. Liu Piaxiu then asked, Sister Sun, there are a few days left until the comic convention. Shall we go together? Liu Piaxiu and Xing Cheng had completely transformed into Gongsun's devoted fans. Her charismatic personality was irresistibly warm and inviting. Of course. Do you both enjoy cosplaying? I can take you to a cosplay store, and you can choose any character you wish to embody. Liu Piaxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I would like to cosplay as Arii, if that's all right. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly added, but I'm afraid others might laugh at me. That is absolutely fine. My dear Piaxiu, you are so beautiful. You would be perfect as Arii. No one would mock a serious cosplayer. And if anyone dares to ridicule you, I will certainly stand up for you. Gongsun assured her with the confidence of an older sister, even flexing her non-existent muscles. Her cheerful and vivacious demeanor served as a soothing balm for Liu Piaxiu and Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng timidly spoke up, Sister Sun, I would like to cosplay as Zhang Qiling, if that's permissible. Arii and Zhang Qiling were both popular characters in the cosplay realm, and their costumes and makeup were easily attainable, so of course, it was no problem. Once they settled into the vehicle, Gongsun exhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Still immersed in the joy of being a cosplayer at her first convention, she glanced at Jiang Luo's profile and asked, Jiang Luo, do you find this boring? The two-dimensional world was a passion for Gongsun, filled with beauty, sorrow, fantastical elements, and romantic narratives. She had learned much from it. Yet it was not Jiang Luo's interest, he had come merely to accompany her. After spending the entire afternoon there, Gongsun reveled in the experience. Yet she wondered if Jiang Luo found it monotonous or tedious. He shook his head, not at all. I genuinely enjoy it. Really? Please do not lie to comfort me. I would rather you speak the truth, she replied with a pout. Jiang Luo gently patted Gongsun's head, saying, Sun, with you by my side, everything appears vibrant and colorful. To think of what she desires, to love what she loves, encountering someone with whom one wishes to share a lifetime, is indeed such a profound sentiment. The desire to draw closer and understand her joys and sorrows is paramount. Whatever Gongsun cherishes and yearns for becomes Jiang Luo's own affections and aspirations. Chapter 65, confirming with a glance, I have encountered the right person, thank you. Jiang Luo. With a satisfied smile, Gongsun felt the warmth of being cherished and embraced. It was an exquisite sensation, akin to the feathers of a swan, making one reluctant to let go. Particularly, that person was Jiang Luo. Upon returning to the swan community with Jiang Luo, Gongsun set down her numerous bags and hurried to her room to organize her treasures. Sun, you must be hungry, right? I have something for you. Sure. Let me sample the culinary skills you've honed over years of our contractual marriage. All right, Jiang Luo replied with a tender smile, tying on an apron. He retrieved the remaining eggs and tomatoes from the refrigerator, boiled water, and prepared to cook the noodles. As Gongsun finished tidying up her bounty in her room and walked into the kitchen, Jiang Luo had just completed cooking tomato and egg noodles. Gongsun inhaled deeply. It smells divine. Her stomach growled audibly. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, Sun, it's ready to eat. As the noodles were placed on the table, Gongsun clasped her hands together. Then I shall indulge. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to savor the delicious meal, her eyes sparkling with delight. I don't know if it's because I'm hungry, or if your cooking is truly exceptional, but this is exquisite. If it tastes good, eat as much as you like. There is plenty more. Of course, I never hold back when it comes to delicious food. Thanks to my parents, I have a constitution that doesn't gain weight. Observing Gongsun relishing her meal, Jiang Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, she did not find fault with his cooking. No matter how long he practiced, cooking for the girl he liked still made him anxious. After dinner, Gongsun took the initiative to wash the pots and pans. Soon. Let me do it. No. How can I let you do everything? I'm not that shameless. You. Just obediently play your games. Jiang Luo sat at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand, watching Gongsun busily washing dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, he found himself wishing that time could freeze at this moment, suspended in the time they had reunited since her return. For Jiang Luo, this was the epitome of happiness. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform Zhang Peng about Sun's return. Jiang Luo remembered their mutual friend, Zhang Peng, who had been searching for Gongsun at his behest. Now that she was back, Zhang Peng would surely be overjoyed. Just as Jiang Luo was about to send a message to Zhang Peng, an incoming call interrupted him. It was Gu Yue. Jiang Luo quickly answered, Professor Gu? Jiang Luo. I have nearly resolved the matter. I'll be returning tomorrow. Have you practiced your piano today? Gu Yue's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Professor Gu, a very important friend of mine has just returned, and I've been accompanying her all day. Oh, Gu Yue's tone grew somewhat indifferent. It was not that Jiang Luo had neglected his piano practice today. Given Jiang Luo's caliber, even without preparation, he could easily secure a title at a beginner's piano competition, which would be a mere triviality, an inconsequential feat in the grand scope of things. as long as Jiang Luo's innate talent and sensitivity towards the piano remained intact. It would not be difficult for him to catch up with the esteemed masters of the world. Such is the harsh reality of existence. What is a mere dream for the average person is but a fleeting moment of perseverance for a true genius. Even more daunting is the fact that the so-called geniuses not only possess greater strength, but also exert even more effort, creating a chasm that ordinary individuals can never hope to bridge. Yet, Gu Yue seemed somewhat concerned. Professor Gu, I apologize, Jiang Luo thought. Assuming that Gu Yue was upset because he had chosen to spend time with friends rather than practice, disappointing her expectations. To ensure Jiang Luo could compete swiftly, Gu Yue had personally intervened, forging connections and even socializing over drinks to navigate the complexities of human relations. Gu Yue's irritation was anticipated, and Jiang Luo felt a pang of guilt. However, given the chance to do it all over again, he would still choose to go out with Gong Sun. His primary motivation for playing the piano was Gong Sun, now that she had returned to his side. The essence of Jiang Luo's musical journey was intertwined with his promises to both Gong Sun and Gu Yue. Is your friend male or female? Gu Yue unexpectedly posed this question. Huh? Jiang Luo on the other end of the line paused in surprise. Gu Yue, regaining her composure, quickly added, if it's inconvenient for you to answer, then forget it. Even Gu Yue was baffled as to why she had blurted out such a question. It was truly perplexing. Although Jiang Luo owed her, Gu Yue was not a tyrant. She simply wished for him not to squander his opportunities and talents as he had 3 years prior, encouraging him to practice diligently. She had never contemplated prying into her studentess' private affairs in such a bizarre manner. Yet, upon hearing that Jiang Luo had not contacted her today and had neglected his practice to socialize with friends, she felt a curious urge to know the gender of this friend. Generally, it would be a female, wouldn't he? Jiang Luo had concluded his contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan and was now a free man, even if he were to be with other girls. It was of no consequence. They were all adults and naturally entitled to pursue those they fancy. Gu Yue had neither the authority nor the right to intervene. Still, there was an uncomfortable sensation stirring within her. It's a girl named Gong Sun, Professor Gu, the one I previously mentioned to you, the most talented musical prodigy I have ever encountered. I wish to properly introduce her to you. At this, Gu Yue felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Gong Sun. Is she the pianist who performed with you at the New Year's concert during high school? Didn't you say she had vanished for many years? Yes. She returned today. As Jiang Luo spoke these words, his voice suddenly brightened, bursting with joy, which only intensified Gu Yue's internal disquiet. That Gong Sun. She had come back. Initially, Gu Yue had been genuinely intrigued by Jiang Luo's exuberant praise of this musical prodigy. As a piano professor, Gu Yue's responsibility lies in diligently instructing her students, enabling them to shine in the realm of piano, ideally leading them to the global stage, where the world can witness the elegance of Chinese pianists and bring honor to her homeland. In this role as a mentor, Gu Yue takes pride in her accomplishments, feeling that her life as an educator holds significance and merit. The aspirations she cannot fulfill will be realized by her gifted students. This is the essence of legacy, one generation passing the flame to the next, transcending the confines of time to continue radiating brilliance, ultimately giving rise to numerous historical figures of renown. A true teacher cherishes the talents of her students, devoid of any feelings of envy or jealousy. Instead, she entrusts the pursuit of glory for China to those prodigies who surpass her own abilities. Just as Gu Yue felt immense joy upon discovering the raw talent of Jiang Luo, personally guiding her, she later learned about Gong Sun through Jiang Luo and became deeply intrigued, engaging in extensive conversations about Gong Sun's brilliance and the reasons for her disappearance. Now, the musical prodigy Gu Yue yearned to witness has returned. Yet, why does she no longer feel that initial desire to meet Gong Sun, the extraordinary musical genius Jiang Luo had described? Chapter 66, How wonderful it would be to accompany you for a lifetime on the other end of the line. Gu Yue remained silent for a prolonged moment, causing Jiang Luo to feel a twinge of concern. Are you truly all right? Or are you perhaps upset? Gu Yue snapped back to reality, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, and firmly denied, I am fine. Merely contemplating certain matters that do not concern you. Then, Professor Gu, I shall arrange for soon to meet you sometime. Haven't you always wanted to see her? Let's discuss it later. Gu Yue found a convenient excuse to deflect the conversation. At present, she was not mentally prepared to meet Gong Sun, a woman who held a unique significance in Jiang Luo's heart. In fact, Gu Yue felt a curious urge to discover the answer to a pressing question. After 3 years of contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan, and having sacrificed so much for her, who truly held more importance in Jiang Luo's heart today, Liu Ruyan or Gong Sun? As the call ended, Jiang Luo let out a quiet sigh. As expected, Gu Yue was indeed upset. He could have easily lied, telling her that he had diligently practiced the piano today, but that would not align with his character. Gu Yue had been unwavering in her support for Jiang Luo, even when she felt profoundly disappointed 3 years later when Jiang Luo reached out for assistance. She set aside past grievances to help him. To deceive Gu Yue would be utterly reprehensible. Jiang Luo, what is the matter? Gong Sun emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, noticing Jiang Luo's troubled expression and inquired with concern. It was Professor Gu calling. Oh, Sun, I forgot that you do not know her. I do not know her, but I have heard of her. She is said to be the youngest and most accomplished professor at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, is she not? Also, your mentor? Yes. Let me share some stories about Professor Gu. I believe you will find them fascinating. Sure. Gong Sun naturally settled beside Jiang Luo. He recounted how he had encountered Gu Yue during his university years, receiving her guidance and assistance. Gu Yue had advocated for him to secure a study abroad opportunity at St. Paulin Conservatory of Music, and considering the financial situation of the Jiang family, she willingly offered to cover all of his living expenses, even after Jiang Luo's abandonment of the opportunity, which left her profoundly disappointed. She ultimately chose to sever all communication with him and went abroad to hone her skills. Yet, when Jiang Luo's 3-year marriage contract with Liu Ruyan was nearing its end, a simple phone call brought Gu Yue back into his life, ready to assist him once more. Though Gu Yue claimed she would not forgive Jiang Luo, her body spoke the truth. She still cherished him and desired to help him become a world-renowned pianist. The gratitude Jiang Luo felt towards Gu Yue was immeasurable, a debt he would carry for life, striving to become a source of pride for her. Gong Sun cupped her chin with both hands and asked, Jiang Luo, what are your thoughts on Professor Gu? She is my mentor and someone I feel deeply remorseful towards. This time, I will not disappoint her. Jiang Luo replied with utmost sincerity. With Gong Sun back by his side, Jiang Luo found one less reason to practice the piano. This time, he would strive to meet Gu Yue's expectations. Jiang Luo does not perceive playing the piano for others as a dreadful endeavor. On the contrary, possessing a steadfast goal and unwavering passion serves as the impetus for Jiang Luo's continued musical pursuits. Indeed, it is no surprise that such a revered pianist as yourself would articulate such heartfelt sentiments. How fortunate you are, Jiang Luo, to encounter such an exceptional mentor. 3 years ago, in gratitude for the Jiang family's nurturing, you relinquished a remarkable opportunity and quarreled with Professor Gu. It is imperative that you clarify matters to prevent any further misunderstanding or resentment from Professor Gu. Jiang Luo gently ruffled Gong Sun's hair and remarked, soon. Once Professor Gu returns and meets Liu Ruyan, he will likely comprehend the situation from the past. Bound by my contract with Liu Ruyan, I cannot speak openly. But I trust that Professor Gu will understand. Oh dear, as you mentioned earlier, you accompanied me to the comic convention today, and after a day of frolicking, you haven't practiced the piano at all. This is quite unfortunate. I must take it upon myself to ensure you practice diligently, as Professor Gu would. Now that we are satiated, let us proceed to practice the piano. Just like in high school, when the two would challenge each other, claiming progress. They naturally made their way to the piano room. Jiang Luo and Gong Sun entered the studio. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, the shimmering Selena piano awaited their arrival. Gong Sun leaned against Jiang Luo, their figures harmonizing beautifully amidst the interplay of light and shadow. As Jiang Luo's fingers danced across the keys, each touch was akin to a soulful conversation, devoid of words, as pure melodies flowed forth, one exquisite note after another, gracefully landing in their rightful places. In that small soundproof studio, time seemed to pause, leaving only the endless resonance of the piano. Gong Sun's eyes sparkled with mischief, carefree and free-spirited, while Jiang Luo wore a look of intense focus, eyes closed, savoring their duet. When Gong Sun grew weary, he allowed Jiang Luo to play for him, resting his chin on his hand, captivated by the sight of Jiang Luo, whose brilliance illuminated the room, evoking an irresistible allure. Yet, amidst his gaze, an undercurrent of sorrow flowed, a river in reverse. Jiang Luo, how wonderful it would be to spend a lifetime watching you play the piano, listening to your enchanting melodies. This is an additional chapter, and I kindly request your encouragement for more updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Artistic narrative, no violence, very sweet. Rest assured. Alas, I could not ascend the fan rankings today. I am feeling rather disheartened. Chapter 67, yearning for your praise immersed in her own thoughts. Gongsun failed to notice when Jiang Luo had finished playing. Approaching her, Jiang Luo playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch. Gongsun finally snapped back to reality. Pouting at Jiang Luo. What are you doing? What were you thinking? Were you not paying attention to my performance? Is my music lacking charm, unable to captivate you? Jiang Luo earnestly sought an answer. While she might lack allure, her music must not be devoid of it. Otherwise, how could she bind Gongsun to her side willingly? Ensuring she wouldn't vanish? Please, Jiang Luo, don't be so vain. I admit your piano skills are impressive, but surely they don't leave me utterly entranced. Solely consumed by your melodies. Gongsun remarked, a playful pout adorning her face. Jiang Luo's expression instantly turned sorrowful. Observing how much Jiang Luo cared about her opinion, Gongsun cleared her throat. All right, I concede I was indeed mesmerized and lost in your performance. I was merely teasing you. Jiang Luo's demeanor brightened immediately, exuding a sense of, I knew it all along. Gongsun, coming to her senses, questioned, Jiang Luo, are you trying to trick me? Jiang Luo shook her head. I simply wish to hear you praise my piano playing. Ah, how could you deceive me? Gongsun sighed in exasperation. In the past, it was always Gongsun who played tricks on Jiang Luo, leaving her unable to counter her antics. Now it seemed Gongsun had a long way to go in this regard. Yes, a long journey ahead. She would accompany Jiang Luo on this path. With that thought, Gongsun felt a sense of ease wash over her. Having practiced the piano sufficiently, she suggested, let's go stand on the balcony for a bit. The starlight is splendid tonight. Sounds good. Together, they moved 2 lounge chairs to the balcony, where they sat and gazed at the night sky, adorned with twinkling stars. A breathtaking sight. Gongsun absent-mindedly traced her fingers over the leaves of the nearby plants. Did you plant these? Indeed, I was bored and just tinkered around. Jiang Luo replied cheerfully. This habit had lingered from her time at Liu Ruyan's home, unconsciously carried over to this place. After severing her contract and marrying Liu Ruyan, it appeared that besides playing the piano, Jiang Luo's life had little else remaining, with no refuge left in Jiang Haoyan's domain. Jiang Luo had repaid the Jiang family's kindness long ago. Gongsun found herself uncertain of her own place in the world. Holding the right to the balcony, Jiang Luo decided to cultivate some greenery for a touch of naturesque beauty. These look wonderful, Jiang Luo. Over these 8 years, you've truly learned so much, far surpassing me. I am genuinely interested in such things, yet I still cannot manage them. Gongsun reclined, placing her long legs on the lounge chair. Her arms encircling her knees, her voice soft as ripples danced in her eyes. Moonlight filtered through the layers of clouds, casting a mottled glow upon Gongsun, wrapping her in an ethereal veil of silver. Her countenance, gently caressed by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally serene, akin to a meticulously crafted painting, with every detail exuding an intoxicating allure that left one breathless. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, rendering Jiang Luo captivated. Want to learn? I can teach you. Jiang Luo's voice carried a playful exuberance that inexplicably resonated with Gongsun's heart. Gongsun cradled her chin in her hands. This is a trivial matter. I can master it in no time. Indeed, because Sun is very clever. That's a splendid remark. I shall reward you with a little red flower. Just then, Gongsun caught sight of a fleeting meteor across the horizon. Oh dear. Jiang Luo. It's a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. Gongsun excitedly tugged at Jiang Luo. She promptly closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and earnestly began to wish. Jiang Luo, unable to see the meteor, could only behold Gongsun's profile. In Jiang Luo's eyes, Gongsun surpassed all magnificence. Even the most dazzling meteor shower paled in comparison to her singular beauty. I wonder if making a wish in this manner is effective. Nevertheless, Jiang Luo emulated Gongsun, devoutly pledging his wishes to the passing star. Infused with countless longings and affections, hoping to remain with Gongsun for a lifetime. Jiang Luo was unaware of the wish Gongsun had made. Soon, she opened her eyes. So much has transpired on my first day back in Kyoto, and I even saw a shooting star. Jiang Luo, today is truly significant. I must commemorate it. It is a day of fortune. Gazing at Gongsun's heartfelt smile, Jiang Luo pressed his lips together. Sun, there is something of great importance I wish to inquire. Oh, do tell. Jiang Luo's earnest expression rendered Gongsun anxious. After your disappearance, I conducted some inquiries. Although we never had a proper conversation, I indirectly learned much about you. Sun, is becoming a pianist truly your dream? Gongsun felt a sense of embarrassment. As if Jiang Luo had seen through her. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Your music teacher once mentioned that you possess absolute pitch, a rare polymath. You adore the saxophone, piano, pipa, and flute, and you have the talent to master them all. You cherish huaxia style and ancient melodies, with your idol being Jay Chou. The teacher once asked what you aspired to be when you grew up, and you expressed a desire to become an all-round singer like Jay Chou. Sun, did you say you wanted to play the piano to motivate me during high school? That couldn't have been your true intention, right? Gong Sun playfully twirled a strand of her hair, shyly admitting, "You've seen through me. How embarrassing." Jiang Luo smiled softly. "Why feel embarrassed? Did you think I would be upset? Sun, you once sacrificed so much for my redemption, stifling your own freedom. Now that I have been saved by you, I am immensely grateful. It is my turn to support you. Sun, have you decided? Will you choose to become a unique pianist or embark on the path of a versatile musician? It seems you look down upon me a little. Who says I cannot become one of the world's foremost piano masters and then evolve into a versatile musician? Although my self-praise may seem a tad boastful. As a prodigious talent recognized since childhood, I possess a modicum of confidence. With hands on my hips, I assert, Sun, I believe your talent can encompass all of this. Yet it is essential to establish a sequence of priorities. Jiang Luo spoke with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I want you to pursue what you desire most. Do not concern yourself with the promises made during our high school days. That was a wager I agreed to without fully understanding you, and I now choose to nullify it. I concede, Sun. Upon mentioning the bet from high school, Gong Sun paused momentarily. Back then, to encourage Jiang Luo to continue playing the piano, Gong Sun had employed a tactic of provocation. The wager was a competition between the two prodigies, to see who could achieve recognition as a world-class musical master first, with the piano as the stake. In truth, Gong Sun had long known the outcome of this wager. Jiang Luo would emerge victorious. His passion and talent for the piano were such that even Gong Sun, a genius in his own right, found himself in awe. It was after hearing Jiang Luo play that Gong Sun felt an unwavering desire to redeem him. It would be an irrevocable loss for both Gong Sun and the world if Jiang Luo were to squander his gift, allowing his musical essence to fade away. With unwavering resolve, Gong Sun was determined to re-enter Jiang Luo's life and ensure he resumed playing the piano. From the outset, Gong Sun had understood that Jiang Luo would never grow weary of the instrument. The joy he radiated while playing was a sight of pure happiness and brilliance. Gong Sun simply wished to witness that version of Jiang Luo once more. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Are you truly prepared to concede? Did we not agree that the loser must fulfill a wish for the victor, no matter the peril involved? Gong Sun jested deliberately. Jiang Luo shrugged. Yes, I admit defeat. So, what do you wish for me to do? Speak your mind. To which Gong Sun replied, Well, I have not yet decided. So we shall discuss it later. Chapter 68. Gong Sun's dream. Gong Sun lowered her gaze, a few ripples of thought passing through her mind before she resolutely inhaled deeply. Thank you, Jiang Luo. I have made my decision. I will forego our wager and endeavor to become a musician. Only in this way could Gong Sun freely play instruments, unleash her creativity, and compose lyrics and melodies. This was the dream she had cherished since childhood, the aspiration she yearned to pursue. Upon returning to Kyoto, her desire to meet Jiang Luo was intertwined with the pursuit of this dream. Initially, Gong Sun pondered how to broach the subject with him, but to her surprise, Jiang Luo had learned of her past and graciously provided her with an opportunity to step down. Indeed, choosing Jiang Luo was a fortuitous decision. That's the spirit, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hey, stop taking advantage of your height to mess with my hair. I'm afraid you'll make it bald. Gong Sun puffed out her cheeks, feigning indignation. All right. You are just like a child, Jiang Luo responded, exchanging a playful glance with her that elicited a chuckle. If you need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask, Sun. Don't be shy. Just as you extended your hand to pull me from the depths of despair back in high school. Now it is my turn to support you in realizing your dreams. Sounds good. Gong Sun graciously accepted Jiang Luo's offer. As they played together, she felt inspiration surging like a tidal wave, abundant and inexhaustible. Sometimes, only in Jiang Luo's presence could she achieve what she sought. It was impossible with anyone else. As night deepened, Gong Sun emerged from the bathroom, clad in a pink bathrobe loosely tied, exuding a casual charm. Her cheeks were flushed, still warm from the steam, and the soft lighting enveloped her like gossamer, accentuating her graceful figure. Approaching her suitcase, she retrieved a medical kit. Upon entering the password, she was greeted by the sight of prepared saline and syringes. Skillfully injecting the medication into her arm, she let out a long sigh of relief. Taking out her notebook, she marked today's date with a check and inscribed a note. No abnormalities detected. All is well. After a moment's reflection, she added, I saw Jiang Luo today. It was unexpected, delightful, and utterly blissful. Suddenly, her phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Liu Ruyan, she pressed the answer button, cheerfully calling out, Mom, son. Everything all right today? Yes, all is well. Mom, it's just dawn where you are, right? Please take care of yourself. I've become accustomed to waking up at this hour after all these years. Are you still at the White Swan community? Yes. Mom, I met Jiang Luo. Gong Sun recounted the day's events in full, leaving Liu Ruyan astounded by the sheer coincidence. Indeed, Mother. I increasingly believe that my encounter with Jiang Luo is a divine arrangement. Today has brought me immense joy. It is my first time attending a comic convention, embodying a beloved character, and once again sharing harmonious moments with Jiang Luo. What is most significant is that Jiang Luo is by my side. Soon. Since you deem that man to be of such importance, it is best for you to remain by his side. Your health is currently well managed, and the side effects of the new medication have yet to manifest. It is essential to nurture your spirit and maintain a loving mindset, as I have previously mentioned. Many cancer patients for whom medical science has no solutions have miraculously recovered. They all share a common thread fortified by the love of significant others. They have embraced life, relinquished their burdens, and witnessed miraculous recoveries. This is also the reason why Liu Ruyan is willing to let Gong Sun return to Kyoto from the research facility. In the institute, Liu Ruyan can no longer assist Gong Sun further in her treatment. Currently, Gong Sun's health is remarkably stable, with minimal impact from the new medication side effects. As long as she receives the latest treatment on schedule, there should be no issues. This is indeed an unimaginable miracle. The development of new drugs is fraught with challenges and setbacks, and the failure rate is alarmingly high, especially for rare conditions like Gong Sun's. With few enterprises willing to invest substantial capital in research, Gong Sun demonstrated remarkable compatibility during her first drug trial. Although some side effects were present, they are negligible compared to the therapeutic benefits she exhibited. As a mother, Liu Ruyan feels her responsibilities have been fulfilled. The next steps must be entrusted to Jiang Luo. I intend to return to Kyoto soon to visit your grandparents and Jiang Luo. Given that this is the man my daughter has cherished for so many years, it is only natural that I wish to meet him personally to feel at ease. Absolutely. Mother, we shall await your arrival in Kyoto. By then, Gong Li should have returned as well. How wonderful it will be for all of us to gather here. Son, although you have informed your grandparents of your return, do make it a priority to visit them first, as a reflection of your filial piety, understood? Yes. I shall go tomorrow, Mother. Do not worry. I miss my grandparents as well. The following day, Jiang Luo personally prepared breakfast for Gong Sun. She relished the meal and then spoke. Jiang Luo, I plan to visit my grandparents in the countryside today. I may be gone for a few days. A few days? How many, precisely? It has been 8 years since I last saw my grandparents. Previously, we merely communicated through video calls. After my visit, I also need to prepare for my upcoming performance as a versatile musician, so I may be away for about a week. A week? That is quite a long time. Jiang Luo instinctively asked, do you want me to accompany you? Come on, aren't you supposed to pick up Professor Gu? You also need to practice for the competition. You have many commitments. Please do not break your promises. Your reasoning is quite sound, leaving Jiang Luo momentarily speechless. At this moment, he indeed cannot leave Kyoto for such an extended period. Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head, mainly. I also wish to meet Sun's grandparents, hehe. The more Jiang Luo became acquainted with Gong Sun's relatives, the steadier her heart felt, alleviating her fear that Gong Sun might, like in the past, vanish without a trace, leaving her in a futile search. Otherwise, Jiang Luo would truly be driven to madness, much like during her high school days. Had she known the whereabouts of Gong Sun's grandparents, perhaps she wouldn't have endured such a long period of uncertainty regarding Gong Sun's well-being, akin to a headless fly in frantic pursuit. Do not worry, Jiang Luo. There will be opportunities in due time. I shall not disappear without warning as I did before. Gong Sun assured. I have promised that if my illness remains unresolved, I shall not return to Kyoto. My decision to come back signifies my confidence, as certified by my own mother. I will be fine. Perceiving Jiang Luo's concerns, Gong Sun proactively addressed her unease. Observing the vivacious and cheerful Gong Sun before her, Jiang Luo understood that it was Gong Sun who harbored the deepest trepidation, yet she wished not to burden her further. This time, Jiang Luo chose to place her trust in Gong Sun. If trust were to dissipate, what would remain between them? Continuing their relationship without trust would only lead to increasing exhaustion. Then, promise me, we shall video call each night. I must see with my own eyes that you are safe and sound. Gongsun chuckled helplessly. All right, all right. Truly, once bitten, twice shy. And you dare say that? Jiang Luo's anxious disposition could only be attributed to Gongsun herself. Gongsun awkwardly touched her nose, pondering, is it truly my fault? After seeing Gongsun off in the car, Jiang Luo requested the exact location of Gongsun's grandparents in the countryside, lest she run away secretly. Originally, Jiang Luo intended to call Gongsun's grandparents to confirm, but Gongsun's vehement objections dissuaded her. Jiang Luo disregarded any misconception of invading privacy. She would rather embrace her obsessive nature. If it were not for her personality, she might have wished to bind Gongsun with chains to prevent her from leaving. With 3 hours remaining until Professor Gu's return to Kyoto, Jiang Luo decided to practice the piano first. Just as she contemplated returning to her residence, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was Uncle Li, the butler of Liu Ruyan. Chapter 69. What benefit does Liu Ruyan derive from such self-destruction? Hello, Uncle Li. What is the matter? Mr. Jiang, do you have a moment? This morning, General Liu left without having breakfast. You are aware of her history with severe gastric issues, which have improved significantly under your care. Upon her return yesterday, she appeared quite peculiar and seemed utterly despondent, barely touching her dinner. Especially since it was not your culinary creation, which she typically enjoys. If possible, I would appreciate it if you could prepare a breakfast for her. I will arrange for someone to deliver it to Liu's group. Jiang Luo furrowed her brow imperceptibly. What advantage does Liu Ruyan gain from neglecting her health? Especially when she is accustomed to the exquisite offerings of a Michelin 3-star chef. Jiang Luo found it perplexing that Liu Ruyan remained fixated on her simple home-cooked meals. The mindset of the affluent eluded her comprehension. Jiang Luo could not remain by Liu Ruyan's side indefinitely. She had chosen to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing. And Jiang Luo had rekindled her connection with Gongsun. Now, a tinge of regret washed over her for agreeing to continue residing in the Liu household, playing the role of a devoted couple to avoid arousing suspicion and tarnishing the reputation of Liu's group, all while covertly facilitating Liu Ruyan's reunion with Jiang Xinqing. Alas, Jiang Luo never anticipated such a swift encounter with Gongsun. It truly felt predestined. Regardless of the burdens she must bear, Jiang Luo was compelled to endure. Driven by a sense of responsibility, especially considering the contract she had signed with Liu Ruyan. It's all right, Uncle Li. I am closer to Liu's group. And I still have some breakfast left. I will warm it up and deliver it to Liu Ruyan. Very well. Uncle Li sensed a change in Jiang Luo. He could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. After hanging up the phone, he pondered and discovered a clue. Initially, when Jiang Luo signed the marriage contract and took care of Liu Ruyan, she referred to her as General Liu or Miss Liu. However, as Liu Ruyan began to recognize Jiang Luo's sincerity, her address shifted to Liu Ruyan or simply Ruyan. Just moments ago, Jiang Luo had addressed her as Liu Ruyan, using her full name, which created a palpable distance. Previously, she had affectionately called her Ruyan, which conveyed intimacy. Could it be that a conflict had arisen between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo? As a mere steward and bystander, Uncle Li could only observe, feeling anxious. It was evident that Liu Ruyan's response to Jiang Luo's change would leave her feeling bewildered and uncomfortable. Why could she not confront her feelings for Jiang Luo more directly? Must it truly take Jiang Luo seeking solace in another woman for Liu Ruyan to realize her regret? Jiang Xinqing was certainly not a suitable match for her. Liu Ruyan had genuine feelings for Jiang Luo. After all, Jiang Luo salvaged the remaining breakfast, prepared 2 simple sandwiches, and set off on her electric scooter towards Liu's group. Meanwhile, Zheng Qianqian was startled to see Liu Ruyan enter the office. Yan Yan, are you all right? I am fine. Liu Ruyan's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. You hardly appear unaffected. Just look at the bloodshot veins in your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Have you been eating regularly? I cannot stomach anything that isn't prepared by Jiang Luo. At last, Liu Ruyan is willing to set aside her pride and concede this fact. It is evident that the dishes crafted by other chefs are akin to masterpieces, both in flavor and presentation, meticulously selected at a considerable expense. Yet, at this moment, Liu Ruyan finds no appetite for these culinary delights. Her mind consumed with thoughts of the homely dishes Jiang Luo prepared for her, warming, appetizing, and delightfully refreshing. Did Jiang Luo perhaps slip something into the food he made for her over these 3 years? It seems to have rendered Liu Ruyan indifferent to the gourmet offerings of others, instead favoring the simple fare crafted by Jiang Luo. Zheng Qianqian felt a sudden pang of concern. Had Jiang Luo not returned home last night? Not just last night, but he had not come back this morning either. He had promised to prepare 3 meals a day for me until I fully reconciled with Ah Chong, and now he is already breaking that promise. What on earth is he up to with Gong Sun outside? Liu Ruyan spoke with irritation. The mere thought of Jiang Luo not returning home, spending time with Gong Sun, what were they doing and where were they staying, tightened her chest with anxiety. This turmoil kept Liu Ruyan from sleeping well last night. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of Jiang Luo and Gong Sun together flashed before her mind. Surely, they must have reunited quickly and spent the night together in a hotel. Darn it. Despite her first love, Jiang Xinqing, returning to Kyoto and making advances towards her, Liu Ruyan had resolutely rejected his overtures, maintaining her composure as a dignified woman. She had nearly been on the verge of marrying Jiang Xinqing after such a long relationship. If she could endure that, how could Jiang Luo be gallivanting around with Gong Sun, not returning home for the night? What a scoundrel this cat is. Oh, dear readers, fear not, for while the plot may carry artistic flair, it is imbued with warmth. There shall be no anguish or sharp edges, only sweet romance and delightful drama. We seek your encouragement for updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 70. The jealous and frantic first wife Xing Chanqian was too preoccupied to consider Liu Ruyan's feelings. Had she taken a moment to observe Liu Ruyan's expressions and heed her words, she would have discerned that Liu Ruyan resembled nothing less than a jealous and frantic first wife. Contrary to Liu Ruyan's claims of regarding Jiang Luo merely as a friend, with her true affections reserved for Jiang Xinqing, the reality was starkly different. Since Jiang Xinqing's return to the capital, Xing Chanqian had never witnessed Liu Ruyan degrading herself for Jiang Xinqing, nor had she ever displayed such jealousy and anger. Instead, Liu Ruyan had come to realize how profoundly Jiang Xinqing had changed over the 3 years, unable to move past the betrayal that had left her heartbroken. As the flawless memories of her unattainable first love began to shatter, bound by a sense of gratitude to Liu Piaoxiu, Liu Ruyan chose to grant Jiang Xinqing another chance. Yet their relationship could never revert to its former state. Xing Chanqian bit her thin lips. Jiang Luo had not returned home for the night, instead spending time with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruyan from their high school days, her whereabouts unknown. This ignited a profound sense of crisis within Xing Chanqian. Surely, the two of them had not succumbed to their passions and engaged in intimacy, turning their reunion into a completed affair? If that were the case, Xing Chanqian would truly be left with no opportunity. Both Xing Chanqian and Liu Ruyan found themselves ensnared in a web of chaotic thoughts. Neither considered the possibility that the man they were both fixated on was, in fact, the same Jiang Luo. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the office when Xing Chanqian's phone rang, shattering the silence. Coming back to herself, she glanced at the caller ID and instinctively exclaimed, "Jiang Luo? Chanqian, what could Jiang Luo want to speak with you about?" Liu Ruyan's irritation intensified. With the presence of Gong Sun and Gu Yue, Liu Ruyan realized that if she wished to contact Jiang Luo, she would have to take the initiative to call him. Never had she seen Jiang Luo reach out to her first. What did this signify? Did Jiang Luo hold Xing Chanqian in higher regard than her? Jiang Luo, have you forgotten? I am your wife. We are married. We have shared 3 years of companionship. I should be the first person you think to contact. Xing Chanqian could sense the anger radiating from Liu Ruyan. Yet her curiosity about Jiang Luo's reason for calling overshadowed everything else. Could it be that he was missing her? Surely not, she thought, laughing softly to herself. Her heart racing, Xing Chanqian pressed the answer button. Hello, Jiang Luo? Chanqian, I am downstairs at the Liu Corporation. Do you have a moment to come down and bring breakfast up? Breakfast? Why are you bringing breakfast? Xing Chanqian pondered, amused by the notion that Jiang Luo might be concerned about her missing breakfast. How sweet, she thought, laughing again. Was it truly possible? Xing Chanqian felt like a lovesick girl lost in fanciful dreams, often contemplating the most improbable scenarios. However, she reasoned, dreaming was not a crime. After all, what if it were true? Uncle Li had called to inform her that Liu Ruyan had not eaten breakfast and had barely touched her food the night before. Though they were divorced, their contract still stipulated that she was responsible for overseeing Liu Ruyan's meals. I will bring breakfast, and I have prepared an extra portion. If you're hungry, feel free to have it. Just come down to collect it. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured directly over Xing Chanqian's head. It turned out that Jiang Luo's intentions were not for Xing Chanqian, but rather for Liu Ruyan. Xing Chanqian was merely a secondary consideration. Indeed, everyone had witnessed Jiang Luo's devotion to Liu Ruyan over the past 3 years. He would risk his life for her. Even if Liu Ruyan chose Jiang Xinqing, with their countless cherished memories and the life-saving grace of Liu Piaoxiu, Jiang Luo still wished to care for Liu Ruyan, opting to release her to pursue her own happiness. In this light, what could Zheng Qianqian possibly compare to Liu Ruyan? At this moment, she likely fell short even against Gong Sun and Gu Yaowei. I understand. Zheng Qianqian hung up the phone with a hint of despondency. What did Jiang Luo want to discuss with you? Liu Ruyan attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. However, the anger simmering within her betrayed her tone, making it difficult to control. He said you hadn't had breakfast and was worried you might be hungry. So he intentionally sent breakfast to the company downstairs for me to bring up to you. Zheng Qianqian summarized briefly, omitting the most crucial points, which altered the essence of her words. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Luo, did he truly still harbor such concern for her? In an instant, much of Liu Ruoyan's anger dissipated, considering that Jiang Luo had taken the initiative to deliver breakfast to her at the company. Liu Ruyan decided not to hold such a grudge against him. This indicated that Jiang Luo still cared for Liu Ruyan. Though she may not fully grasp Gong Sun's significance in Jiang Luo's heart, after 3 years of marriage, she must surely hold a considerable place in his affections. Just as Zheng Qianqian was about to head downstairs to fetch the breakfast, Liu Ruyan suddenly called out to her, "Qianqian, have Jiang Luo bring it up. He is not someone to be hidden away. Why must he always make you go down to get it? Have him come up? But I just promised Jiang Luo. I will call Jiang Luo." Without allowing Zheng Qianqian to finish her sentence, Liu Ruyan interrupted, pulling out her phone to dial Jiang Luo. "Hello? What is the matter?" "Jiang Luo, Qianqian has a little issue. Could you bring the breakfast up? You've done it several times. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Oh. Jiang Luo had intended to deliver the breakfast and then leave to meet Gu Yaowei at the train station. However, with Zheng Qianqian's last-minute request, he had no choice but to take the breakfast to Liu Ruoyan's office instead. Glancing at his watch, he noted that he still had over 2 hours of leeway. It would take less than 40 minutes to reach the train station, which was ample time. Jiang Luo entered the Liu group, and the receptionist, having seen him several times and recognizing him as a familiar face of Zheng Qianqian, who often visited Liu Ruyan's office, did not hinder his entrance and provided him with an elevator card. After swiping the card, Jiang Luo ascended to Liu Ruyan's executive office. "Little puppy, you're here. What delicious treats have you brought?" Zheng Qianqian, having composed herself, greeted Jiang Luo with a smile. Fortunately, the most sensational has decided to abandon and reconcile with. This development grants at least a sliver of opportunity to vie for alongside and is unwilling to concede so easily. After years of being single, she has finally encountered a boy she genuinely likes, one who satisfies her in every aspect. To relinquish this chance would leave her with a lifetime of regret, unbeknownst to who remains blissfully unaware of sentiments. He cheerfully responds, "I made some sandwiches and there's a bit of porridge left. Come, give it a taste." "How delightful. Your timing is impeccable. I didn't have a hearty breakfast and now I find myself quite hungry. Would you be able to prepare an extra portion for me whenever you make breakfast? Even if you send it through a courier, I will gladly compensate you. Your culinary creations are simply exquisite. After having savored your dishes, I find it challenging to enjoy anyone else's cooking. Is it truly as exaggerated as you claim?" Replied, scratching the back of his head in exasperation. These affluent young ladies, who have access to gourmet meals crafted by Michelin-starred chefs, inexplicably yearn for modest fare. Despite confidence in his cooking skills, he cannot possibly compare to the chefs who have undergone rigorous training and earned Michelin accolades. At times, struggles to comprehend the whims of these women. Is it that after a lifetime of opulent dining experiences, they have developed a taste for simpler dishes? Nevertheless, as a gesture of goodwill, he concedes, "All right. I will have the courier deliver a portion whenever I prepare a meal." "That would be splendid. Thank you, my dear little puppy." Promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to, "From now on, I shall consistently send you this amount each month as compensation." Was taken aback by the generous transfer. "This is not necessary. It's merely a matter of preparing an extra breakfast. Actually, I have a small ulterior motive. Would you be willing to teach me how to cook?" Chapter 71. Which one does Jiang Luo love among them? Zheng Qianqian gazed affectionately at Jiang Luo. She had made her move. With so many exceptional women, such as Gu Yuwei and Gong Sun, surrounding Jiang Luo, Zheng Qianqian could no longer afford to dilly-dally with her research on Jiang Luo's preferences or meticulously plan her pursuit. She must take the initiative. Otherwise, by the time Zheng Qianqian was prepared, Jiang Luo, her charming younger companion, might have been snatched away by another woman, leaving her with no place to lament her loss. That said, Zheng Qianqian was inherently a rather innocent and traditional woman, much like Liu Ruyan. Otherwise, their differing worldviews would have precluded their close friendship. The idea of actively pursuing a man sounded simple, yet Zhang Chanqian felt a profound sense of anxiety, uncertainty, and embarrassment about it. Surely, asking Jiang Luo to teach her how to cook was not an unreasonable request. She could gradually engage with Jiang Luo, integrate into his life, and allow him to see her merits. Yes, that was it. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Luo's arrival, Liu Ruyan moved to the door. All right, Jiang Luo readily acquiesced. Zhang Chanqian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiang Luo's prompt acceptance, and then elatedly exclaimed, "Is it really possible?" Jiang Luo chuckled softly. "What is the issue? We are friends after all. I have previously written a recipe for home-cooked dishes for Uncle Li and the others. I can simply copy it and send it to you. Then, after I review those recipes, if there's anything I'm unsure about, could I ask you to demonstrate it for me?" Jiang Luo pondered briefly and replied, "Sure. I can arrange for a familiar private chef. There will be a master cook present, and I might not be adept at teaching, so his assistance would be beneficial." Jiang Luo did not consider Zhang Chanqian's intentions, nor did he realize that her interest lay not in cooking, but in him. Oh. Zhang Chanqian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped for a private moment with Jiang Luo in the kitchen. A solitary male and female in one room, both unattached surely. The chances of success would be heightened. Recently, Zhang Chanqian had delved into the psychology of romance, and one famous concept known as the misattribution of arousal seemed applicable here. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Luo would involve a private chef and a master cook in their cooking lesson. The entire notion of cooking was merely a ruse for Zhang Chanqian to draw closer to Jiang Luo. Once she had successfully won over this capable young man as her husband, she would no longer need to concern herself with cooking. Jiang Luo's culinary skills were so exquisite that she believed she could savor them for a lifetime without growing weary. Nonetheless, Zhang Chanqian could not refuse outright, as that would appear too unrefined and might even displease Jiang Luo. In response to Jiang Luo's well-meaning offer, Zhang Chanqian could only nod graciously, "Then I shall trouble you." Jiang Luo ultimately, her priority was to draw closer to Jiang Luo, allowing him to recognize her brilliance. Otherwise, mere words would not suffice to transition their relationship from mere acquaintances to something that could surpass Gu Yue and Gong Sun, claiming the space in Jiang Luo's heart that was currently occupied by Liu Ruyan. It was no trouble at all. Jiang Luo's response was perfectly measured. Imbued with a sense of detached camaraderie, Liu Ruyan stood at the doorway, having overheard every word exchanged between Jiang Luo and Zhang Chanqian. She was taken aback by how swiftly Zhang Chanqian had launched her advance on Jiang Luo. Although Jiang Luo appeared disinterested in Zhang Chanqian, he graciously instructed her in the culinary arts, skillfully sidestepping any hint of ambiguity in the presence of others, which garnered Liu Ruyan's admiration. However, Liu Ruyan's deliberate cough shattered the conversation between Jiang Luo and Zhang Chanqian. She had been observing their interaction for quite some time, yet they remained oblivious to her presence. Especially Jiang Luo. Wasn't he madly in love with Liu Ruyan, willing to forsake everything for her? Why then, had he not noticed her gaze fixed upon him? Was his engagement with Zhang Chanqian more significant than Liu Ruyan's presence? The more she pondered, the more discontent brewed within her. She could not precisely articulate what troubled her. It was simply that she did not wish to witness Jiang Luo's ease with another woman, particularly one whom she knew harbored ulterior motives towards him, even at the expense of ignoring Liu Ruyan. Zhang Chanqian playfully stuck out her tongue. "Yin Yin, you're here. I heard from Uncle Li that you skipped breakfast today, so I brought this for you." Jiang Luo presented Liu Ruyan's lunchbox before her, intending to hand it over and depart. To his surprise, Liu Ruyan refused to take it and instead turned to enter the CEO's office, lightly uttering, "Jiang Luo, come in. I wish to speak with you." Jiang Luo's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he glanced at his watch. There was still ample time. Very well. Once Jiang Luo followed Liu Ruyan into the office, he casually placed the lunchbox on her desk. "Ruyan, you ought to eat breakfast on time to avoid any discomfort in your stomach." Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened, unable to mask her delight. "Jiang Luo, are you concerned about me?" After all, they had spent 3 years together. They were not enemies but friends. Jiang Luo found himself in a bemused state. Was this not concern? What else could be deemed as such? Caring for a friend is merely human nature, is it not? The term friend suddenly struck Liu Ruyan as jarring. Clearly, Jiang Luo harbored feelings for her, despite her eventual choice to be with Jiang Xianqin and divorce Jiang Luo. Why did he feel compelled to disguise his true sentiments? To others, he would appear insincere, unwilling to confront his genuine feelings, opting instead to conceal them behind the label of friend. Liu Ruyan fell into a contemplative silence, while Jiang Luo, eager to leave, reminded her of his prior commitments. Ruyan, if there is nothing else, what are we having for breakfast today? Liu Ruyan abruptly interjected, a simple sandwich and some porridge. Stay with me and share a meal. What? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback but quickly shook his head. That won't do. I have an appointment to pick up Professor Gu at the high-speed train station. Liu Ruyan's expression changed instantly. Gu Yue. Once again, Gu Yue. The mere mention of these two names now gives Liu Ruyan a headache. The first is Gong Sun, and the second is Gu Yue. Yesterday, Jiang Luo left early for Gu Yue, yet he returned empty-handed, only to have spent the night with Gong Sun. Liu Ruyan had yet to confront Jiang Luo about this, and today he announced he was going to fetch Gu Yue, even refusing to accompany Liu Ruyan for breakfast. It was utterly infuriating. If you are going to fetch Gu Yue, does Gong Sun not care at all? Liu Ruyan remarked, her tone laced with envy. What are you talking about? Professor Gu is my mentor. Our relationship is purely that of teacher and student. How could Sun possibly mind? Jiang Luo replied. Hearing Jiang Luo call Gong Sun with such familiarity, while he merely addressed Liu Ruyan as Ruyan, made her heart sink. She had never heard him refer to Liu Ruyan in such an endearing manner as he did with Xing Qian or Jiang Xian Qing, who called her Yin Yin. Did this indicate that in Jiang Luo's heart, his affection for Gong Sun surpassed that for Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan found herself spiraling into a whirlwind of thoughts. The striking resemblance between Gong Sun and herself, coupled with Jiang Luo's ambivalent demeanor, left her devoid of the confidence that Jiang Luo's affections were solely for her. Liu Ruyan wished to dismiss such thoughts. After all, she was a proud and noble princess of a prestigious family. All the exquisite things in this world ought to orbit around her, for she possessed the allure and grace to command such attention. Yet, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Deeply concerned about Jiang Luo's true sentiments towards both herself and Gong Sun, questioning whom he truly loved among them. Chapter 72. Let us conclude. Liu Ruyan. Are you all right? If you're hungry, you should eat something quickly. Don't forget, aside from your recovering stomach ailment, you also have low blood sugar. Jiang Luo presumed that Liu Ruyan's pallor stemmed from her not having eaten much the previous night and that morning. Jiang Luo, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Huh? Liu Ruyan's sudden outburst left Jiang Luo bewildered. You claimed you couldn't return last night to dine with me because you were hosting Gu Yue. I accepted that. Yet you secretly spent the entire day with Gong Sun. I didn't come to trouble you over this. I merely wished for your company at breakfast. And yet you insisted on meeting Gu Yue instead. Don't you think that's rather excessive? Don't forget, we signed a new contract. You promised to return home during non-essential times to nurture our marital relationship and prevent misunderstandings that could tarnish the Liu Group's reputation. And you committed to preparing my meals. I have invested so much for you, and yet you can't manage this simple request. You have repeatedly broken your promises and deceived me. You have disappointed me greatly. Faced with Liu Ruyan's ire, Jiang Luo believed she was chastising him for lacking commitment to their agreement. Indeed, these were all promises Jiang Luo had made to her. He found himself unable to provide any justification for his actions. He had never considered that Liu Ruyan's anger was rooted in other reasons. Therefore, Ruyan, let us annul that contract, Jiang Luo suddenly declared. What? What did you say? Jiang Luo, dare you repeat that? Liu Ruyan could hardly believe her ears. I said we should cancel the contract. I cannot continue living there. I do not wish for Sun to misunderstand our relationship. Although she knows the purpose of my marriage to you, I must provide her with the necessary sense of security. I will forego the piano worth 5 million as compensation. And I will assist you in reconciling with Jiang Xinqing without charge. I will try to prepare your meals and arrange for them to be sent over. However, you must learn to accept food prepared by others. Their culinary skills far surpass mine, and you simply need time to adjust. I cannot promise to prepare your meals for a lifetime. Jiang Luo had thought this through, until he found Gong Sun. He could assist Liu Ruyan out of a sense of obligation dictated by their contract. This was not merely for financial gain or the piano. More importantly, Liu Ruyan had been his benefactor, and Jiang Luo had always harbored a sense of guilt for regarding her as a mere substitute. Now that Gong Sun had returned, no one held greater significance in Jiang Luo's world than she, not even his pursuit of a piano career. If truly weighed on a scale, Gong Sun would prevail. After searching for her for 8 long years, Jiang Luo would not allow her to slip away again. Liu Ruyan clenched her teeth. Jiang Luo, Have you thought this through? Violating the contract without cause will come at a cost. I have come to a resolute decision. I shall indeed terminate the contract. Should you demand a price from me, Chairman Liu still owes me a promise, and I shall wield this promise to bring a definitive end to everything. However, Ruyan, should it come to that, your affairs with Jiang Luo will depend solely on your own efforts. I will completely vanish from your world, which would be beneficial for you, for me, and for Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo is acutely aware of the consequences of breaching the contract. Fortunately, the agreement with Chairman Liu remains intact. Rather, one might say, when Jiang Luo divorced Liu Ruyan, he should have been more resolute, completely disappearing from her life. Who could have anticipated that a miracle would manifest so swiftly, allowing Jiang Luo to reconnect with Gongsun? A moment of weakness was ultimately a grave error. Jiang Luo believed that by retaining this promise, he could later enlist Chairman Liu's connections and resources to ascertain Gongsun's fate, regardless of life or death. Now that Gongsun is returned, the promise has lost its primary significance for Jiang Luo. He cannot evade this reality. He must rectify this mistake. Jiang Luo, was your retention of my father's promise merely a means to manipulate me at this juncture? To sever ties with me entirely, so as to disappear from my life? Liu Ruyan felt as though Jiang Luo had plunged a dagger into her heart. Though there was no wound, no blood spilled, the pain was excruciating. It was a torment akin to the betrayal she suffered 3 years prior when Jiang Luo callously abandoned her upon realizing her blindness, with no hope for healing. First came Jiang Luo's betrayal, and now, even you, Jiang Luo, intend to forsake me? Ruyan, do you not think your words are rather harsh? Do you believe it is beneficial for us to continue this drawn-out affair? Have you taken responsibility for the man you have chosen, providing him with a sense of security? Your actions are causing Jiang Luo immense suffering, and they place me in a most difficult position. Jiang Luo had no desire to criticize Liu Ruyan's series of irrational choices. After all, he regarded her as a friend and benefactor, and he felt a twinge of guilt. While he could maintain his integrity to outsiders, and particularly in Jiang Luo's eyes, Jiang Luo remained an obstacle. Liu Ruyan's words were indeed excessive. Simultaneously, for the sake of Gongsun, Jiang Luo must cut through the chaos with decisive action and bring this entangled relationship to a close. Chapter 73. Have you ever given me a sense of security? You claim that I failed to provide a Qing with a sense of security? Jiang Luo, have you lost your mind? You are well aware that a Qing betrayed me 3 years ago, abandoning me, blind and vulnerable. I was willing to grant him another chance for reconciliation, hoping he would demonstrate his commitment and find ways to regain acceptance from our families. And yet, you assert that I did not give a Qing a sense of security? This is utterly irrational. Liu Ruyan was instantly engulfed in fury. Anyone could criticize Liu Ruyan for being trapped in romantic notions, clinging to the past, still yearning for a reunion with Jiang Luo. Yet it is Jiang Luo and Jiang Luo who must not be so. Jiang Luo is acutely aware of how Liu Ruyan has longed for Jiang Luo over these 3 years, reminiscing about their shared moments. It is precisely this longing that has caused her such anguish, making it impossible for her to accept Jiang Luo's betrayal. Caught in a tumultuous whirlpool of love and hate, unable to extricate herself, Liu Ruyan's willingness to embrace Jiang Luo anew, disregarding the admonitions and misunderstandings from others, already illustrates her deep humility toward him. Jiang Luo had once rescued Liu Piaoxiu, which left Liu Ruyan immensely grateful. She had pledged to fulfill one of his wishes. How could Jiang Luo dismiss this? These matters are distinctly separate. Do you not tire of dwelling on the past? Having made a choice, one must bear the consequences and the awareness that comes with it. If one lacks even this degree of self-awareness and remains mired in self-doubt, one merely casts oneself as a tragic heroine, desperately seeking love. You have not, in fact, given Jiang Luo a sense of security. Jiang Luo spoke with unwavering certainty. He did not deny that Jiang Luo's abandonment of his first love, Liu Ruyan, which led to a significant public uproar for the Liu group, was a mistake, an act of betrayal. Upon learning of this, he felt a measure of sympathy and compassion for Liu Ruyan. However, Liu Ruyan had been preoccupied with Jiang Luo for 3 years. After regaining her sight, she declared herself ready to face the world and decided to pursue reconciliation with Jiang Luo, hoping for Jiang Luo's support. This path was Liu Ruyan's choice. Now, she presents herself as a martyr, exuding nobility, while dragging Jiang Luo into her predicament. It is no wonder Jiang Luo harbors such animosity toward Jiang Luo and feels insecure. Jiang Luo is indeed a scoundrel, yet he spoke a truth. Ruyan, no matter how many reasons we conjure, We are ultimately just a man and a woman, living apart but not divorced. If Jiang Xinqing does not feel jealousy or anger, it indicates that you do not exist in his heart. Jiang Luo had not intended to express such sentiments so explicitly. After all, this matter does not concern him. It is a private affair between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing. And as an outsider, his intervention would only invite trouble. Now, with Liu Ruyan intensifying her accusations of betrayal against Jiang Luo, he decided to lay everything bare, allowing Liu Ruyan to understand precisely what she had done wrong. Faced with Jiang Luo's relentless admonitions, Liu Ruyan found herself momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in his words. She acknowledged that he was correct. By prolonging their marriage and cohabitation, remaining in close quarters with a man, if Jiang Xinqing does not express jealousy or suspicion, it signifies that he harbors no feelings for her at all. Liu Ruyan should have been elated, yet upon being so starkly exposed by Jiang Luo, she found herself gripped by an unbearable heartache, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. So, what about you, Jiang Luo? Have you ever provided me with a sense of security? I only discovered the existence of Gong Sun by chance, after you concealed it from me for 3 years. If your conscience were clear, why did you not inform me about Gong Sun beforehand? To let me know that there exists a woman so akin to me, who was also your pianist companion during high school. Ah, but why should I be the one to offer you a sense of security? Sun was my classmate from high school. This is my private matter, and I am under no obligation to share everything with you. Jiang Luo stood in stunned silence. They were merely friends, after all. Shouldn't the phrase sense of security be reserved for lovers? It was Jiang Xinqing, not Jiang Luo, who ought to be seeking that reassurance. How could you deny it? You cared for me for 3 years. Even in our contract, Jiang Luo, you are the first husband on my marriage certificate. Even if we divorce, to the outside world, I, Liu Ruyan, will be seen as a divorced woman, your woman. It was only on the eve of our contract's conclusion that I learned of Gong Sun's existence. What was I supposed to think? Jiang Luo could not grasp Liu Ruoyan's meaning. Her words now seemed those of a madwoman, devoid of reason, driven to the brink by her pent-up fury. In his recollections, Jiang Luo rarely witnessed Liu Ruyan in such a state. 3 years prior, when Jiang Luo signed the contract, he approached her villa with a heart full of trepidation. Even in despair, Liu Ruyan had always crumbled in solitude, rarely expressing such inscrutable sentiments to him. It appeared that even the most remarkable woman could become unmanageable when consumed by emotion. A woman's heart is indeed as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Ruyan, perhaps you should take a moment to collect yourself. I must head to the high-speed train station to meet Professor Gu. Casting a glance at his watch, Jiang Luo was reluctant to waste any more time and prepared to depart. Jiang Luo, moving out and severing all ties with me was to provide Gong Sun with security. Was it not? If that is your true intention, you should not be meeting with me, Chan Qian, or Gu Yue. You ought to dedicate yourself solely to Gong Sun. Especially not to me. Do you truly believe Gong Sun would not mind that we were married under contract for 3 years and shared the same residence? Would she be indifferent to the way you treat Gu Yue with such kindness, rushing to her side at the slightest call? Liu Ruyan twisted the narrative of Gong Sun. Her teeth clenched in frustration, resembling a defeated hound. Jiang Luo scarcely recognized Liu Ruyan anymore. Was this still the aloof and dignified heiress he remembered? The current Liu Ruyan appeared as a wretched creature, unable to bear the sight of others living happily and lovingly. As smoke, you have misconstrued my intentions. Sun is different. She would empathize with me. Professor Gu is my esteemed mentor, and you are my benefactor in this contractual marriage. As for Qian Qian, that is sheer nonsense. If Liu Ruyan were to compare herself with Gu Yue, it would be one thing. The former is Jiang Luo's nominal ex-wife, while the latter is a teacher to whom Jiang Luo owes an immense debt of gratitude. If Gong Sun is envious of them, Jiang Luo has nothing to say and might even feel pleased, indicating that Gong Sun holds Jiang Luo in high regard. As for Qian Qian, she is merely an ordinary friend of Jiang Luo. Why should there be jealousy over Qian Qian? Outside the president's office, Qian Qian, unaware, has consumed the friendship card Jiang Luo issued, completely excluded from this arena of turmoil, with no chance whatsoever. She is still reminiscing about how delicious the sandwiches Jiang Luo made were, wishing for such a wonderful home-loving younger brother to become her husband. Oh, how delightful. Will Gong Sun show understanding? If she can empathize, what grounds do you have to conclude that Ah Cheng cannot understand me? Is the outcome not apparent? Jiang Luo rubbed his forehead. Had Jiang Xinqing been capable of understanding Liu Ruyan, he would not have sought out Jiang Luo under the pretense of warning Liu Ruyan. pressuring Jiang Luo to distance himself from her. In light of the current situation, Jiang Luo can only deduce that Liu Ruyan feels her dignity has been offended, prompting her desire to reclaim her standing, while neglecting the facts of the past. Jiang Luo even believes that Liu Ruyan is not as resolute and deeply in love with Jiang Xinxing as she claims. Otherwise, her recent peculiar behavior would be inexplicable. However, this is none of Jiang Luo's concern. All he can do is to respect, support, and wish her well. It would be far better to contemplate how to support Gong Sun in her aspiration to become an all-round musician. Liu Ruyan also recalled the incident when Jiang Xinxing confronted Jiang Luo, which was the catalyst that exposed Liu Ruyan's deceit towards Jiang Luo. This led to Liu Ruyan's divorce from Jiang Luo, causing resentment and a loss of trust. Liu Ruyan exerted significant effort to soothe Jiang Luo afterward. Reflecting on this, Liu Ruyan found her long-suppressed dissatisfaction towards Jiang Xinxing re-emerging once again. Now that Gong Sun has returned, Jiang Luo is completely uncontrollable, even contemplating dissolving his contract with Liu Ruyan, disregarding Liu Jiaqing's promise. Jiang Luo, I ask you one last time. In your heart, who is truly more important to you, me or Gong Sun? I do not wish to hear lies. I want to know the truth. Chapter 74, Jiang Luo. You deceitful scoundrel. Liu Ruyan could no longer restrain herself. Even though the answer might be one she dreaded, in a moment of emotional turbulence, she resolutely chose A. Today, she demanded a genuine response from Jiang Luo, one that transcended the previous insipid replies. However, Jiang Luo took a deep breath, without hesitation, uttering the answer nonetheless. Sun was paramount. The truth was always shrouded in ambiguity, while lies were readily comprehensible. The encounter with Gong Sun felt like an inconceivable dream to Jiang Luo, until the awakening brought forth by Liu Piaosu, drawing him back to reality. Under Liu Piaosu's guidance, Jiang Luo recognized that this day would inevitably arrive. He had always believed that Liu Ruyan regarded him merely as a friend, believing she would not pry into his emotional affairs, and would even derive joy from knowing his affections for Gong Sun, as this would not impede her reconciliation with Jiang Xincheng. Little did he anticipate Liu Ruyan's peculiar transformation, exceeding his expectations. She appeared intrigued by Gong Sun, verbally expressing a desire to reconcile with Jiang Xincheng. Yet she would not release Jiang Luo, cultivating jealousy in Jiang Xincheng and tormenting Jiang Luo in the process. Since Liu Ruyan was insistent on seeking an answer, Jiang Luo resolved to grant it to her, bringing a definitive conclusion to their entanglement. Once Gong Sun returned to Jiang Luo's side, nothing and no one in his heart could rival Gong Sun's significance. The benevolent lies, guilt, and various emotions that had previously led him to act in a perfunctory manner must be severed entirely. This was the most effective means to retain Gong Sun and provide her with a sense of security. Upon hearing the truth spoken by Jiang Luo's own lips, Liu Ruyan felt as if her heart had been violently pierced. The pain was suffocating. In Jiang Luo's eyes, Gong Sun was of utmost importance. Although Liu Ruyan had sensed this beforehand, her mind had been free to conjure justifications. Now, it was excruciatingly difficult for her to find excuses for self-soothing. If Gong Sun truly held such significance, then why would you be willing to risk your life for me? Jiang Luo, do you not fear that in your reckless endeavor for my sake, you may never see Gong Sun again? Fearful, yet what of it? Your debt to the Jiang family is monumental. Witnessing your despair and blindness, I could only think of how to repay that debt. What was even more cruel was what Jiang Luo refrained from voicing. Beyond gratitude, the guilt of using Liu Ruyan as a stand-in, the pity, and the restoration of her sight rendered Jiang Luo a great benefactor to the Liu family. Once the contractual marriage concluded, Jiang Luo could beseech Liu Jiaqing to utilize his resources to search for Gong Sun across the globe. Jiang Luo had resolved that, whether alive or dead, he must uncover Gong Sun's whereabouts, demanding a resolution. Otherwise, he could never untangle this knot within his heart. Even in death, he would find no peace. This was a pursuit Jiang Luo had struggled for years to achieve, a feat that only a prestigious family like the Lius could facilitate. Thus, from the very beginning, every declaration Jiang Luo made about being willing to sacrifice his life for Liu Ruyan was ultimately for Gong Sun. After hearing all this, Liu Ruyan trembled as she uttered a single phrase, "Is it merely gratitude? Nothing more?" Jiang Luo coldly remarked, "What else could you possibly desire?" Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed as a bolt of lightning struck fiercely above Liu Ruyan's head, shattering her illusions. For 3 years, she had believed her charm had captivated Jiang Luo, that his willingness to experiment on himself was a testament to his profound love for her. and that his decision to let her go was a selfless act of devotion. This revelation obliterated her confidence entirely. Liu Ruyan, in a daze, was oblivious to the moment Jiang Luo departed. The sole truth she grasped from his lips cut her deeply. Jiang Luo's willingness to sacrifice himself for her was merely out of obligation, devoid of any deeper affection. Yin Yin, the meeting is about to commence, Zhang Qianqian announced as she entered, noticing Liu Ruyan seated in her office chair, seemingly drained of all vitality. Not even a morsel of the breakfast Jiang Luo had prepared was touched. Yin Yin, are you all right? Why haven't you eaten Jiang Luo's breakfast? Liu Ruyan opened her mouth, initially eager to confide in Zhang Qianqian about Jiang Luo, but as her rationality returned, her pride suppressed the surging sorrow. The words that nearly escaped her lips transformed into a different statement. Qianqian, I'm feeling unwell. Perhaps we could postpone the meeting? I wish to rest. You do seem rather off today. Shall I fetch the on-duty doctor from the company clinic to examine you? There's no need. I just require some rest. After repeated insistence from Liu Ruyan, Zhang Qianqian reluctantly agreed to allow her to rest and went to notify those attending the meeting of the postponement. Yin Yin, do make sure to eat the breakfast Jiang Luo prepared. It's not good for your health to remain on an empty stomach. Once Zhang Qianqian departed, Liu Ruyan gazed at the now cold sandwich on her desk and reached out to take a bite. It retained the familiar flavor that had lingered in her memory. Even chilled, it was still delectable, a taste she had savored for 3 years. Yet today, she learned from Jiang Luo that his kindness, his willingness to risk everything for her, was merely an act of obligation. In the past, she would have scoffed at such a notion, convinced that Jiang Luo was lying. Now, witnessing his willingness to forcibly dissolve the contract for Gongsun, Liu Ruyan found herself wavering. The more she pondered, the more bitterness consumed her heart, rendering her unable to savor any flavor. Pain surged through her like a tidal wave, compelling her to discard the sandwich into the trash. Her reddened eyes could no longer contain the flood of tears that burst forth in that moment. Liar. Jiang Luo, you deceitful scoundrel. At the high-speed rail station, Jiang Luo arrived just in time to greet Gu Wei. She appeared somewhat fatigued, dark circles under her eyes betraying her lack of rest. Jiang Luo inquired with concern, Professor Gu, are you all right? I'm fine. Gu Wei replied. I'm sorry, Professor Gu, it's all because of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to accompany those individuals for drinks to repay a favor, Jiang Luo expressed with remorse, aware that Gu Wei harbored a profound distaste for such gatherings, where one must solicit favors. In the indulgences of wine, she found herself navigating the intricate labyrinth of adult life. Gu Wei's exceptional talents, striking beauty, and prestigious lineage evoked envy and desire, yet they also served as her protective shield, allowing her to evade many trivialities and devote herself exclusively to her passions. This time, however, for Jiang Luo, Gu Wei made an exception. During their university years, she had invested immense effort and hope into Jiang Luo, only to be met with profound disappointment. Yet, 3 years later, she was unwavering in her commitment to assist him, a gesture that filled Jiang Luo with immense gratitude, but also a weight of guilt that was inescapable. This guilt even surpassed the remorse he felt when he had used Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for Gongsun. Gu Wei had truly sacrificed so much for the student. It would be more prudent for you to attain fame sooner, allowing the world to witness your extraordinary talent and hear the melodies you create, thus bringing honor to our nation and to me as your professor. Only then can you justify the expectations and sacrifices I have made for you. Moreover, my lack of rest is unrelated to these social engagements. My position grants me the privilege of accompanying them, and they would never dare to ply me with drink. Gu Wei gently massaged her temple. In truth, she had suffered from insomnia the previous night, a fact she could not disclose to Jiang Luo, for it was due to that girl named Gongsun. Chapter 75, Jiang Luo, who once belonged solely to her, now seems to have been effortlessly taken away by another woman. Gu Wei finds herself at a loss. Initially, she was genuinely intrigued by Jiang Luo's descriptions of the prodigious musical talent, Gongsun, and eagerly anticipated their encounter, curious to witness the extraordinary girl whom Jiang Luo so fervently praised. However, now, upon learning of Jiang Luo's reunion with Gongsun, who she seemingly cherishes dearly, so much so that she has even neglected her piano practice, Gu Wei feels a peculiar unease within her. She cannot quite comprehend why she is transformed in this manner. It feels as though a rare and precious treasure, once solely hers, has been effortlessly snatched away by another. The first was Liu Ruyan. Now it is Gongsun. Professor Gu? Professor Gu? Jiang Luo's repeated calls bring Gu Wei back to reality. What is the matter? Are you really all right? Would you like to take a break? The warmth of Jiang Luo's concerned gaze stirs something within Gu Yue, prompting her to shake her head. I'm fine. It's just that the rest has been very restful. By the way, Jiang Luo, where is Gongsun? I wish to meet her and see if she truly lives up to your exalted descriptions. She has returned to the countryside to visit her grandparents and want to be back for a week, Jiang Luo replies. Is that so? What a pity. The sentiment escapes Gu Yue's heart. Her desire to witness Gongsun in person remains unwavering. Simultaneously, she feels a secret sigh of relief, a realization that perplexes her. Why should she feel relieved? She has been longing to meet Gongsun. It's truly a tangled web of emotions. Suppressing these unclear sentiments, Gu Yue speaks calmly. Jiang Luo, are you free now? Let us head to the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. I want to personally assess whether you have been lax in your training lately. All right. As they board the car to the conservatory, Gu Yue glances at Jiang Luo, who is engrossed in her phone and cannot resist inquiring, Jiang Luo. You have been searching for that girl named Gongsun for many years, haven't you? How did you two meet? Actually, it truly felt miraculous. Jiang Luo smiles as she recounts the serendipitous reunion with Gongsun from the previous day, as if a child had traversed into a comic world, embarking on a wondrous journey before returning to reality. Speaking of their encounter, Jiang Luo's eyes shimmer with genuine happiness and joy. Gu Yue finds herself somewhat entranced, as this appears to be the first time she has seen Jiang Luo so elated, even during her piano performances, where she earned accolades and garnered envy and admiration from countless individuals. Jiang Luo had never seemed this joyful. Professor Gu, do you know? Even now, I still have this surreal feeling, as if this is all a dream. As I awoke in the morning to prepare breakfast for Sun, I observed her rise and greet me, stretching languidly like a kitten, her eyes half closed as she settled at the dining table, inhaling the enticing aroma of the meal. Her fingers twitching in anticipation. Watching her relish the delicious food confirmed for me that this was not a dream. Sun had finally returned to my side. Speaking of Gongsun, Jiang Luo spoke at length, shedding the reserve and brevity of the past. Even his tone was imbued with unrestrained joy and exuberance. Gu Yue listened quietly, and although she should have felt happiness for Jiang Luo, who had finally reunited with the long-lost white moonlight of his high school days, she found herself devoid of any joy. Observing the unprecedented bliss radiating from Jiang Luo as he painted the image of the girl who resided in his heart, Gu Yue felt an inexplicable discomfort. Why was this the case? Noticing Gu Yue's silence, Jiang Luo sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I apologize, Professor Gu. I became so excited discussing my encounter with Sun yesterday that I failed to consider whether you were interested in my tales or if they were bothersome. Gu Yue pressed her lips together. Were you chatting with Gongsun just now? Yes, he replied. That girl only replied to my messages now, leaving me in a state of anxiety, fearing she might vanish again. I nearly rushed to her grandparents' house, but she mentioned the signal was poor. Luckily, her grandparents' home has Wi-Fi, which allowed her to respond. Jiang Luo, it has been 8 years since you and Gongsun parted ways after graduating from high school. So much has transpired, and we are no longer the students we once were. You even signed a marriage contract with Liu Ruyan. Despite that, do you still harbor the same unwavering feelings for Gongsun as you did in high school? Gu Yue was uncertain what prompted her to voice such a question. Perhaps it was mere curiosity. Professor Gu, Jiang Luo continued. Rather than saying that 8 years apart have dulled my feelings, each passing day has only illuminated my heart. My youthful love for her has grown ever more steadfast and fervent, never waning. After enduring daily pangs of longing for Sun, I have come to a profound realization. The most important girl in my life is Sun. Regardless of her circumstances, I will spare no effort to find her and seek an answer. Chapter 76. Selected by Sun. Listening to Jiang Luo's heartfelt words, Gu Yue suddenly felt as though her heart had been pierced by a thorn, causing her to furrow her brow in pain. She had lost interest in continuing to listen. For Gu Yue, Jiang Luo was her most promising student, a rare gem capable of realizing the dreams she could not achieve herself, becoming a world-class piano master and bringing glory to China. Gu Yue had resolved to be a bearer of the flame, to witness Jiang Luo's gradual growth, accompanying him as a teacher by his side. Yet, if they truly were teacher and student, why did her heart feel so uneasy upon seeing Jiang Luo reclaim the long-sought-after white moonlight? With a heart as clear as a mirror, devoid of any sinister thoughts, why was she so restless? Logically, Gu Yue should be happy for Jiang Luo, offering him her blessings. She found herself unable to comprehend her own feelings. Pretending to close her eyes, she leaned against the car window, feigning fatigue. Jiang Luo, not wishing to intrude, engaged in a conversation with Gong Sun on his phone. Luo, Sun, are you tired from the ride today? Sun, not really. After all these years. The road back to the countryside has improved significantly. The once foul-smelling buses have been replaced by clean, eco-friendly ones. Thank you, National Infrastructure and Technological Development. Thanks, Luo. I successfully picked up Professor Gu and am now heading to the China Conservatory of Music to practice. Sun, I missed it. I truly wanted to meet Professor Guo. Oh Luo, there will be plenty of opportunities when you return to Kyoto, no need to rush. Sun, yes. Looking forward to it. Gong Sun then sent a photograph, a snapshot of herself with her grandparents. They appeared vigorous, smiling brightly at the camera. Their eyes filled with affection and adoration for their granddaughter, whom they once feared they might lose but had now regained. This reminded Jiang Luo of his own family, who had perished in the car accident. If they were still alive, they too would surely look at him with such warmth. How delightful. Jiang Luo and Gong Sun chatted back and forth, their conversation reminiscent of the summer days in high school. Gong Sun had once asked a classmate to covertly pass notes to Jiang Luo, challenging him to a piano duel. In those days, there were no instant messaging apps or smartphones, only the simple joys of youth. The classrooms lacked air conditioning. Only fans stirred the stifling air filled with the scent of sweat, yet these memories became indelible imprints in many lives. Some stories can only be truly understood by those who lived through that era: the cicadas, the playground, the flamboyant trees, the national flag, military training, and the unforgettable white moonlight in their memories. Jiang Luo refrained from sharing the events that had transpired at the Liu group that day with Gong Sun. Resolving those matters was his responsibility as a man. He would not allow Gong Sun to be entangled in his troubles. After all, this was a predicament of his own making. The car arrived at the China Conservatory of Music. Gu Yue slowly opened her eyes and exited the vehicle. She feigned sleep. Even though Jiang Luo remained silent, merely gazing at her phone and occasionally breaking into a blissful smile, unnoticed by Gu Yue, who was secretly observing Jiang Luo's subtle movements. The thought of Jiang Luo chatting with Gong Sun, radiating a joy Gu Yue had never witnessed, stirred feelings of discomfort within her. Gu Yue found herself perplexed by this transformation and deeply resented the emotions that seemed to arise inappropriately towards Jiang Luo, a student she had always taken pride in. This sentiment gradually became clearer after her encounters with Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun. Professor Gu, wait for me. Jiang Luo called out as she hurried to assist Gu Yue with her luggage. Upon reaching Gu Yue's side, Jiang Luo cautiously glanced at her face, noting her displeasure, which made her feel a pang of anxiety. Professor Gu must still be upset. Sigh. Surely it was because Jiang Luo had not practiced diligently the previous day and had gone out with Gong Sun to attend a comic convention. At this point, no amount of apologies would suffice. Jiang Luo could only aim to win back Gu Yue's expectations and trust through her improved piano performance. Though the teacher and student walked side by side, their thoughts seemed to drift into the cosmos, entirely out of sync and lacking the previous warmth of their musical discussions. Just as Gu Yue and Jiang Luo entered the practice building where the piano was located, they were greeted by two familiar figures: Professor Gu, Senior Jiang Luo. It was Feng Xiao and Qin Xuanxuan. Jiang Luo, contemplating how to ease the suffocating atmosphere with Gu Yue, felt relieved upon seeing the two acquaintances and greeted them warmly. What brings you both here? We just finished practicing and came down from upstairs. What a coincidence to run into you two here. Feng Xiao replied enthusiastically, while Qin Xuanxuan appeared preoccupied, speaking little. Noticing Qin Xuanxuan's unusual demeanor, Jiang Luo expressed her concern. Are you okay, Qin? I'm fine. Qin Xuanxuan managed a strained smile. Feng Xiao, aware of Qin Xuanxuan's preoccupation with Gong Sun, quickly interjected, Professor Gu, Senior Jiang Luo, you must be heading to practice, right? We won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave. Do you have time now? Gu Yue suddenly addressed Feng Xiao and Qin Xuanxuan. I have a class, Sun. But you, today, have no classes, right? Gu Yue turned to Qin Xuanxuan. Then come over and help me check Jiang Luo's practice situation. Qin Xuanxuan paused momentarily. Professor Gu, should I go too? I inquired with the relevant staff during my recent business trip, and it seems the piano examination has undergone certain reforms. If one can achieve good rankings in duo or ensemble performances, it can enhance their weightage. Jiang Luo, are you comfortable playing with others now? Gu Yue vaguely deduced that the reason Jiang Luo had previously refused to collaborate with others during her university years opting to play solo stemmed from her fixation on Gong Sun. Now that Gong Sun had returned, that fixation had dissipated, leaving Jiang Luo with no reason to decline playing with others. The beauty of a piano solo, regardless of the technical prowess exhibited, can often seem insipid. It is only through the harmonious interplay of instruments that the true allure of music can be revealed. Of course, this presupposes that the individual accompanying Jiang Luo possesses the capability to keep pace with her extraordinary musical talent. As a professor, Gu Yaowei is unable to assist Jiang Luo in her participation in piano competitions and grading examinations. Therefore, Gu Yaowei must select one or two suitable partners for Jiang Luo to collaborate with. Qin Xuan, a rare violin prodigy, had previously garnered significant attention during their trio performance, which trended on social media and received widespread acclaim, highlighting their remarkable synergy. Notably, that was the first time Jiang Luo and Qin Xuan had performed together. With some additional practice, their collaboration promises to deliver a splendid performance. These thoughts had already been considered by Gu Yaowei before their return. Jiang Luo hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. No problem. It's just that I wonder if Junior Qin might find it too challenging. Chapter 77. If it were Gong Sun, she could undoubtedly do better than I. Do not feel burdened. Qin Xuan clenched her small fists, summoning her courage, her eyes shimmering as she spoke. Senior Jiang Luo, Professor Gu, I am not the least bit troubled. To perform alongside Senior Jiang Luo is my dream. No matter what happens, having this opportunity, I will persist. I am truly delighted. What Gu Yaowei pondered, Qin Xuan mirrored in her thoughts, with even greater conviction. Upon witnessing the sight of Gong Sun and Jiang Luo together, Qin Xuan realized that her little schemes had been completely shattered, leaving not a fragment behind. When Gong Sun was absent, Qin Xuan could still attract Jiang Luo's gaze through her imitation of Gong Sun. But now that Gong Sun had returned, where was there room in Jiang Luo's eyes for any other woman? Even as a substitute, Qin Xuan longed to perform with Jiang Luo. This was the pinnacle of her aspirations as a violinist. With the dream of making Jiang Luo her accompanist, Qin Xuan arrived at the Huaxia Music Academy, following in Jiang Luo's footsteps. After much effort to encounter Jiang Luo and seize this chance, how could Qin Xuan possibly give up? Absolutely not. Gazing at the girl before him, adorned with wine-red hair and eyes brimming with admiration for Jiang Luo, he smiled gently. Then I shall rely on you, Junior Qin. Qin Xuan, if your resonance with Jiang Luo is strong, you may participate in the competition together, which will greatly benefit your evaluation. With your talent, should you achieve further accomplishments, perhaps the opportunity for studying abroad at St. Boulogne Music Academy will fall into your hands in your senior year. Of course, as a professor at Huaxia Music Academy, your mentor, I will devote myself to teaching you both, without any selfish motives. Gu Yaowei was not merely painting grand visions for Qin Xuan. She spoke words of genuine truth. Qin Xuan was a key focus for cultivation within Huaxia Music Academy. A true violin prodigy, Jiang Luo's return to Huaxia Music Academy, under Gu Yaowei's guidance in piano practice and rejoining competitions, had been met with unimpeded support from the leaders, who were concerned that Jiang Luo's practice might be disrupted. They even established rules prohibiting students from gathering to watch him practice to avoid unnecessary commotion. True genius is recognized and cherished, nurtured with care. Should one truly rise to become a world-class musician, it would not only bring glory to the mentor, but also to the nation and the academy. Yes, Professor Gu, I will strive to keep pace with Senior Jiang Luo. I will not slacken my efforts. Qin Xuan was fully aware of how rare this opportunity was. Attaining the qualification for studying abroad at St. Boulogne Music Academy was the dream of countless music students, and more crucially, to perform alongside Senior Jiang Luo. Stepping onto the competition stage to fulfill Qin Xuan's dream, she had to consider that this was her one and only chance in this lifetime, and she must give her all. In the music classroom, Jiang Luo played the black and white piano keys while Qin Xuan drew the bow across her violin. They were performing the historically renowned piece, Pachelbel's Canon in D. The gentle breeze caresses the treetops outside the window, carrying with it the coolness and warmth of early autumn. As the curtains flutter, the sun pours in, casting dappled shadows that intermittently dance upon the two performers. The golden rays envelop the room, draping Jiang Luo and Qin Xuan, who are immersed in their duet, in a veil of ethereal beauty. Jiang Luo closes his eyes, his fingertips becoming agile dancers that leap and whirl across the contrasting black and white keys of the piano. Each touch unleashes a cascade of magnificent and moving notes. Qin Xuan, with her eyes wide open, gazes at Jiang Luo's profile, drawing her bow across the violin with a lingering tenderness. As the notes they create collide and intertwine in the air. Throughout this process, Jiang Luo's piano leads the way, perfectly guiding Qin Xuan into a world where she need not think, only follow the rhythm he sets. Akin to two emotionally rich rivers ultimately converging into a vast and resplendent ocean, Liu Yue curated several pieces for Jiang Luo and Qin Xuan to perform together. During the entire process, Liu Yue squinted her eyes, momentarily speechless. Jiang Luo's playing had gained an added depth compared to before, reminiscent of a reunion with Gong Sun. Stirring within Jiang Luo emotions that had long been dormant, now conveyed with greater poignancy through the piano to every listener's heart. In summary, Jiang Luo's piano had become even more enchanting, so masterful that Liu Yue found herself at a loss for critique, momentarily bereft of her role as a professor. In contrast, the prodigious violinist Qin Xuan seemed less prominent amidst Jiang Luo's piano melodies. She needed no contemplation, simply following Jiang Luo's music and rhythm, ensuring a nearly flawless performance for the audience. Such talent is truly daunting. Jiang Luo undoubtedly embodies the genius that Liu Yue recognizes, with such spirit and ability. It is only a matter of time before the world is captivated by his piano. Professor Gu? Professor Gu. Jiang Luo called several times before rousing her from her reverie. What is it? Jiang Luo smiled gently. Professor Gu, we have finished performing the pieces you designated. How was it? Liu Yue pressed her lips together. It was perfect. I cannot find any faults. If you maintain this state, I believe you will excel in any domestic competition, big or small. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Senior Jiang Luo is truly remarkable. I hardly have to think. I just follow his rhythm. The notion of catching up with Jiang Luo was far too extravagant for Qin Xuan. As Jiang Luo's violinist, she felt no need to entertain such thoughts. She merely needed to align with his pace and rhythm. No, it is not like that. Qin Xuan bit her lip. If it were Gong Sun, she would not be in such a position. They would be equally matched in their duet, competing even on the same stage. Even in Jiang Luo's most gifted piano performances, Gong Sun's interpretations would be equally compelling, imbued with spontaneity and freedom. She would not shy away. Instead, she harbored a desire to ascend to greater heights alongside Jiang Luo. The piano is not the instrument that Gong Sun is most adept at, a fact that Qin Xuan is acutely aware of. However, Gong Sun's multifaceted musical talent is simply too dazzling, and during her high school years, Qin Xuan became so engrossed in the piano that she neglected other instruments. Let's raise the level a bit and play Tambourine Chinois, Op. 3. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xuan finally mustered the courage to speak. Professor Gu, Senior Jiang, I have a rather audacious proposal. May I? Jiang Luo nodded. Go ahead, Qin Xuan. This time, I do not intend to merely follow Senior Jiang's rhythm. I wish to experiment with the notes he produces to create a collision of melodies. I am fully aware that this request is rather presumptuous, as Senior Jiang's piano skills far exceed my own. I fear that my attempt may disrupt his tempo and fail to yield a better stage effect. Yet, as a violinist, I possess a sense of dignity. Any proficient violinist could follow Senior Jiang's lead, but I refuse to be relegated to such a role. I yearn to prove my worth, to become Senior Jiang's violinist, just as Gong Sun and Jiang Luo once performed together. That is the effect I long to present. With newfound courage, her gaze fervent, Qin Xuan bowed her head toward Jiang Luo and Gu Yue. Please, Professor Gu, Senior Jiang, allow me this chance. If I do not take this opportunity, I will truly be unsatisfied. Chapter 78. Liu Ruyan, am I regretting it? Additional update, gazing at the earnest, wine-red-haired girl before her, who humbly pleaded to compete with Jiang Luo in a melodic duet. Liu Ruyan almost believed that Qin Xuan had known Jiang Luo and Gong Sun since their high school days. The request articulated by Qin Xuan mirrored that of Gong Sun during their own youth. However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed implausible. Qin Xuan was merely a freshman at the Huaxia Music Academy, considerably younger than Jiang Luo and Gong Sun. It was inconceivable that she could have acquainted herself with them earlier, had there been such a prodigious violinist like Qin Xuan during their high school years. Jiang Luo would certainly have retained some memory of her. Moreover, with Gong Sun's temperament and pride, she would never humbly ask for assistance. Rather, she would assertively declare that they would perform a duet, confidently promising Jiang Luo an extraordinary piano experience that would not disappoint. In those days, Gong Sun boldly approached the podium in front of their classmates, pointing to Jiang Luo, seated in a corner by the window. and exuding a radiant confidence that captivated Jiang Luo's attention, transforming into an unforgettable memory for him. In high school, Gong Sun was a figure of redemption for Jiang Luo, an exquisitely confident girl who resonated deeply with him through their shared passion for the piano. Undeniably a beacon of light in his life. The mere thought of Gong Sun invoked a subtle smile at the corners of Jiang Luo's lips. Once again, thoughts of Gong Sun emerged. This time, there would be no one to serve as her substitute. Gong Sun had returned to Kyoto, now by Jiang Luo's side. Even though Qin Xuan shared a similar hair color and name reminiscent of Gong Sun, she was ultimately a distinct individual. Gong Sun was even more self-assured, and indeed, far stronger. Junior Qin, your aspirations are commendable. What do you think, Professor Gu? As a senior, Jiang Luo felt it necessary to encourage Qin Xuan's desire to challenge herself while also consulting Gu Yue's opinion. It was the practice phase, and certainly worth exploring. However, he felt compelled to preface his advice. Although I haven't touched a piano in 3 years, the skills and intuition I once possessed remain sharp. Honed into an unparalleled weapon unique to me. You are still quite young, and despite your talent, you are far from being able to rival me. You will inevitably face obstacles, and I shall not squander too much time on such matters. I hope you understand my meaning. Qin Xuan nodded earnestly. I understand. Professor Gu, if I hinder Senior Jiang Luo, I will choose to step aside. Then let us commence. As night deepened, Liu Ruyan returned to her private villa in Ziyun Mountain. Mr. Liu, you have returned? Dinner is prepared. Uncle Li hurried forward, noticing the troubled expression on Liu Ruyan's face, causing his heart to sink. Is Jiang Luo still not back? Liu Ruyan asked a question to which she already knew the answer, yet she remained hopeful, still wishing to inquire further. Mr. Jiang has not returned. General Liu, perhaps you should partake in some food. Your complexion appears rather poor. You hardly consumed anything last night, and did Mr. Jiang bring you breakfast this morning? I lack an appetite and do not wish to eat. I am fatigued and will retreat to my room for a while. Upon receiving the anticipated response, Liu Ruyan's interest waned instantly. All she desired was to return to her chamber and collapse onto her bed for a restful slumber. Even though her stomach grumbled from hunger, the thought of eating did not cross Liu Ruyan's mind. If it were not for the dishes prepared by Jiang Luo, and if Jiang Luo were not present to accompany her, she simply had no desire to eat. General Liu, you really ought to eat something. At this rate, your health will deteriorate. Uncle Li, unable to suppress his concern for Liu Ruyan, positioned himself before her and earnestly pleaded. As the steward who had attended to Liu Ruyan for many years, he understood that this proud and aloof woman was not as resilient as she appeared. Yet, he never expected Liu Ruyan to become so fragile, simply due to Jiang Luo's absence during mealtime. This was utterly illogical. Uncle Li, I have already stated that I have no appetite and cannot eat. Do you not comprehend? Liu Ruyan replied with a hint of impatience. At this moment, all she yearned for was a restful sleep. The mere thought of food made her feel nauseous, and she had no desire to even touch it. General Liu, you have chosen Mr. Jiang. He will inevitably leave. Why must you endure this? Mr. Jiang has his own life. He cannot always care for you. You should liberate yourself from his care and avoid such self-destructive behavior, for it will only cause those who truly care for you to worry. Faced with Uncle Li's heartfelt counsel, Liu Ruyan understood. She comprehended everything. She had believed she could be nonchalant, even feeling relieved when witnessing Jiang Luo willingly let go to facilitate her departure. Yet, when confronted with reality, Liu Ruyan found herself utterly perplexed. She could not fathom why her heart felt so bitter. The man she loved was clearly Jiang Xinqing. Yet upon hearing Jiang Luo claim that Gong Sun was more significant than Liu Ruyan and that he needed to provide her with security, leading him to depart from Liu Ruyan, her heart ached with unbearable bitterness, and she found it intolerable. Uncle Li, have I made the wrong choice? I have come to realize that I may not be so infatuated with the Cheng. The thought of Jiang Luo disappearing entirely from my life, with no companionship or care from him, fills my heart with sorrow, nearly sapping my strength. Today at the office, I heard Jiang Luo express his intent to leave, to provide security for another woman, and in that instant, I felt stripped of all my energy. What is happening to me? The one I love is undeniably a Qing. So why do I feel so reluctant to part with Jiang Luo? Why do I not want him to leave my side at all? General Liu, have you truly considered this thoroughly? Perhaps your perceived affection for Mr. Jiang is merely a lingering resentment over his departure years ago, a matter of pride at play. As for Mr. Jiang, he has selflessly cared for you over the past 3 years, attending to your needs with unwavering dedication, earning not only our respect, but also that of the Liu family, including yourself. You are the one who should truly appreciate how well Mr. Jiang has treated you. Dear ones, an additional update is presented to you. I kindly request your encouragement for further updates and your generous 5-star reviews. Gifts are most welcome. And the more you bestow, the more will be shared. Chapter 79. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Listening to Uncle Li's earnest counsel, Liu Ruyan felt a stir of emotions. Was everyone truly in such agreement about Jiang Luo? We have long recognized Mr. Jiang, and many believe he is indeed the most suitable person for you. Although Mr. Jiang's background pales in comparison to Mr. Jiang's, he genuinely cares for your well-being. Liu, with your talents, family background, and connections, a powerful alliance is certainly advantageous. However, having someone who sincerely treats you with care is of utmost importance. You manage the external affairs while Mr. Jiang takes care of the internal matters. What a coveted familial dynamic that is. As for Mr. Jiang, we once thought him to be your ideal partner, yet the disillusionment from 3 years ago was utterly devastating. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Mr. Jiang has never uttered a word of complaint during your most challenging moments. Do you not truly feel this, Liu? Having spoken his mind, Uncle Li decided to lay everything bare. This was not merely the perspective of a steward, but rather the heartfelt advice of an elder, drawing from his own thoughts and experiences. If Liu Ruyan remained indecisive, she might regret it for a lifetime. Uncle Li's words struck Liu Ruyan profoundly. Reflecting on her past, the sweet innocence of her first love with Jiang Xinqing and the tender companionship with Jiang Luo over the past 3 years, her heart was in turmoil, and she increasingly found it difficult to discern what she truly desired. Liu, perhaps you should eat something first. Your health is paramount. Even if you wish to clarify your heart, you must have the energy to do so. After much persuasion from Uncle Li, Liu Ruyan finally consented to have a bite to eat. As Uncle Li had pointed out, to gain clarity in her heart, she needed to replenish her strength. Her mind had become a muddled mess, rendering her incapable of thoughtful deliberation. Seeing Liu Ruyan at last willing to eat brought Uncle Li immense joy, and he quickly made arrangements. Seated at the dining table, Liu Ruyan gazed at the exquisitely crafted dishes prepared by a Michelin-starred chef, all made using the recipes provided by Jiang Luo, arranged to resemble true works of art. Once dismissed by these proud chefs as mere home-cooked recipes, Jiang Luo's culinary creations were now the means to win Liu Ruyan's favor. How unpredictable life can be. Liu Ruyan picked up a spoonful of beef fried rice and savored it. Though it lacked Jiang Luo's unique flavor, she forced herself to eat, considering her current condition. The chef and Uncle Li were nearly brought to tears with joy. This was the first time that Liu Ruyan had eaten something not prepared by Jiang Luo. She did not consume much, but at least she met the basic requirement for sustenance. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Jiang Xinqing, Liu Ruyan hesitated for a considerable time. Her feelings for Jiang Xinqing were now utterly unclear to her. Even upon re-encountering him, the idealized illusion she had harbored had shattered, and her dependence on him had significantly diminished. Liu Ruyan began to feel regret. Was it truly right or wrong to choose to dissolve her contract with Jiang Luo for Jiang Xinqing, thereby pushing Jiang Luo into the arms of another woman? Once the emotion of regret takes root, the answer often reveals itself indirectly. It is akin to making a choice based on the flip of a coin. In the moment the coin spins in the air, the answer already surfaces deep within one's heart, revealing the side one secretly wishes to see. However, Liu Ruyan had yet to realize this truth. She had paid a considerable price by losing Jiang Luo and choosing Jiang Xinqing, a decision she believed to be well considered. Jiang Xinqing and Liu Ruyan shared a blissful past, and he had once saved Liu Piaosu's life, prompting Liu Ruyan to promise him that she would give him a chance out of gratitude for that life-saving act. She did not wish to be a person of empty words. With this in mind, Liu Ruyan pressed the answer button. Chung, what is the matter? Yin. It's been so long since we've seen each other. I haven't dared to message or call you. These days have felt like years. I miss you so much that it's driving me mad. I truly couldn't hold back. Am I disturbing you? Jiang Xinqing opened with a string of cheesy lines, hoping to evoke Liu Ruyan's sympathy, lowering himself to appeal to her. Liu Ruyan pressed her lips together. It's not a disturbance, Chung. I promise to give you a chance in light of Piaosu's life-saving grace. And I will keep my word. You need not take it to heart. Then, Yin, when can we meet? Just to talk, that's all I ask. I don't dare to wish for more. I miss you terribly. Not seeing you is driving me to madness. I've been quite busy, Chung, as you know. I must prepare for the Liu family to accept us again, and there's much work to be done. If you truly care about our future, Please be patient during this time. I understand. Jiang Luo silently clenched his teeth. It was the same old rhetoric again. Did Liu Ruyan really consider herself a fool? He was tired of such tactics. If Liu Ruyan truly loved him as she claimed, how could she endure the torment of separation? Even he, who had undergone 3 years of transformation, could not bear it. He desperately wanted to see Liu Ruyan. Yin, I don't wish for much. Just a moment to speak with you, please. I've been dreaming of us attending university together. Of our joyful times at the beach, how blissful it was. Jiang Luo attempted to play the emotional card. Unfortunately, Liu Ruyan was in no mood to reminisce. Listening to those sweet memories, her heart was now as calm as still water. It would be inaccurate to say she felt nothing. Rather, compared to the solitary nostalgia she experienced after losing Jiang Luo, these memories seemed less significant than she had once imagined. At this moment, Liu Ruyan craved solitude to reflect on the matters concerning Jiang Luo and Jiang Luo. Instead of listening to Jiang Luo discuss topics that had lost their relevance for her. To this end, Liu Ruyan signaled to Uncle Li with a glance. For many years, Li Shu understood the meaning behind a single glance from Liu Ruyan. He secretly favored Jiang Luo over the treacherous Jiang Xinqing, who had betrayed Liu Ruyan. He hastily spoke up. Ms. Liu, someone is looking for you. Ah Cheng, let us discuss this later. I have someone here. Yin, wait. I want to ask you something. The person you mentioned, is it Jiang Luo? Jiang Xinqing inquired just before Liu Ruyan ended the call. Despite Jiang Xinqing's considerable sacrifices to force Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan into divorce, achieving his goal, the fact that they remained living under the same roof gnawed at his heart, a deeply embedded thorn that he could not extract. The thought of his beloved residing with that useless Jiang Luo, and for 3 years more, still sharing the same living space, was unbearable. Liu Ruyan even had the audacity to present a blatant justification, claiming she needed Jiang Luo's assistance to garner support from the Liu family for their reconciliation. Such reasoning was intolerable. As Jiang Luo aptly put it, any man who could endure such a situation and remain passive would be devoid of true love for the woman, willingly sharing her with another man. Jiang Luo has moved out. He declared that he would never return to this home. Ah Cheng, are you satisfied with this outcome? Chapter 80. How many times must you betray me before I accept it willingly? It is better not to mention this matter, for the mere thought of it sends pangs of anguish through Liu Ruyan's heart, nearly suffocating her. Her resentment towards Jiang Xinqing deepens. If it were not for him, she would never have divorced Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo would not have left this home. Jiang Luo has moved out? Jiang Xinqing could hardly conceal his delight. Yet, Yin, did you not sign an agreement with him, vowing to remain in the house until we reconcile? Why question it further? Is not Jiang Luo's departure what you desired? Liu Ruyan's tone became increasingly harsh. Jiang Xinqing understood that she still harbored resentment towards him for having sought out Jiang Luo and coerced her into divorce, which left Liu Ruyan feeling isolated. He acknowledged his wrongdoing in this regard. However, the fact that he had compelled Jiang Luo to leave Liu Ruyan's side once more was simply splendid. He felt no remorse whatsoever. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Liu Ruyan did not exclusively belong to him. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had swayed towards Jiang Luo. Yin. From this day forth, with me by your side, you shall no longer need Jiang Luo. I shall fulfill my duties as a man and care for you diligently, ensuring you suffer not a shred of harm. Jiang Xinqing vowed earnestly. Liu Ruyan could discern the sincerity in his words, and her anger diminished slightly as she replied. Let us see how you perform. Initially, she had intended to utter more scathing remarks. Could you truly achieve what Jiang Luo did? For instance, if something were to happen to Liu Ruyan and she were to become disabled once more, would Jiang Xinqing not turn away just as he did 3 years ago, abandoning her as a burden? Jiang Luo would never have acted so. Not to mention, Jiang Luo had meticulously cared for her for 3 years, and she had grown accustomed to his attentive nurturing. She could scarcely eat anything prepared by even a Michelin-starred chef in her own home. What could Jiang Xinqing possibly do about that? After ending the call, Liu Ruyan felt a profound longing for Jiang Luo. Contemplating the rift she had created today, she feared that if Jiang Luo truly upheld his promise to her father, he might vanish entirely from her life. What then? Liu Ruyan bit her lip, struggling to suppress her emotions. Ultimately, she picked up her phone and sent Jiang Luo a message. Jiang Luo, I am truly sorry for today. I lost my composure. Now that I have calmed down, I wish to apologize. Since Jiang Xinqing's return to Kyoto, she had uttered the words I am sorry to Jiang Luo countless times. Before Jiang Xinqing's arrival, she and Jiang Luo had maintained a harmonious relationship, akin to a model couple in the eyes of outsiders. Liu Ruyan's heart was filled with regret. After sending the message, she awaited a reply with an impatience that rendered each second an eternity. Jiang Luo remained silent. Liu Ruyan frequently glanced at her phone, gently biting her lip. Why had he not responded? Was he simply too busy? Or had he seen her message and chosen to ignore her apology? Where was he now? Who was he with? Gu Yaowei or Gong Sun? An overwhelming torrent of thoughts tangled within her mind. Uncle Li discerned the situation and lightly cleared his throat, saying, Mr. Liu, if you wish to contact Mr. Jiang, it might be prudent to give him a call. Liu Ruyan glanced once more at her phone. Jiang Luo had yet to respond. Ultimately, she resolved to heed Uncle Li's suggestion and call Jiang Luo to offer her apologies in person. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo had chosen a private kitchen to prepare dinner for Qin Sun and Gu Yaowei as a gesture of gratitude. As for the apartment, with Gong Sun now residing there, Jiang Luo could no longer bring anyone over casually, respecting the privacy of others. As dinner was ready, Jiang Luo meticulously arranged the delectable dishes onto the dining table. Each plate was a feast for the senses, enticing and aromatic, stirring one's appetite. Qin Sun bashfully spoke up, Senior Jiang Luo, you've gone through so much trouble. Not at all. After all, we all need to eat dinner, he replied. Professor Gu, Junior Qin, please, do sample my culinary skills. Certainly, Gu Yaowei said without hesitation, picking up her chopsticks to savor a piece of braised fish. After tasting, she nodded in approval. Indeed, quite delightful. She felt quite famished. Having left Kyoto for several days, she had missed Jiang Luo's cooking immensely. Was there some enchantment in his dishes? They appeared to be mere home-cooked meals, yet the flavor was astonishingly distinct. Qin Sun, however, hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Her gaze filled with self-reproach. Noticing her reluctance, Jiang Luo took the initiative to speak. Junior Qin, do you find my cooking unpalatable? No, Senior Jiang Luo. Please don't misunderstand. Your dishes are the finest I have ever tasted. I was merely reflecting on our collaboration this afternoon, which was riddled with errors. I feel quite ashamed. At this, Qin Sun lowered her eyes, her fists clenched in frustration. She considered herself a prodigy on the violin, never slacking in her practice. Yet she had been subtly affected by the judgments of those around her. Deep down, Qin Sun held a profound confidence in her violin skills. Honed through competition and the feedback of others, believing she could match Jiang Luo's prowess, presenting a flawless performance akin to Gong Sun. However, this time, Qin Sun realized her grave misjudgment. She was utterly mistaken. Even with a different instrument, she was unable to achieve the perfect stage effect alongside Jiang Luo. Just how formidable was Gong Sun's talent? She played not the violin, but the piano, and in her dual performance, Gong Sun matched Jiang Luo's brilliance. Not merely following his rhythm like a machine. It was the explosive synergy of two musical geniuses that captivated the audience, creating an enduring legend at that high school. Qin Sun had initially believed she could emulate Gong Sun. Now, the harsh reality lay before her. She could not compare to Gong Sun. If Gong Sun could excel with the piano, she would undoubtedly surpass with other instruments. The brevity of her first attempt was inevitable. Had she been able to immediately synchronize with Jiang Luo's tempo, I would confidently assert that a study abroad opportunity at St. Boulogne Music Academy was destined for her alone. Gu Yaowei fully acknowledged Qin Xuan's talent, stating that with a bit more practice, the results would soon become evident. Qin Xuan, although I may not afford you ample time, I will not dismiss your potential based on a single afternoon's misstep. Should Qin Xuan truly struggle to keep pace with Jiang Luo, Gu Yaowei would not hesitate to cease investing time. However, having relaxed her stance, Gu Yaowei discerned progress. After an afternoon of rigorous practice, Qin Xuan was gradually improving. There was indeed hope. Thank you, Professor Gu, and to Senior Jiang Luo for granting me this opportunity. I shall strive earnestly. Qin Xuan recognized the gap between herself and Gong Sun, yet she refused to succumb to discouragement. She was still young and had ample opportunities ahead. One day, she aspired to perform a flawless duet alongside Jiang Luo, much like Gong Sun. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo and his companions, engrossed in their meal and discussions about music, remained oblivious to the messages sent by Liu Ruyan until her call interrupted them. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan's name on the caller ID, Jiang Luo furrowed his brow imperceptibly and stepped outside to answer. What is it? Jiang Luo, did you not see the message I sent you? I was busy asking Professor Gu to dine with Qin Xuan, and didn't he notice your message until now? Upon hearing that Jiang Luo was with other girls, Liu Ruyan found herself overwhelmed by a surge of jealousy. One Gong Sun already overshadowed her, And now there were also Gu Yue and Qin Xuanchuan. Jiang Luo, how many women do you intend to surround yourself with? And how many times will you make me wear the green hat before you are satisfied? Chapter 81. Had I known this, why bother in the first place reflecting upon Uncle Li's counsel and today's heartlessness displayed by Jiang Luo? Liu Ruyan felt compelled to suppress the torrent of negative emotions surging within her. Jiang Luo, I merely wish to convey one word. Sorry. It seems I lost my composure before you today, and I am at a loss as to why I have become this way. Hearing you say that Gong Sun is more significant than I am, I perhaps felt a twinge of jealousy regarding Gong Sun's position in your heart, which compelled me to utter such harsh words. Now that I have calmed down, I believe it essential to clarify things with you over the phone. Jiang Luo paused momentarily, genuinely taken aback by Liu Ruyan's humble tone of apology. Given her contrition, he saw no reason to continue the quarrel. Yes, I understand, but Ruyan, what I told you today is the truth. You should think carefully about it. For the sake of Gong Sun. Jiang Luo could not remain by Liu Ruyan's side any longer. Fortunately, Liu Ruyan had already resolved to reconcile with Jiang Xinqing, with him around. She would not need to exert herself much and could depart without trepidation. With a hint of bitterness, Liu Ruyan inquired, Are you moving out to live with Gong Sun? Jiang Luo pressed his lips together. Whom I choose to live with is my private matter. I apologize, Ruyan, but I cannot divulge that information. Jiang Luo, regardless of everything. We have been contractually married for 3 years, sharing our lives together. You once regarded me as a friend and benefactor. Am I not entitled to ask you a simple question? How do you truly perceive me, Liu Ruyan? Or are you merely afraid I might intrude upon your life? Why complicate matters so, Ruyan? Just as I do not pry into your relationship with Jiang Xinqing, my situation with Gong Sun is a personal affair. Is it not normal for me to wish to remain silent? Sensing Jiang Luo was on the verge of losing control, Liu Ruyan, unwilling to repeat the earlier scene of losing her temper and engaging in a hysterical argument, sought to redirect the conversation. Very well, I respect your privacy, Jiang Luo. I shall refrain from inquiring further. Jiang Luo, I will still honor my promise of 5 million and a piano. Consider it my apology to you. Tomorrow, could you continue preparing my meals? I still require time to wean myself off your cooking. As a princess of a prominent family, Liu Ruyan understood that mere words could not compare to the profound impact of tangible benefits. Jiang Luo, a pianist, undoubtedly yearned for the exquisite 1786 Steinway piano. Gong Sun's standing in Jiang Luo's heart had surpassed her own. Without proving her worth, she risked drifting further away from him. I will prepare an extra serving if I have time and send it with someone. I will notify you in advance. All right, Jiang Luo. Ruyan. I still need to discuss the competition with Professor Gu. Let us talk more another time. With that, Jiang Luo abruptly ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. As the beeping sound echoed on the other end, Liu Ruyan tightened her grip on her phone, her eyes flashing with undeniable pain. Ms. Liu, are you all right? Observing Liu Ruyan's demeanor, Uncle Li discerned that the negotiations with Jiang Luo had not been amicable. At that moment, he could only sigh inwardly. From Uncle Li's perspective, Liu Ruyan had gradually come to realize Jiang Luo's significance in her life. Had she known this earlier, would things have been different? I am fine. No. I am splendid. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, transforming once more into the aloof and noble heiress. No matter the circumstances, she must not reveal any sign of vulnerability before her subordinates, for such a display would only signify her incompetence. As Liu Ruyan ascended the stairs, she found herself drawn to the piano room, meticulously arranged for Jiang Luo. Pushing open the wooden door felt akin to traversing a temporal tunnel, transporting her back to that enchanting night. The air still held a faint fragrance, and the echoes of melodies lingered. Her gaze fell upon the 1786 Steinway piano positioned at the center, and her thoughts drifted to that evening when Jiang Luo had played for her. His long, fair fingers danced upon the black and white keys, conjuring a resplendent symphony reminiscent of flowing water. Moonlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting dappled shadows upon Jiang Luo, intertwining with the room's gentle illumination. His image materialized in Liu Ruyan's mind. Sharp profile, strikingly handsome, the intensity in his eyes as he played, the slight curve of his lips, and the strands of hair that swayed lightly with the movement of his fingers. She had never encountered a pianist so noble, captivating, and exceptionally gifted. At the moment Jiang Luo engaged with the piano, silence enveloped the world. Even the moonlight became a mere accessory to him. The notes he played weaving a dreamscape for the listeners. Jiang Luo's allure transcended mere appearance. It emanated an artistic essence from within. Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan whispered his name, taking slow steps toward the piano. Her fingertips brushed against the cool black and white keys, as if she could feel the lingering warmth of his touch and the depth of his concentration and affection while playing. Beautiful memories surged forth like an irresistible tide. Although Jiang Luo and Liu Ruyan had visited this piano room only once, it had left an indelible mark that would last a lifetime. Would Jiang Luo return to this place? Closing her eyes, Liu Ruyan seated herself at the piano, attempting to touch the keys. Yearning to reconnect with Jiang Luo's spirit through the music, the pianist who belonged solely to her, performing for her as an audience on that unforgettable night. Chapter 82. Your thoughts are of no concern to me. The Moonlight, Romeo and Juliet, canon. The melodies that Jiang Luo once played on this very piano for Liu Ruyan reverberated once more in the room. Previously, it was a duet between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Luo. Now, however, it was Liu Ruyan alone, striving to recall the piano techniques long forsaken. Her fingers danced upon the black and white keys, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not replicate the essence that Jiang Luo infused into his music. In this moment, Liu Ruyan deeply realized the extent of her misunderstanding of Jiang Luo. How could it be that after 3 years together, she remained oblivious to his extraordinary talent as a pianist? Jiang Luo's performances of Moonlight, Canon, and Mozart were able to transport listeners into another realm, captivating them with an innate gift that could not merely be compensated for by diligent practice. Ultimately, Liu Ruyan could play no longer, her hands striking the keys in frustration. Boom. Uncle Li, down below, faintly heard the music inside. If he had been uncertain before, he was now 100% convinced. After Jiang Luo's departure, Liu Ruyan truly regretted her actions. Uncle Li had repeatedly advised her to reflect carefully, fearing such a situation might arise. Once the feelings of regret took root and Jiang Luo drifted further away, there would be no chance for redemption. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Jiang Luo and his companions parted ways. Jiang Luo, residing in the Baiswan community with Qin Xuan, hailed a cab. You live in the same community? Indeed. Junior Su also rents in the Baiswan community in Building 23. Oh. Gu Yue felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, but suppressed it and took a cab back to her private villa in Ziyun Mountain. In the car, Qin Xuan glanced at Jiang Luo's profile several times, hesitating to speak. Jiang Luo, oblivious to her attention, was engaged in a light-hearted exchange with Gong Sun, sending playful messages. Luo, how's my culinary skill tonight? Is it impressive? Accompanied by a picture of his culinary creation. Sun, stop boasting. My grandparents' cooking is truly the best. Accompanied by a picture of a lavish feast. Luo, indeed. They must cook the most delectable dishes. The colors, aroma, and flavor are all exquisite. I would love to taste it. But I hope my culinary skills hold a place in your heart as a second favorite. It is said that to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach, a timeless truth passed down through generations. With years of culinary practice, Jiang Luo felt confident in winning over Gong Sun's heart through her palate. Son, then you'd better perform well. My mom and sister are hopeless in the kitchen. I can at least fry an egg, cook rice, and prepare instant noodles. Once Gong Li returns, the kitchen duties will be yours. Luo, at your service. Son, I'm on my way back to the Baiswan community. Shall we video chat later? Son, all right, I'll message you, and I'll also show you the beautiful scenery of my village. Luo, okay. Qin Xuan wisely chose to remain silent. Watching Jiang Luo enthusiastically send messages, a smile bloomed on her face. Surely, he was indulging in playful banter with Gong Sun. The woman returned into Jiang Luo. Everyone else merely served as a backdrop, ephemeral as the passing clouds. In that moment, Qin Xuan felt an ambiguous mix of admiration, respect, and jealousy towards Gong Sun. Gong Sun was cherished by the world's most exceptional piano virtuoso, their bond so profound that it left no room for a third party. Even Qin Xuan, a prodigy in her own right on the violin, found herself overshadowed in Gong Sun's presence. The crimson locks, the musical genius, even the shared character Sun in their names, only served to highlight her inadequacies. Ultimately, Qin Xuan needed to confront a harsh reality. All her efforts were but a clumsy imitation of Gong Sun. Without Gong Sun, how could Jiang Luo even remember Qin Xuan's existence? It was a bitter pill to swallow, an undeniable frustration, yet utterly powerless to change the situation. Upon arriving at the Swan community, Qin Xuan abruptly exited the vehicle, exclaiming, Jiang Luo, I just remembered something important. I must return. She departed before he could respond. leaving Jiang Luo perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it. Each gifted musician was like a star in the firmament, basking in admiration from countless accolades, sharpening their confidence through victories. This afternoon, after facing numerous setbacks, Qin Xuanxuan's self-esteem must have taken a hit. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely she would be so fragile as to lose faith in playing the violin after a single afternoon of challenges. Jiang Luo mused that perhaps it would be better for Qin Xuanxuan to concede early and join him in pursuing grades. Jiang Luo, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Jiang Luo turned to see Jiang Xinqing, his brow slightly furrowed. What brings you here? I happened to be driving nearby and thought I might encounter you. I intended to call you upon arriving, but serendipitously found you returning. Shall we find a place to talk? About Yin Yin. I have already made my position clear regarding the matters of Ruyan, Mr. Jiang. We are divorced, and your greatest concern has dissipated. Jiang Luo was not inclined to engage in lengthy discussions with Jiang Xinqing. He was eager to return home, wash up, and video chat with Gong Sun. Having finally reconnected with Gong Sun, a day apart felt like an eternity to Jiang Luo. Even amidst a busy schedule of visiting the Lu group and picking up Gu Yue for practice, his thoughts invariably drifted to Gong Sun's visage, longing to be with her every moment. There is always someone who becomes the anchor of your life, wherever she is. That is the warmest refuge in this world for Jiang Luo. I spoke with Yin Yin this evening. She mentioned your intentions to dissolve the contract and leave that home entirely. I sought you specifically for this matter. Jiang Luo, you wouldn't want these personal affairs to fall into the ears of others, would you? This isn't the appropriate place for such discussions, or if you prefer, I can accompany you to your current residence. Faced with Jiang Xinqing's suggestion, Jiang Luo was reluctant to invite him to his current abode, letting out a quiet sigh. It appears that Jiang Xinqing will not relent this time. Nevertheless, now that Jiang Luo has moved out from Liu Ruyan's place, as long as matters are clarified, Jiang Xinqing has no reason to trouble her further. Nearby, there exists a CAF, and I shall grant you merely half an hour. Jiang Xinqing was taken aback by Jiang Luo's audacity to speak in such an impatient tone. However, now that he knows Jiang Luo is in high spirits after her move, he has no intention of quarreling with her. Very well, then, half an hour it is. In the CAF, Jiang Xinqing ordered the Americano that Liu Ruyan favored, while Jiang Luo opted for the chocolate latte beloved by Gong Sun. Observing Jiang Luo's choice, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Xinqing's eyes. Indeed, she was of a lower class, entirely out of sync with the elite circles to which he belonged. Jiang Luo, it seems you do not fancy bitterness, he remarked. Indeed, I prefer sweetness, she replied. Occasionally savoring an Americano can lead one to fall in love with its essence. Ruyan, too, once disliked it but gradually grew fond under my influence. It was I who crafted that Americano myself, using the finest Kopi Luwak beans. In my eyes, only Americano deserves the title of coffee. Everything else pales in comparison, merely qualifying as beverages. Take the latte, for instance, with only a hint of caffeine. It is predominantly milk. How can it be associated with coffee? It offers no invigorating effect and fails to reveal the true essence of coffee. Jiang Xinqing, we have squandered 5 minutes here. If your sole purpose is to debate whether a latte qualifies as coffee, I shall take my leave at once. Jiang Luo, I merely wish to express my thoughts. If you find fault in my perspective, feel free to point it out. There is no need to resort to such harsh tones. Your thoughts are of no concern to me. Chapter 83. My white moonlight has returned. Jiang Luo was not inclined to indulge Jiang Xinqing's lofty rhetoric. The times have changed, you foolish buffoon. Do not assume a superior stance, treating the common folk as mere cattle. I am neither dependent on your wealth nor your resources. Your fortune has not bestowed upon me a single penny, so what airs are you putting on? Jiang Xinqing's expression shifted abruptly. Damn it, Jiang Luo. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? However, recalling that Jiang Luo still served a purpose in assisting him to reconcile with Liu Ruyan, he softened his tone. Apologies, Jiang Luo. I was overly carried away just now. If anything I said offended you, I sincerely apologize. I spoke so freely under the pretense of friendship. 8 minutes have already passed, Mr. Jiang Luo interjected, cutting him off. He had no time to waste watching Jiang Xinqing's theatrics, fully aware of how Jiang Xinqing truly regarded him. If not for the Liu family's acknowledgement, would Jiang Xinqing even bother to seek him out? It was clear he only saw Jiang Luo as a means to an end. This evening, I spoke to Yin Yin, who mentioned you have moved out from her side and intend to terminate the contract. May I inquire about the reasons behind this decision? My white moonlight has returned. What? Jiang Xinqing had imagined countless scenarios, Yet he could not fathom which particular reason led Jiang Luo to distance himself from Liu Ruyan, compelling him to venture the risk of seeking answers from Jiang Luo. If Liu Ruyan discovered he had come to Jiang Luo, she would undoubtedly be furious. Just as you and Liu Ruyan hold significant places in each other's hearts, I too had a girl in high school who occupied a steady position in my heart. Jiang Xinqing, I am aware of your long-standing concerns, but truly, there is no need for such worry. Liu Ruyan has sacrificed so much for you. You should understand how deeply she loves you. As for me, I hold only gratitude and friendship towards Liu Ruyan, nothing more. My heart has room for another girl, and besides her, I cannot accommodate anyone else. With Gongsun's return, Jiang Luo could finally express such sentiments openly. No longer swayed by the currents of concern for Liu Ruyan's feelings or the fear of her potential retaliation. To provide Gongsun with a sense of security and to sever ties with the chaotic past, Jiang Luo understood he must undertake certain risks. There was no need to resolve matters before finding Gongsun. Jiang Luo, are you jesting? Jiang Xinqing looked at him, bewildered. Did Jiang Luo truly perceive himself as a fool? Everyone knew how passionately Jiang Luo loved Liu Ruyan. For 3 years, he had dutifully cared for her, fulfilling every requirement of their contract. Yet, the lengths he went to save Liu Ruyan's eyesight were beyond the contractual obligations. It was precisely this commitment of life that defined love. If Jiang Luo truly had feelings for another woman, how could he possibly risk his life to heal Liu Ruyan? I am not joking. The reason I speak thus is that the woman I cherish has returned to my side, which is why I have chosen to part ways with Liu Ruyan and conclude our contract. Liu Ruyan has already informed me that she can accept my decision to not return home. As long as I continue to assist you in rekindling your relationship with her and gaining the approval of the Liu family, while also preparing her daily meals. I agreed. As the notion of divorce without separation is no longer feasible, henceforth, if you have no significant matters, please refrain from seeking me out. It would be beneficial for both of us. Oh, I am indeed curious to know who this beloved woman of yours is, that you would forsake Yin Yin for her. Jiang Xinqing's tone was still laced with skepticism. Even if Liu Ruyan had been momentarily blinded by her feelings, she remains the daughter of a wealthy family. The president of the Liu Group. Having received the finest education throughout her life, she carries the noble bloodline and has spent years studying abroad. Exuding an aura of confidence within the corporation, complemented by her stunning beauty and physique. All of these attributes serve as irresistibly alluring pheromones for men, perpetually tempting them to transgress. As a foster son, Jiang Luo had spent 3 years in the close company of such an extraordinary woman, providing meticulous care. Who would believe that he would not develop feelings for Liu Ruyan? It is precisely because they are both men that Jiang Xinqing understands the lack of credibility in Jiang Luo's words. This is my private matter. I shall not elaborate further. Believe it or not, it is entirely your choice, Jiang Xinqing. We have never been rivals in love. If I harbored any feelings for Liu Ruyan, I would not allow you to manipulate the situation so easily. I would firmly refuse to divorce, cause a scene at the Liu family, and continue residing with Liu Ruyan. Would that not be preferable? Reflect on this matter yourself. I have explained my reasons. You shall cover the coffee bill. I take my leave. Jiang Luo finished his latte, which had just been served, and departed with a flourish, leaving Jiang Xinqing sitting in contemplation, regardless of whether Jiang Luo was lying. The confirmation that he had indeed left Liu Ruyan's home was monumental news for Jiang Xinqing, and that was sufficient. The weight that had been pressing on his heart finally eased. Otherwise, following a man's intuition, it was evident that Liu Ruyan had developed inappropriate feelings for Jiang Luo over these 3 years. Allowing Jiang Luo to remain close to Liu Ruyan would be akin to setting a ticking time bomb, eventually leading to his own ruin, leaving nothing in its wake. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Luo took a shower and promptly connected with Gongsun via video call. The sky is a deep blue waiting for the rain. While I await you. After a brief wait, Gongsun finally pressed the answer button. Upon seeing her face on the screen, Jiang Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him, fearing that she might have gone missing. He pouted slightly. Son, why did you take so long to answer the call? I apologize, Jiang Luo. I just discovered a trove of childhood treasures in my grandfather's music room and initially did not hear the phone ringing. Jiang Luo's heart stirred. Your grandfather's music room? Is your grandfather also a musician? Yes, perhaps my love for music is inherited from him. To be precise, my grandfather is a retired diplomat. And music is merely a side passion. It is my grandmother who is the true musician. You have never mentioned this before. It is never too late to share now. Chapter 84. Once, carriages were slow, letters were distant, and one lifetime was enough to love only one person. Gong Sun spoke to Jiang Luo about her grandparents. Her grandfather was a diplomat during an era when the internet was not as developed as it is today. People were preoccupied with their livelihoods. Unlike the present, where a plethora of Chinese diplomats have gained fame online. In contrast, her grandfather maintained a humble demeanor after retirement. He settled down with her grandmother in their rural hometown, tending to flowers and trees, managing a vegetable garden, and enjoying the sunrise and sunset. In their leisurely hours, he would ride his electric bike, taking her grandmother on excursions through quaint rural towns, fostering warm relationships with their neighbors. To outsiders, they appeared to be just an ordinary elderly couple, unaware that her grandfather had once served as a state diplomat. Occasionally, her grandparents would visit the music room, harmonizing effortlessly like Gong Sun and Jiang Luo. They played the piano, violin, cello, and flute, among others. Time seemed to slow in that space, where every note danced, embodying the profound emotions and memories they shared. Their unspoken understanding transcended words, and music became the medium through which their souls resonated. Within that music room, a world belonging solely to them unfolded, filled with countless beautiful memories, akin to precious gems, sparkling brightly within the tapestry of their shared years, impervious to intrusion. During her childhood visits to her grandparents' home, Gong Sun personally witnessed this bond. Even as a Na'vi child, she naturally envied such love. For the feeling evoked by the word happiness is unmistakably genuine. Gong Sun earnestly contemplated her future aspirations, envisioning herself as a musician, hoping to find a partner who could resonate with her soul, much like her grandfather did. Their time spent harmonizing in the music room would be the epitome of bliss. Jiang Luo, could such a connection be found? If so, it would be wonderful. She mused, I believe I have already found it. Bathed in the soft glow of her phone screen, Gong Sun's visage appeared stunning and gentle. A subtle curve graced her lips, and her smile seemed capable of transcending the screen, warming Jiang Luo's heart. She extended her delicate fingers, pointing to the other side of the screen, where Jiang Luo resided. It felt as though they were engaged in a silent yet profound dialogue, transcending time and space. Despite their physical separation, the bond and emotional connection felt more intense than ever. At that moment, Jiang Luo's heart quivered. You have found it, son. And so have I. Perhaps Jiang Luo still lacked the prowess to be the singular musician in Gong Sun's eyes. To achieve this, she knew she must strive harder. She aspired to reach the pinnacle of the world, fulfilling everyone's expectations and support, bestowing that singular crown upon the cherished moonlight of her high school promises. Under the luminous moonlight, Gong Sun appeared as a girl too beautiful to belong to this earthly realm, her laughter captivating. She continued to speak. Although my grandmother was a musician, achieving modest success in her era, she pales in comparison to the renowned musicians celebrated online today. Moreover, due to the unique nature of my grandfather's work, upon marrying him, my grandmother devoted herself to the roles of wife and mother, gradually retreating from her musical career. It was only when she harmonized with my grandfather that she would once again embrace her instrument, radiating a glow of unparalleled happiness that left a profound impression on the young Gong Sun. Once, in her innocent youth, Gong Sun had asked her grandmother, Grandma, you love music so much. Do you ever regret giving up your career for Grandpa? My grandmother, who was also my mother Lin Wan's mother, did not respond directly but instead recounted the tale of my grandfather's pursuit of her. It was at a banquet where my grandmother had been invited to perform. As she played the violin, a young, dashing man approached her, awkwardly asking for her contact information in halting Mandarin. My grandmother, struck by his charm and grace, thought it a pity that he stuttered, and she politely declined his advances. In her youth, my grandmother was beautiful and a talented artist, pursued by countless affluent suitors, all of whom she dismissed in favor of focusing on her career. Little did she know, each time she performed at a banquet, she would encounter my grandfather, who persistently sought her contact information. Over time, she found herself unknowingly swept away by his unwavering pursuit, and by the time she realized it, it was too late to escape. She had unwittingly chosen my grandfather. Perhaps this is what one might call fate. As a child, Gong Sun found the tale amusing and cheekily inquired if her grandmother had ever regretted her choice. With a radiant smile, my grandmother responded to Gong Sun with words filled with happiness. In the past, the pace of life was slow, letters were far apart, and one life was sufficient to love but one person. Mr. Mu Xin, in the past, slowly. In this world, the sensation evoked by the word happiness is unfailingly genuine. Having navigated through life's ups and downs together, they have become accustomed to each other's presence, intertwined in their very essence. I do not envy the couples kissing on the streets. Rather, I admire the elderly couple strolling hand in hand. As Jiang Luo listened, her heart melted. Grandpa and Grandma are wonderful. Son, I regret it. I should have gone back with you. I long to meet Grandpa and Grandma. Jiang Luo. Have you forgotten Professor Gu by Daming Lake? Jiang Luo had not forgotten, which only fueled her regret. If only I could split myself in two. Leaving one part in Kyoto to study while the other accompanied Gong Sun to the countryside to meet Grandpa and Grandma. Is there no way in this world to have it all, to neither betray the Buddha nor the beloved? Seeing Jiang Luo's longing expression, Gong Sun smiled and tapped her phone screen. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities to show you off to Grandpa and Grandma in the future. By the way, I learned to play the flute from Grandpa. Would you like to hear? Absolutely. Jiang Luo replied without hesitation, watching Gong Sun take out her grandfather's cherished flute. She placed it to her lips, allowing a melodious sound to waft through the air. In the profound stillness, where not a sound could be heard, Jiang Luo's gaze became irrevocably fixed upon Gong Sun the moment their eyes met. The following day, in a state of half-dreaming and half-awake, Jiang Luo sensed the door to the room creak open. Almost immediately, a figure collapsed directly onto Jiang Luo. Chapter 85. The arrival of my sister-in-law. The sudden commotion jolted Jiang Luo awake. Huh, Sun, is that you? He pondered how Gong Sun could possibly return from the countryside so unexpectedly. Could it be that she missed him? Realizing this potentiality, Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of secret delight. Upon switching on the light, he was taken aback to find an unfamiliar woman sprawled over him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Had a thief broken into his home? A female thief, no less? Excuse me, who are you? Are you all right? Jiang Luo caught a faint whiff of alcohol. It was tea substantial, indicating that the woman had indulged but not excessively. Perhaps her tolerance was low, resulting in swift intoxication. The pressing question lingered. How had she gained entry? He had securely locked the front door. Without a key, it was impossible to get in. A multitude of whys flooded his mind. The woman seemed to have lost her sense of awareness, mumbling incoherently while clinging tightly to Jiang Luo's blanket like an octopus. Every now and then, she would nuzzle against the fabric, inhaling the comforting scent of the sun-warmed material, drifting into a blissful slumber. Jiang Luo found himself ensnared by the woman in the blanket, caught between amusement and exasperation. Fortunately, she didn't seem to be a predatory thief or a cold-hearted criminal. Rather, she resembled a mere passerby who had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Nonetheless, being a woman did not exempt her from the label of a thief. With the assistance of the light, he observed that the woman possessed exquisite features and a remarkable physique, complemented by her somewhat petite stature. The impression of her form, pressed into the blanket, was undeniably striking. Jiang Luo initially attempted to extricate himself from the blanket to escape the awkward predicament, but the woman clung too tightly. Her small frame belied an unexpected strength. He gently patted her shoulder. Miss, could you wake up? However, at his call, she merely swatted his hand away in annoyance, shifting positions to continue her slumber. The force of her dismissal was surprisingly strong, leaving Jiang Luo's hand reddened and sore. Realizing the identity of the woman before him, he chose to overlook the situation out of respect for Gong Sun. With great effort, he finally managed to crawl out from the blanket, deciding to let her rest comfortably. He made his way to the living room to sleep instead. Suddenly, he heard her begin to cry from the bed. Hey, you. Just as he approached, he was unexpectedly showered with the contents of her stomach. Good grief. 3 lines of frustration appeared on Jiang Luo's forehead. Why did he always find himself entangled in such absurd scenarios? The trope of caring for a drunken woman inevitably leading to being vomited upon seemed all too real. Overwhelmed by the acrid odor, he could barely contain his discomfort, his brow furrowed in distaste. Once the perpetrator had finished, she appeared completely at ease, no longer moaning, and simply rolled over to resume her slumber. It seemed her earlier tears had been a prelude to her discomfort, left alone to confront the aftermath of the chaos. Jiang Luo sighed heavily. Well, what choice did he have? After all, he was a man. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Gong Li's serene face as she was gently awakened from her perfect slumber. A pair of enchanting eyes slowly opened, shrouded in a veil of haziness and confusion. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, and with her striking features and fair, graceful legs, Gong Li resembled a captivating yet foolish beauty, evoking an irresistible desire to toy with her. Ah, how wretched my head aches. Gong Li instinctively rubbed her temples. Last night, while flying, she encountered turbulence that triggered her acrophobia, leaving her sleepless and anxious. In desperation, with her low tolerance for alcohol, She had requested a bottle of fruit wine from the flight attendant, hoping its mild potency would aid her slumber without rendering her utterly inebriated. Just as Gong Li anticipated. After consuming the fruit wine, she swiftly succumbed to sleep, oblivious to the journey home. Now, enveloped in a profound self-doubt, Gong Li questioned her own drinking capacity. As her mind began to clear, she surveyed her surroundings, only to be met with a startling realization. Oh, wait, this is not my room. Whose home am I in? And whose bed is this? Instinctively, she glanced down at herself. Fortunately, her clothes remained intact, and nothing appeared amiss. The worst had not transpired. Gong Li slapped her forehead in frustration. Drinking led to trouble, drinking led to trouble, drinking led to trouble. A sentiment worth repeating thrice. After gathering her thoughts, Gong Li descended from the bed and pushed open the door. Upon entering the familiar living room, she exhaled in relief. She had not strayed, indeed. It was the Bai Swan community. Compared to her last visit, the living room was impeccably tidy, adorned with a vase of water lilies that infused the minimalist urban decor with a touch of verdant softness. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, allowing warm sunlight to filter through, creating a clean and immaculate ambience. Gong Li could not help but feel her spirits lift, undoubtedly a testament to the tenant's efforts. Speaking of which, Gong Li realized she had never met this tenant, not even knowing their name. She had entrusted everything to a reliable agency. Preoccupied with her world tour as a violinist, was the room she had just occupied that of the new tenant? You're awake? Just as Gong Li was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Luo's voice shattered the atmosphere. Startled at the sound, Gong Li thought she had misheard and instinctively turned towards Jiang Luo. Clad in an apron and carrying sandwiches and kanji, Jiang Luo's stunningly handsome face was unforgettable, striking Gong Li like a thunderbolt, leaving her mind blank. Goodness. Only the term national treasure could encapsulate the tumult of emotions coursing through Gong Li at that moment. Why was Jiang Luo here? Why? A torrent of questions flooded her mind. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Luo felt a twinge of unease under Gong Li's unwavering gaze. Gong Li was aware of Jiang Luo's presence, undoubtedly a revelation from Gong Sun. The green bubble avatar of Gong Sun resembled the profile of Jiang Luo from high school, and Gong Li was not surprised by Jiang Luo's appearance. After all, Jiang Luo was Gong Li's tenant. It was inconceivable that she had not gleaned any information about her, to be so astonished. After tidying up for Gong Li, it was already 5 in the morning, and Jiang Luo decided to forego sleep, rushing to the nearby market at dawn to procure supplies, filling the refrigerator with bags of groceries to keep them fresh. The days ahead would be spent practicing piano with Gu Yuwei and preparing for competitions, leaving little time for shopping, so she resolved to buy everything at once. Having just finished breakfast, she saw Gong Li enter the living room, gazing at her as if she were a creature from another world. You are the tenant the agency mentioned who plays the piano? Gong Li appeared utterly unable to accept the reality. How fantastical. In such a vast city as Kyoto, the one who rented this apartment happened to be Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Surely, you must have looked up at least some information about me? How could you trust that agency so blindly? I am currently on a world tour for my violin performances abroad, and sometimes the signal is poor. However, I have collaborated with that agency numerous times and trust them completely. As long as I pass their vetting, that is sufficient. I simply did not anticipate that person would be you. Chapter 86. The future younger sister-in-law appears quite adorable and childlike. So, shall we indulge in a breakfast? Jiang Luo sent a message to Gong Sun through the green bubble regarding Gong Li's return, yet there has been no response thus far. It seems that Gong Sun, being the lazy creature she is still lounging at her grandparents' house. Jiang Luo, mindful of not disturbing Gong Sun's sweet dreams, refrained from making a phone call. They had engaged in a lengthy video chat the previous night, and after just returning from the countryside and reuniting with her grandparents, Gong Sun must be utterly exhausted. She did not inform Jiang Luo in advance that Gong Li was unaware of her return. Gong Sun had even mentioned wanting to give Gong Li a grand surprise, with plans for them to attend a comic convention together. With Gong Sun's plans in place, Jiang Luo should refrain from inadvertently revealing her return, lest the element of surprise be diminished. Gong Li, in silence, pulled out a seat and began eating the sandwich prepared by Jiang Luo. As she took her first bite, her previously doubtful expression transformed into one of delight, and she happily devoured the sandwich. Before she knew it, she had finished one entirely. Even Gong Li herself was taken aback. Despite having returned home in a daze after indulging in a bottle of fruit wine, and still groggy from sleep, She had no expectation of finding the sandwich so delectable. I made you a hangover soup. Drink it while it's warm, and you will feel better, Jiang Luo kindly offered. Presenting a bowl of steaming soup to Gong Li, Gong Li gazed at the fragrant broth, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately accepted it and took a sip. Contrary to her expectations of bitterness, it was sweet, infused with honey. Jiang Luo had added honey, which greatly pleased Gong Li, who was not fond of bitter flavors. After consuming the hangover soup, Gong Li felt considerably more alert. Next, she stared. Why are you looking at me like that? Gong Li's expression reminded Jiang Luo of Gong Sun. The resemblance was striking. Their facial expressions when gazing at others were nearly identical. Although Gong Sun and Gong Li bore some resemblance to each other, the essence of their beauty stemmed from the same source. It was merely a slight similarity. If one were to claim that Gong Sun and Gong Li were half-sisters, most would respond with understanding, acknowledging that it was normal for them not to look alike. However, if one were to compare Gong Sun with Liu Ruyan and Liu Piaosu, many would mistakenly believe them to be full-blooded sisters, for they bore an uncanny resemblance. Gong Sun had a B-cup figure, while Gong Li's exaggerated curves reached an E-cup. What distinguishes them? It resembles the difference between the two characters in Ming Chao and Chang Li, one small and the other large. Gong Li wore a snug short-sleeved top that seemed on the verge of bursting. Simultaneously, their appearances, expressions, and fashion choices conveyed entirely different vibes and atmospheres. Gong Sun appeared as if she had stepped out of a comic, a radiant presence destined to captivate the male protagonist during his youthful and naive romantic phase. The one most likely to ignite an unforgettable spark in his heart, leaving an indelible mark for a lifetime, regardless of the ultimate outcome. Whether they end up together or not, the male protagonist will forever cherish his first love, a radiant figure he cannot forget, whose mere glance has irrevocably altered the course of his life. In contrast, Gong Li resembles the protagonist of a comedic, absurd romantic manga set in a battleground of love. Jiang Luo, slightly embarrassed, chuckled at his own self-deprecation. It seems he has indeed been influenced by Gong Sun. Comparing Gong Sun and Gong Li to characters from the second dimension. However, it was quite unexpected to encounter Gong Sun's sister, whom he professes to hold in the highest regard. This revelation surpassed Jiang Luo's expectations. Strangely, he had forgotten to ask Gong Sun for a photograph of Gong Li, never anticipating that the half-sisters would look so dissimilar. Gong Li initially hesitated to respond to Jiang Luo, but seeing his distracted musings, she pressed her lips together and stated, "I wish to gaze upon you. Is that so wrong?" Jiang Luo replied, "Well, if you so desire, have you had enough to eat? I prepared several additional portions. If it is insufficient, I haven't had enough." Gong Li interjected before Jiang Luo could finish. He smiled faintly and retrieved 2 more sandwiches from the kitchen, which Gong Li devoured with remarkable speed, her gaze fixed upon him. Jiang Luo felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Well, you may continue to stare. It matters not." He leisurely finished his porridge, then summoned a courier to deliver the packaged breakfast to Lu's group. Gong Li persistently trailed Jiang Luo, her eyes glued to his retreating figure. Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head and suggested, "If there is anything you wish to know about me, feel free to inquire directly. There is no need for this. You are my tenant, upon our first meeting. It is only natural for me to ascertain whether you are a nefarious individual." Gong Li retorted, an odd aversion towards Jiang Luo surfacing, though it did not border on hostility. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, realizing that if she truly feared him, she should not have entrusted the rental to an agent while she was abroad. She had fully delegated the responsibility to the intermediary, and Jiang Luo, having passed their scrutiny, demonstrated that the agent's capabilities aligned with Gong Li's expectations and that they maintained an amicable relationship. It was unlikely she would have entrusted such an important property to one individual alone. Now, with a disparity of information, Jiang Luo naturally assumed that Gong Li's disdain was rooted in her feelings for Gong Sun. Surely, Gong Sun must have shared something about him with Gong Li. Moreover, since Gong Sun knew so much about Jiang Luo, it was likely that Gong Li had been gathering intelligence during her years of study in Kyoto and discreetly relaying it to Gong Sun. Aha! The traitor is revealed. Given the close bond between his future sister-in-law and Gong Sun, Jiang Luo decided to indulge her and await her judgment. Ultimately, he was determined to be with Gong Sun in this lifetime, which necessitated gaining the approval of her family first. "You were ill last night. I suggest you take a bath and change your clothes," he advised. "Ill? I was ill?" Gong Li paused. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged within her mind. It seemed, indeed, that she had been unwell the previous night. As she caught a whiff of herself, she realized she did have an unpleasant odor. with a sullen expression. She turned and entered the room to fetch a change of clothes for a shower. Jiang Luo had not yet had the chance to exhale in relief when the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and Gong Li's small head peeked out. "Wah, what happened? Did I fall asleep on your bed last night?" Gong Li's voice trailed off toward the end, though Jiang Luo could still discern her words. "Yes. I was sleeping soundly when you abruptly barged in and flopped onto my bed. No matter how much I called out, you wouldn't wake up. So I had no choice but to relinquish my bed to you." "Stop." Gong Li's face grew increasingly crimson as she listened. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Then, where did I throw up? On my body and the floor. I went to great lengths to clean that up. And even stained the sheets, which I now have to wash. Don't worry about washing them. I will take care of it since it's my mess. Just let me finish my shower first." "Oh, no, I insist. Just allow me to wash them. I am the landlord, and you are the tenant, understand?" Flushed with embarrassment, Gong Li suddenly adopted a firm stance. Jiang Luo had no choice but to concede. "Then I shall entrust the task to you." "Absolutely not. No washing." "Do not wash?" She reiterated the importance of her words 3 times. Cue with that, Gong Li retreated back into the bathroom, prompting Jiang Luo to stifle a laugh. His future sister-in-law appeared rather adorable, even childlike. No wonder Gong Sun dotes on her so much. In the bathtub, Gong Li's pristine form was submerged in the warm water, with bubbles failing to conceal the prominent features of her figure. Half of her small face was buried in the hot water, leaving only the area above her nose exposed for breathing. As bubbles rose and gurgled around her, her ears still flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on Jiang Luo's words, she recalled how she had drunkenly lost consciousness the previous night. After returning home without encountering any dangers, she had collapsed onto Jiang Luo's bed, falling into a deep slumber and, regrettably, had vomited all over him. How utterly mortifying. Chapter 87. The most distorted affection for Sister. Soon after the initial wave of embarrassment subsided, Gong Li gradually regained her composure, finally daring to lift her face from the steaming water. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the ceiling, lost in contemplation. "Sister Sun, what a coincidence. The person who rented at Lin Wan's house is him, the man you have been longing for all these years. Perhaps this is what you referred to as fate's arrangement. Yet, that rascal Jiang Luo. Despite my attempts to discreetly observe him during my time at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, he failed to recognize me. Could it be because I bear no resemblance to Sister Sun?" The thought left Gong Li feeling a tinge of anger. The most infuriating remark is when others say that she and Gong Sun, the half-sisters, bear no likeness to one another. They are undeniably bound by blood. Gong Sun is, without a doubt, the person Gong Li admires most. In this world, Gong Li is the most devoted fan of Gong Sun, and there is no one else quite like her. Thus, Gong Li strove to fulfill Gong Sun's aspirations by gaining admission to the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, secretly observing Jiang Luo and reporting all information regarding him back to Gong Sun. Jiang Luo is remarkably handsome, renowned as the youngest piano prodigy at the conservatory, earning the title of campus heartthrob, surrounded by throngs of admirers. When he performs, he radiates brilliance, captivating all eyes. He receives countless love letters, including from the campus belle of that year, yet there have been no rumors of him with any woman. He has openly stated his disinterest in romance, dedicating himself solely to the piano under Gu Youwei's tutelage. He has consistently declined any offers for collaboration, remaining steadfast in his commitment to solo performances. It seems that in Jiang Luo's heart, he has always reserved a place for Gong Sun. Only her collaboration is what he yearns for, while others simply do not possess the qualification. This realization allowed Gong Li to somewhat acknowledge Jiang Luo as her brother-in-law, while continuing her discreet observations and reporting her findings to Gong Sun. Later, rumors began to circulate within the academy that Jiang Luo was in a relationship with Gu Youwei. After all, how could Gu Youwei invest such effort and provide targeted guidance exclusively for Jiang Luo? Throughout their 4 years of university, Gu Youwei's exceptional care for Jiang Luo stirred envy and resentment among the other students at the conservatory. She, as a young and accomplished professor with a strong background, coupled with her striking beauty, became the goddess of countless boys, while Jiang Luo, a charming and gifted pianist, made for an impeccable match. Had it not been for the school regulations prohibiting relationships between professors and students, they might have officially announced their union. Even Gong Li found herself concerned that Jiang Luo might have forgotten Gong Sun and truly be with Gu Youwei. However, after Jiang Luo's graduation, he failed to honor his commitment to continue playing for Gong Sun, instead choosing to marry Liu Ruyan. Although Gong Li eventually uncovered the reasons behind this, she remained quite displeased. Gong Sun is the epitome of perfection in this world. How could Jiang Luo, a man with a past, even if his marriage to Liu Ruyan was merely a sham for monetary gain, ever be deemed worthy of her, the most extraordinary sister in the world? As the flames of anger surged within her, Gong Li lost all desire to continue her shameful bath. She hastily dried her body and donned her clothes before rushing out of the bathroom. Jiang Luo sat on the sofa in the living room, fixated on her phone, contemplating whether to call Gong Sun and inform her that Gong Li had returned. It was already 7:45 in the morning, and the girl was still asleep. Jiang Luo truly wondered how much longer she could keep this from Gong Li. Just then, Gong Li appeared before Jiang Luo. "What is it?" Jiang Luo asked. Momentarily taken aback, Gong Li crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes glinting with an air of interrogation. "Sit down, we need to have a proper talk." "All right." Jiang Luo was eager to learn more about her future sister-in-law. Once they were seated, Gong Li collected her thoughts and spoke directly. "Are you married?" I'm divorced," Jiang Luo replied. She had deduced that Gong Li was the one relaying information about Gong Sun's overseas treatment over the years. So she was not surprised that Gong Li knew about her marital status. Gong Li pursed her lips. "Divorced? No wonder you moved out. Do you still keep in touch with your ex-wife?" "For reasons I cannot disclose, I still assist her with daily meals and facilitate her reunion with her first love. Rest assured, there are no lingering feelings. It's merely a charade." Jiang Luo chose to be candid. With Gong Li back and living with Gong Sun, it was impossible to keep this matter under wraps. Rather than risk being accused of deceit by Gong Li, which would leave a poor impression, it was better to be forthright. "Why does it have to be so complicated?" Jiang Luo chuckled helplessly. "The world of adults is fraught with complexities. Some ties cannot simply be severed at will." "Fine, I'll let you pass on this," Gong Li conceded. She had already thoroughly investigated the near union between Liu Ruyan and Jiang Xinqing, as well as the Liu and Jiang families. Jiang Luo's intention to aid Liu Ruyan in rekindling her romance with Jiang Xinqing indicated that no deep feelings had developed between them. "One more thing. Do you remember me?" Gong Li inquired, her expression a mix of challenge and curiosity. Jiang Luo found herself momentarily bewildered. Had she previously met her future sister-in-law? Should she reveal that she knew Gong Li was Gong Sun's sister? Would that ruin Gong Sun's plan to surprise Gong Li? This question felt like a conundrum. Chapter 88. Have you and Gu Yaowei been in a relationship? Never mind. It seems you don't remember me. In truth, Gong Li never harbored high hopes that Jiang Luo would recall her. Back in the day, Gong Li had always kept her distance from Jiang Luo, observing him from the shadows. No, to be precise, even if she hadn't been avoiding him, she had never provided Jiang Luo with any memorable impressions. She bore little resemblance to her sister, Gong Sun. This thought made Gong Li feel an involuntary pang of disappointment. Her sister was currently receiving excellent treatment, and it wouldn't be long before she returned to the country. With such a fortuitous opportunity presenting itself, Jiang Luo had come back, and Gong Li knew she had to assist Gong Sun in keeping an eye on him. Although Gong Li was reluctant to acknowledge Jiang Luo as her brother-in-law, in her eyes, it was best for her sister to spend her life with two girls like them, disregarding those insufferable men. Yet, Gong Sun was so fond of Jiang Luo, Gong Li had no choice but to suppress her turbulent feelings of sisterly attachment. Contemplating how to aid Gong Sun in filling in the gaps, should it turn out that Jiang Luo was no longer the white moonlight in Gong Sun's heart from their high school days, she would undoubtedly confront him. Clearing her throat, Gong Li formally introduced herself. "I am Gong Li, a student from the class of 2017 at the Huaxia Conservatory of Music, majoring in violin. When I was a freshman." "You were a senior, Jiang Luo. You were quite the figure back then, more than just the campus heartthrob. You were also recognized as an outstanding piano prodigy at the Huaxia Conservatory. I am well aware of this, which is why I was so astonished when I first encountered you. Thank you for the compliment." Naturally, Jiang Luo graciously accepted the praise from his future sister-in-law. It seemed that Gong Li was indeed his devoted fan. Perhaps gaining her recognition was not as difficult as he had imagined. Just then, Jiang Luo noticed Gong Li glaring at him with an irate pout. "Is that all?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Luo added, "Well, actually, I know about you, Gong Li. You were quite renowned in the freshman violin department back in the day." Jiang Luo had heard of her reputation. Gong Li's status in the freshman violin department was comparable to that of Qin Xuanxuan today, both entering the Huaxia Conservatory as prodigious talents. As the largest and most prestigious music academy in Huaxia, it gathered musical talents from across the nation. To achieve fame and accolades in such an institution speaks volumes of one's exceptional abilities. Jiang Luo's interest in Gong Li stemmed from the fact that she shared the same surname, Gong, as Gong Sun. Since Gong Sun had vanished without a trace following her high school graduation, Jiang Luo had encountered countless girls afterward. Naturally, he would pay closer attention to those resembling Gong Sun. However, upon observing that Gong Li bore little likeness to Gong Sun, he thought it unlikely that they were related. The surname Gong, though rare, was not entirely absent. At that time, Jiang Luo's mind was consumed with fulfilling his promise to Gong Sun and finding her as soon as possible, leaving him little room to concern himself with others or their affairs. Little did he know, Gong Li was indeed Gong Sun's biological sister. Jiang Luo had missed a crucial clue. Had he paid more attention to Gong Li back then, he might have found Gong Sun sooner. Everything is merely a choice within the stone gate of destiny. Fortunately, Gong Sun has returned safely to my side. After all the twists and turns, it ultimately leads back to you. Oh. Regardless of whether Jiang Luo's words are mere flattery, Gong Li reluctantly acquiesced. Although she felt that Jiang Luo was unworthy of her sister, the finest in all the world, she could not deny Jiang Luo's prowess as a prodigious pianist. Moreover, there was one paramount question that lingered. During university, did you ever engage in a romantic relationship with Professor Gu? Huh. Jiang Luo nearly choked on her own words, exclaiming in a mixture of amusement and disbelief. What? Where did you hear that I was in a relationship with Professor Gu? She is my most esteemed mentor. Our bond is purely that of teacher and student, nothing more. Jiang Luo felt compelled to clarify this matter, as any misunderstanding could escalate into a far more significant issue. Once a baseless accusation took root, it would be nearly impossible to dispel. Is that so? There were rumors circulating around the academy suggesting you and Professor Gu were romantically involved. With such compatible appearances and musical tastes, frequently practicing together under her guidance, is it not plausible that feelings might develop over time? Gong Li expressed her skepticism. This was indeed a cause for concern. Having observed Jiang Luo discreetly throughout their university years, Gong Li remained uncertain about whether Jiang Luo had developed feelings for Gu Youwei. Their 4-year companionship, marked by Gu Youwei's exceptional kindness towards Jiang Luo, was well known among the students of the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. It was difficult to encapsulate their relationship with mere words. Could the intimacy of a young man and woman, sharing daily interactions and common artistic interests, truly be dismissed as mere appreciation for talent? Could Jiang Luo remain infatuated with the long-absent Gong Sun and not be swayed by the remarkable Gu Youwei? Absolutely not. Yes, I am aware that such rumors circulated within the academy, but we have clarified numerous times that it is solely a teacher-student relationship, nothing more. I swear on my honor. Jiang Luo insisted fervently. If this misunderstanding continued to persist, especially if it reached Gong Sun's ears, she would find it impossible to clear her name and would need to provide a thorough explanation. Observing Jiang Luo's earnest clarifications and considering the circumstances surrounding the Jiang family's near bankruptcy that forced Jiang Luo into a contractual marriage with Liu Ruyan, it was evident that if there were any impropriety between Gu Youwei and Jiang Luo, such a marriage would never have been permitted. Years of suspicion found resolution, and Gong Li temporarily set aside her doubts. Following this, Gong Li posed several innocuous questions to Jiang Luo, who answered each with sincerity and without excessive concealment. You've passed this test as a tenant. You may reside here comfortably. Gong Li was not inclined to let Jiang Luo slip away easily. She intended to keep her close for observation. With the absence of work for the time being, Gong Li could remain in Kyoto. She wondered when Gong Sun might return to the country. Sister, Jiang Luo arrived at your residence in such a manner. If you knew, it would surely bring you joy, wouldn't it? Jiang Luo quietly sighed with relief. Her performance should suffice, right? She had not divulged anything regarding Gong Sun, and for the moment, had secured her sister-in-law's approval. Just then, Jiang Luo's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID of Gong Sun, Jiang Luo hurriedly stepped onto the balcony and slid the glass door shut to answer the call. Unbeknownst to her, Gong Li had also risen to her feet after Jiang Luo stood up and proceeded to Gong Sun's room. Jiang Luo, did my sister return? Gong Sun's voice carried a hint of fatigue, clearly having just awakened. Yes, Sun. Gong Li is back. Weren't you aware? I haven't had the chance to inform her of my return to Kyoto, and she didn't give me any prior notice about coming back either. I had assumed it would take her another fortnight. I had planned to surprise Gong Li when I returned from my grandparents' home, but alas, the plan has failed. How unfortunate. Jiang Luo, does Gong Li know about my return? Chapter 89. The one I most wish to share with is not by my side. Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head, I never said. I don't know how long I can keep this a secret. You figure it out yourself. If I can't hide it, so be it. I can't just suddenly dash back from my grandparents' house, can I? Bang! A sudden loud noise erupted behind Jiang Luo, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his phone, which crashed to the ground. Crack! The screen shattered. Jiang Luo's heart sank. That was the latest pollen phone, purchased not long ago. Neglecting the broken phone on the floor, Jiang Luo hurriedly inquired, "Gongli, are you all right?" Upon seeing Gongli emerge from Gong Sun's room, he immediately asked, "Jiang Luo, has my sister returned?" Oh, Jiang Luo had completely forgotten. Gong Sun occupied that room and had just returned from a comic convention with an array of spoils. As soon as Gongli returned home and glanced inside, she would undoubtedly deduce that someone had been in Gong Sun's room. Certain traces were only capable of being arranged by Gong Sun herself, and fortunately, she did not say that Jiang Luo had entered Gong Sun's room without permission. Noticing Jiang Luo's silence, Gongli had already surmised most of the situation and promptly pulled out her phone to call Gong Sun. After a while, Gong Sun finally answered, sounding somewhat guilty. "Hello, little sister? What's up? How can you even ask? When did you return? Why didn't you inform me?" "Oh, little sister. I wanted to surprise you. I never anticipated you would come back so suddenly. I'm truly flustered. You still dare to say that? Sister son, where are you right now? Do you have any idea how long it has been since I last saw you in person?" As she spoke, Gongli's emotions surged, her eyes reddening. On the brink of tears. Hey, Gongli, don't be like that. All right, it's my fault. I apologize, okay? I'll head to our grandparents' house to find you. Just wait. Don't even think about running away. Just watch how I will thoroughly cleanse you. Once Gongli hung up, she hastily packed her belongings and dashed out the door, leaving Jiang Luo standing there in a state of confusion. He glanced once more at his newly purchased, now shattered phone, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Well, only Jiang Luo's world had been marred by injury. Had it not been for his arrangement to practice piano with Gu Yue, he might have followed Gong Li to their grandparents' house in hopes of winning over Gong Sun's family. Days whisked by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Luo busied himself with chatting with Gong Sun, practicing the piano, and cooking, scarcely engaging in anything else. That day, Gong Li rushed to the countryside to meet Gong Sun and delivered a thorough cleansing that nearly left Gong Sun breathless, who begged for mercy to escape the tempestuous ordeal, simultaneously igniting jealousy within Gong Sun. Why, oh why? They were clearly sisters, yet why did Gong Li possess such formidable prowess while her own was so meager? It was simply unfair. Despite being half-sisters with different mothers, Gong Li and Gong Sun share a profound bond, devoid of any blood ties to their maternal grandparents. Their relationship remains strong. Even after Gong Sun's parents divorced, she often visits her grandparents in the countryside, bringing gifts during her overseas treatment. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo has not met Liu Ruyan even once these past few days. For the last 3 years, their lives intertwined. Caring for Liu Ruyan became Jiang Luo's obligation. At last, he is ready to take a step forward in his own life, free from any debts to the Jiang and Liu families. After clarifying matters with Jiang Xi and Qing, the latter has ceased to trouble Jiang Luo. Gradually, Jiang Luo disentangles himself from the Liu family's turmoil, embracing a new chapter in his life. This rhythm feels just right. However, on this particular day, events take an unexpected turn. Liu Yue is assisting Jiang Luo with his registration for a competition scheduled at the theater in a week. Given Jiang Luo's talent, he would excel in such a basic piano contest. However, having graduated from the Huaxia Conservatory of Music over 3 years ago without participating in any competitions, his points have reset, complicating the registration process. It requires not only Gu Yue's efforts but also the intervention of senior officials from the conservatory to facilitate his timely entry into the competition and to regain his standing. Everyone harbors great expectations for Jiang Luo, striving to support him to the best of their abilities, for which he feels immense gratitude. Words alone cannot suffice. He must reciprocate their hopes through tangible actions and accomplishments. Liu Yue advises Jiang Luo to rest adequately and ensure his health on the day of the competition, suggesting he refrain from practicing during this period. A person of true talent only needs the right mindset, while those lacking skill find last-minute efforts futile. Liu Yue has but one request of Jiang Luo on the day of the competition. He must astonish everyone and shatter the historical records of the junior piano contest. With his abilities, he is sure to succeed. As Jiang Luo finishes his shopping and shares a video call with Gong Sun, she expresses her excitement. remarking that he is finally taking the first step towards becoming a world-class piano master. She inexplicably feels a sense of pride akin to watching a child come of age. On the other end of the phone, Gong Sun beams with joy, her eyes sparkling like the bright spring sun, full of life and captivating the heart. This was a wager made during their high school years, a promise to pull Jiang Luo from the abyss, encouraging him to continue playing the piano. Now, Jiang Luo has chosen to concede, freeing Gong Sun from her constraints, supporting her dream of becoming a versatile musician. It is now time for Jiang Luo to take that pivotal first step in his career. Intriguingly, they find themselves at the same starting line once more. 8 years have passed, altering many aspects of their lives, yet this bond remains unchanged, echoing the essence of their high school selves. In contrast to previous encounters, this time, Gong Sun would personally observe Jiang Luo with unwavering attention, ensuring that she would not stray from the right path. My child is growing into a ghost. Sun, is it not your fault for leaving without a word back then? Stop. Jiang Luo, you are not being obedient. You say this every time, and my ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. Are you an old man? All right, Sun, when will you return? I hope to have you as my audience during my first competition. You must not miss it. Jiang Luo was quite fixated on this notion during her university years, as she represented the Huaxia Music Academy in a piano competition without Gong Sun by her side. Although she emerged victorious, the triumph felt tasteless, leaving her with a sense of emptiness. It turned out that losing the most important girl could render life dull and lifeless, making even her beloved piano fail to evoke any joy or emotion. What value was there in attaining the highest honor when the person she yearned to share it with was absent? Now, as Jiang Luo embarked on a new chapter of her life, taking her first step with Gong Sun back by her side, the prospect of having Gong Sun in the audience, fulfilling the regret of her university days, was nothing short of a beautiful blessing. It won't be long. I'll be back in a couple of days. You're about to start competing for points and titles. I cannot afford to be idle either. To become a versatile musician, I have much work ahead of me. Jiang Luo, this time when you compete, I will definitely be there to cheer you on, rest assured. Your past, I could not partake in. Your future, I cannot relinquish. Since the regrets of the past cannot be mended, we must strive to stitch together the present opportunities. How could Gong Sun possibly miss the first performance of the prodigious pianist she held in such high regard, after years apart? Gaining Gong Sun's promise brought Jiang Luo joy. Oh, and Zhang Peng is thrilled to hear you're coming back. I'll invite him over for a meal, so we can all catch up. Great. It has been a long time since I last saw Zhang Peng. Just as Jiang Luo and Gong Sun were joyfully chatting, they arrived at the entrance of their community. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing everything. Upon witnessing the happiness on Jiang Luo's face, an expression she had never displayed in his presence, Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered with profound sorrow and anguish. Chapter 90. Unbeknownst to herself, over the past 3 years, Liu Ruyan has developed feelings for Jiang Luo. Who could Jiang Luo possibly be chatting with, laughing so joyfully? The answer is one that Liu Ruyan is all too aware of, yet she is reluctant to confront the truth, the painful reality that in Jiang Luo's heart. She pales in comparison to Gong Sun. 4 days now, Jiang Luo has not returned to that shared home, the place where they lived together for 3 years. Although it was a space that Liu Ruyan had long called home, filled with familiarity, the absence of Jiang Luo has rendered the once warm and opulent villa cold and devoid of warmth. For Liu Ruyan, that place is no longer a home but merely a location for eating and sleeping. Returning there now means no longer finding Jiang Luo preparing dinner, offering comfort, or caring for her. All the essence he left behind has vanished. After Jiang Luo laid bare his feelings, Liu Ruyan could not restrain herself and secretly hired a private investigator to look into Jiang Luo's current circumstances. It turns out that the apartment Jiang Luo is renting is none other than Gong Sun's residence. Perhaps it is truly fate at play. Prior to this, Jiang Luo was entirely unaware that the apartment belonged to Gong Sun's mother, Liu Ruyan. With Gong Sun's return to Kyoto, it signifies that the two of them now share a life under the same roof, mirroring the past relationship Liu Ruyan had with Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan yearns to completely forget Jiang Luo, since she has made the choice to reconcile with Jiang Xiancheng, and Jiang Luo has stated that in his heart. Gong Sun holds an irreplaceable position. It is clear that this chapter should come to a close, allowing them to pursue their respective loves without excessive entanglement. This was the conclusion Liu Ruyan desired most. Yet, why is it that in these days without Jiang Luo, She finds herself unable to quell the tumultuous longing within her heart. Liu Ruyan attempts to endlessly reminisce about the sweet and beautiful memories of her first love with Jiang Luo, scenes that have graced her dreams countless times over the past 3 years. Each recollection tinged with exquisite pain. Yet now, these memories fail to stir any significant emotions within her, especially with Jiang Luo's return. In the illusion of white moonlight shattering, it dawns on her that the meticulous care and companionship Jiang Luo provided over the years, his very existence, had seeped into her being like a poison, making it impossible to sever the bond. When Jiang Luo was present, she had taken his companionship for granted, assuming he would always be by her side, blissfully believing in his deep affection for her. Whatever Liu Ruyan desired, Jiang Luo never refused. Now that Jiang Luo has truly departed, Liu Ruyan feels as though a significant part of her heart has been hollowed out. She wanders through her days and days, utterly devoid of motivation to work. After suppressing her longing for so long, she finally succumbs to the impulse and instructs her driver to take her to the entrance of Jiang Luo's apartment, where she awaits his arrival. Seated in the back of the Maybach, she gazes at Jiang Luo through the car window. Despite knowing that the happiness and smiles he now wears are not of her making, a sharp pain pierces her heart. Yet an inexplicable sense of satisfaction spreads through her being. With a self-deprecating smile, Liu Ruyan reflects on her tumultuous emotions. Consumed by jealousy, my heart ached. Yet, after a few days apart from Jiang Luo, the prospect of seeing him again filled me with joy. Perhaps I have indeed lost my sanity. Even during the fervor of romance with Jiang Luo, I never felt such intensity. Regret. Truly, I am beset by regret. Regret for divorcing Jiang Luo. Regret for letting him go. Regret for choosing to reconcile with Jiang Luo and welcoming him back to Kyoto. If only I had pondered more clearly in the past. These feelings of remorse would not have arisen. Jiang Luo would still be by my side, and everything would be as it was 3 years ago. Alas, there are no if-onlys. Liu Ruyan is now tasting the bitter fruit of her choices, finally realizing that over the past 3 years, she has unwittingly developed feelings for Jiang Luo, only to recognize them at the most critical moment after losing him. Is there still a chance? Meanwhile, Jiang Luo recognized the familiar Maybach before him. Upon glancing at the license plate, isn't that Liu Ruyan's Maybach? Holding a plastic bag, he cautiously approached and tapped on the window. Is that you, Liu Ruyan? The driver, having noticed Jiang Luo's presence, tentatively looked to the back seat. President Liu, Mr. Jiang is here. You. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult of regret, pain, and joy swirling within her, and opened the car door. Jiang Luo, what a coincidence. I was nearby for business and passed by your neighborhood. I didn't expect you had just returned. Her smile was strained, a facade of casual friendship. However, Jiang Luo was taken aback. The Liu Ruyan before him appeared worn and haggard, a stark contrast to the radiant, imposing heiress he once knew. The weariness and sorrow etched on her face were unmistakable, marked by dark circles under her eyes, and even her hair had lost its luster. Despite her stunning beauty and the innate nobility she exuded, it was evident that Liu Ruyan was not in good shape. Yes, I just got back. How have you been lately? Your complexion seems off. Chapter 91. Is Jiang Luo worried about me? Liu Ruyan's heart fluttered momentarily. Is Jiang Luo worried about me? Observing Jiang Luo's expression, she couldn't help but reminisce about the 3 years of blindness, reflecting on her own self-destructive tendencies. Did Jiang Luo harbor such concern for her, wishing to prevent her from succumbing to despair? Liu Ruyan was aware that her thoughts were mere flights of fancy. Jiang Luo had chosen Gongsun and distanced himself from her. Such concern stemmed from morality alone. Yet she couldn't help but wonder if she still held even a small place in his heart, having shared 3 years of marriage and lived under the same roof. Did Jiang Luo never feel a flicker of affection for her? After all, he was willing to sacrifice his life for her, regardless of her circumstances. She was not without merit. I am well enough. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. As a friend, she inquired casually to avoid revealing her quietly shifting feelings. Jiang Luo, have you been well lately? I've been quite well, he replied. Is that so? Well, that is good. A fleeting shadow of unspoken sorrow crossed Liu Ruyan's gaze. Observing Jiang Luo's recent happiness, it was evident that he was thriving. Yet, her own existence was marred by loneliness, irritation, and anguish. The despair from Jiang Luo's betrayal and departure paled in comparison to her current state. Claiming to Jiang Luo that she was doing well was a falsehood. Having come this far, she felt Jiang Luo could not simply dismiss her. After all, she had been of service to the Jiang family. Rubbing the back of her neck, she continued, I was just about to prepare dinner. Have you eaten the things I sent over recently? Yes, I've eaten them all, Jiang Luo replied. Uncle Li told me to never neglect my health or disregard your thoughtful efforts, though I still find it hard to accept food prepared by others. The meals you make are simply the best, Jiang Luo. Besides being a talented pianist, you might just have a knack for cooking as well. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Luo said, engaging in light conversation with Liu Ruyan. They exchanged stories about recent events. Yet Jiang Luo refrained from inquiring about her relationship with Jiang Xiancheng, respecting her privacy as an outsider. Liu Ruyan, likewise, did not bring up Gong's son. They tacitly avoided discussing their pasts and the 3 years of shared life, interacting like casual friends. In this way, everything felt perfectly fine, far better than becoming adversaries. Just as Jiang Luo believed Liu Ruyan had finally regained her composure and resolved to pursue a relationship with Jiang Xiancheng without any lingering attachments, she suddenly spoke up. Jiang Luo, since I'm here, won't you invite me up to see your place? I'd love to see how you're living now. Jiang Luo felt a bit awkward. Well, that apartment isn't mine. I'm just a tenant. Does the tenant have no rights? Is it even impossible to bring a friend to visit? Jiang Luo, you have steadfastly chosen that girl named Gong's son, waiting for her for so many years. She ought to offer you the corresponding respect and trust, should she not? Jiang Luo knew that Liu Ruyan was not mistaken. They were merely friends, without any further relationship. Liu Ruyan was in love with Jiang Xiancheng, while Jiang Luo harbored feelings for Liu Ruyan. It was not that Liu Ruyan could not go upstairs to sit for a while. Rather, her position was exceedingly awkward. Jiang Luo could regard Liu Ruyan as a friend, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort, let alone Gong's son. They had once entered into a marriage contract and cohabited under the same roof for 3 years, which was a fact that would lead anyone to question whether there had been any emotional bond between him and Liu Ruyan. Previously unaware of Gong Sun's presence, Liu Ruyan had believed her feelings for him were so profound that she would forsake her life for them, and others thought the same. Jiang Luo ought to maintain a sense of distance from Liu Ruyan, both for himself and for Jiang Xiancheng, to prevent unnecessary doubts from arising in their beloved's minds. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luo sought a reason to decline. It is like this. Sun has spoken with her sister. You have met my beloved, yet I have yet to meet the girl who holds such significance in your heart. Jiang Luo, does this not seem somewhat unfair to me? You should have told Gong Sun that the one I love is a Cheng, not you. Our marriage was merely a charade. We are but friends. If you are so concerned about me merely visiting, how will you accompany me back to the Liu family to act? Gong Sun would surely find that even more unacceptable. I believe Gong Sun is not so petty, nor is she a girl who harbors distrust towards you. If she were such a girl, how could you possibly hold on to her in your heart so dearly? Liu Ruyan's extensive experience in the business world shone through at that moment. When it came to fabricating lies, her composure remained unshaken. With each word a masterpiece of rhetoric, adorning the other with flattery, leaving no room for rejection, and firmly seizing on vulnerabilities. If Jiang Luo were to insist on refusal, it would indicate that everything he had said was erroneous, leading to a plummet in Gong Sun's esteem. She would appear as a petty, overly contemplative woman, unworthy of Jiang Luo. At that moment, she could continue to subtly probe, perhaps causing Jiang Luo's heart to waver. Regardless of whether Jiang Luo ultimately chose to accept or reject, it would yield the desired answer for her. Had the previous Liu Ruyan or the Liu family known that the negotiation skills honed over so many years were employed to deceive Jiang Luo, they would surely be utterly disillusioned. Yet, control was elusive. Despite knowing that such actions were wrong, deceitful, and entangled, dragging her into a whirlpool of despair, she still found herself irresistibly drawn to the flame, yearning to draw closer. Emotions, if they could be so easily controlled, would not lead so many men and women to heartbreak and desperation. Jiang Luo felt that Liu Ruyan's tone was a bit too cryptic. Was it merely an illusion? She is the president of the Liu Group, a princess of the wealthy elite, a blooming flower of prosperity born with a silver spoon. And she is matched with a perfect partner of equal standing. Let me consult the homeowner's opinion. Gong Sun is certainly not a petty woman. She understands that Jiang Luo's marriage to Liu Ruyan was a matter of necessity. However, she deserves respect and a sense of security, especially considering the delicate presence of Liu Ruyan. Jiang Luo sent a message to clarify the situation, and Gong Sun promptly replied with an okay. Miss Liu Ruyan is indeed the elder sister of Sister Piaosu, right? Sister Piaosu often mentions how I resemble Miss Liu Ruyan. Oh. How I long to meet Miss Liu Ruyan in person and see just how like we truly are. Gong Sun's response was even more composed, casual, and endearing than Jiang Luo had anticipated. Yet, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. This girl, even knowing the reasons behind his marriage to Liu Ruyan, can't she be a tad more considerate of her jealousy? After all, Liu Ruyan is still his ex-wife. Men can be quite absurd. They often claim that women should grant them more freedom, trust, and space, leading to a suffocating and exhausting existence. Yet, when they genuinely offer such freedom, they begin to feel that the woman does not care for them as much, leading to endless speculation. Sigh. Chapter 92. The composure of the main palace. Gong Li entered the room of Gong Sun, observing her sister engrossed in typing rapidly on her phone, oblivious to her arrival. Pouting slightly, she climbed onto Gong Sun's bed and embraced her from behind. The soft yet firm pressure startled Gong Sun, causing her to jump. Upon realizing it was her mischievous younger sister, she sighed in exasperation. Gong Li, when did you come in? Sun's sister, how can you even ask that? Grandpa and Grandma said it's almost time for dinner. Honestly, it's just a man. Is it necessary to be so distracted? Gong Li's tone dripped with envy and resentment. After all, Jiang Luo, that scoundrel, had stolen her beloved sister's attention. As Gong Li glanced at the chat history between Gong Sun and Jiang Luo, her brows furrowed. Sun's sister, what did Jiang Luo say? He wants to bring Liu Ruyan to our house? How could you agree to that? Gong Sun rolled her eyes. Why shouldn't I? Jiang Luo is a paying tenant. We can't very well ask him not to bring friends over. Besides, Miss Liu just happened to pass by and ran into Jiang Luo. But it's Liu Ruyan. Sun's sister, have you forgotten the nature of Jiang Luo's relationship with her? Even if they are divorced, Liu Ruyan was his wife for 3 years. I heard that he even cured her eyesight. Gong Li hesitated to voice the deeper implications. For instance, the rumors about how Jiang Luo had cared for Liu Ruyan meticulously over the past 3 years, enduring her erratic behavior during her despair over blindness, and ultimately risking his life to restore her vision. Though Gong Li begrudgingly acknowledged Jiang Luo as her brother-in-law, given that he was now divorced from Liu Ruyan, the idea of him bringing her to their home felt utterly excessive. Suddenly, Gong Sun posed a question. Gong Li, have you ever met Miss Liu Ruyan? Gong Li paused, stammering, I haven't, but I've seen her photos. Do I really resemble her? Well, as she brought up the subject, Gong Li nibbled her lip, feeling a pang of discomfort. The first time she laid eyes on Liu Ruyan's photograph, she was taken aback. How could there be a woman in this world who resembled Gong Sun so closely? At a glance, one might even mistake her for her sister. Had she not known that Gong Sun was abroad receiving treatment and could not have returned, she would have thought it was all a dream. It was a staggering blow for Gong Li that someone so similar to her sister existed, while she herself bore little resemblance to her own flesh and blood. Thus, Gong Li found herself consumed by jealousy towards Liu Ruyan. She worried that Jiang Luo, faced with such an impressive woman who bore a striking resemblance to Gong Sun, might gradually forget her sister and come to see Liu Ruyan as a substitute. How heart-wrenching it would be for Gong Sun to discover such a betrayal. Well, isn't it quite normal for two people to resemble each other in this world? Having encountered numerous such news stories, I find myself filled with curiosity and wonder. It is particularly intriguing that the individual whom Jiang Luo is contracted to marry bears a striking resemblance to me. Nonetheless, this cannot alter the undeniable truth that you are my dear sister, and we are bound by blood. As for Miss Liu Ruyan, my curiosity is piqued. Yet you, dear sister, are my most precious treasure in the entire world. Gong Sun is aware that Gong Li has long been troubled by their differing appearances, and she takes the initiative to offer comfort. Gong Li's mood begins to lighten. All right, Sister Sun, let's not divert the topic. Are you truly indifferent to Liu Ruyan visiting our home? To be honest, I do feel a twinge of concern, but I believe it is essential to place my trust in Jiang Luo. Gong Sun made a well-known gesture, smiling as she spoke, while undergoing treatment abroad. I felt quite uneasy when you mentioned Jiang Luo's marriage to Liu Ruyan for the sake of the Jiang family. I was uncertain if I could complete my treatment and survive, unable to promise Jiang Luo a future. Yet, his choice to be with Miss Liu was undoubtedly the right one. I truly adored Jiang Luo. Even though I was painfully aware that I might not be able to offer him a lifetime of companionship and a future, nevertheless, I couldn't shake off the feelings of heartache and jealousy. This sentiment lingered until my return to Kyoto, when I reunited with Jiang Luo at that station. And it vanished entirely. As Gong Sun spoke, her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, gently resting her chin in her hand. A gesture that added an enchanting softness to her already exquisite features. Even as the years have passed, and time has slipped away for 8 years, Jiang Luo remains Jiang Luo, the pianist I have admired and cherished since childhood. With this realization, my fears dissipated. Gongli pouted slightly. Sister Sin, I do not comprehend what you were saying. What words can adequately describe this? Is this what they call the composure of the rightful consort? Haha. In any case, when I gaze into Jiang Luo's eyes, I see the same spark as during our high school days. I know he is meant for me. All right, I trust Jiang Luo. Gongli, and I hope you two can extend him the same trust. We mustn't keep our grandparents waiting. Let's go downstairs to dine. Indeed. With Gong Sun's words, Gongli had no choice but to acquiesce. If Jiang Luo cannot withstand this small test, he is destined to stray and cause Gong Sun great sorrow. At that time, I shall not let him escape my wrath. Humph. Meanwhile, having received Gong Sun's approval, Jiang Luo brought Liu Ruyan to the apartment he rented. Upon entering the living room, Liu Ruyan paused momentarily. Please make yourself comfortable. While the living room here is quite spacious, it pales in comparison to your home. Haha. Liu Ruyan's residence boasts a lavish living room of over 200 square meters, an extravagant space. In contrast, this apartment's living room measures a mere 30 to 40 square meters, ample, yet insufficient when compared to Liu Ruyan's. Jiang Luo had been thoroughly astonished by the financial might of this heiress during his first visit to her home. That was once her home. Liu Ruyan remarked with a hint of envy. Jiang Luo cleared her throat softly, stating, "That has nothing to do with me. It is your asset. I am merely a temporary resident. Must we draw such a clear line between us, Jiang Luo?" Liu Ruyan inquired, her tone laced with a hint of puzzlement. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback by the peculiarity of Liu Ruyan's words. Just moments before, Liu Ruyan had inadvertently revealed her true feelings, but upon regaining her composure, she quickly altered her tone. "After all, you lived in that house for 3 years. Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang know you well and hold you in high regard. Even after you moved out, you expressed that you would miss them, didn't you? Regardless of how much you wish to deny it, you are quite familiar with that home, aren't you?" Jiang Luo did not delve deeper into the matter. "Yes, that is true," she acknowledged. "Did you redecorate this living room?" "Yes. How do you know?" Liu Ruyan replied. "It bears your signature style." In the past, Liu Ruyan had been oblivious to Jiang Luo's aesthetic preferences. She had merely perceived Jiang Luo's presence as an inherent part of her life, attending to her needs without question. However, after Jiang Luo chose to leave and vanished from her existence, Liu Ruyan felt an acute emptiness, as if a significant part of her soul had been lost. She began to explore Jiang Luo's world, observing the rooms Jiang Luo had inhabited, the piano she cherished, and the balcony and living room that Jiang Luo had meticulously tended to. Gradually, Liu Ruyan came to understand the essence of Jiang Luo's taste and preferences. Chapter 93. What if I, Liu Ruyan, feel a twinge of guilt? My style? Do you truly comprehend what my style entails? Jiang Luo appeared somewhat astonished. In the past, Liu Ruyan would have never cared to understand such matters. Yet now, she claimed to be aware of her own style, even recognizing that this living room was meticulously arranged by her own hands. Of course, I am aware. You have an affinity for a refreshing and minimalist aesthetic, favoring simplicity and functionality over excess. You tend to nurture a plethora of small plants on your balcony, tending to them with care as they flourish under your watchful eye. You prefer blue curtains and delight in placing a vase of water adorned with blooming white flowers upon your table, resembling the arrangement in the current living room. Unmistakably your handiwork. Moreover, Jiang Luo possesses a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Anything he has tidied must be impeccably spotless, free from even a speck of dust. This trait mirrors Liu Ruyan's own penchant for order. Jiang Luo relishes the ritual of sunning his blankets and pillows, savoring the scent that emanates from the fabric. A testament to the demise of dust mites in the sunlight. He has a multitude of interests. These nuances about him were revelations Liu Ruyan came to understand only after deciding to reconcile with Jiang Xinxing and part ways with Jiang Luo. The more she learned about Jiang Luo, the more she felt that many of his values and preferences resonated with her own. He possessed extraordinary musical talent, effortlessly captivating her with his piano performances, his entire being radiating brilliance that rendered onlookers spellbound. Jiang Luo was exceptionally handsome, attuned to all her likes and dislikes, always appearing at the right moment to offer solace and comfort. His voice, deep and magnetic, was a soothing balm. To be honest, I am quite surprised that you would know all this. Jiang Luo scratched the back of his head, sensing an oddity in the present Liu Ruyan. The Liu Ruyan of old would never have been concerned with such trivialities. Her focus was on the Liu Corporation, on the vastness of the stars and seas. on strategizing the company's growth and strength in accordance with prevailing trends. Liu Ruyan was born to be a formidable woman, a modern-day Wu Zetian. The mundane concerns of daily life and the preferences of others held no significance for her. Even her own desires seemed secondary, as she pursued knowledge and skills solely for her own advancement. People change, Jiang Luo, over the past 3 years. It has not only been you who has transformed, I have changed as well. Under your influence, I have gradually begun to observe the people and things around me, discovering the brilliance in others rather than solely fixating on my own ascent and pursuit of perfection. I find this to be quite beneficial, allowing me to slow my pace and alleviate much of my stress. Do you not feel the same? Yes, please, take a seat. It is nearly time for dinner. Perhaps you could dine here before heading back. Although Jiang Luo sensed a transformation in Liu Ruyan, he could not quite pinpoint what had altered. Observing her intention to stay for the moment, he figured it would be more convenient to prepare dinner and have it delivered to her rather than separate their mealtime. Very well. The opportunity to savor Jiang Luo's exquisite cuisine once more, to dine with him, was one that Liu Ruyan would not decline. Although this gathering took place in the residence of Gong's son, Liu Ruyan was no longer the hostess, but rather a guest. Jiang Luo, too, was no longer the leading man in Liu Ruyan's life, as he was now entwined with another woman. Observing Jiang Luo's diligent figure in the kitchen, Liu Ruyan found herself captivated in a way she had never experienced before. In the past, she would have remained indifferent. The deeper she delved into Jiang Luo's essence, the more she recognized how his presence had subtly entwined with her life over the past 3 years, like a poison, until she finally extracted herself and realized his absence rendered her existence incomplete. A tide of regret surged within Liu Ruyan, overwhelming her senses. As she stood once more in Jiang Luo's presence, countless questions lingered on her lips. What if I, Liu Ruyan, were to express my remorse? What if I were to confess my guilt? Could we once again forge a pact akin to that of 3 years ago? This time, however, it would not be for 3 or 5 years, but a lifelong commitment. She longed to cast aside Jiang Xin Qing, to abandon Gong soon, to relinquish all the factors that had hindered their union. Yet, in the end, Liu Ruyan lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. The answer was painfully evident, a truth she could not escape. Having forsaken Jiang Luo once, she had forfeited her right to vie for him against Gong's son. The realization deepened her sorrow. Determined not to wait idly for Jiang Luo, Liu Ruyan wandered aimlessly through the living room, attempting to dissipate her tumultuous emotions. Soon, Jiang Luo announced that dinner was ready. For the two of them, a simple meal sufficed. He had prepared a medicinal porridge along with some side dishes. Liu Ruyan obediently settled across from him, resembling a docile lioness, stripped of her fangs. Jiang Luo ladled a bowl of porridge and presented it to her. Taking a spoonful, Liu Ruyan felt a warmth wash over her. The flavor was identical to the one she had savored in the past. It was not beyond replication. Jiang Luo had meticulously shared the recipe with the chefs at her family home, leaving no secrets untold. The preparation was identical. Yet no one could replicate the essence of Jiang Luo's culinary art. Such a comforting, blissful, and sweet flavor brought her solace. In the past, Liu Ruyan had never comprehended why this was so. Despite the identical ingredients and the fact that the chefs she had hired were Michelin-starred masters, their skills far surpassed Jiang Luo's. They could not replicate his unique taste. Now, in a fleeting moment of clarity, Liu Ruyan began to grasp the reason. Chapter 94. Liu Ruyan unconsciously develops feelings for Jiang Luo. Liu Ruyan found herself unwittingly developing feelings for Jiang Luo. She had long grown accustomed to the myriad details of life that involved him, which made it impossible for her to consider anyone else. No matter how admirable another might be, none could replace Jiang Luo, not even Jiang Xinqing, who had once saved Liu Piaoshu and shared countless beautiful memories with her. Yet, Liu Ruyan realized her feelings far too late. It was only after letting Jiang Luo slip away that she comprehended his significance in her life. The atmosphere was peculiar and suffocating. Liu Ruyan quietly sipped her porridge, her demeanor still reminiscent of the Liu Ruyan Jiang Luo once knew. However, the aura she exuded felt markedly different, leaving Jiang Luo with a sense of unease. Gone was the imperious demeanor that had once commanded the room. Instead, she seemed like a hermit, having subdued her brilliance to retreat into the countryside. So, how have you been with Jiang Xinqing lately? Jiang Luo initiated a conversation. They had exhausted all other topics, leaving only the matter of Liu Ruyan's relationship with Jiang Xinqing to discuss. Liu Ruyan paused, and upon hearing Jiang Luo's inquiry about her feelings for Jiang Xinqing, an inexplicable bitterness washed over her. This was because Jiang Luo's tone came from a genuine friend's concern for her relationship, devoid of the envy or jealousy typical of a suitor. I am quite well without Cheng. Liu Ruyan managed a strained smile. This was a lie. Now that she had come to recognize Jiang Luo's importance in her life, she felt utterly unprepared to face Jiang Xinqing. She had promised to reconcile with him, considering the debt of gratitude she owed Liu Piaoshu for saving him. Yet, the person she found herself truly drawn to was Jiang Luo. The nostalgic filter of her first love for Jiang Xinqing still lingered, but in the balance, Jiang Luo's significance had eclipsed that of Jiang Xinqing. That's good to hear. However, I believe you will have to confess to the Liu family sooner or later. It's something you should contemplate carefully. Matters like this cannot be prolonged. Liu Ruyan's heart tightened at these words. Why must it be done without delay? Was it a lack of faith in her abilities? Or was he concerned that her failure to disclose their divorce would burden him and Gong Sun? Chairman Liu, although I do not know your father well, from the few encounters I've had, it is evident that he is no ordinary man. He built the Liu Group from scratch. Such a person cannot possibly be oblivious to the recent events between us. Do not forget that your affair with Jiang Xinqing even made the trending news. Although it was short-lived, how could someone with Chairman Liu's connections not have caught wind of it? Hearing Jiang Luo's words, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of clarity. She had indeed been so consumed with the affairs involving Jiang Xinqing, Jiang Luo, and her work that she had little time to reflect deeply. Perhaps it was the flicker of hope within her heart, a belief that her family remained oblivious, allowing her to delay confronting the truth. After all, Liu Jiaqing had yet to appear at her doorstep demanding answers. In this uncertainty, there lingered a sliver of possibility. Though the ostrich mentality is indeed ignoble, it serves its purpose. Reflecting on this, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. In her past, she had despised those with avoidant personalities, who shunned responsibility, vowing to confront any challenge with courage, including the prospect of reconciling with Jiang Xinqing. Yet now, the reality struck swiftly, leaving her unprepared. She began to dread the thought of her family discovering her entanglement with Jiang Xinqing, for she no longer wished to rekindle that relationship. Her heart yearned solely for Jiang Luo. However, she had made promises to Jiang Xinqing. A truly perplexing predicament. Perhaps Chairman Liu had already perceived the truth. He might have been biding his time, waiting for them to return and confess their intentions regarding a reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing. Jiang Luo regarded Liu Ruyan with earnest eyes. Of course, he harbored his own ulterior motives. By hastening the fulfillment of his promise to assist Liu Ruyan in her reunion with Jiang Xinqing, he could liberate himself entirely. Vanishing from Liu Ruyan's life and severing ties with the Liu family, thus freely pursuing his dreams with Gong Sun. I know, Jiang Luo, your porridge is truly delightful. After eating it, my stomach feels enveloped in warmth. Please don't let it grow cold. That would be such a waste. Liu Ruyan could only muster an excuse to deflect the moment. At this juncture, she found herself embodying the very ostrich she had once scorned, evading the pressing issue. Confronting her family would necessitate a return to the path she had previously determined, leading to a reconciliation with Jiang Xinqing, which would ultimately mean losing Jiang Luo forever. Jiang Luo sensed Liu Ruyan's hesitation, his heart filled with confusion. What could Liu Ruyan possibly be wavering over? Wasn't reconciling with Jiang Xinqing what she had long desired? He simply could not comprehend this woman any longer. After dinner, Jiang Luo contemplated that the time had come to issue an unspoken dismissal to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, I need to head out soon. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Liu Ruyan felt a pang in her heart. Jiang Luo, under the illusion of subtlety, was unaware that she could see through his intentions. Their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent that even her desire to linger after dinner, to bask in Jiang Luo's presence a while longer, was thwarted. A myriad of negative emotions, heartache, bitterness, and anguish spread through her, ensnaring her heart like thorns. Jiang Luo, you mentioned practicing piano at the apartment. Is there a piano here? Yes, there is. Lastly, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would you play for me once more? Liu Ruyan gazed at Jiang Luo with sincere eyes. This was her wish, to hear Jiang Luo's piano once again. Simultaneously, she harbored a touch of selfish desire. Watching him play would allow her to remain by his side a little longer. She dreaded the thought of departing, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. To prevent any misunderstandings, Liu Ruyan hastily sought additional reasons to linger. Previously, in the comfort of your home, you graced me with a few enchanting melodies in the piano room, leaving my heart elated and the memories vivid. Gu Yue was indeed correct. You are truly a piano prodigy endowed with remarkable sensitivity. These past few days, the absence of your piano melodies has rendered something amiss in my life. Seizing the moment. Since we find ourselves here together, might I request you to play a few pieces for me? With Liu Ruyan's gentle invitation, Jiang Luo felt it inappropriate to decline. Nodding in agreement, I must step out shortly, so I can only play 2 pieces. 2 pieces would suffice. The mere minute spent in Jiang Luo's presence, watching her play, radiating brilliance and charm, is an indulgent satisfaction that Liu Ruyan yearns for. Each additional second beside Jiang Luo feels like a precious gain. Witnessing her play solely for Liu Ruyan, so captivating, it is impossible to look away how delightful it is. As Jiang Luo led Liu Ruyan to the piano room, they beheld the elegant white piano, Selena, resting quietly under the interplay of light, its surface shimmering with a sacred glow, irresistibly captivating. Even Liu Ruyan, who had collected countless treasures, was drawn to Selena, instinctively stepping forward to delicately touch the black and white keys, producing a few rhythmic notes. She then turned to Jiang Luo, smiling sweetly. This piano is wonderful. It's evident that its owner cherishes it dearly. It suits you perfectly, Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo shook her head. This is not my piano. It belongs to Sun's sister, Gong Li. At the mention of Gong Sun's name, Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of discomfort. In their secluded space, the last thing she wished to hear from Jiang Luo was that name. Lowering her gaze, she asked, "May I play for a moment?" "You wish to play the piano?" Jiang Luo was taken aback. Although Jiang Xinqing had returned and reconciled with Liu Ruyan, the piano had once been an absolute taboo for her. Having been blind for 3 years, even Uncle Li and the villain knew better than to mention it, as it would remind Liu Ruyan of the countless melodies Jiang Xinqing had played for her during their romance, the very gestures that had won her heart. "Indeed, watching you play the piano with such grace and allure inspires me to return to playing as well. Over these past few days, I have sought the guidance of a master to gradually regain my former touch. Allow me to play something for you." Without waiting for Jiang Luo's response, Liu Ruyan seated herself before Selena, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keys, producing a magnificent and flowing melody. Chapter 95. You Were Truly Cruel. Liu Ruyan played Adelina by the water, each note seemingly narrating a poignant love story between a king and a maiden. The elegant melody and heartfelt expression continuously revealed sweetness, steadfastness, and bravery. Dressed in a tailored women's suit and clad in black stockings, Liu Ruyan, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, played the white Selena under the soft glow of the lights, her expression focused and imbued with tender grace, a breathtaking sight. Jiang Luo could not help but marvel once more at the striking resemblance between Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun. It was not merely their appearance. The intensity and aura they exuded while playing the piano were strikingly similar. An unknowing observer witnessing both Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun at the piano would undoubtedly assume they were blood relatives, for how could they resemble each other so closely? This time, Jiang Luo no longer envisioned Liu Ruyan as a mere substitute for Gong Sun, for the original had returned to his side. He would no longer selfishly think, yearn, speak, or gaze. Appreciating Liu Ruyan's performance purely from a pianist's perspective, she was indeed extraordinarily gifted. Coupled with her inherited artistic sensibility and the rigorous training of her youth, even after a long hiatus from the piano, a brief practice could rekindle her brilliance. As the final notes lingered in the air of the studio, Liu Ruyan exhaled deeply. On that day in the studio, witnessing Jiang Luo's performance on the 1786 Steinway, and observing the seamless duet between Jiang Luo and Gong Sun at the high school New Year's Eve concert, Liu Ruyan had contemplated her desire to perform alongside Jiang Luo. She longed to play her own piece before him, just as Gong Sun did, harmonizing as one, resonating soulfully. Though Liu Ruyan had hurriedly practiced for a few days and had many areas that needed refinement, her past experiences had equipped her with the skills she could presently showcase. Would she earn Jiang Luo's acknowledgement? With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Liu Ruyan glanced at Jiang Luo and said, "Jiang Luo, I apologize for my impulsiveness. I played a piece. What do you think of it through the eyes of a genius like yourself?" "Quite good," came the simple reply. Disappointment washed over Liu Ruyan. She yearned for a more effusive compliment from Jiang Luo. Noticing her slightly downcast demeanor, Jiang Luo cleared his throat and remarked, "After all, you are not a professional pianist. Achieving this level is commendable. Miss Gong Sun must play even better, I suppose?" "Indeed. Sun is an all-encompassing prodigy, far more accomplished than I," he added, pride illuminating his face at the mention of Gong Sun. While Jiang Luo felt somewhat assured he could hold his own against Gong Sun on the piano, he knew he would falter with other instruments. Gong Sun possessed perfect pitch, a natural-born talent for music, destined to be a star in the musical realm, capable of stirring monumental waves. In this regard, Jiang Luo held unprecedented confidence. In an instant, Liu Ruyan's heart grew colder, as if plunged into an icy abyss. With the frigid winds howling, more excruciating than enduring the stark exposure of the Himalayas. The truth was, Liu Ruyan should have been well aware. Yet, Jiang Luo, as you proudly proclaimed that this girl, Gong Sun, surpassed you, did you ever consider the anguish it would inflict upon my heart? Fearing that Jiang Luo might perceive her distress, Liu Ruyan forced a smile and said, Jiang Luo, play a couple of piano pieces for me. I should not intrude on you any longer. All right, well, would you like to hear? You decide. Anything you play will suffice. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Luo approached the piano. For the first piece, he chose Whispers of Autumn, a classic by Richard Clayderman. The notes danced, evoking the essence of autumn, golden maple leaves, warm sunlight, and the melancholic breeze that brushed against one's face, imbued with an ineffable sorrow, punctuated by a lively interlude. For the second piece, Jiang Luo selected the Blue Danube. As Austria's second national anthem, it was resplendent and elegant, with a captivating rhythm that stirred the soul, reminiscent of the sound of bubbling springs from his homeland. Both world-renowned piano compositions were flawlessly rendered under Jiang Luo's fingertips, leaving listeners entranced, each note transformed through the keys, evolving into a style uniquely his own. This was not merely a mechanical replication of past masters, but rather an assimilation of their wisdom, elevated through his own experiences, an accomplishment achievable only by a pianist of extraordinary talent and rigorous training. As Liu Ruyan watched Jiang Luo, illuminated by the soft glow of light, with his eyes closed and his graceful, fair fingers dancing across the black and white keys, she was captivated by the enchanting melody that flowed from his hands. In that singular moment, she could not tear her gaze away. However, she did not forget her original intent. Taking out her phone, she quietly activated the recording function while Jiang Luo was engrossed in his performance, wishing to immortalize this scene within her device, to preserve it in time. Who knew when she would have the chance to monopolize Jiang Luo's music again? His melodies would be played for Gu Yuwei, for Qin Xuanxuan, for Gong Sun, and for many others, but it would be increasingly difficult for him to play solely for Liu Ruyan. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Time, oh time, could you slow down a bit at this moment? Let this piano room temporarily belong to just the two of us. Soon, the two pieces came to an end. Jiang Luo rose and looked at Liu Ruyan, saying, It's done, let us go. As Liu Ruyan gazed up at Jiang Luo, who loomed over her, she realized that he was not merely gentle. Beneath that exterior lay a rather ruthless nature. As the performer, he maintained an unwavering clarity, unaffected by the emotions his music evoked, effortlessly stepping away. The lingering audience remained entranced by his melodies, unable to regain their composure, yet he cruelly denied them even the opportunity to savor the experience, pulling them away with him. All the sorrow she wished to express could only be distilled into a single word: good. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Xuanxuan had wandered to the entrance of the residential complex where Jiang Luo resided, meandering alone. Recently, she had been rehearsing with Jiang Luo, a piano instructor at Huaxia Music Academy under the guidance of Professor Gu Yuwei. While she had made some progress, it was minimal. Qin Xuanxuan harbored a genuine fear that if this continued, she might hinder Jiang Luo, unable to keep pace with him, and consequently lose her privilege to collaborate freely with him. Although synchronizing with Jiang Luo like a machine would undoubtedly be the most pragmatic approach, it was not what Qin Xuanxuan desired. What she yearned for was the spirited competition and harmonious improvisation akin to that of Gong Sun, creating the most exquisite performance on stage. It was the resonance of souls with Jiang Luo that she sought. She couldn't help but wonder how Jiang Luo had fared in his practice today. Professor Gu had advised her to refrain from practicing for the next few days so as not to disturb Jiang Luo, yet she was genuinely anxious that her lack of preparation might disappoint him. Just as Qin Xuanxuan stood at the entrance of the complex, lost in her thoughts, Jiang Luo emerged alongside Liu Ruyan. Chapter 96. Liu Ruyan, return to Gotham. I shall no longer harm you. Upon encountering Qin Xuanxuan, Jiang Luo momentarily froze. Junior Qin, what brings you here? Ah, Qin Xuanxuan, startled, exclaimed, glancing at Jiang Luo. I finished dinner and decided to take a stroll for some exercise. What a coincidence, Senior Jiang. Who is this? Upon her first glimpse of Liu Ruyan, Qin Xuanxuan was taken aback, mistakenly believing she was Gong Sun herself. Uncertain if Gong Sun remembered her, She scrutinized further and concluded otherwise. Liu Ruyan bore a resemblance to Gong Sun, yet the aura they exuded was distinctly different. Gong Sun radiated warmth and charm like a gentle sun, while Liu Ruyan embodied the aloof elegance of a bright moon, two individuals entirely dissimilar in essence. Could she be Gong Sun's elder sister? That was unheard of. According to Qin Xuan's inquiries, Gong Sun was an only child. Jiang Luo, is this your guest? Liu Ruyan recognized the woman before her. She was Qin Xuan, a prodigious violinist in her first year at Huaxia Music Academy, sharing the same character Sun in their names. She also sported the same wine-red hair as Gong Sun had previously. It was said that on the first day Jiang Luo and Gu Yue returned to Huaxia Music Academy, they had performed together with Qin Xuan. It seemed Jiang Luo had taken Qin Xuan as a substitute for Gong Sun, extending his affection to her as well. Contemplating this, Liu Ruyan clenched her fist in discontent. Despite Jiang Luo's denials, had he truly not regarded her as a mere replacement for Gong Sun over the past 3 years? Jiang Luo's pure and unattainable love from high school, her nominal husband, the man she had unwittingly developed feelings for. Gazing at her yet yearning for another woman, nothing could wound Liu Ruyan more profoundly. You can return on your own, can't you? Liu Ruyan lowered her gaze, pondering if Jiang Luo had no intention of seeing her off. Did he value Qin Xuan, this poor imitation of Gong Sun, more than her? Was he unwilling to even feign concern? Liu Ruyan's mind spiraled into turmoil. Casting a glance at Qin Xuan, an unusual glint flickered in Liu Ruyan's eyes as she replied, "No problem," and quickened her pace to depart. Just that fleeting glance instilled a sense of unease in Qin Xuan. The way Liu Ruyan looked at her felt akin to viewing a rival. Could she be yet another woman enamored with Senior Jiang? Curiosity piqued, Qin Xuan inquired, "Senior Jiang? Who is she? Why does she resemble Gong Sun so closely?" Long story. Meanwhile, the driver had been waiting at the community entrance for some time, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Liu Ruyan approaching, he hastily stowed his device and respectfully greeted, "Ms. Liu, shall we depart?" Liu Ruyan, her expression somber, uttered those 2 words and fell silent. The driver felt a weight in his heart. Liu Ruyan appeared quite upset, and Jiang Luo had not accompanied her to the car. Had they quarreled upstairs? The driver, hesitant to pry, nervously drove off in the Maybach, the atmosphere within the vehicle thick with tension. The driver who has assisted Liu Ruyan for so long has never experienced such torment as now. "My goodness, Jiang Luo, what on earth have you done to President Liu? How could Liu, who was perfectly fine upon arrival, emerge from your company transformed after just a few hours?" Liu Ruyan, attempting to quell her surging jealousy, donned her headphones and replayed the video she had just recorded of Jiang Luo's performance, savoring it repeatedly as her gaze shimmered with emotion. Suddenly, she felt like a fool. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Luo had always been by her side, yet she failed to appreciate his